You plunge straight into a hidden dungeon trap, the fall sudden, brutal, and impossible to stop. Blood keeps pouring out fast, your strength fading as the wound refuses to slow. The pit yawns absurdly wide, wider than crude jokes comparing it to OnlyFans girls ever suggested. What the F? Everything began back on Earth before this nightmare even existed. Without warning, a massive teleportation dragged countless people away in an instant. When everyone finally focused their eyes again, confusion ruled the scene. Groups of stunned humans stood scattered across an unfamiliar world they had never seen. A cute rabbit suddenly appeared, calmly announcing they were invited to a game. It became clear fast that this game meant survival or death, nothing in between. Death itself was the teacher, because only by dying could players learn. With no delay, the rabbit declared that the game was starting now. Each person received only a handful of basic weapons from the rabbit. Monsters wasted no time, crawling out and attacking without mercy. Trouble did not end with the monsters alone. Hunger ignited human conflict, the well-fed refused to share, and chaos spread. Our hero awakened a skill everyone mocked as completely worthless. Because of that label, he became an easy target for mistreatment. His power to purify impurities offered no help in that desperate moment. That night ended with the protagonist starving, sleep empty and restless. At dawn, a massive rolling ball chased several exhausted survivors. As they fled, traps claimed lives one after another along the path. Fleeing a deadly ball without ever looking back pushed everyone to the edge. The boy who endured the night without food finally reached the limits of his weakening body, as if fate wanted more cruelty. His foot landed directly on another hidden trap. The story loops back. The hero falls into the huge pit as the cursed rabbit laughs. The rabbit coldly claims his survival chance is 0%. Even allies who wished to help were forced to abandon him. He lay alone in the vast darkness as ketchup-like fluid kept flowing. Much later, the survivors finished what was called the first phase. Relief spread as they believed this meant returning home. That hope shattered. More phases still waited ahead. Completing Phase 1 granted everyone a complete recovery as a reward. By miracle, the protagonist in the pit was restored as well. Alive and fully healed, he was still ignored and left behind. Without warning, the system announces the dungeon is resetting. The pit seals itself shut once more. Our hero Diyun tosses a stone and activates the trap again. Moments later, the rabbit appears, completely confused by the situation. Confusion strikes him hard, questioning how this human continues breathing inside the dungeon. Irritated, he commands Daeyeon to summon the status window for inspection. The display reveals the boy's name missing, the dungeon already marking him as dead. That truth sinks in. The boy is no survivor anymore, only an error inside the system. The rabbit coldly states that natural order must always be obeyed, which means a slow end awaits him inside that deep pit. Naturally, the protagonist refuses to surrender and immediately opens his inventory. Survival becomes the only rule, no matter the method. His first plan involves digging straight through to escape far from monsters. Reality hits. Excavation proves brutal without proper tools. His hands swell with painful calluses from non-stop effort. Drained yet patient, with nothing but time ahead. He considers whether dirt can be stored inside the inventory. Shockingly, the system allows it without resistance, fueled by hope. He digs relentlessly, moving like a living machine. The system even tracks the progress of every layer removed. A message flashes, announcing his first achievement and a new skill. That skill turns out to be digging, growing faster as its level rises. Disappointment follows. He wanted combat power, not a skill to explain away. Much later, curiosity drives the rabbit to check if the boy became worm food. Dropping into the pit, he expects to find a lifeless body. Instead, the tunnel expands wider the deeper he travels. Seeing torches lining the walls, panic creeps into his thoughts. He suddenly finds the boy relaxed, whistling while holding meat. The boy stands alive, calm, and clearly well-fed. He even built an underground home with a bed and dining table, all created by pulling dirt directly from the inventory, then blending it carefully with water. The mixture transforms smoothly into workable clay, which he shapes freely into anything he desires. Still confused, the rabbit demands to know what the boy is doing. Dayun replies that he is preparing to serve guests. Unimpressed, the rabbit declares the boy will soon die alone anyway. Without warning, violent shaking ripples through the entire dungeon. New participants apparently finish the first phase at that moment, meaning everything the boy built should vanish during the reset. He sprints desperately, avoiding collapse as the rabbit laughs. Then, without explanation, the tremors suddenly cease. It becomes clear that dungeon rules are shifting. They no longer bind the boy who keeps digging forward. The rabbit fumes with anger, warning him not to relax because the next reset may bury him, or force him to face a terrifying monster beneath the ground. Seeing the rabbit seething with rage, he asks why the creature cannot simply kill him directly. The rabbit explains it is bound, able to erase only players, and the dungeon no longer recognizes the boy as a player. Without warning, a wall collapses and rushing water floods the tunnels. The rabbit instantly grows excited again. The current grabs the boy and drags him away. After struggling back to the spot, he understands survival depends on sealing the opening. He pulls large amounts of dirt from his inventory and blocks the gap. The barrier fails quickly, water seeping through again, pushing his ability further under pressure. He shapes the dirt carefully into a solid brick. Even underwater, satisfaction spreads across his face. Before long, even the rabbit cannot hide his amazement. Using bricks, he builds a dam and nearly shuts off the flow. He mocks the rabbit, boasting he solved flooding and water needs together. Thrilled by his shaping power, he continues improving the well he just formed. Soon, a small wall and a lion head decorate the structure. The design even eases the water pressure. The system glows, signaling another achievement completed. Fish appear in the well as his reward, ensuring steady food. Every success only deepens the rabbit's irritation. When night arrives, he calmly roasts fish from the well. The rabbit despairs, watching his grand dungeon reduced to a kitchen. Dayun, guided by kindness, offers food to the rabbit once more. The scent tempts him, saliva nearly dripping. Still furious, he refuses and sparks another argument. Minutes pass, and the boy finishes eating. He soon sleeps peacefully inside the room he built himself. Unfortunately, the barbecue scent rises upward, drawing monsters closer. Heavy tremors ripple through the cave. A giant boar suddenly stands before the boy. At that moment, he dreams of eating pork. Half dreaming, he wakes and punches the boar's face. Fully awake now, he turns his head to the side. He finally understands the situation. An enraged boar stands before him, eyes locked with fury, with no path to escape. Confrontation becomes the only possible option. He instantly shapes dirt into a barrier, blocking the boar's opening charge head-on. Using that brief moment, he pulls back to create distance. Another barrier rises, thicker and sturdier than before. Even then, the beast smashes through it with alarming ease. Anger flares as the boar destroys the room he built. Driven by frustration, he decides to try something new. A massive stone sphere begins emerging from his inventory. The boy grips the heavy stone with both hands. Its weight makes throwing it any real distance impossible. Forced again, he retreats while keeping the beast in sight. While running, thoughts of turning the boar into barbecue make his mouth water. He erects a towering wall and shapes a pit to trap the charging boar. At that instant, the creature senses its fate approaching. The excavator boy prepares himself for a satisfying feast. He rains stones from his inventory until the boar is finally defeated. Once again, the rabbit watches in disbelief. How could such a mocked ability be used so effectively? Only now does the rabbit grasp how dangerous this boy truly is. Each passing moment deepens his fury toward this dungeon anomaly. With the threat gone, it is time to prepare the meal. Within minutes, the boar is fully processed with practiced efficiency. Even the skull finds a purpose instead of being discarded. It becomes a sturdy frying pan of impressive quality. Lighter than expected, it even forms a convenient handle. Watching him store fat, the rabbit warns that smoke will draw more monsters. This time, Dayun is ready for exactly that outcome. He plans to reuse the same method once turned against him. Any creature that falls will face immediate defeat. Soon enough, the first monster appears, and the rabbit yells in panic. The warning comes too late to change anything. Fresh prey lands directly in front of the boy. The thought arises, could this become endless meat? The situation does not stop there. One by one, more monsters are drawn closer, all following the tempting scent of cooked meat. They leap down expecting an easy meal. Instead, they become food for the excited protagonist watching calmly. With meat and water secured without limit, the once starving boy slowly gains weight, his body changing from endless feasting. Each dungeon reset sends new pigs dropping straight into his trap again. On the surface, one man who abandoned the protagonist yet once tried helping him had stacked dozens of pig corpses after relentless slaughter. After killing 100, he earned an achievement and gained the strength of a boar. His biggest regret came from leaving all that meat behind. The monsters carried toxins, making every cut of meat unusable. Only then did they realize how valuable Dan's purification skill truly was. The boy who mentioned this absence quickly drew everyone's attention. At first, they dismissed him as nothing more than a cook. Now they understand just how much he was missing. He had stood on the front line, solving crisis after crisis. Regret comes late. The chance to fix things already gone. Meanwhile, Diane lived surrounded by absolute comfort. Food practically rained down inside his underground room. The supply of meat felt endless, defying common sense. Did the pigs reset with the dungeon, falling into the same trap every time? Suddenly, the rabbit freezes in shock. Diane lifts a massive boar using only his arms. This strength clearly comes from the boar skill earned through endless kills. Even when resets erase counts, his power remains increased. He realizes he can gain more skills and grow even stronger. Daewoo leans out of the hole, suggesting an entrance should be built. Reaching the surface, he notices the rabbit looking troubled and asks what happened. Stunned, the man asks if the skill came from the Horned Boar Slayer achievement. Diane confirms, and the rabbit insists it is impossible without killing 100. Diane explains he trapped and counted all 100 pigs. The rabbit senses something wrong. The dungeon has reset many times. Diane asks why that matters, hearing that resets also erase kill counts, with only 40 pigs above. Wearing a silly expression, Daeun says his numbers never reset and asks if that is strange. The rabbit snaps, calling him a bug human, while Daeun wonders if all kills still count. He thinks about earning another achievement after 100 more, though alone it sounds hard. Irritated, the man jokes Daeun looks like a pig himself from daily feasting, asking about weight changes. Outside the dungeon, the weather is calm and bright. On a tree branch, a squirrel moves carefully. It approaches a nearby nest. A bone rests between its teeth as it gnaws. The bone slips and falls to the ground below. The squirrel quickly climbs down the tree. Reaching the ground, it notices a strange hole near the roots. His body stiffens as he realizes the bone dropped straight into that dark hole. He pauses, staring downward for a long moment before daring to enter. After some time passes, he finally climbs back out again. The opening is small, barely noticeable at first glance. It connects directly to the protagonist's underground space. Inside the cave, he cautiously explores, scanning every corner. When he reaches the kitchen area, he freezes, shocked by what lies before him. Just ahead, he spots the bone he lost earlier. He rushes forward eagerly to retrieve it. Then he suddenly stops in surprise. A horned boar carcass lies there in plain sight. The sight captures his heart instantly. Some time passes after that discovery. He returns to the tree, overflowing with excitement. His eyes sparkle with anticipation and delight. More time goes by, and he sneaks back into the hall. This behavior repeats again and again. Day and night pass without other squirrels noticing. The visits slowly turn into a secret routine. He enters the cave calmly, without hesitation. Each time, more bones are waiting inside. He eats every single one without restraint, until something unusual catches his attention. A bowl filled completely with bones sits nearby. He walks straight over and eats from it as well. Without hesitation, he grabs a bone from the bowl. A strange curiosity stirs inside him. One bite is enough to unleash an overwhelming burst of flavor. Joy floods him, leaving him completely ecstatic. He immediately starts eating faster. Each bite tastes even better than before. He keeps chewing through the boar bones eagerly. Then something makes him stop. The bowl rests directly on top of the sleeping protagonist. Fear creeps in as he recalls elders warning that humans are dangerous. He starts backing away, worried the human might suddenly attack. The fear battles temptation inside his mind. He struggles to resist the irresistible lure of the bones. He hardens his expression, resolve filling his small, trembling body. His focus sharpens, eyes locked forward. Despite the tension, he returns to chewing the scattered bones. Dawn pretends to sleep, notices everything, joy rising after long isolation in the cave. He feels relieved the squirrel eats bones, unsure how to approach such a careful creature. While Dawn plans how to befriend it, the squirrel realizes he is awake, making the protagonist fear it may flee. Instead, the squirrel keeps calmly gnawing on the bone. Dawn feels his heart soften at the overwhelming cuteness. Slowly, carefully, he reaches out to pet it. The little squirrel hesitates briefly, then allows the touch without resistance. Dawn beams with happiness, amazed it actually worked. A familiar glow appears once more. The system announces Earth's squirrel friend, praising this unexpected bond admired by the dungeon. Dawn wonders why rewards appear so easily now, unlike when he stayed with the group. Thinking about the achievement, he quietly says he is unsure of its value, but thanks the squirrel for becoming his friend. He considers naming the little creature Pokyu, because that is the sound it makes. The squirrel reacts positively, and Dawn is shocked it seems to understand, maybe an achievement effect. He asks it to sit, doubting it will work, yet Pokyu sits instantly. Amazed, Dawn asks it to hold his hand, watching closely. Then he asks Pokyu why it came inside. In response, the squirrel jumps from his hand. Dawn worries he was misunderstood, but Pokyu waits nearby. It points toward a direction, signaling Dawn to follow it. Dawn digs through the wall Pokyu used, widening the tunnel together. As he crawls through, he wonders how the squirrel found such a narrow entrance. He recalls every failed exit attempt ending at solid stone. Dawn had dug countless tunnels, nearly surrendering to despair. Then he notices something unexpected, a visible tree root. This is where Pokyu entered. Emotion overwhelms Dawn, realizing escape is finally possible. He celebrates softly, hope returning, knowing the roots lead outside. Climbing higher, excitement builds as life underground nears its end. Sunlight appears above, pushing him to climb faster. After endless struggle, he reaches the surface at last. The outside world spreads before him. Birds return again, their presence filling the open air with movement. Their songs drift across the sky in gentle waves. Soft grass stretches outward, covering the ground in quiet green. Dawn cannot restrain himself before such a view. Tears fall as emotion overflows. Clouds above and endless grass below finally reel. He mutters it is just a normal scene with sheep, yet it feels completely different. Calling it warm and welcoming, he stops when a wolf attacks a helpless sheep. Dawn grows tense, muttering survival rules as predatory gazes appear. From the forest, more wolves begin to emerge. The realism of being alive turns cruel. Dawn pales, knowing wolf packs show no mercy. Growls rise as the wolves launch their assault. Dawn freezes. He braces himself for death. He crouches instinctively, yet the wolves rush past him. Confusion hits, then relief. They focused only on the sheep. He asks Pokyu if another path exists because this area feels unsafe. Behind him, another wolf silently appears. Dawn forces calm, hoping its focus remains elsewhere. The wolf stares directly at the protagonist. Dawn bolts back toward the hole, shouting insults at the pursuing wolf. He assumes the narrow entrance will block the monster. Seconds later, the wolf breaks through and squeezes inside. Despair crashes over Dawn as he runs, apologizing for his earlier insult. He realizes the tunnels are too tight, leaving no room to flee. Dawn opens his inventory and decides that since only one wolf remains, he must end it. He starts building a wall, thinking wolves are weaker than boars. Before finishing, the wolf lunges, striking Dawn and drawing blood. Shock freezes his thoughts. The wolf moves with terrifying speed. Dawn understands his situation has turned dire. That missed strike means another attack is coming. He wonders if escape is possible or another option exists. Realization hits. Running will not last much longer. He must finish this, a single idea forming. He remembers he still has that power, with no other choices left. The wolf charges again, jaws wide. Don chooses survival, blue aura spreading as power awakens. He delivers a crushing punch, activating the strength of the horned boar. The wolf is sent flying far away by Don's heavy punch. Even Don feels shocked, briefly wondering if he truly landed it. He quickly understands the power of this skill is overwhelming. The system displays that his physical attributes are temporarily doubled for a short duration. Don confirms that after real combat, this ability is truly terrifying. The wolf rises again, burning with rage. Don knows he hurt it badly, yet regrets it was not a single strike finish. The system warns there are only 7 seconds left on the skill. He realizes the short duration is its greatest weakness. With 6 seconds remaining, he charges forward without hesitation. The wolf braces itself, preparing to counter. It attacks, but Don moves faster, leaping aside to evade. Before reaction comes, Don smashes another punch into its ribs. Teeth clenched, he hopes the monster falls soon as Don unleashes relentless punches. The impacts send dust clouds rising even outside the tunnel. Exhaustion hits Don hard. The system shows only 3 seconds remain. Yet the wolf still stands stubbornly. Once more, it launches a desperate charge. Don narrowly dodges the strike. He instantly opens his inventory. With 2 seconds left, he pulls out a sharp spike. He shouts in frustration, urging the wolf to fall as he attacks. The wolf answers with a furious growl. Don drives the spike into the wolf, but the beast retaliates, striking him with its tail. The blow slams Don violently against the wall. Even pierced through the neck, the wolf refuses to collapse. Don wonders how this creature still has strength. He admits this battle will not end easily. The system shows the boar strength skill entering cooldown at 99%. The wolf glares at him with pure hostility. Don has now read the monster's attack pattern. Its deadliest move is the leap using its front claws. After executing it, the attack enters a cooldown window. Don mutters, asking for a short truce of 90 seconds. The wolf responds only by preparing another assault. As Don prepares his final strike, the monster lunges forward, jaws opening wide. In that instant, the protagonist thinks it should have attacked with its paw. Before the bite lands, Don activates digging, forcing earth straight into the wolf's mouth. The sudden move leaves the monster completely stunned. Sometime later inside the cave, the guide appears, confused why the protagonist is no longer producing meat. He senses something is clearly wrong. Suspicion rises as he assumes Don is doing something dangerous. The rabbit freezes, shocked to see the protagonist wearing bone armor. Don calmly says the armor turned out well for something made in a single day. He explains he built it because recent days were filled with danger. Seeing the wolf skull plate, the guide wonders if Don finally found a way up. Don answers yes, prompting the rabbit to ask why he still remains below. The guide assumes the place is comfortable and suggests Don keep living there. He even comments that the protagonist seems slightly annoyed. Don responds firmly, stating he will leave. However, leaving without proper preparation is impossible. He admits survival so far relied heavily on luck. Because of the risks, the rabbit urges him to stay underground. Don replies he will use the base longer, now focusing on preparation. The rabbit tells Don to give up and die, but leaves instead, calling him a cursed bug as Don smiles. Later, Don trains using the strength of the boar, lifting heavy loads. He runs and reflects that higher physical stats amplify the skill's effect. Frequent use raises the skill level, improving duration and cooldown. Don recalls surviving by luck before, knowing wolf pack movements are deadly. Even facing them one by one offers no guarantee of victory. He punches the slaughtered boar, using it as a training target. Determination grows as he resolves to become stronger. The system announces strength of the boar reaching level 3. Boosting all effects, Don activates the skill once more. He unleashes a relentless series of punches. Each blow lands hard. Don swears he will never run again. In the forest, wolves roam freely without concern, until they sense something approaching fast. Don suddenly bursts from the bushes ahead. Relief crosses his face when he sees only 2 wolves. He activates the skill and hurls a thorn at one of them. One wolf avoids the attack. The other immediately charges straight toward Dawn. He calmly declares he will now reveal the true outcome of his brutal training. He drives a heavy punch forward, blasting the monster backward into a distant tree. The collision carries overwhelming force, shattering the tree from the impact. A wounded wolf suddenly appears directly behind the protagonist, barely clinging to life. It lunges to bite him, but his senses catch the movement instantly. He states he knew one strike would never be enough to kill it. He strikes again, smashing the wolf down, declaring he will keep hitting until it falls. As one monster crashes to the ground, the second wolf forces itself upright. While the clash continues, the guide realizes the protagonist has grown frighteningly strong, overwhelmed by power. D.A. Human feels energy surge and questions if this is true. Strength. He claims defeat feels impossible now, wondering if his power has reached absurd levels. The rabbit interrupts, mocking him, saying he is nothing since Si Wen kills 10 wolves instantly. Da Yuan replies, "Everyone seems weak besides Si Yuanji." But the rabbit adds Jiandugu killed 3 wolves, alone. Suddenly one wolf lifts its head and begins to howl loudly. As the howl echoes, the rabbit sneers, telling the protagonist the pack is now approaching. He warns 3 wolves are coming, noting Dawn is lucky since packs usually exceed 5. He challenges whether the protagonist can finish them before the skill expires, urging him to prove it. Daeyun calmly asks if the guide knows the greatest advantage of his skill. He explains his physical stats rose to 2-4x, meaning escape speed also multiplies. The guide stares in disbelief, asking if running away is truly his plan. He mocks him further, questioning whether the protagonist lacks honor to face them. Dawn answers that the only thing he values is something called survival. Immediately after, he leaps backward and drops straight into the cave opening. The rabbit mutters that players often become obsessed, fighting until death claims them. Enraged, he orders the wolves to attack the hole without hesitation. Dawn responds by raising an earth wall, sealing the entrance completely. The monsters attempt to dig through, but their efforts fail repeatedly. Liu Migai shakes violently, trembling with uncontrollable rage. He shouts curses at the protagonist, calling him a damned bug player, vowing to kill him someday. Inside the cave, Dawn reflects that isolated wolves were manageable before, but packs change everything. He recalls creating 7 escape paths, knowing he can handle more than 2 wolves alone. Still, he fears unexpected chaos like last time, risking failure to seal the entrance. Even retreating deeper offers no true hiding place. Realizing this, he admits to POKK of YU that he must seek help. He requests assistance, asking his small squirrel to locate wolves split from the pack. He warns it to keep distance, stressing caution above all. With resolve set, he announces that preparation will now begin. Outside, 3 wolves finish hunting a sheep, unaware of what awaits. Daeyun prepares to execute his plan, stating the distance is ideal. He then opens his inventory. Meanwhile, the guide watches closely, joking if he turned into a mole after digging so many holes across the area. The protagonist replies that the rabbit has a terrible habit of suddenly appearing right behind people. The guide grumbles, saying what matters is Dawn's plan, asking if he plans to fire a laser beam or something. The protagonist answers it is close to that, explaining this method counts as his long-range combat. Art. The rabbit scoffs that Dawn has no such skill, but Dawn explains earth balls can be thrown using the boar's strength. He activates the skill, hurling a thorn like a spear, calling it a safety first attack. The wolves remain far away, showing no concern toward the incoming assault. The projectile passes nearby, failing to strike any of the monsters. The rabbit bursts into laughter, mocking Dawn and asking if he meant safety first for the wolves. The protagonist throws another spear forward, missing the targets once again. The guide comments it will end in close combat, calling this outcome a clear lack of experience. The wolves possess top-tier agility in Phase 1, making that distance meaningless to them. Yun counters calmly that even so, they cannot dodge while airborne. He then throws earth balls, stating everything is proceeding according to his plan, prompting the guide to ask if he truly believes this approach will succeed. The guide insists there is no point stalling with earth balls since the wolves will simply destroy them. Suddenly, one earth ball slams directly into a wolf's face. The guide freezes in shock, unable to believe what he just witnessed. Yun states the rabbit is severely underestimating the earth balls, reminding him Earth is far heavier than he thinks, explaining he increased their density to weigh 20 kilograms, throwing them like bowling balls using bore strength. The guide stares in disbelief again, struggling to accept that each ball weighs 20 kilograms. Within seconds, Dawn knocks down 2 wolves, leaving only the final one still standing. The rabbit remarks that wolves hunt in groups and possess strong teamwork, while Dawn leaves his back exposed. The third wolf suddenly cries out and attacks from behind after the guide believed it was dealt with. However, Dawn manages to defend himself, reacting just in time to the sudden assault. He blocks the attack by raising his arms in front of his body. Even so, the impact sends him flying a long distance away. The wolf pauses briefly, watching to see what would happen next, still recovering from the charge. Dawn fails to notice the wolf moving closer to finish him. The rabbit celebrates inwardly, wishing the irritating player would be sent to heaven soon. Eagerly, he urges the wolf to attack immediately and end Dawn without delay. The rabbit laughs loudly at the scene, enjoying it in his usual cruel manner. Dawn finds himself trapped inside the wolf's jaws as the relentless assault continues. The rabbit watches from afar, hoping events unfold as planned. Suddenly, something unexpected occurs. The wolf feels its teeth cracking. Observing closely, the rabbit never imagined such a development would happen. Dawn's armor proves tougher than the beast's teeth, causing them to shatter upon biting. Taking advantage of the moment, Dawn moves his arms enough to partially free himself from the dangerous mouth. He finally reaches a safer position while the wolf struggles to recover from the damage it inflicted on itself. Dahlin felt satisfied with the armor's performance, knowing without it he would have ended as prey. Horned boars rank as the strongest beasts at that tier. Wolf fangs cannot compare to those dense bones. Even so, the impact still shook his body, leaving him with noticeable but controlled damage. The status window showed he still had 8 seconds left to use the boar's ability. In that brief moment, he forced himself to stay calm, focusing on forming a clear attack plan. The remaining time felt sufficient, and he began shaping something carefully within his hands. Dahlun gathered earth with focused intent, shifting his stance to hurl it at the wolf. Just as he finished preparing, the wolf remained locked in his sight. Dahlun released the projectile, sending it straight toward the already injured wolf. A massive explosion tore through the forest, shaking the surrounding trees violently. The rabbit observed everything from afar, clearly displeased with how events unfolded. He questioned whether the man had truly finished off the wolf lying before him. This outcome was far from what the rabbit wanted, as he preferred the player to be the victim. Daun relied on a strategy centered around a network of underground tunnels. He would strike isolated wolves, then retreat before danger closed in. That approach proved undeniably effective over time. Eventually, the wolves grew cautious of the tunnels, never suspecting the squirrel's watchful eyes. The squirrel quickly passed every detail back to his companion. Using that information, he trained whenever direct combat became too dangerous. Continuous fighting pushed his skill higher until the wolves could no longer withstand him. On the surface, the forest appeared calm and undisturbed. Yet within it, Dahlin was quietly regulating the wolf population. The rabbit could not accept that the human was still alive. His frustration deepened. Along with a growing urge to handle matters personally, he cursed the man as a coward for his methods of attack. However, his armor was nearly destroyed, making protection a pressing concern. He chose to abandon it, considering crafting another one sometime in the future. Da'a noticed how unusually quiet the day felt. Despite earlier howls that should have drawn attention, he knew for certain not every wolf in the forest had been eliminated. The rabbit failed to conceal his irritation any longer. Waynes and Darlene noticed his mood and asked what was troubling him. He suddenly asked with forced cheer whether all the wolves had been dealt with. The rabbit mocked him as a coward, predicting his death while boasting about handling the wolves. He added that other players should be informed if found, yet he hoped for their demise and refused. Dallin rejoiced in the success of his plan, preparing himself for the next phase. He knew the boss remained ahead and understood he could not face it alone. Now, within the plains forest, with 10 days before reset, he expected others to pass through soon. Still, he acknowledged problems would arise if those players were too far away. A sudden loud sound rolled across the forest, breaking the calm. At its center lay a small open clearing surrounded by trees. Inside the clearing, several players stood locked in battle against an encroaching wolf pack. They understood how vicious wolves were, and this time their numbers were overwhelming. One player accused another of causing the mess, sparking a heated argument between them. The rabbit wandered past the scene, his posture heavy and his mood dark. Watching the players, he recognized the familiar tension he had been waiting to see. To him, this pressure was exactly what the dungeon had been lacking. As the wolves closed in, the rabbit delighted, wishing the pack would erase everyone. He wanted no survivors, ensuring Delon would lose all hope of escape or survival. Suddenly, one wolf was hurled violently through the air. An axe-wielding player caused it, just as the rabbit expected. Not all humans were weak. He noticed an elderly man holding back a hidden ability for dire moments. Windblade. The harder the weapon swings, the more devastating the damage becomes. However, this ability does not discriminate and can strike allies as well. The players begged him to restrain himself, fearing friendly hits, but the old man ignored them. He declared that either he fought freely or they would all become prey. Only strength matters. The rabbit reveled in it. This was the dungeon's true essence. He believed the cruelest monsters were always human beings. The rabbit hoped the reckless fighter would kill his own allies, leaving Dallin isolated. While chaos unfolded, the man himself was planning survival, thinking of moving higher. Dallin felt relief after escaping, yet felt lost, unaware the rabbit planned to lead him there. He asked Pakyu whether he could guess where the others might be, seeking human locations. He watched as the squirrel fell into deep thought. He soon stopped pressing. Knowing his companion could not know everything, he could not search freely without risk, yet facing the boss alone was impossible. He considered constructing something useful, perhaps an observatory to locate them. Thinking alone achieved nothing, and he trusted his own construction abilities. To do that, he needed to rise above the forest canopy. So he began summoning earth bricks one by one. The structure would use earth walls, easier to shape thanks to his familiarity. Without cement, collapse was possible, but he knew a method to reduce the risk. He placed his hand close to the forming bricks. By touching them, he reshaped the material, fusing each piece with his digging technique. It was no longer stacked bricks, but solid earth, far harder to collapse. By day's end, he achieved significant progress, exhaustion settling in. In roughly 10 hours, the construction was completed. Standing atop it, he lifted his gaze toward the sky. He silently admired the calm beauty of the approaching twilight. Far in the distance, blood sprayed across the sky. The rabbit cheered for the conflict, urging them to eat well if they wished to fight again. He felt satisfied, pleased that the players were adapting smoothly to the game. He encounters a type of player he despises, someone calmly looting a fallen body nearby. He assumes this player must be carrying a large number of items inside his inventory. The man remains unaware as the rabbit appears, introducing himself as the guide of this place. He says he never spoke to him before, yet notes the structure did not exist yesterday. It is the first time the rabbit has ever seen something like this inside the dungeon. Clearly upset, he realizes only one person could have created such a thing. At the top of the tower, Dalin continues building another structure while exhausted. His hands tremble slightly, showing the strain from non-stop work. Despite the fatigue, he finally finishes shaping the small object. The rabbit suddenly appears beside him, asking what he is working on. Dalin says the rabbit startled him, calls the work important, and says the rabbit only disrupts him. The rabbit replies that Dalin has too much free time, now building towers instead of tunnels. Dalin asks the rabbit how long he thinks it took to construct the tower. He says it only took 4 hours, and the rabbit immediately doubts him. It was hard at first, but became easier thanks to skills gained through achievements. With just that tower, he achieved 2 clear results. The first was an observatory. Everything he sees there appears directly on his map. He shows it to the rabbit, explaining the view updates continuously in real time. It even separates hostile monsters from neutral players with clear distinction. The rabbit refuses to believe it, but Dalin says it has already been tested. Nava presses him, wanting to know what other achievements he obtained. Dalin recalls that after finishing the 5th tower, a beam of light appeared. Builder's reward was granted, unlocking a new construction-related skill. The skill reduced construction time by half, greatly increasing efficiency. Dalin explains it helped so much he barely needed rest afterward. With that skill, he builds fast enough to focus on interior decoration. He points to a spot where he plans to place his bed. This displeases the rabbit, who thinks Dalin has lost his mind from achievements. If other players discover this, they might turn the place into a joke. The rabbit does not want it to become a giant park. Dalin is too dangerous alone, and the rabbit intends to keep it that way. Dalin asks if the rabbit is already planning to leave. He also asks where he might find other people since he has seen none. The next day, players notice a tower that did not exist before. The rabbit appears near them, releasing a sinister laugh. He tells them to follow him to the tower, promising a surprise. One player says the rabbit is a liar and should not be trusted. He warns the rabbit is likely leading them toward a powerful monster. The rabbit pretends innocence, saying it took him a long time to prepare. They change their path anyway, and the rabbit smiles, pleased at deceiving them. He kept eliminating them, making sure Dalin would not discover other players nearby. He let them choose easier routes, only to buy himself precious time. Maybe through this delay, Dalin would end up dying on his own. Now, the moment to conclude everything has finally arrived. All of them. Dalin studies the tracks below, yet they belong only to monsters. Still, something unusual on the map suddenly draws his focus. The map begins filling with signals far denser than before. 10 signals appear instantly, then countless more, far beyond his ability to count. Faced with this, Don feels fear, unable to imagine what approaches. A massive rat sprints forward with terrifying momentum. Behind it follows an entire swarm of rats. They surge through the forest relentlessly, never slowing down. Ruin spreads everywhere they pass, leaving devastation behind. Trees shake violently as the horde forces its way through. Had Dalin delayed longer, danger was certain. He feels relief nearing his tower. Every 4 weeks after a reset, rats pour down from the mountains, consuming everything. Davin had tracked the days carefully, yet briefly forgot. Another reset is imminent. At that exact instant, a sudden realization strikes him. If players vanish from the map, they must be dead or advanced onward. He decides searching is pointless now and turns back toward the beginning. A squirrel tries to speak up, attempting to get his attention. It pulls an exaggerated and strangely amusing expression. Dalin says the rats are no concern. They only need careful observation. A massive gate rises directly before them. Despite countless hardships, the players have managed to reach it. Yet they have no way to defeat the enormous golem. Blades prove useless. The golem shifts forward, preparing its attack. One bald player boasts he will bring it down through sheer toughness. He lifts his mace, bracing himself to strike. The remaining players freeze, stunned by what they witness. The weapon lies broken on the ground, splattered with thick red sauce. The monster continues forward, completely unstoppable. Faced with this sight, the player is overwhelmed by fear. He realizes there is nothing he can possibly do. In panic, he calls out for Bout's help. The golem closes in, ready to end him. Suddenly, something slams into it from the side. The impact sends the golem's hand crashing down. The player offers thanks, but the woman points him toward the attacker. A brick sails through the air from above. Dawn breaks as Dalin uses the boar's strength, hurling heavy bricks with raw force. His summoned golem differs clearly from the monster shown on the map. Because of that difference, it is likely this creature is the dungeon boss. The player cannot understand Delon's power, while the woman warns him to stay cautious. Despite losing one arm, the golem continues attacking without hesitation. Dalam steadies himself and prepares to throw another projectile. Brick. This time it slams into the side of the monster's head, tearing open a massive cavity on impact. The golem slowly turns its attention toward Del. Rage surges through the golem after taking that damage. At that moment, Dallin realizes retreat might be the smarter choice. Now the golem rushes forward with speed, already closing the distance rapidly. Dallin freezes briefly, unsure how to respond. Then he recalls how they once defeated the boars. Before, they stretched a rope across its path, forcing the massive beast to collapse. That created an opening to strike its weak point. Dallin remembers saying that strategy was carefully planned. Sung dismissed the praise, saying the bigger they are, the harder they fall, as Jelon throws another brick toward the golem. Column. This one strikes directly at its leg. Height. And Dallin waits for the result of the impact. The other players stare in complete shock. The golem begins to topple and crashes toward the ground. Yiden feels satisfied and thanks Sung for the earlier advice. The golem attempts to rise after the fall, but remains motionless, likely regenerating its missing leg. That delay gives Dale and I ample time to finish the immobilized monster. Dallin throws another brick at it, yet nothing occurs. The brick drops uselessly as the golem remains unharmed. A system window suddenly appears before Delon, startling him. The boar's strength enters cooldown, requiring 70 seconds to recover. The golem fully regenerates and prepares to end the fight. It charges Delon, who barely avoids being killed. He lands nearby, bracing himself to react. Don grips an earth brick firmly in his hand. He hurls it at the golem, but the attack has no effect. Enraged, the golem brings both arms together. Delon cannot understand its intention. The monster begins focusing all of its strength. Gathering immense strength, the golem lifts its arms, preparing to smash the ground. With brutal force it slams down, sending violent tremors through the earth. The other players panic, wondering what became of the gun user. One still clings to hope, believing nothing fatal happened and that waiting is pointless. Her companion is paralyzed by fear, unable to think clearly. Against such a creature, options feel painfully limited. The woman suddenly charges toward the golem. A man shouts after her, demanding to know what she plans to do. Deva understands he only needs a little more time to act. Suddenly, a distant impact strikes the golem directly in the face. The woman reaches him, positioning herself to shield him. She asks what she can do to help him defeat the monster. Daven replies he needs only 1 more minute, nothing beyond that. She argues that is too long, and asks whether 10 seconds would suffice. Dolan admits he cannot change the timing and warns her of approaching danger. The golem shifts, preparing to strike its next target. It unleashes its attack with overwhelming force. The woman shuts her eyes tightly, bracing for impact. Realizing she still lives, she opens her eyes carefully. The other players have arrived, rushing in to assist. They surround her, refusing to abandon a teammate, and ask Don for instructions. He orders them to focus all attacks on the golem's chest. Striking there is difficult, but its guarded behavior proves something vital lies beneath. They latch onto the massive body, and the woman joins the assault. She hurls a fireball straight toward the target. The spell slams directly into the golem's chest. The armor cracks, and a strange light leaks from that point. Instinctively, the golem covers its chest with both arms. That reaction is exactly what Della needed to confirm. A player asks if he alone noticed that detail. Now everyone is energized. Understanding the chest is the key target. Dobbin checks his interface, seeing if his ability is ready. Meanwhile, the others keep fighting, refusing to retreat. The golem resists fiercely, proving far stronger than expected. Dala observes the surface, suspecting the body resembles iron. Yet if formed from earth, he holds an advantage, realizing it is actually clay. If that is true, control over its body should be possible. The golem spreads its arms wide, flinging players aside. Dallin charges forward without hesitation. The woman calls out, asking whether the minute has already passed. Dala gives a firm nod. confirming his resolve without hesitation. He understands it took time, lacking the information needed to strike earlier. The golem could regenerate, meaning its structure had to be carefully observed while those players risked themselves to buy him time. That borrowed time allowed him to fully shape his plan of attack. For that support, he feels genuine gratitude toward the group. Using the boar's strength already, he lowers his body and gathers power. He launches himself forward, leaping straight toward the golem. With that move, the players watch Dal in complete astonishment. Even the woman struggles to believe what unfolds before her eyes. Don rises high into the air, aiming directly for the core column. His arm draws back as he prepares a decisive strike. He drives his hand forward, piercing straight through the chest. The healers freeze as the blow lands cleanly. The massive body begins to sway, losing balance rapidly. Moments later, the golem collapses into a vast mound of earth. Dallin feels satisfied, relieved that his strategy succeeded. The surrounding players erupt in cheers and celebration. Everyone feels joy as the impossible finally happens. Now his digging ability reaches level 9, experience pushes him to level 10, and Boar's strength rises to level 5. The players rush toward him, praising his strength after defeating the monster. The rabbit watches in fury, unable to accept their victory. Hatred burns intensely within him toward Dylan. The players complain to the rabbit, reminding him of his promise to send them home. He is also angry that Dylan's abilities worked on the golem. That fact alone deeply aggravates him. He declares the game is not finished and orders them toward the next stage. The woman asks calmly what the next stage will be. His umbrella suddenly begins to glow ominously. A door opens, and he urges the players to enter without delay. The group feels discouraged, having expected the challenge to be over. The woman pauses briefly, thinking about the situation. She encourages the others, knowing there is no other option. One player enters first, thanking Davin as the rabbit hurriedly pushes them onward. The woman tells Delon that he fought bravely. He thanks her sincerely and asks her to go ahead. One by one, they step through the portal toward the next stage. Dalem prepares himself to follow and continue his path. He gives a brief farewell to the rabbit, who trembles with rage. Yet the moment he tries to pass, an invisible barrier stops him. The system stops him cold, offering no explanation for the sudden restriction. He tells the rabbit to fix it immediately, but the rabbit says the system rejected him. Dallin stands there confused, having no idea what to do next. Strangely, the rabbit appears just as lost and uncertain. A full week passes after the reset without any change. Dalon's clothes lie scattered across the kitchen floor. Inside the cave, several bones are also spread around the area. He lies on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling, bored and restless. He says he cannot keep living like this. He walks to the water source to take a drink. After washing his face, his thoughts begin to clear. The squirrel stayed with him, and the boss had already reset. However, every tower he built vanished after the reset. Only the surface resets, while the underground stays unchanged. He wonders whether this underground space counts as part of the dungeon. Then a realization hits. The system only placed him in locations that already existed. That means he can travel anywhere, as long as he avoids using the system. South and west lead to deserts, north holds ruins, and east lies the mountain of rats. He lacks food to cross deserts, leaving only the rat mountain, possibly via underground paths. Satisfied with this idea, he decides to attempt it. He moves eastward into the forest. He strikes a wolf on the head using a simple stick. Around him, several wolves twist on the ground after being hit. Another wolf lunges from behind, attempting a surprise attack. He narrowly dodges the strike at the last moment. Opening his screen, he launches a counterattack. He summons an earth block above the wolf, crushing it beneath. More wolves approach while the boar's strength remains on cooldown. It is time to rely on his other abilities. He constructs a small tower, lifting himself above the wolves. Dallin feels satisfied with the height advantage. From there, he cannot be reached, yet can still attack from above. The rabbit grows irritated. Watching Davin become stronger by the moment, Dallin climbs down, bragging that the wolves are finished. He tells the rabbit he is heading for the mountain, leaving the rabbit stunned. He studies the rabbit with a suspicious gaze. From the rabbit's reaction, the mountain clearly hides something dangerous. The rabbit tries to stop him, but his warnings are ignored. The rabbit says that place is his home, but Daloon replies they never got along anyway. The rabbit claims that without Daloon, he will die from loneliness. Spotting fresh tracks on the ground, Dallin senses the mountain is finally within reach. He swiftly erects a tower with hidden underground access, leaving the rabbit visibly upset. A tower summons a map, giving Dallin a clear layout to plan each careful move. This route lets him approach the mountain fast while sidestepping lurking threats. The rafts appearing along his path are handled cleanly without slowing his pace. Whenever enemy numbers grew overwhelming, he simply vanished below the surface. Knowing the map meant survival, Dallin constructed several watchtowers for coverage. By now, he was nearly finished raising his fourth tower. At that exact moment, a system notification flashes into view. Players are restricted from leaving the territory of the first phase, and Dallin never expected the system to block him like this. The rabbit claims that crossing further means finding out if bread exists in heaven, calling it the end of the world. Dallin watches in disbelief as the rabbit shows no sign of fatigue. He presses the rabbit, asking what truly lies beyond that boundary. Even the rabbit has no answer, so Dallin dismisses the question entirely. Something else suddenly pulls his focus away. This new detail feels far more serious than before. Right before his foot, a sharp line of energy cuts across the ground. Beyond it, the terrain shifts, its color clearly changed. The rabbit explains this is rat territory and warns that passage is impossible. Yet Dallin has already crossed, sending the rabbit into angry panic. A system screen immediately issues a warning in response. Stunned, the rabbit orders Dallin to turn back at once. Dallin keeps moving forward, completely ignoring the command. The rabbit continues shouting loudly about success and failure. Dallin mocks him, saying if he hates it so much, he should come and get him. The rabbit burns with rage but remains powerless to act. Dallin watches him closely, his patience wearing thin. The rabbit stands frozen right at the boundary line. Dallin taunts him again, asking if he truly cannot cross it. Cold sweat runs down the rabbit as fear takes hold. He insists that is not the case and claims he is not scared. Dallin pushes further, and the rabbit mutters that he hates the color beyond. He realizes the rabbit is right. Phases divide this world, and resets may fail there. Wanting proof, Dallin advances, and the rabbit suddenly bolts away. Dallin considers asking more questions. He decides the rabbit is better kept at a distance anyway. With 2 weeks before reset, Dallin plans to keep building towers. If nothing resets, life becomes easier and the far side is within reach. If his theory holds, Dallin will finally escape the dungeon forever. After finishing one tower, he immediately shifts focus, starting construction on a second nearby. 3 hours pass in non-stop labor, hunger finally creeping in as his energy drops. He pauses and reviews the contents of his inventory, scanning each stored item. One entry on the list suddenly pulls his full attention. There it is, a golem core, obtained earlier without him even realizing it. He realizes that core could allow him to craft a golem under his control. He stays near the mountain base. Worried surface activity might lure cunning monsters. The slope is not very high, so he rethinks the golem's overall structure. There is no need for the golem to resemble a human form. A 4-legged design would grant better balance and smoother movement. An elephant shape comes to mind as the most practical option. He sketches the blueprint directly onto the ground and steadies himself. Earth blocks rise at his command, forming raw material before him. Using his hands, he carefully shapes and compresses the golem's body. The squirrel quietly pats his diligent companion in encouragement. Dallin responds with a brief pat, never stopping his work. With one last adjustment, the golem's form is complete. Dallin feels satisfied as he looks over his creation. But the moment his focus relaxes, the sand elephant suddenly collapses into itself. He assumes the belly failed due to weak internal support. He redesigns it thinner, accepting the awkward appearance for stability. An hour later, the rebuild ends, leaving him completely exhausted. The new form has 2 extra legs and hollow space for storage. A spider elephant golem stands ready. He climbs carefully onto the golem's back to continue. He prepares himself to embed the core and activate it. The core is inserted directly into the golem's forehead. He steps down from the construct once the placement is done. Standing before it, he waits quietly for any sign of change. Time passes, and nothing happens at all. Dallin starts questioning where the process failed. Suddenly, the golem's eyes flare with intense light. The elephant rises and releases a heavy resonating sound. A new achievement appears. Bolim Builder. The golem will follow and obey him. Dallin feels genuine pride toward his new companion. He considers what command to give it first. He orders the golem to sit like a dog. The golem lowers its massive body as best it can, filling Dallin with joy. He climbs along the trunk with excitement. Standing atop its head, he marvels at how incredible this feels. He orders the creature to rise once more, testing its response without hesitation. Absolute obedience like this promises immense value for survival and control. Dallin grows thoughtful, his expression tightening as new plans form. The squirrel tilts its head, clearly curious about the sudden change. Dallin explains calmly that they must head somewhere important. The golem stands ready, awaiting every command without resistance. Dallin remarks that his golem now needs a brother to stand beside it. The rabbit faces the players, offering luck before the fight against the ant boss. Even now, doubts linger about whether returning home is truly possible. A powerful flash of light overwhelms their vision for a brief moment. They slowly open their eyes, bracing for what awaits them. Nothing remains, only shattered earth spread across the ground. The rabbit stares in disbelief at the ruined scene before him. Then memory hits, rage surging through him instantly. The players cautiously ask if they are allowed to return home now. Dallin escapes quickly, retreating alongside his golem. Using his ability, the constructed path carries him from mountain to ruins. A full week of effort went into this, every drop of sweat justified. He feels impatient, eager to return to his base. At last, he reaches the Mountain of Death once again. The return trip took only 2 hours, an efficient and acceptable time. He opens his system screen to inspect the newly obtained item. His thoughts turn toward what type of golem to create next. This time, he considers a design meant purely for combat. A powerful build with strong arms takes shape in his mind. The concept is clear. He already knows the outcome he wants. Time slips by quietly as the sky begins to brighten. He realizes the elephant design should have been built this way earlier. He channels the core into his new construction with focus. He gives the creation a name, Fierce Gorilla. The gorilla's eyes ignite with a sharp, glowing light. He shouts in excitement. It worked. He issues several commands to test its responsiveness. One order stresses caution, especially regarding the ceiling above. After that, he introduces the two golems to each other. The squirrel beams with joy as Dallin declares himself the eldest. He decides it is time to test how strong both constructs are. Outside the tower, numerous rats swarm and move restlessly. A few of them begin to sense something unusual unfolding. A heavy noise echoes from the tower entrance, drawing attention. Soon, the golems step out alongside Dion, their massive forms filling the battlefield. The rats react instantly, rage spreading through the swarm. They rush forward together, throwing themselves at the advancing golems. Dallin issues a simple command, attack. The gorilla launches itself forward, closing the distance in a single bound. Its enormous arms lift high, muscles packed with raw force. The fists slam down into the ground, sending shockwaves outward. Several rats freeze in place while others scramble to strike back. The gorilla sweeps them aside effortlessly, scattering bodies like debris. It keeps moving forward, momentum building, almost impossible to stop. Dallin watches closely, witnessing the full power of a level 1 boss. The gorilla relentlessly pounds the rats with repeated crushing blows. Instead of thinning out, the swarm keeps growing thicker. Some rats manage to climb onto the elephant's body. He commands the elephant to respond and block their advance. The elephant begins stomping hard, shaking the ground with each step. Still, the rats are overwhelming, slowly boxing them in. Dallin realizes brute force alone will not be enough. His thoughts shift toward a wider, more destructive approach. Another idea strikes him, focused on defense and control. He throws an item toward the gorilla without hesitation. The gorilla seizes a massive block of sand in one hand. Dolan orders it to throw it. The gorilla winds up, gathering strength for the launch. The block sails high and far through the air. It crashes down among the rats, scattering them across the ground. Satisfied, Dallin tells the elephant to move closer to the gorilla. He climbs onto the second golem to reposition himself. He signals the gorilla to extend its hand. This allows him to place the cues quickly and efficiently. He orders the golem to continue attacking the rats. The gorilla obeys, now using the cues as weapons. Each thrown cue crushes multiple rats at once. Dallin keeps feeding cues to the golem without pause. The gorilla hurls them relentlessly into the swarm. While effective, Dallin realizes there is an even stronger tactic. With the elephant positioned nearby, he uses its hollow space, filling it with more blocks. Now the gorilla's attacks become faster and more frequent. In moments, most of the rats are completely dealt with. A system alert flashes on his screen, warning that the dungeon reset is imminent. Dawan did not anticipate the dungeon resetting at this moment. The ground begins to shake the instant the warning appears. Nearby rats screech loudly, as if an unseen force affects them. They scatter wildly in panic, their fear sparking his immediate curiosity. The small squirrel also trembles with fear, and Dawan gently tries to calm him. The squirrel struggles to warn him about a danger that is rapidly approaching. He recalls the last reset, when his companion showed no fear, unlike now. He opens the minimap, searching for any clue behind this strange behavior. At first glance, nothing out of the ordinary appears on the display. Slowly, the area around the first phase begins to darken ominously. One by one, the towers start vanishing from the landscape. Despite the collapse, the zone still seems safe, yet something alarms the guide. Multiple points appear along the border, each marking a monster presence. Dallin summons his golems, knowing they must evacuate immediately. He orders the elephant underground beneath Brown, and the gorilla onto the tower. Now positioned high above, he and the gorilla scan the surroundings carefully. The earlier shaking reveals itself as an earthquake, easing his concern. That rumbling sound finally makes sense to him. It comes from all first-phase monsters burrowing deep underground. Dallin refuses to waste this rare opportunity. Seeing perfect conditions, he begins refining his abilities using the boar's strength. Afterward, he summons multiple earth cues without delay. He orders the gorilla to throw the cues at the monsters, using it like a siege weapon. He forms blocks light enough for the gorilla to lift, then both start hurling them from the tower. One small rat looks up, sensing something terribly wrong. A massive block of earth descends from above toward the swarm. They crash down like falling stars, leaving the rodents no chance to escape. The purpose is not extermination, but sharpening Dawan's ability. Due to cooldown limits, improving this skill was far harder than digging. Now he can use it freely in safety, a rare and perfect chance. The rats convulse under the relentless rain of stone. Desperate, they cluster together, forming a writhing tower of bodies. It grows quickly, stretching toward the tower he constructed. He understands their tactic, realizing attacking now risks damaging his structure. Even so, there is no choice but to bring them down. Turning to the squirrel, he says he will end this threat immediately. He strikes the living tower at a critical weak point. The structure collapses as balance fails, rats crashing down under Dawan's stones. Determined to finish the task, he sharpens his focus even further. He steadies himself, preparing to activate his digging ability once again. The skill triggers, forming a massive object directly in front of him. He plans to repeat this cycle continuously while his strength allows. His hand tightens as he channels more power into the ability. A huge block forms, its surface lined with countless sharp spikes. He states that the gorilla can handle the rest with this. The beast hoists the spiked block effortlessly using its immense power. With a single motion, it launches the weapon toward the monsters below. The spiked mass spins violently as it cuts through the air. Its descent is brutal, carving devastation along its path. The impact digs a massive trench, wiping out rats caught in the way. Don stares in awe, surprised by how effective the idea proved. A faint glow quietly manifests before his eyes. The system announces his mastery of digging, revealing a level beyond 10 and raising the bore strength to level 7. From atop the tower, he judges the entire effort as highly productive. He decides to leave the tower, telling the squirrel they are returning to base. Niga slowly approaches across the empty, lifeless terrain. With silence settling in, he wonders if every monster truly fled. Studying the map, he assumes they hid within caves, with many nests making upper areas risky. He knows remaining stationary was dangerous, since a large assault would be hard to stop. Still, his success fuels his motivation to continue digging. Mastery of the skill has made the process far easier now. With minimal effort, enormous tunnels can be carved underground. While digging deeper, he encounters something strange. His path collides with a rock formation, unlike anything before. The stone proves too dense, resisting his digging ability completely. Lacking options, he chooses to retreat back to the surface. The air feels cold, likely due to the open land lacking trees. Moving here is risky with rats nearby, so he must plan a safer route. Even without digging, towers are possible, but blocked tunnels limit options. Facing another massive rat swarm could turn extremely dangerous. He realizes more golems would help, and with the reset, another can be created, with the gorilla joining him. He stands atop a mountain tower he previously constructed. Orders are already flowing to the second gorilla, newly created. This marks his second combat-focused golem. During the boss fight, exposed cores were easy targets, and more golems mean less direct combat for him. With his digging ability mastered, everything feels more efficient. This allows him to further train his bore strength. Larger and heavier blocks are now easy to produce. With such weight, most monsters will pose little threat at all. Even so, a stronger monster could still appear, so remaining cautious is essential. With careful planning, he feels confident, especially now with 3 golems beside him. After extensive digging, he decides to head back to the surface. The moment he emerges, intense cold makes his body shiver. The chill hits hard enough that he sneezes, feeling close to catching a cold. Being high on the mountain, the altitude makes the air far colder than below. He opens his inventory and takes out the horned boar hide. Wrapping it around himself, he uses it as a shield against the biting wind. The small squirrel stays close, clumsily climbing up beside him. The warmth soon becomes so comfortable that the little companion falls asleep. The peaceful sight lifts his mood and brings a quiet smile. After some time, he orders the golems to halt, reducing the wind caused by movement. Dallin considers that adding a roof to the elephant could block the harsh wind. Deciding it is worth trying, he moves to put the idea into action. Climbing down, he instructs the gorillas to secure the surrounding area. He begins shaping clay, forming the base of his intended structure. He then activates his digging ability to refine the material. Something unexpected starts unfolding before his eyes. Creating such thin material was impossible before, but mastery now makes it achievable. The surface turns extremely smooth, barely resembling ordinary ceramic. When pressed with a finger, the piece snaps, weakened by excessive thinness. Examining it closely, he realizes the edges need more thickness. Even with adjustments, he believes a durable piece is possible. After repeated attempts, he finally produces a form that holds its shape. With increased thickness, he wonders if falling impact could become an issue. He pauses, deeply considering the possible consequences. Gradually, his thoughts lead him to a clear solution. Shaping it into an arched dome would support weight and improve protection. He hunches over the piece, refining details and correcting weak points. Once finished, he asks a gorilla to carefully place it atop the elephant. The elephant now carries a solid roof, shielding its riders from the elements. Dallin lies back calmly, satisfied with the outcome of his work. The small squirrel appears and quietly says something to him. He reflects on better using his skills, perhaps building a wall to block monsters. Since underground travel is blocked, a wall would protect them on the surface. With the cold worsening, he decides to start with an insulating barrier. Now that digging is fully mastered, more complex creations are possible. He recalls designs from his life back in Korea. After long effort, he completes something never seen in this dungeon. A campfire shaped like an oven now stands, radiating steady warmth. The elephant golem now features a chimney, allowing it to generate steady internal heat. Inside are areas for burning wood, bathing, storage, plus steam channels running through the trunk. The craftsmanship is so refined that the small squirrel watches in open admiration. A new achievement unlocks for building a heating system, adding heat manipulation to the craftsman's skill. He never expected a reward from this, and accepts it without surprise. Time passes, and they find themselves once again within the historical ruins. The rabbit stares in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Yet again, the golem lies destroyed, and the players ask what comes next. This situation looks grim, but Dallin calmly gathers the item dropped by the level 1 boss. If failures continue like this, his superiors will surely start complaining. Back at his base, he sighs, regretting he cannot show his creations to anyone. If the rabbit were present, he would proudly display his 5 golems. The assembled golems begin their steady advance up the mountain. Dallin remains inside the elephant, now functioning as a mobile home. Looking through the window, he spots no rats, assuming the height drove them away. Maintaining this pace without surprises should bring them to the summit soon. Eventually, he dismounts from the elephant and steps onto solid ground. Gazing across the horizon, he feels impressed by the vast view. From this height, the mountain range stretches into a striking panorama. He understands why people enjoy climbing. Beauty and fresh air combine naturally. He pauses and glances back over his shoulder. Something in the distance immediately draws his attention. Far ahead stands a fortress, its presence here raising many questions. Curiosity grows as he wonders what that structure could be. Approaching it only deepens his confusion about ruins existing in this location. Far from the first phase, he questions why this place is called historical ruins. Since the rabbit named it so, he assumes it must be extremely old. He wonders if it existed before this world became a massive dungeon. Standing outside will reveal nothing, he realizes quickly. He chooses to enter and investigate. Confident with 5 golems at his side, he climbs the stairs, noticing a gargoyle statue positioned nearby. He has never seen it before and questions what its purpose is. The statue shows exceptional craftsmanship, filled with fine detail. It appears to be carved directly from raw stone. Still, its unusual coloration feels unsettling. Despite that, the quality is undeniable as he passes it while climbing. Mid-ascent, the statue suddenly begins to move. A violent blast erupts, stone fragments scattering outward. Dallin is thrown back, alarmed and unsure what just occurred. The statue now stands before him, gripping a massive trident in a threatening stance. Dallin fails to hide the panic spreading across his expression as danger erupts. The statue towers above him, its wings beating and stirring thick clouds of dust. It launches into the air, wind exploding outward, and Dallin cannot grasp why it lives. The gargoyle hovers overhead, clearly preparing to strike anything beneath it. Dallin feels trapped, knowing his options against such a massive creature are few. The gargoyle dives sharply, charging straight toward the intruder in the ruins. Dallin urgently calls out, commanding his golems to respond immediately. Before the gargoyle reaches him, 2 gorillas step forward, ready to intercept. The statue swings its trident, smashing into the first gorilla. The impact snaps the golem's arm apart like decayed wood. Without pause, the gargoyle shifts toward the second golem to strike again. Spotting more golems closing in, it leaps upward, then dives toward those colliding below. With a violent sweep of its massive tail, another golem suffers severe damage from the blow. The gargoyle lands firmly as the injured gorilla collapses from its wounds. It stands unmoved, its stone body showing no sign of harm. Dallin feels real fear, realizing the statue far exceeds his expectations. Even so, the damaged golems begin regenerating, stone slowly reforming. Dallin understands he must distract the creature to give them an opening. He forms an earth cube and places it onto the elephant's trunk. He commands the elephant to launch the cube at the statue. The massive block rockets forward with crushing force. The gargoyle notices the projectile rushing toward it. It raises a wing, blocking the attack completely. As dust settles, the condition of the wing becomes clear. Despite the strike, the wing remains completely intact. Dallin realizes his earth attacks cannot match the gargoyle's stone resilience. For now, this is all he can manage, nothing more. Refusing to freeze, he activates his abilities again. The elephant fires another enormous earth cube toward the statue. Once more, the gargoyle shields itself with its wing. Dallin orders the gorillas to rush the creature together. They seize the statue, locking it in place. The stone beast twists violently, struggling against restraint. Spinning with force, it breaks free, flinging the gorillas away. Dallin hoped they could stall it longer, but now they risk crumbling entirely. Amid the chaos, he hears a faint voice. One gorilla rises again, standing with determination. Dallin cannot immediately grasp what is happening. The gorilla releases a fierce roar directly at the statue. It grips the gargoyle from behind, locking its body and preventing further movement. Dallin quickly notices the sharp thinking shown by the fourth gorilla. Understanding the situation, he orders the remaining golems to retreat immediately. They escape in time while the final gorilla keeps the gargoyle restrained. This outcome is far from ideal. The situation borders on complete disaster. They reach near the northern summit, and the gargoyle does not pursue them further. Losing only one golem feels miraculous, leaving him to wonder what lurks in that chamber. The map shows it is not a monster, not a boss, and not part of any phase, completely unexpected. That explains why the rats avoid the area. Something dangerous clearly lies there. Now Dallin must uncover the truth behind it, no matter the risk. Another month passes, and he remains on the Mountain of Death, surrounded by endless stone fields and scattered boulders. He continues working without rest. Yet despite all effort, progress seems completely blocked. Frustration builds as the stone proves impossible to mine. He forces himself to calm down, knowing madness would be fatal here. Regaining composure, he lowers his gaze to the ground. He studies the tool used for mining, already plotting revenge against the gargoyle. To understand his preparation, the story returns to events from a month earlier. Back then, he wandered the forest and found what looked like a massive hammer. Selman likely abandoned it. A metal hammer. While Dallin returned to build more golems from the battle, he learned earth golems fail against creatures made of stone. He needed weapons stronger than stone, since brute force was not enough. After long consideration, he chose to craft weapons the golems could wield. Discovering the hammer became a stroke of fortune in that harsh land. Jagged mountain peaks line the distant horizon. The hammer was too small for golems, but he had materials to reshape it. He opens his inventory, preparing to use stored resources. The hammer serves better as a tool than a defensive weapon. Dallin's skill tree centers entirely on crafting and creation. After relentless effort, he questions whether the result will be sufficient. He asks the small squirrel if forging axes is a good idea. Through this work, he manages to restore the golem lost to the gargoyle. Lacking stone experience, he spends an entire month refining his technique. The labor is draining, and after forging 5 axes, exhaustion sets in. Swinging the hammer daily, progress is slow and punishing, yet he persists. With another strike against the stone, a sudden glow appears before him. Another achievement unlocks, rewarding his relentless effort. He now possessed the stone carving ability, an unexpected gain that arrived without warning or preparation. The dungeon offered countless skills, and through endless digging he naturally unlocked the digging ability. All that remained was learning how to properly activate and control this unfamiliar power. He assumed brute force might work, so he punched the stone, but nothing changed. Switching tactics, he gripped the hammer tightly, testing whether a tool would trigger a response. As he readied the swing, he calmly spoke the skill name before striking. A faint blue light spread from the impact point the moment the hammer connected. He fixed his gaze on the stone, carefully watching for any visible reaction. After a brief pause, thin cracks finally spread across its surface. He had not struck with extreme force, yet the split appeared sharp and precise. Thinking back on days spent shaping stone by hand, he immediately grasped this skill's worth. He struck several more stones, steadily syncing his movements with the skill. With each attempt, his understanding of the mechanism grew clearer. Facing a much larger stone, he questioned whether it could fall the same way. That doubt quickly turned into resolve as he committed to the attempt. The impact rang loudly, the echo rolling through the surrounding space. One hit failed, but repeated strikes felt promising, and he began planning axe crafting. The process felt effortless, requiring only an hour to shape an axe. Compared to before, the crafting time had dropped drastically. By the end, he successfully produced the 8 axes he aimed for. Experimenting with varied shapes taught him deeper insights into the stone's properties. He realized the strike required a tool harder than the stone itself. Greater weight made breaking the stone noticeably easier. He could even guide the fracture path with deliberate control. He then considered what would occur if he struck without the guide. The stone would still shatter, but the force would lack direction. The result was slower work, scattering useless fragments across the ground. Among the debris, one fragment stood out and drew his focus. He raised the hammer and struck that piece directly. The fragment split again, forming even smaller shards. Curious, he pushed onward, testing how far the stone could be reduced. He continued hammering until the fragments shrank further. The stone became fine powder, closer to sand, prompting him to test digging. He extended his hand toward the stone path, directing the powder forward. He activated his ability without hesitation. A solid block slowly materialized in front of him. The transformation left him quietly amazed. Checking his inventory, he confirmed the process had succeeded. The brick shared the same material as the original stone, making it extremely hard. It felt as though the substance had reverted back into stone. He needed to shatter more stone to produce more bricks. His thoughts fixed on how overwhelming this skill might become at its peak. Holding a simple stick, he started drawing lines and shapes directly onto the ground. He mapped a plan against the gargoyle, aware it dominated open areas thanks to flight. Using stone carving directly on it felt risky, so he searched for a way to close distance safely. Digging a tunnel became the idea, and stone carving could possibly support that approach. Yet, at his current level, the time needed might be far too inefficient. He kept pushing his thoughts forward, refusing to settle without an answer. His eyes drifted toward the golem sketches scattered across the dirt. At last, a promising idea seemed to take shape in his mind. The first design had been an elephant, followed immediately by a gorilla. Mobility was essential now, and an agile golem was exactly what he lacked. He drew new forms on the ground, focused on speed and flexibility. The small squirrel stared at the drawing, clearly impressed. Dallin looks at his friend, wanting to say something. The boy tells his little buddy that they need to create his new sibling. The squirrel reacts with joy, excited by the growing family. At the ruin entrance, the gargoyle stands gone. It stays motionless, yet its awareness never drops. Slowly, it begins to move as its eyes glow. Up. Its hand grips the trident tight. The boy has arrived, driven by revenge. The gargoyle senses an intruder within the ruins. Pruder, golems approach, their bodies shaped like centaurs. The centaur form was Devon's choice to gain the agility he needed. They move forward in formation. Dawan follows behind, riding atop a clay ostrich. Through this idea, he successfully formed a full cavalry force. The bonus from maxed digging skill let him shape the earth of little f. Effort. The older golems remain intact, though their cores are missing. The gargoyle lifts into the air, preparing to strike the intruders. The boy says the lizard can cry all at once. The first stone launches and strikes the airborne gargoyle. It raises its guard against the attack. This time, the impact cracks one of its wings. Da notices something far more important. The crack remains, a clear sign of no regeneration, likely due to the lack of a core. He realizes ordering the centaurs to attack is now viable. They charge forward, carrying stones carved by the boy. The gargoyle dives to counterattack, aiming for the center of the group. Swinging its trident, it cuts through the struck centaur. A second centaur rushes forward, swinging the stone it carries with force and intent. The axe edge collides with the trident shaft, the weapon snapping apart on impact. Even with a shattered pole, the gargoyle twists the remains and cuts through the centaur ahead. The boy commands the two attackers to withdraw, allowing another pair to immediately replace them. By rotating pairs like this, his golems gain precious time to restore themselves. With faster pacing and sharper orders, their reactions improve, possible only through rapid commands. No matter its strength, the gargoyle cannot endure endless coordinated assaults. One weakness finally shows itself. The creature is forced lower toward the ground. Its feet hover just above the soil, balance starting to fail. Dallin instantly orders the golems to seize the gargoyle's leg. It attempts to rise again, but the combined force drags it downward. The boy rides closer to the clash, seated firmly atop his ostrich. He recalls his friend's advice about confronting massive monsters. The larger the enemy grows, the harder it becomes to control movement. Remembering this, he sharpens his focus entirely on defeating the statue. Nearing the fight, he forms a staircase from solid blocks of earth. From closer range, he reinforces the pull command with greater force. After intense resistance, the gargoyle crashes down onto the ground, pinned by the centaurs. Dawin launches himself toward the gargoyle. Mid-leap, he opens his inventory without slowing. He attacks by dropping multiple stone blocks he prepared. Heavy blocks pile onto the gargoyle, burying its form. The impacts land hard, while golems prevent any chance of escape. The gargoyle struggles, but repeated strikes restrict its movement. Once the blocks settle, it attempts to break free. The boy summons more earthen bricks, sending them crashing onto its head. Dawa notices the gargoyle crushing blocks with its mouth before they fully settle. With many bricks remaining, he opens his inventory again. He throws the bricks continuously, maintaining relentless pressure. The gargoyle tries to respond, but its actions slow. A stone block jams its mouth. Above it stands Dayun with his ore-mining hammer. The gargoyle is finally subdued, its options nearly exhausted. Even then, the centaurs continue holding it firmly in place. Below, the squirrel celebrates excitedly from the ostrich's back. The boy prepares his final move. Channeling his rock-breaking skill, he strikes the jaw while activating the sculpting ability. Cracks rapidly spread from the hammer's impact point. The gargoyle collapses inward, its structure failing. As the dust slowly clears from the scene, the small squirrel leans forward, trying to see the outcome. The gargoyle's raised hand trembles weakly, struggling upward before losing strength. Moments later, all motion fades and the statue falls completely still. The squirrel celebrates even harder, clearly thrilled by the final outcome. The stone sculpting ability surges, advancing through several levels at once. By the end of the battle, the skill settles firmly at level 4. Standing over the shattered remains, Dolan celebrates, certain his team achieved victory. Nearby, the rabbit sits frozen, visibly shaken by everything unfolding around him. A monkey dressed in a suit approaches, clearly intent on starting a conversation. The mandrill casually asks how the rabbit has been spending his day. As guide for Phase 2, the rabbit wonders why the mandrill is interfering. Guide authority depends on dungeon control. More dungeons mean higher status. The mandrill oversees 2 dungeons, placing him above the others. Unlike the rabbit, the mandrill also possesses a formal name. The rabbit asks directly what the mandrill is doing there. The mandrill counters sharply, questioning whether the rabbit has done his job lately. The rabbit answers yes, confused about why the mandrill is stationed upstairs. The mandrill presses again, doubting him, and the rabbit repeats his answer. The mandrill explains survivor numbers have doubled, questioning the rabbit's decline. The rabbit promises improvement, blaming the bull Gato killing the level 1 boss. The mandrill's patience thins, his tone growing colder. He suggests the rabbit should stop making excuses. Meanwhile, Dobbin stores the bricks, deciding they may be useful later. Noticing stone sculpting reached level 4, he credits the gargoyle's strength. That conclusion feels logical, since the battle pushed him unusually hard. If the gargoyle had possessed a core, victory might have been impossible. Even so, he carves the body, preserving bricks for later use. This confirms the gargoyle lacked a core, yet still enabled his growth. Gazing at the ruins, he recalls the rabbit calling this the world's end. Curiosity pulls him forward, eager to uncover secrets hidden inside. He stares at the entrance, slowly reaching a firm decision. At last, he enters, his gauntlet ready for whatever awaits. He calls out to goal number 3, positioned further behind. After advancing a short distance, something ahead catches his attention. Elsewhere, the rabbit dodges blame, insisting he is honest and truthful. The mandrill laughs calmly, claiming he already understands everything. He speaks of the exile who dares to challenge fate itself. The rabbit realizes he is exposed, discovered by the worst possible observer. Dahlin works to purify the area using his abilities. He realizes the location shows no signs of resetting. This confuses him deeply, especially the countless bones scattered throughout. The doorway opens onto countless carcasses, and unease slowly creeps into his thoughts. One centaur unknowingly steps onto a pressure plate embedded in the floor. Instantly, a storm of arrows fires out, striking directly into its head. He never expected traps here, yet feels relieved a golem triggered it instead. The golem turns toward him, its head pierced with arrows, an unsettling sight. Despite appearances, the golems remain unharmed thanks to their regeneration. Watching this, Daman openly praises their reliable performance. He then orders them to smash the walls, removing any threat of hidden arrows. The arrows crumble as they hit the ground, nearly reduced to fragments. He commends the golems again and suggests they pause their advance, with them halted. He calmly begins pulling out the lodged arrows. After steady effort, he finally removes the last one. The golem celebrates while he inspects the arrows in his hands. They are ancient, so degraded they crumble with light pressure. Other traps show decay as well, solidified oil and magic circles clogged by excess mana. He wonders how many years have passed since this place was last active. Nearby, the squirrel circles restlessly, clearly growing impatient. It suddenly freezes, prompting Dalan to ask if something is wrong. The squirrel bolts away, and the boy immediately follows. Spotting a small hole, he remarks that it leads nowhere. He orders the golems to destroy the wall blocking their path. They strike together, releasing overwhelming force in unison. The impact feels so immense he briefly believes fate favors him. As dust clears, his vision slowly sharpens. The squirrel points ahead, drawing his attention. A massive gate stands revealed, making him suspect a former boss chamber. Touching the gate, he senses the boss is already defeated, yet presses on using boar strength. He peers through a cracked coffin, curiosity holding him still. His calm breaks as a sudden glow lights up his face. Before him lies the colossal skeleton of a dragon. The squirrel becomes fixated, clearly fascinated by the scattered bones. Realizing this obsession, the boy firmly restrains the excited creature. Uncertain of danger, he orders the golems inside to remain nearby. He tells the squirrel to stay quiet, knowing the worst outcome could be deadly. Approaching the remains, he notes how much more striking they appear up close. He continues holding the squirrel back, containing its excitement. Nearby sits a peculiar box, its design complex and intriguing. Strange writing etched on the lid catches his attention immediately. A sudden tension grips him, memories surfacing once again. A blinding light floods his vision, overwhelming his senses completely. Blinding light overwhelms his vision, forcing his body to stagger backward. His feet scrape the ground as doubt rises, wondering if this is a trap. The light grows intricate, symbols forming and aligning in the air. He watches everything unfold, frozen, unable to grasp what he is seeing. The symbols shift into readable words, addressing him as the chosen one. Assuming it meant him, the display confirms it is speaking directly to him. Startled, the boy straightens and asks who is addressing him. A furious scream answers, declaring itself ruler of the hall and this domain. He asks if it is the dragon whose bones remain. The screen confirms the dragon sleeps. He jokes that it looks more like eternal sleep than rest. The screen explains dragons differ. After battle, their state changes. It says the life force was exhausted, which to him sounds like death. Feeling sympathy, he assumes the entity cannot accept its master's loss. The screen firmly denies that the dragon has departed. He shifts focus, asking why the screen sounds so tense and short-tempered. The screen explains the temple exists for dragon resurrection, raising his confusion. It reveals the life force is at its limit, calling him fortunate as the chosen one. He asks why it claims he possesses what is required. The screen states he passed all dragon trials, earning an audience with Lord Urthea. He struggles to recall when those trials occurred. The screen questions if he forgot the ordeals faced to reach this place. He begins linking past hardships to the trials mentioned. The screen congratulates him, making him expect some form of reward. Anticipation flashes brightly in his eyes. The screen declares he will inherit the temple, filling him with joy. He quickly asks for confirmation, needing to hear it again. He asks what benefits come with taking control of the temple. The screen promises eternal happiness, which he dismisses without interest. It says it will soon vanish, and he suspects emotional manipulation. The screen explains only its soul remains, calmly ignoring its own end. He scratches his head, deep in thought. He apologizes but refuses to stay, having other priorities despite appearances. The screen demands an explanation. Shocked, he rejects such an honor. He answers honestly, saying he wants to find his comrades. His words surprise even himself, revealing his true intention. Benny admits he wants to go home. The screen questions his resolve. He realizes he ignored his true desire, to return to his world. The screen says accepting the temple can grant that wish. It adds he would wield the dragon's authority. Now intrigued, the boy asks what that authority is. The system screen explained that this ability allowed the creation and opening of portals across space. Lying flat on the ground, he muttered that everything unfolding felt strangely entertaining. He stared at the screen, quietly considering his new title as master of the historical ruins, sorting his thoughts. He slowly accepted the unexpected authority that had fallen into his hands. A question surfaced in his mind, whether a portal could lead back to his original world. The screen answered that portals themselves had no inherent limitations at all. However, it warned that opening portals consumed life energy, increasing with distance. The process required offerings, which served as the medium for the exchange. Living beings and even ordinary objects both contained measurable life energy. Only then did the boy realize the structure before him was an altar. He picked up food and asked if it would work, and the screen told him to place it there. The moment the food touched the altar, it vanished as if absorbed instantly. The screen praised the offering as exceptional, but the boy asked if a portal was possible. Alpha explained that while valuable, a single piece of meat could not open a portal. Without hesitation, he added far more meat onto the altar. Surprised by his use of spatial magic, the screen requested permission to analyze him. He agreed, and after a swift scan, the screen claimed full understanding. New data appeared, revealing he was a being once offered as a sacrifice. The status window represented a mark left behind by the death dragon. The revelation left the boy completely stunned. Seeing his altered status, he hoped he was no longer classified as an offering. A troubling thought followed, that his friends might share the same fate. He gained control of the ruin because the system promised to erase the mark. Yet portals still mattered. Reviewing his abilities, he recognized their overwhelming potential. He addressed the screen directly, now referring to it as Alpha. He asked whether vital energy could be used to enhance these abilities. Alpha confirmed that such enhancement was possible. With resolve, he decided to exploit every resource available to reach his objective. He intended to offer sacrifices in quantities beyond what the system expected. Alpha then asked whether it could make a request. Curious, the boy asked what Alpha wanted. Alpha requested that he restrain the small squirrel chewing on dragon bones. The boy reacted in surprise, unaware of when the squirrel had arrived. At the same time, the mandrill continued pressuring the rabbit relentlessly. The rabbit struggled to accept that he was being demoted. The mandrill accused him of letting an offering to the death dragon escape, declaring him unfit. He stated his purpose was to strip the rabbit of all guiding authority. The rabbit understood the truth. The mandrill had sought his removal for a long time. The mandrill firmly declared himself the new ruler of that region. The rabbit asked where he was supposed to go now. The mandrill coldly replies that it is not his concern, stating the rabbit is flawed and he will handle matters himself. He commands the rabbit to track down the survivor and deliver him directly to the mandrill. The rabbit hesitates, asking what fate awaits the boy once he is captured. The mandrill answers bluntly, saying the boy must be eliminated. He adds that this task will be the rabbit's final assignment. In that moment, the rabbit understands the truth. The mandrill intends to erase him as well. Before departing, the boy tells Alpha he has one final question to ask. He asks whether Alpha knows his desire to return home, and Alpha confirms it does. The boy asks if he can leave peacefully after preparation. Alpha agrees if a successor is found. He asks for permission to search outside for a replacement, since none exist within. It is partly an excuse to return, yet he refuses to abandon his companions. The following day, within the mountains of death, a lone figure wanders aimlessly. It is the rabbit, searching desperately for the human. Frustration weighs on him, unable to accept how far the boy has progressed. Spotting several towers, he assumes this must be the path the boy followed. Back at the altar, additional meat is placed as offerings. Alpha consumes them, converting the sacrifices into vital energy. The boy asks if all gathered vital energy can be used at once. Alpha confirms. He decides to activate the first temple ability he obtained, opening portals. Pressing his hands to the ground, he successfully forms a portal before him. He studies it carefully, wondering where it might lead. Alpha explains that in its current state, the portal connects nowhere without a second. The boy finds this unreasonable, noting he cannot form one in Korea. Alpha clarifies that the ability remains limited by its current level. It adds that once perfected, he will travel anywhere without restriction. Alpha estimates that maintaining this pace will require about 20 years to master. Driven by curiosity, the boy summons a second portal beside the first. Alpha explains they are now linked. Entering one exits the other, exciting the boy. He steps through and confirms the effect works exactly as described. His little squirrel, however, remains behind. Despite struggling to enter, the squirrel cannot pass through the portal. Alpha explains only beings with the master's approval may pass, so Diwan grants permission. Instantly, the squirrel slips through and begins jumping playfully between portals. Dawan asks if the golems can do the same. Alpha confirms, though mana will be consumed. Dalan finds the concept thrilling, imagining summoning golems anywhere. Alpha advises caution. Don stretches and says he will step outside, the interior feeling too confined. Outside the ruins, he openly celebrates the moment. Gazing toward a distant peak, he senses something lies beyond it. He moves closer, driven by curiosity. Moments later, what he sees leaves him deeply impressed. A boundless ocean of clouds stretches ahead. Alpha asks if he finds it beautiful, and the boy calmly agrees. He asks Alpha what lies beneath the clouds, but Alpha states it has no interest beyond the temple. He remarks that loneliness troubles most people, yet he has long grown accustomed to it. Curiosity drives him forward, and he decides to construct an observatory at this height. Before long, his towers rise steadily from the mountain peak. Through them, he surveys the surroundings using his mini-map. The map reveals dense forests spreading in every direction. He thought this place marked the world's end, yet plains surround them, and Alpha asks about descending. Alpha worries about losing the temple ruler, but the boy insists on exploring further. Alpha asks his reason for descending, yet the boy remains lost in thought. He pulls his hammer from the inventory, grip firm and deliberate. He asks if it is enough, and Alpha curiously questions his intent. The boy answers that he plans to carve a staircase down the mountain. He begins shaping the ground, while Alpha questions how this becomes stairs. Dallin explains that stone sculpting lets him guide how the rock fractures. Alpha doubts the result, but Dallin tells Alpha to simply watch. He extends his hand over the marks carved into the stone. With a clear command, he activates carving, and the ground shifts. To Alpha's surprise, the structure forms exactly as intended. Descending the mountain becomes possible, though time and refinement are required. Excitement builds as he anticipates mastering this technique. Elsewhere, a small group of players moves cautiously through a forest. One woman wonders silently where they are now. Fear grips her, though she keeps it hidden. Others note they have traveled a great distance already. One man wonders what monsters await after clearing the phase. Still, they have already defeated many foes. Through those battles, they have grown noticeably stronger. Even if danger appears, he believes they will endure. Wherever they stand, survival fuels his unwavering resolve. His determination spreads, strengthening the group's morale. The tension eases slightly amid the unknown wilderness. One woman suggests planting potatoes there, and he agrees calmly. Looking away, Wu grows thoughtful and distant. A mountain on the horizon feels familiar, as if seen before. A system screen suddenly appears before him. It congratulates him for reaching Phase 4. Meanwhile, high on the mountain, events continue unfolding. Dallin grows weary and decides it is time to rest. He looks over the massive staircase, noting how carving slopes differs from flat ground. He has climbed far too high, and repeatedly ascending and descending would drain him completely. He starts reshaping the slope, prompting Alpha to ask if this is meant as another route. The boy replies that he plans to place a portal there, earning Alpha's praise for creativity. Only then does he realize he lacks vital energy, having used up all available offerings. Alpha explains their link to the altar allows offerings to be made from any location. Alpha adds that all he needs to do is eat. Once his hunger is satisfied, any excess energy will be transferred to the altar. Jalan is pleased by this revelation and immediately begins eating. Knowing he only needs to consume large amounts, he eats without restraint. After finishing, he attempts to form the portal once more. Elsewhere, the rabbit drags himself along the mountain slope. He feels utterly hopeless, expecting nothing good to happen. Hunger gnaws at him, weakening his body further. The rabbit realizes he climbed far too high. Frustration builds, as climbing has always been his weakness. Cold, starving, and exhausted, he cannot recall his last payment. His reward came from eliminating players, absorbing their vital energy. Anger consumes him as he blames everything on the human. Ahead, he notices a rat blocking his path. The rat squeaks sharply, sounding aggressive. Startled, the rabbit freezes, shocked that a rat might notice him. Moments later, the rat moves on, unable to perceive him after all. He knows that if he weakens further, even rats could become dangerous. With every step, his life force continues to drain. Eventually, the rabbit collapses, completely spent. His exhaustion is so severe that he loses the ability to fly. Struggling to recover, he notices several rats gathering nearby. Realization strikes. One mistake could cost far more than his powers. He flees desperately from the swarm infesting the mountain. Panicked, he shouts for them to stop chasing him. He knows he must find shelter or face death. Spotting a tower ahead, he decides to hide inside. The rabbit rushes into the structure without hesitation. Inside, he gasps for air and notices a faint light above. He climbs the stairs, desperate to escape the pursuing rats. Frustration flares as he curses the human for building such tall towers. Nearing the top, his movements grow frantic. At last, he reaches the tower's peak. He looks back in terror, realizing the entrance has no door. A rat lunges toward him with sudden aggression. He claimed that despite looking frail, he still had enough strength to protect himself. With no delay, he began striking the monsters again and again. After all, he served as the guide for the opening phase. He planned to draw the rats into a tight corridor, then drop them using bare knuckles. The tactic succeeded and gave him control. Even stripped of guide abilities, he survived using nothing but clenched fists. What he never anticipated was how quickly the strain would overwhelm him. His remaining health dropped to a dangerous edge. Fear crept in that he might collapse before it ended. The rats kept pouring in, driven by hunger just like him. Starved and enraged, the rats rushed him without restraint. The rabbit understood this had become a clash between the starving. He chose to gamble everything on one last desperate move. With no hesitation, the rabbit leapt from the tower, rats chasing close behind. As a final act, he invited the rats to try and eat him. While falling, he believed this was better than being consumed alive. Hatred piled up inside him, and in his last moments, he cursed the mandrill. He also hurled curses at the bug human he blamed for his suffering. Instead of hitting the ground, the rabbit dropped safely into Dalen's arms mid-pass. Dalen had come to investigate the surge of rats. Now he questioned the rabbit's presence. Terror seized the rabbit. He never expected to meet a human then. Too weak to resist, his consciousness slowly faded away. After some time passed, a rich and pleasant scent reached him. He jolted awake in shock and sprang upright. The rabbit found himself standing inside the dragon's temple. A plate filled with potatoes sat directly before him. The aroma overwhelmed him, and he lunged forward, ready to eat. Someone halted him and said he could not eat yet. A human explained that he had worked hard preparing those potatoes. At that moment, the rabbit realized this was not a dream. He no longer cared about anything else and begged the human for potatoes. He pleaded with all he had left, admitting he was starving. Dawan asked whether he truly wanted the potatoes. The rabbit nodded with all his remaining strength. Davan then presented him with a proposal. He offered the chance to become his successor within the temple. The proposal stunned the rabbit. He did not grasp what being a successor meant. He explained he gained mastery of the place by chance, and wanted the rabbit to inherit it due to administrative experience. Holding out the potatoes again, he asked if the rabbit wanted to eat and whether rabbits ate potatoes. The rabbit took them from the boy's hand and said that they don't eat them because there aren't any. The rat devours the food without pause, and even the boy wonders if it tastes that good. Fully satisfied, Dawn asks about eating dungeon crops, but the rabbit says demotion freed him from caring. The boy presses to know why the demotion happened, never expecting such an answer. After hesitation and time passing, the rabbit finally explains everything in detail. Now understanding the truth, the boy realizes the mandrill plans to overthrow the rabbit. He asks if the rabbit came to deliver him to the mandrill, and whether words were passed along. The rabbit firmly answers he will not change his resolve. Things were already ruined beyond repair. He now asks about becoming a successor. One path closed, while another slowly opens. With clear resolve, he declares his loyalty now belongs entirely to Dawn. Alpha listens closely and asks if he may step in now. Cold sweat runs down the rabbit as the voice appears. Realizing Urvi the dragon is present, Alpha tells them to approach the altar. The rabbit fears sacrifice, but the boy calms him. The rabbit asks about opening the door, and Delvin hints the surprise is far greater. As the door opens, he warns the sight may overwhelm the rabbit. What appears before him is too much, and the rabbit fails to hide emotion. On the floor, a tiny sprout grows quietly. Dylan presents his potato plantation, spreading across the entire hall. The rabbit cannot believe Delon transformed the secret room holding Earthia's skeleton. The boy explains survival demands food, so wasting useful space made no sense. He claims the dragon liked the plantation, but both the rabbit and Alpha deny it together. Alpha nearly cries, finding another sensible mind, while Dallin sees no fault in himself. The rabbit asks if he survived all this time that way. He explains that first. He built stairs. After that, he focused on maintaining his small garden. At times, he even used rats as sacrifices. Eventually, he met the rabbit again, who doubts the tale and asks about handling rats. He responds by summoning his golems. They appear, and the boy casually asks if they look cool. The rabbit finally understands why Level 1 has no remaining bosses. That human is completely unhinged, and the rabbit feels awe while adapting himself. Alpha says if they are finished, the rabbit must climb the altar. The temple master places his hand on him. Yigit is told, and a circle forms. A new ability manifests, allowing the designation of an administrator. Alpha says requirements are met, and Dallin wonders if abilities still remain. Alpha says devotion was lacking. Deline asks if offerings are meant. He believes every option must be tested, and the rabbit asks what is happening. Dawn reflects on luck or misfortune, never expecting such involvement with the rabbit. He extends his hand again, the circle pulsing strongly. The rabbit is designated administrator. His clothes glow as power surges back. After the intense light fades, something irreversible has already begun. The glow faded away, and his clothes slowly returned to their original, ordinary color. He had become an intermediate administrator, though no official name had been assigned yet. He struggled to believe his rise, going from an ordinary figure to an intermediate administrator. Alpha explained that the rabbit's past experience played a decisive role in this outcome. He laughed loudly, celebrating as if the flat earth itself had finally flipped over. Dallin never expected the rabbit to react with such pure joy to the situation. He swore loyalty to the master, asking to erase the past, and Dawn only told him to calm down. Remembering their rough beginning, he then ordered the rabbit to prepare a meal. The rabbit stood confused at first, until realization struck him hard. He had gained not only a new title, but also a brand new master. Dallin commanded him to lower his gaze at once. The rabbit received his very first direct order. He was assigned to garden work, planting potatoes in overwhelming quantities. The rabbit was already drained, worn down by non-stop labor. He asked if this was truly necessary, and the boy replied it was payment for past sins. The rabbit realized he had become a servant and needed a plan to escape this fate. At the beginning, screams rang sharply through the forest. A terrified boy struggled desperately against a raging boar. He fought back with a sword, yet his resistance proved completely ineffective. Mandrill watched from above, noting how quickly new participants met their end. Something unusual stirred in the air, signaling a change. His connection to the rabbit vanished, forcing him to wonder what had occurred. A pot of cooked potatoes sat nearby, and Dallin called his administrator to snack together. He failed to recognize them as potatoes, seeing only tangled plant roots inside the pot. The rabbit mentioned the floor felt warm, and Dallin replied it was for cultivation. The rabbit asked about the missing squirrel, and Dalwan said it was still inside, with a full mouth. The boy explained the squirrel preferred chewing on bones. The rabbit asked why it climbed the golem, and Dawan warned him not to imitate it. Using tiny hands, it bored a hole into the golem, preparing carefully once it opened. It opened its mouth and dropped bones straight into the opening. Afterward, it sealed the hole quickly and struck the bones inside. Dallin said it was likely a storage habit, though he wished the squirrel would stop. Holding it in his hands, he began noticing something unusual. He assigned the rabbit another task, ignoring protests about just starting to rest. The rabbit grew irritated, convinced diligent bosses were the most troublesome. He was now forced to carry piles of bones away from the area. Confused about the task, he followed as Dallin summoned everyone present. He ordered the golems to crush the bones, and the rabbit feared their power. Once finished, Dawn activated his purification ability. He told the rabbit to spread the bone dust across the field, and the rabbit asked why. He explained they were fertilizer, and the rabbit first thought him insane, yet now grasped the logic and saw the brilliance. Even while laboring non-stop in that place, the rabbit still found small moments of genuine happiness. Those moments came during meals, and there was one dish he favored above all others. The boar barbecue stood apart, rich and unforgettable, far beyond anything he expected. Filled with excitement, he lifted each piece of meat straight to his mouth. With every bite, he felt as if his spirit drifted closer to paradise. Beyond the ancient ruins, an unexpected development begins to unfold. The mandrill watches in confusion, unable to process what lies before him. The boss had vanished entirely, leaving behind nothing but scattered remains. The core already rested in Dalen's hands, and tending farming golems became another joy for the rabbit. Asked why he smiled, he said the mandrill must be losing his mind right now, and he knew that feeling well. He never expected a hidden tunnel there, which explains why he could not find Dawn. She asked why he looked upset, and the rabbit quickly shifted the topic. He proposes installing a portal to avoid constant walking, and Dallin immediately praises the idea as efficient. The portal forms at once, solidifying without delay. Moments later, they return home. Alpha warns about wasting vital energy, but Dallin calls it a long-term investment. Now, back inside, his mind shifts to other tasks waiting for his attention. The potatoes grew wildly oversized. The rabbits now eat people. Daleen believes the fertilizer caused this change. It feels tragic. The crops he nurtured so carefully now try to devour him. Alpha suggests using the trap installation skill. The rabbit adds that if labeled traps, they will not attack. The boy quickly understands how valuable this skill could become for them. Elsewhere, time continues flowing steadily in that strange place. More players continue entering the dungeon without pause. The mountain stays isolated, surrounded by fear and silence. Yet Dallin keeps building his ladder higher along the mountain. The rabbit jokes that no one works harder than that boy, doubting if he is even human. But after endless labor, even he must rest, lie down, and finally eat something. The rabbit thinks briefly, then suggests eating something sweet. True light arrives at the forest entrance once again. The rabbit recalls hearing a participant claim there was honey in a carnivorous plant while being eaten, so they investigate. Dawn cuts through dense bushes, clearing a narrow path forward. Soon, something unusual catches his eye. Large carnivorous plants loom there, thick yellow liquid dripping from what looks like their mouths. He asks if that is it. The rabbit confirms and warns they will eat them if closer. Dalim pauses, thinking carefully about the next move. One golem begins lifting a massive block of earth. Through a portal, golems emerge and gather the plants. The liquid is corn syrup, not honey. but still sweet. The rabbit expected difficulty, yet there is nothing Don cannot handle. He glances back and freezes, startled by the sight of more players. The rabbit instantly hides, vanishing from view. Don knew the rabbit would hide from players, but not this fast. Several players are harassing a small individual nearby. They threaten a boy, demanding he hand over everything he owns. Dao notices grown adults threatening someone who still looks like a child. The rabbit speaks telepathically that this is human nature. Dama nearly screams, but the rabbit explains it is his ability. Dallin asks if he can do that too. The rabbit doubts it since he is human, yet he somehow succeeds. Alpha explains that sharing a sanctuary allows such communication when they focus. He asks the rabbit what they can do without alerting Demandro. The boy clutches his bag tightly, watching him. Dallin recalls his own past experiences, memories he wishes he could forget. Dalvin senses that the time for action is approaching. The adults continue harassing the boy without restraint. A creature creeps closer to the group, its movements loud and unsettling in the silence. It is the Dakmo, bite-pull frogs, armed predators, smiling like debt collectors circling prey. One adult notices their size advantage and grips his sword, confidence rising too soon. He steps forward, readying a swing aimed at one of the small frogs. In a blink, his arm is severed cleanly before the strike can land. The detached arm drops heavily, fingers still clenched around the sword. Pain overwhelms him and desperate screams tear through the area. They look harmless, yet these frogs drip with cruelty, shaped by brutal surroundings. The bullied kid freezes in terror, unable to process the sudden carnage. The players recoil in shock, never expecting such savagery from tiny monsters. One man, clearly lacking judgment, rushes the frogs without hesitation. The frog stretches its mouth wide, savoring the moment with cruel delight. It strikes mockingly, choosing only to disarm the reckless fool. Power flips instantly. The bully collapses in fear, humiliation soaking through him. The bell rings as frogs carve through bodies at snack time, weakest monsters yet ruthlessly lethal if mistakes are made. Under mortal threat, humanity often unlocks abilities long buried inside, just like Daewon's small friend who transformed after enduring extreme pressure. Dolan wonders if this kid could one day rival his friend's son. Fleeing blindly, the kid crashes headfirst into Dylan. Both slam into the ground, bodies tangled and air knocked out. He asks what happened, thinking pain nearly made him cry, but Alpha insists tears already fell. That was the kid, shaking in fear, pleading for someone to save him. He tells the boy to stand, but freezes mid-thought at the frog sound. Two frogs rush them fast, like careless tourists flaunting phones in danger. Dallin stays calm, invoking wild boar strength to unleash pure destruction. The first frog drops instantly, the second loses teeth in passing. The kid stares at Delon, eyes wide with pure admiration. That man is absurdly strong, unfazed by substances, his body thick with hair. One frog grimaces, sensing the battle has turned against them. They move forward timidly, still intent on killing the humans. Dama narrowly slips past the snapping jaws of the amphibian. Being attacked so cheaply ignites his rage in an instant. He drives a knee into the frog's belly, enforcing harsh understanding. Another frog charges boldly. Dallin gently grips its head with false care. He shifts his stance, muscles coiling as he prepares to throw. He slams frog into frog, proving this fight is deadly serious for them. A third frog lunges forward, clutching a broken sword and severed hand. The strike whistles past Della by a hair. He twists away just in time, escaping the creature's attack. Using the close range, he lands a friendly elbow, ribs cracking quietly. Behind him, a small frog grips crude shark-like weapons, waiting silently. It lunges forward to attack, convinced this moment defines its twisted life. The kid screams in panic, urgently warning Don about the incoming threat. He spins around instantly, eyes locking onto the sudden danger behind him. Using plot-granted privilege alone, he pulls an item straight from inventory. A massive slab of earth crashes down, completely overwhelming the small frog. The surviving frogs hesitate, questioning if chasing that free being is worth it. After brief thought, the remaining frog decides retreat is the wiser choice. Dallin finally understands the battle has completely come to an end. Yet cold shivers crawl across his body, lingering after the fight. He assumes the feeling comes from the kid's stunned expression nearby. The snotty kid stares at him, eyes glowing like witnessing a living god. Davin freezes awkwardly, unsure how to respond to that kind of gaze. He remains still while the boy slowly walks closer to him. He warns the kid not to follow, explaining the path ahead is dangerous. He adds he cannot use that ability again, nearly collapsing from low glucose. The boy asks if he just mentioned something related to sweet food. He then reaches quietly into his bag without hesitation. He asks if this would help, extending his hand toward him. Dolan watches the item closely, pausing for a brief, silent moment. You cannot believe what he is seeing, even in such hostility. Food brings rare joy here, yet he has not enjoyed taste lately. That is why he once risked grabbing sweets from carnivorous plants. He has long missed sweetness, because sweetness itself equals happiness. The snotty kid's offer becomes impossible for him to refuse. The boy carries a bottle of Dolly, clearly not an ordinary drink. It contains 1.5 liters of pure sugar syrup. He adds innocently that he still has 2 more bottles. Don calculates calmly. 1 bottle daily would last 3 days. The kid listens blankly, not understanding anything being said. He simply says that is the cost of special training. True light slowly blankets the dungeon, shifting the atmosphere completely. He stands atop a tower studying the map, as the kid asks about that tough guy. He replies that man is human too, and they should head underground. He drinks Dale Guarana, thinking the exhausted kid needs safer shelter. Underground, the snotty kid cannot stop marveling at everything around him. He tells the boy to choose a pillow, thinking all this was Dun's work. Night eventually descends, wrapping the dungeon in heavy silence. The boy explains he was summoned while leaving the market for his mother. He is an energetic 14-year-old kid, and his name is Dong. Dolan believes he forces kindness to hide fear of judgment, worried others may hate him. As the first adult to help there, he guides the boy, unknowingly appearing like a savior. The boy assumes Dolan is muttering alone, already planning to stay cautious around him. Curious, the kid asks what kind of ability was used to construct that towering structure. Davin confirms it, prompting the boy to immediately ask what the ability is. Davin demonstrates briefly, explaining it is an earth control type ability. Naomi then asks what kind of ability the boy received upon being summoned. The boy replies calmly that he received the god of food's ability. He explains he grows stronger when full, yet gains double physical power when hungry. Darwin is stunned such an ability exists, realizing it mirrors his boar strength flaw. The boy admits he is always hungry and never full. Darwin finds this tragic and vows care. Darwin loads the table with food, urging the boy to finally ease his hunger. Moonlight spreads quietly across the dungeon, bathing everything in pale silver. The rabbit moves through the forest, sent by his boss to gather salt stones. He grumbles about Daewon's arrogance, sneaking carefully while avoiding mandrills nearby. Clueless about salt stones, he grows irritated, blaming his boss for poor instructions. His boss contacts him telepathically, startling him badly while asking about progress. The rabbit admits ignorance, noting Dolan also lacks knowledge, guessing it looks ordinary. The boss orders him back. It is late. He wonders if the boy remains and feels hungry. Dallin informs the rabbit that the barbecue sauce preparation is complete. Overjoyed, the rabbit shouts praise into the night, declaring his boss unmatched. He returns to the cave, where his boss thanks him sincerely for the effort. Laughing at the rabbit's odd camouflage, the boss hears blame for sending him out. The camouflage comes off. Dallin urges silence since the boy sleeps. Soda is scarce. They complain about the drink tasting like meat. Dallin admits he expected that reaction. He suggests eating the leaves worn, but the rabbit protests at eating foliage. Don scolds him gently, saying such words should not be spoken lightly. As the rabbit wriggles on the floor, Don suddenly notices something important. He reaches out calmly. The rabbit panics and begins apologizing immediately. Fearing punishment, the rabbit begs desperately to be spared. Dallin merely removes a stray leaf stuck awkwardly on the rabbit's face. He tastes it, prompting the rabbit to question his dislike for leafy greens. The boy pulls out a piece of meat, shocking the rabbit completely. Curious, the rabbit asks if the meat will be eaten together with the leaf. Leif and Delon promise to reveal a flavor worthy of paradise. He demonstrates carefully, explaining the meat wrapping is already finished. He gently places the wrapped meat directly into the rabbit's mouth. The rabbit instantly falls for the mix of texture and rich flavor. Don explains the leaf on his clothes is edible and pairs perfectly with meat. That leaf is perilla leaf, and he orders the rabbit to gather more. After using the leaves, he gathers the leftover seeds, wasting nothing from the plant. He places them into a large pot, slowly roasting them over open fire. By pressing the heated seeds, he successfully squeezes out thick, fragrant oil. At last, true perilla oil is completed, rich and ready for use. Only salt remains to finish the sauce. The rabbit is clueless. Don says the stone will explain. Morning light creeps across the dungeon as a new day begins. The boy chews meat while gripping a stick tightly, eyes fixed forward. Dallin tells him to stay alert, warning that a little frog is approaching. The small frog advances directly toward the boy without hesitation. He reminds the boy not to panic, saying fullness brings him greater strength. Unfortunately, the lesson fails to fully sink in. The boy apologizes, but Dolan reassures him that mastery never comes immediately. Still, the boy is shocked that the young man captured one of the frogs. He explains moving onward is risky, choosing to train the boy here instead. He promises to store food inside inventory, a concept the boy cannot grasp. It is personal storage. He asks secrecy. The boy quickly agrees. The mandrill clearly withheld this out of cruelty, forcing the boy to carry items. The rabbit blames the boss, saying players advance because the first boss vanished. The boy grows uneasy. Damomon seems to be speaking to himself again. Then he calmly says they should resume the training. Time passes, and the rabbit's role becomes full-time leaf collector. Don instructs the boy carefully, acting like a strict combat coach. This time, the boy successfully lands a hit on the little frog. His ability rises to level 2, marking visible growth. He gestures his thanks toward Delon with clear respect. Delon watches quietly, pleased by the boy's steady improvement. The final training day arrives, the dungeon scorched by heavy sunlight. Together they enter the region known as the Burning Desert. 2 humans stand there, enduring the harsh environment. Alongside them travels the ever-present rabbit. After hearing about a salt desert, he orders the boy to guide them. The oppressive heat irritates Dalon, draining his patience. He warns that failure will leave him deeply displeased with the boy. The boy explains a teammate mentioned white sand revealed when tides recede. Dallin hopes it exists, since they carry a bottle filled with oil. He declares firmly that his resolve is now set. Tonight's meal will be braised pork belly, no matter what. A long stretch of walking through the desert slowly wears them down. Exhaustion hits Dallin, doubts forming about finding anything at all. Even the boy loses hope, complaining his feet sink endlessly into sand. He says the salt desert may not even be real, doubts creeping in. Dylan disagrees, explaining the issue lies in their approach, not the destination. In front of the boy, he calmly sets up a glowing portal. He tells the boy not to panic and instructs him to stay behind. From the portal, massive golems begin stepping into the desert. The boy stares in awe. They resemble tanks. Dewan explains they are earth-made. This is only the start. The boy will soon learn to survive on his own. Hearing that, the boy responds with gratitude, promising to try his hardest. Dallin feels satisfied, noting the boy's sharp mind, regretting he cannot join. The rabbit checks in telepathically, asking if his master forgot anything. The heat is unbearable. Dallin explains building a tower would draw attention. He adds the rabbit can shelter inside a golem if conditions worsen. Still, the rabbit stays outside, drained by heat and constant exhaustion. He barely understands salt, questioning why they suffered so much. Then spots movement ahead. The rabbit widens his eyes, straining to see the distant shapes. He focuses harder, trying to make sense of what lies ahead. Countless giant scorpions come into view across the horizon. Alongside them, many camels also appear, moving in clusters. He wonders where all those creatures could possibly be heading. He urgently calls his boss, urging him to come out and look. Both the boss and the boy step forward, confused by the scene. They stare ahead, stunned by what unfolds before them. It becomes clear that the salt desert truly exists. An achievement triggers for discovering the salt desert, enhancing salt flavor. Dalvin cannot grasp the reason, while the boy is deeply amazed. He brags to the rabbit, who replies that he is no mandrill. The boy pinches a small amount of salt with his fingertip. After tasting it, he confirms it is salt. The ground itself is salt. He suggests a contest to see who can gather more salt. Asked what he said, the boy notices Dalen already collected plenty. The boss declares that amount more than sufficient. Dinner is secured with perfect ingredients. The rabbit questions the effort. Dong hands over salt blocks, saying they will last a lifetime, earning thanks. The young man thanks him back, admitting they succeeded only because of the boy. A yellow light suddenly shines around them. Halfa announces the conditions are met through sincere assistance. The boy now qualifies to become a dragon apostle. The rabbit suddenly appears, startling the boy, who can now see him. He tells the boy to stay quiet, saying this is not promotion time. Dallin shoves the rabbit aside, asking Alpha if the achievement was about impressing. He confirms the entire situation functioned as a trial, carefully designed to judge worth. He now understands that becoming an apostle allows the Death Dragon mark to vanish. Alpha adds that the boy will not receive the same level of privileges. Dawan immediately asks what benefit exists if privileges are limited. Alpha answers that the advantage favors them, especially Dallin. The boy can gather vital energy naturally while performing daily tasks. He can handle sacrifices, since Dallin refuses to bother with them. Davin notes Dallin always returns with plenty. Alpha says it goes deeper. He explains the temple's true purpose is reviving the dragon itself. He asks the benefit for the boy. Alpha replies it is service to Artea. The rabbit interrupts, saying apostles gain energy without eating. Alpha confirms it. Alpha tells him to consider the boy's unique ability carefully. Dallin recalls the god of food ability without hesitation. Power doubles when full. As an apostle, full saturation may extend duration. The boy remains completely lost during their discussion. Dahl summarizes simply, the boy can keep eating while full, he loves it, and asks about designation. He stretches out his hand, officially designating the boy as an apostle. Energy wraps around the boy, flowing intensely through his body. Feeling power surge, he asks if this is dragon strength. As a dragon apostle, he feels overwhelmingly powerful. Darwin notices no change, thinking the boy exaggerates the dragon part. The snotty boy loudly announces he is now a dragon apostle. Dallin assumes the kid is just craving attention. The rabbit is confused. The young man says it comes with age. The kid beams, unable to hide his excitement. Suddenly fear crosses his face as he looks one way. Giant scorpions surround them from every direction. He asks his boss what they should do while encircled. Don calmly says they will manage, showing no concern. He adds this situation counts as the boy's graduation test. The boy panics. Dawan says avoid venom, injuries can be healed. The young man summons the elephant ball without hesitation. He climbs on top, enjoying a high view of the fight. The rabbit calls them weak monsters. Dawan reminds the boy he is an apostle. He tosses a back talisman toward the boy. He tells him fear is normal, but training must guide his actions. The boy recalls the reason he must grow stronger. He was close to abandoning his training before this moment. He still does not understand why Dylan trains so relentlessly. The young man remarks that youth is harsh when hard work comes early. Still, the boy must press forward because his ability proves he can handle this. The reason behind pushing onward comes down to a single truth. The boy must fight here if he wants to stay alive. Only by surviving can he ever hope to return home. Dallin acknowledges the snotty boy's resolve, clearly impressed by his will. The kid charges straight toward the cluster of scorpions without hesitation. The first scorpion lashes out, driving its stinger toward him. The boy slips aside, narrowly avoiding the sudden strike. He keeps advancing, an action that genuinely surprises Delon. Leaping forward, he raises his weapon, fully committing to the attack. The baton crashes down cleanly toward where the creature's head should be. The boy immediately senses his strike dealt far more damage than expected. Dawn warns him to monitor fullness while another scorpion closes in behind. He takes another bite, then delivers a solid hit to the approaching scorpion. The rabbit sees the boy fighting smoothly and wonders about Dalin's next move. The young man now holds a large pot firmly in both hands. Watching the boy perform so well, he struggles to remain idle. The rabbit watches closely, unsure what action is coming next. Dalin casually announces his intention to eat the scorpions. The rabbit concludes this human must have originated from China. A scorpion lunges, trying to clamp the boy with its pincer. The boy blocks quickly, using the baton as a barrier. He strains against the force, refusing to be overwhelmed. With a strong lift of the baton, he breaks free from the grip. Following up, he strikes again, ripping one pincer clean off. The severed limb drops, the scorpion collapsing motionless. Dolan calls out to his successor, who answers with clear hesitation. He instructs him to gather the fallen scorpions immediately. Aware of venom risks, he purifies them using his ability. One pincer rests in a basin. Preparations now fully complete. Nearby, the boys remain surrounded, clearly having chosen the wrong side. Before long, a rich aroma drifts through the air. He asks about the scent, drawn in as the rabbit works the fire. He asks if adding salt to oil works, told he can taste it. The boy grows irritated, imagining them enjoying good food without him. His focus slips, allowing a scorpion to creep close, asking to eat as well. He bites and strikes the scorpion behind him. The pincer looks impressive, resembling that of an enormous lobster. Dalin warns that if the boy delays, everything will be eaten. Hearing that, the boy steals his resolve completely. He charges straight toward the last scorpions, movements sharp and unwavering. The scorpions stand no chance, completely overwhelmed by the boy's assault. Before long, everyone sits calmly, eating together in rare peace. That same night, they return to the forest where everything first began. Don hands the boy a hide, warning he may encounter other players ahead. The boy feels deep gratitude for the gift, paid only with a few sodas. Don tells him not to cry, saying soda holds a different value here. The boy responds with a quiet smile at those words. He says farewell and walks onward, continuing his journey alone. Dalin watches him leave, hoping their paths cross again someday, not only with the boy, but with all of his companions. Back at the Dragon Temple, Don asks if the small squirrel managed well. He feels sadness at parting, yet relief at finally returning home. Seeing the squirrel plump, he realizes it clearly never stopped eating. Alpha asks if he can care for the temple as if it were his home. The young man initially finds the request irritating. After reflection, he agrees to improve the temple. Alpha finds him impressive. Only time will reveal whether discovering the temple was mere chance. While inspecting the temple, Dalin ponders traps, wondering about oil restoration. Alpha confirms it works. He calls the rabbit, surprising Alpha greatly. Thankful for the rabbit's effort, he promises him some meat. Curious, Alpha asks his plan. Dalin tells him to watch closely. He cleans the pot thoroughly, then pours in the prepared oil. He activates his trap installation ability without hesitation. He removes the oil, then triggers the trap reset ability. The plan succeeds, producing even more oil than before. Alpha asks about the trap. Dewan calls it an infinite oil source. The system grows irritated, Alpha's patience finally wearing thin. Morning breaks over the first phase region. Mandrill notices the boss vanished and boars are becoming rare. Quality matters more than quantity for vital energy. Filtering is poor. With too few weak monsters, he realizes action is necessary. A stone suddenly drops, bouncing sharply on the ground. It is the rabbit, kicking it in frustration over more leaf gathering. Dachman ordered him to collect leaves while building the staircase. Refusal means no meat later, leaving the rabbit deeply annoyed. Nearby movement suddenly draws his attention. A small group of little frogs walks through the area. He fears it is the baboon, but it is only frogs. He notices they are armed with enchanted weapons. Those weapons clearly do not belong in the first phase of the dungeon. Mandrill suddenly appears behind the rabbit, failing to recognize him and nearly terrifying him. Cold sweat pours from the rabbit as fear completely takes over his body. Mandrill lowers his gaze toward the bush beneath his feet. He spots familiar white fur and long ears hidden below. The rabbit's terror spikes, his body freezing in panic. Mandrill reaches down and grabs the rabbit without hesitation. pulling him up by the ears. He realizes it is only an ordinary rabbit. Still, Mandrill pauses, studying the creature for a brief moment. The rabbit calmly chews on leaves, trying to appear harmless. Mandrill confirms this is not his target. Fooled by a deceptive ability. Losing interest, Mandrill tosses the rabbit aside casually. The rabbit lies there briefly, then struggles to push himself upright. Ahead, several little frogs wander around searching for food. One frog suddenly readies itself to attack. Furious, the rabbit shakes them off, swearing Mandrill will pay someday. On the far side of the mountain range, deep in the mountains, Dylan works tirelessly with unwavering focus. The steep terrain fuels his adrenaline. He asks the ostrich to watch him. He brought a golem along as safety while crossing dangerous cliffs. His stone-breaking ability has already reached level 7. Sacrifices demand effort, but repetitive labor suits him. Like carving cliffs, suddenly, a message appears, announcing he has entered stage 4. Even Dylan did not expect such sudden progression. The closeness of stages confuses him. Alpha admits ignorance of terrain changes. Dolan asks Alpha to repeat what he just said. The mist in that region carries a strange, unfamiliar color. It also gives off an odd and unsettling scent. Dalen's vision fades as he begins to lose consciousness. He later awakens to see the ostrich. Alpha asks if the master woke. He asks what happened. Alpha thanks him for bringing the ostrich. The mist was poisonous. The ostrich saved him before it worsened. Dalen realizes he needs something to deal with this threat. A sudden idea forms clearly in his mind. Alpha urges retreat to the temple, but he insists on descending further, holding a handkerchief. He claims it can handle the fine dust. Alpha warns again. Alpha cannot believe he plans to cross poison using only cloth. He counters calmly, saying purification on the handkerchief could work. That ability was weak when he first acquired it. He used it on mushrooms before, but its growth had stalled since. He pushed himself again and again, yet nothing moved forward until a toxic fog finally rolled in. The gas mask offered only minimal defense, a thin layer against the spreading poison. His strategy focused on applying the ability across the entire poisonous cloud at once. He activated the power gradually, controlling each step with patience and restraint. He realized the fog never regenerated, turning the dangerous route into manageable work. He cleansed the poison repeatedly, forming stairways again and again through the haze. Such repetition would break most people, but Dalen never fit that definition. After exhausting effort, he finally forced his way through the dense, poisonous mist. He paused briefly, taking in a surprisingly beautiful scene beyond the danger. Within a single day, his growth accelerated until he reached level 10. With stronger abilities, he believed purification could affect much larger targets. Birds glided freely beneath the dungeon sky, filling the air with quiet motion. One shadow stood out instantly, its outline far too massive to ignore. Dobbin squinted upward, straining to understand the enormous shape overhead. The griffin had already closed the distance, swooping along the mountainside. It struck fiercely with its claws, pushing Dalen into immediate defense. The impact blasted dust outward, swallowing the surrounding area in debris. Dalen shielded himself by raising a solid barrier of earth. Releasing the defense, he retreated quickly, riding away atop his ostrich. He commanded the golem to climb upward with all possible speed. From above, the griffin observed them escaping along the staircase. It spread its wings and launched itself straight after them. The creature suddenly sensed danger, instinct warning it to stop. Upon reaching the poison cloud, it froze, the fog acting like an invisible wall. Dalen noticed it could not cross the cloud, which separated each stage. After lingering briefly, the griffin retreated, returning to its territory. Stage 4 likely held many such threats, leaving Dalen uncertain of his next move. Above them, the griffin continued circling high in the open air. It gripped the mountainside tightly, claws digging deep into stone. From its position, it spotted the stairs rising through the poisonous clouds. The griffin climbed carefully, moving step by step along the slope. After steady effort, it finally reached the staircase. With the route now clear, it began following the carved path. Unaware of the danger closing in, Dalen kept excavating the dungeon map. His carving ability had risen steadily and now stood at level 8. He felt satisfied, knowing continued progress would let him descend far faster. The rabbit trudged back toward the temple, exhausted and planning to speak with his boss. Finding leaves had grown increasingly difficult during the long work. His boss never showed fatigue, quietly wondering what the human was doing. Far above, a griffin soared through the sky, unseen and approaching. The rabbit stares ahead in disbelief, struggling to accept the terrifying sight before him. Dallin feels completely drained, his body urging him to stop and rest briefly. Through telepathy, the rabbit warns them urgently, saying they are in serious trouble. Panic floods his thoughts as he claims the situation has spiraled out of control. Dallin demands an explanation. The rabbit mentions an eagle. Alpha corrects him, calling it a griffin. Alpha insists it must be stopped, warning the temple destruction would damage a contract. Dallin admits he has no idea what contract Alpha is referring to. Alpha explains losing the temple could strip its abilities to Duan's despair. The griffin beats its wings and rises higher into the open sky. It plunges downward violently, tearing through a section of the ancient ruins. Broken stone and fragments rain down, crashing heavily onto the ground below. The rabbit is flung aside by the shock, rolling across the ruined floor. He hesitates, debating whether fleeing immediately would be the safest choice. Confused by useless orders, he longs desperately for the safety of his shelter. He freezes, forcing himself to think clearly instead of acting on fear. He realizes hesitation is pointless, because that place has become his home. Resolve hardens inside the rabbit, replacing fear with firm determination. Dallin arrives beside him and gently places his hand on the rabbit. Rabbit, saying that's the spirit, but he made one mistake. Stake. That temple ahead was their home, and it would be defended. Dallin summons his golems, calling them forward to provide support. The golems materialize instantly, standing ready to follow his command. Above them, the griffin hovers steadily, watching from the air. Dallin stares at the griffin and asks whether it already forgot about him. The griffin answers with an angry screech, echoing through the ruins. As it closes in, Dallin conjures several solid cubes. He commands the golems to throw the cubes toward the griffin. The first block slams directly into its body with force. Thick dust bursts outward, completely hiding the result of the strike. Moments later, the griffin emerges untouched, showing no visible harm. Dallin feels impressed by the creature's overwhelming physical toughness. The rabbit insists it took damage, but urges attacking with something stronger. Dallin opens his inventory quickly, scanning for any usable weapon. He grips his spear tightly and activates the strength of the bull. Drawing power into the throw, he hurls the spear toward the griffin. The spear hits and appears to lodge itself into the creature. Dallin senses immediately that he must follow up with another action. Hit it. The griffin thrashes in pain and smacks the spear with its paws. The spear drops away, falling through drifting feathers toward the ground. The young man realizes his throw alone was not powerful enough. The griffin grows even more furious, its rage clearly intensifying. It launches another violent assault directly toward the settlement. The temple becomes its target, alarming everyone. Alpha notes its focus ignores Dallin entirely. Alpha believes it is searching for the altar, matching the direction of its attacks. Dallin suddenly recalls the existence of the dragon chain. The rabbit urgently confirms the griffin is heading straight for the altar. Alpha explains the altar serves as the temple's energy core, making it the priority target. Dallin reasons that intercepting it there might be their only chance. He orders the rabbit to manage the golems and sprints away, leaving the rabbit frustrated as they ignore him. Dallin begins searching rapidly for the griffin's position. The rabbit expected a clever plan, not Dallin simply charging off alone. Riding the ostrich, the young man scans the area with sharp focus. He quickly spots exactly what he was searching for. Inside the temple, the griffin smashes through walls using raw strength. It finally reaches the chamber housing the altar. Dallin positions himself behind the carnivorous plant. The griffin drools eagerly, anticipating destruction ahead. Suddenly, a rock slams into its beak. The strike was meant to provoke and draw its attention. Dallin declares this place punishes invaders, calling it the potato field. Thick vines surge forward, attempting to restrain the advancing griffin. The griffin becomes tightly wrapped within the vines. It struggles violently, refusing to be dragged away. Several vines snap under the immense force. Dallin did not expect the creature's strength to be this overwhelming. While moving, he opens his inventory without slowing. Still running, he searches for something useful inside. He places an item on the ground as Alpha questions his actions. Dallin explains that if ranged attacks fail, close combat might succeed. Pressing his hand to the floor, he resets the room's trap. Stone structures rise upward from the ground. The trap activates and he commands the arrows to fire toward the griffin. The griffin cannot evade, restrained tightly by the vines. Arrows strike its body head-on. Alpha reacts with satisfaction, impressed by the trap's effectiveness. After some time, the assault stops and Dallin asks why. Alpha explains the arrows are depleted and Dallin lacks the vital energy to reset again. The griffin lies still, leaving its condition uncertain. Its eyes remain closed, then snap open as Dallin approaches. The griffin suddenly moves, its motion tearing through the air. Dallin freezes in shock, unable to accept that the trap failed against such strength. He suddenly feels this could be his end, while Alpha cannot grasp why he said that. The griffin slashes with a claw, and Dallin barely slips away from the strike. Alpha begins lamenting to RT, blaming itself for failing its assigned duty. Dallin mutters that apologies and speeches can be saved for later. The beast presses forward relentlessly, and Dallin struggles to stay mobile. Lifted into the air, he realizes the next violent blow will be impossible to evade. A strike descends, but a golem catches him firmly with both hands. The rabbit arrives in time, despite claiming the golems would not obey him. Dallin remains safe, supported securely by the gorilla golem. The rabbit shouts commands, ordering the golems to finish the griffin. He anxiously asks his boss if he is all right. Dallin answers calmly, saying his successor arrived just in time. The golems restrain the griffin tightly as it thrashes in resistance. Dallin orders 2 gorillas to pin its wings and others to secure its legs, telling the rabbit to step back. From that moment, the griffin becomes completely immobilized. Only close-range attacks remain possible for the trapped creature. Dallin realizes only brute strength might affect it now. He decides to test whether this power works on 4th phase monsters. Activating his ability, he prepares to strike and launches himself forward. He concentrates every ounce of strength into one decisive blow. The metal bar crashes down onto the griffin's head. The bar bends on impact, an unbelievable outcome that defies expectation. The griffin jerks its head violently, sending Dallin falling away. The rabbit panics, fearing his boss will be badly hurt. The griffin lunges mid-air, attempting to seize him. Snapping its beak shut, it barely manages to catch him. The rabbit watches in shock, grief and disbelief mixing together. The bent metal bar drops uselessly to the ground. The rabbit mutters that none of this makes any sense. The griffin stands tall, beak closed, appearing victorious. Moments later, it begins sweating heavily, its posture faltering. Desperation surges, allowing it to break free from the golems. It smashes through walls and flees, leaving the rabbit relieved yet worried. Dallin appears behind him, saying he thought he would die, and the rabbit agrees. The rabbit pauses, processing both the words and who spoke them. He breaks down, trying to hug Dallin, who pushes him away for dirty clothes. Outside the ruins, debris is scattered everywhere. Inside the structure, destruction is just as severe. Dallin comments that the place has turned into a dump. The rabbit urgently asks how Dallin managed to survive such a deadly moment. Dallin explains that when the griffin tried to swallow him, he threw salt stones inside, triggering its violent reaction. The rabbit calls it incredible luck and asks how the griffin even reached the temple. Dallin describes the cliff route leading to the 4th phase, where he encountered the griffin. The rabbit admits he never thought the 4th phase was so close, having never gone there. The rabbit asks if the griffin is dead, but Dallin replies that salt alone cannot kill it. Alpha warns the griffin will return. The rabbit adds the poison clouds will reset later, but it could come back sooner and doom them. Dallin asks if the rabbit knows the reset timing, but he does not. Fearing the griffin's return, Dallin decides to construct defensive measures. Using his reset ability, he starts rebuilding the damaged temple. His vital energy runs low, preventing him from completing the reconstruction. He realizes he must hunt outside, unsure how many sacrifices rebuilding will require. The rabbit asks Alpha about sources of vital energy. Alpha answers plants and animals. Dallin asks the rabbit about his plan. The rabbit lays out several items he has collected. Alpha identifies them as enchanted weapons, explaining they also hold vital energy for sacrifice. Dallin asks where they came from. The rabbit says frogs from the second phase, brought down by Mandrill. When Dallin grasps one weapon, he gains a new achievement and receives information. One knife possesses a cutting force ability. Dallin inspects the weapon carefully, studying its structure. He asks Alpha if he can use the ability. Alpha says only mages can in his state. Dallin asks if Mandrill is a mage, learning that he is not. The rabbit explains Mandrill uses the dungeon system and only deposits vital energy at the altar. Dallin asks if their structure counts as an altar. The rabbit confirms it is the dragon's temple. A sly grin spreads across Dallin's face as an idea forms. The rabbit grows uneasy, sensing trouble behind that expression. Since the path leads to the altar, Dallin suggests stealing it. The rabbit and Alpha fall completely silent at the proposal. The rabbit doubts Dallin's sanity, while Alpha admits the logic works in theory. Dallin believes the altar functions as a vital energy battery he can claim. Alpha says stealing is shameful, but acceptable if the altar belongs to the death dragon, then asks the rabbit's opinion. The rabbit imagines Mandrill collapsing if the altar vanishes. With dark excitement, he admits his boss just had a brilliant idea. Dallin assigns the rabbit a critical mission. The rabbit pours a thick liquid across the grass. The trail stretches wide, leaving him visibly exhausted. He sighs, annoyed that even he must labor now. He reasons that Mandrill visits the altar often, and rushing in, unprepared, feigns defeat. This explains Dallin's order, though the rabbit still lacks full understanding. Striking two stones together, he mutters that he knows nothing and only followed orders. Soon, flames begin spreading steadily through the forest. Mandrill freezes as flames rise higher, clearly shocked by the sudden spread of fire. He cannot understand how such a blaze appeared without warning or cause. The rabbit speaks telepathically, saying it was fun, and Dallin suspects the rabbit has issues. Dallin remains still, waiting calmly while events unfold around him. Everything before him stays intact, silent, and strangely undisturbed. From the shadows, a small squirrel appears, cheerful and completely unbothered. That moment signals success. Mandrill has finally left the temple behind. This becomes Dallin's chance, his turn to enter the ruined structure. Inside the ruins, he immediately senses something is different. The altar stands openly visible, catching him completely off guard. Despite its position, the altar feels altered in a subtle way. Alpha explains the vital force changed, allowing even non-mages to use it. Reluctantly, Alpha admits the deaf dragon used the separator. With enough authority, even Dallin could activate it. Though Alpha seems uneasy, Dallin begins digging carefully around the pit to seal the altar. He hears distant noise and wonders if Mandrill has already returned. The rabbit reassures him calmly, telling him not to worry. It is only Mandrill shouting in rage about the fire, while the rabbit enjoys the chaos. Inside the temple, Dallin decides this preparation is sufficient. He opens a portal, summoning the golems instantly. The golems lift the altar and carry it through the glowing portal. Alpha suggests using magic to erase tracks and confuse Mandrill. The idea is simple: create new trails to hide the old ones. Dallin remarks that Alpha sounds unusually aggressive. With the altar gone, they now must destroy the temple. Dallin swings his hammer, deliberately tearing the structure apart. Far away, Mandrill senses something terribly wrong. He cannot understand why the temple would suddenly collapse. Fear grips him as he rushes back, worried for the altar. Mandrill runs desperately, driven by panic and disbelief. Upon arrival, he faces a scene he never wanted to witness. The temple lies completely destroyed, reduced to ruin. Other players wake, confused by the loud noise in the night. Snotty Boy recognizes the voice as his master's, knowing something major happened. The rabbit suddenly appears beside him, making him jump. Snotty Boy whispers that others cannot see him. The rabbit urges calm and focus. The rabbit explains which dropped items make good weapons, warning against wolf meat. After giving advice, The rabbit vanishes before thanks can be given. Snotty Boy whispers his gratitude softly into the air. The rabbit hears it, glances back briefly, then continues onward. The rabbit, once known only as a criminal and destroyer of temples, reached an unexpected turning point. For the first time in his life, someone sincerely thanked him for his actions. That gratitude came directly from a dungeon player he had helped. They now stood within what had become the dragon's temple. The stone carving ability had finally reached level 10 after relentless use. Dallin also gained the Temple Destroyer achievement, though the reward remained unknown. By stealing an entire altar, Dallin unexpectedly unlocked a completely new job. Now owning 2 altars, even Alpha expressed clear astonishment at the accomplishment. Dallin asks where to begin, and Alpha recommends starting by sacrificing a marble. Dallin asks about using the enchantment system. Alpha replies he would gain only a portion. The object feels extremely heavy, and Dallin wonders if it could revive Artea. Alpha denies it, while the rabbit explains the vital force inside is only a small fraction. Alpha adds that despite this, restoring the temple alone is already remarkable. Dallin carefully places the sphere atop the altar. He steadies himself, fully prepared to begin the sacrifice. A powerful light suddenly floods the entire chamber. The sphere shifts color, changing from blue to a glowing golden yellow. The altar radiates intensely, catching Dallin completely off guard. Another achievement notification appears, yet no reward follows. The rabbit notices his status window malfunctioning and flickering strangely. After taking a few hits, the rabbit grumbles and storms off, complaining loudly. Unfamiliar symbols and letters begin filling the screen. He earns the Temple Restorer achievement and gains ownership of an altar as reward. Both the rabbit and Alpha are stunned as the altar of death transforms into one of life. Alpha tells Dallin to be pleased. The rabbit suggests that owning 2 altars means they could build a second temple. Dallin sees little value in that idea since constant movement defines their situation. His real focus is using the enchantment system. Alpha confirms it is possible, so restoration continues. He repeatedly uses the reset ability, wishing for a single command. Alpha explains improvement is required. Dallin steadily continues resetting and repairing the temple structure. After long effort, the temple finally stands completely restored. The rabbit casually suggests having another barbecue sometime soon. Dallin refuses for now, knowing the griffin could still return to attack. Golems haul materials to prepare traps. Alpha notes a mage could work faster. Dallin asks if the temple favored mages. Alpha replies everything was built by slaves like him. They stand on a cliff, discussing how to reinforce the area. The rabbit explains the system, saying reinforcements rely on the number of altars. He adds that any enchantments could be applied freely. Higher enchantment levels consume increasingly larger amounts of vital force. Dallin chooses to enchant the arrow trap with penetration level 1 and paralysis level 1. He plans to test the results of the enchantment in action. The arrows launch toward the boar carcass, slicing through the air with heavy force. At first glance, it seems like the shots completely missed their target. The rabbit calmly insists the arrows connected exactly as intended. Dallin walks closer to investigate what actually happened. The arrows struck with such power that nothing visible remained. The sheer force behind the attack is immediately apparent. A deep sense of relief settles over them after witnessing the result. Somewhere nearby, a monster still burns with the desire for revenge. A small misstep delayed its hunt, leaving only bitterness behind. The griffin climbs the cliff, driven by rage and hatred. Its fury is focused entirely on Dallin. It ascends with relentless resolve, intent on spreading destruction. The creature keeps climbing until it finally reaches the cliff's edge. At the summit, the rabbit is already in position, waiting. He releases the enchanted arrows directly at the griffin. The barrage slams into the beast with overwhelming force. The impact strips its altitude. The arrows pierce its hide, yet it survives. The rabbit feels satisfied, seeing the enchanted trap perform successfully. The griffin continues falling toward the ground below. Using its final strength, it grips the cliff wall once more. Refusing defeat, the griffin resumes its climb upward. This marks the first time the creature has ever been wounded. Poison from the arrows slowly begins spreading through its body. Even so, its desire for revenge refuses to fade. Taking everything personally, the beast considers extreme measures to settle the score. Watching its resolve, the rabbit recalls his own past and offers a quiet apology. A subtle, unsettling smile slowly forms on his face. He pours heated oil down onto the struggling beast. Below them, a wide circular staircase dominates the area. Dallin hears a distant crash, unsure of its cause. The rabbit says he saw it fall. Dallin asks if it is finally over. The rabbit is uncertain, saying if it survives, it will return flying and be stopped again. Dallin praises the rabbit, noting how effective the enchantments proved. Suddenly, something else pulls Dallin's attention away. A massive hole opens directly in front of him. Alpha asks whether he needs to enter the opening. Dallin answers no, dismissing the idea immediately. Despite that, something inside the hole catches his attention. At the bottom, a glowing light source draws him in instinctively. Alpha urges him firmly to ignore it and move on. Dallin ignored the warning entirely and moved forward without hesitation. Accompanied by his golems, he explored deeper to see where the passage ended. He discovered the strange glow originated from a small sphere. It lay alone on the ground, with nothing else nearby. Looking ahead, Dallin witnessed something truly shocking. Before him was the griffin's nest, the same beast that tried to kill him. The griffin awakened, angered after its rest was disturbed. Dallin felt irritated, remembering the rabbit claimed the threat was handled. The griffin reacted instantly, charging forward and smashing through the wall. Dallin barely avoided the rush, wondering if the monster could even be killed. He noticed several arrows still lodged deep in the griffin's abdomen. The rabbit rushed down the stairs eagerly, ready to mock Dallin and expect praise. He reached the opening and peered down inside. Below, Dallin was clearly in serious danger. Dallin dodged another attack and ordered his golems to engage. The golems moved in together, surrounding the griffin for battle. Though towering, the griffin had its legs restrained by the golems. The rabbit stared in disbelief, confused why the griffin was still alive. Dallin smacked him in frustration. Angry, the rabbit failed his task. The rabbit insisted he saw it fall and never knew it had a nest nearby. One golem was torn apart into 2 broken pieces. Another was sliced cleanly from top to bottom. A third golem charged forward, attempting to strike back. The enraged griffin destroyed it instantly with a single blow. All the golems lay ruined, and the griffin's fury only grew. Dallin realized he had only one option remaining. The rabbit warned it was a 4th phase creature and unbeatable here. Dallin fixed the rabbit with a serious, focused stare. Panicking, the rabbit began cheering uselessly like a distracted supporter. Dallin asked Alpha if traps could be brought through portals. Alpha confirmed it and mentioned the era trap. Dallin said there was no time, but ordered a portal opened anyway. He stepped into the portal, leaving the rabbit thinking he was abandoned. The rabbit desperately tried to gather the golems to escape. The griffin shifted its attention toward the rabbit, filling him with terror. At that moment, Dallin returned through the portal. He told the rabbit not to panic, while the rabbit joked nervously to hide fear. Dallin calmly said he heard everything the rabbit said. During the first fight, Dallin already considered enemies immune to his abilities. The strength of the boar worked only against weaker foes. He now needed an offensive power capable of harming true threats. No matter how deeply he thought, no clear solution ever came to him. That changed once he obtained a massive amount of vital energy. The source of temple power. Holding the rabbit by the head, he said, "Duck." Fire followed instantly, and countless objects began pouring through the opened portal. He and the rabbit flattened themselves as endless arrows rained above them. Every arrow struck the griffin directly without deviation. Its head and face became completely filled with embedded arrows. The rabbit could not understand how the arrows passed through the portal. Alpha explains another portal exists before the traps, consuming vast vital energy for efficiency. Despite the waste, the assault proved extremely effective and carefully executed. Seeing the wounds covering the griffin, he knew the plan succeeded. That moment marked the turning point of his victory. The griffin writhes, overwhelmed by the damage it suffered. It collapses at their feet, completely defeated. He earns the Griffin Hunter title, gaining courage likened to an eagle. He immediately finds that particular reward nearly useless. Another achievement appears for archery use, granting him a targeting effect. He does not understand unique achievements and assumes the griffin was weak. The rabbit explains that monsters differ greatly across dungeon phases. He notes this is not an offensive skill and asks how it functions. A small red dot appears clearly on the wall. Don explains he began seeing it after picking up the bow. The rabbit asks if he is still testing it, and he says he now understands. The dot marks the arrow's landing point, different from where he aimed. The rabbit urges him to fire an arrow immediately. He pulls the bowstring tight, preparing to release. He fires the arrow while actively using the skill. The arrow hits the ground first, then ricochets toward the wall. The rabbit mocks him, saying he is terrible at it. The red dot remains fixed on the ground. The arrow that was high above still lands precisely on that red dot. The skill predicts impact accurately, and with training it could become powerful. He asks to check the rewards and asks if the rabbit followed his request. The rabbit plucked a bird, unsure why he was told to. Their meal for the day becomes roasted chicken. Even Alpha seems surprised by this outcome. Due to griffin anatomy, only wings and hind legs are edible. The rest saved, even seasoned. Cooking this without proper heat seems difficult. Alpha says the solar stone can raise the fire temperature. Devon asks if those are the yellow stones. Alpha explains these stones hold the sun's brightness, marking them as rare and precious treasure. He never expected any value here, yet solar power clearly works. Plants are thriving in this area. He accidentally steps onto one of the strange plants while moving forward. Sudit suddenly screams at full volume, the sound jolting him in place. The rabbit warns him to watch his step, saying this plant screams when crushed, then calmly adds that it tastes good. Dallin asks how he knows, and the rabbit admits he ate some while searching for sesame. He wonders if purifying them stops the screams, and Dawa notices their shape resembles radishes. The rabbit suddenly catches a rich and tempting scent drifting nearby. A smooth griffin carcass lies ready to eat, bringing instant joy to the starving rabbits. Overcome with happiness, the rabbit swears eternal loyalty to his master, leaving Alpha feeling ignored. Time flows onward, and at last a long-awaited day arrives. Stones scatter across the ground as something heavy is dropped. Don stands silently in front of the object he reached. The moment he had been chasing has finally come true. After 2 exhausting months, he has crossed the entire cliff at last. His stone carving skill reaches its peak. The rabbit claims he earned it by destroying a whole mountain. He is shocked his master keeps mining, wanting to descend another mountain and abandon this safe zone. He orders the rabbit to stop slacking and send the golems to scout the surroundings. He places the solar stone deep inside the hollowed space he created. The new hideout is complete, and Alpha asks if he plans to decorate the temple similarly. He considers fixing up the entrance. Alpha asks about concealment, and Darwin says he will seal it with stone. The rabbit returns shaking with fear, claiming they are in serious trouble. He immediately asks about the golems the rabbit brought along. That question leads directly to the troubling news he wanted to share. Hearing the rabbit's report, the information sounds almost impossible to believe. They are fleeing because the rabbit encountered other players nearby. Those players attacked the golems the moment they noticed them. This reaction makes sense, since anyone would mistake the golems for monsters. Reaching Phase 4 proves those players possess exceptional strength. He asks if the golems will survive, and the rabbit says the players will be wiped out. He clarifies that the participants will fall, not the golems. In a clearing not far away, events escalate quickly. A brutal battle unfolds without pause. One player summons a shield for defense, and a massive gorilla slams him hard. The blow carries such power that the gorilla's own hand shatters. Another player searches blindly, unaware the golem's core is usually in the chest. Golem cores are scattered unpredictably across their bodies. The players suddenly realize another enemy is moving toward them. Don spots the players first and orders the rabbit to hide for now. Dallin feels satisfied, relieved that they truly have arrived. He walks straight toward them and offers a calm greeting, despite the tension. The players fail to grasp his intention and freeze in confusion. From their view, his movements look like a man escaping in fear. One player claims another person was being attacked by the golems earlier. Don cannot understand why that conclusion was formed in their minds. A sudden realization hits him. They completely misunderstood the situation. He expects anger if he admits the golems are his. The rabbit warns they may suspect him. Even so, he decides to step forward and approach them regardless. The players panic and shout that 2 mingolems are already present nearby. Dallin has no option left except to turn and flee from them. He calmly lifts a single finger high into the air. The Balems nearby immediately focus on that simple signal. Without delay, they shift position and begin moving at once. The golems break into a run after dawn, completely leaving the players behind. One player suddenly realizes what is actually happening. The sight shocks him so deeply that he doubts his own eyes. He believes Dylan acted deliberately, drawing danger away to save them. Deep in the forest, a small camp of crude huts stands quietly. One player reports finding other ruins. Another presses him for details. They follow the mysterious player as he leads them toward the mountain. The location lies on a stone mountain, yet he chooses not to enter it. The old man reflects. The hunt failed, no food found, only ruined remains. He admits the enemies are difficult to defeat, even with his abilities. He decides this place should be handled by sending the rookies instead. A player objects, calling it dangerous. The old man agrees with that logic. He plans to use this chance to show the rookies who controls that area. The player hears this and feels a quiet sense of unease. On the mountainside, an unexpected development unfolds. Don orders his golems to remain where they are. He seals off the entrance to his hidden base with stone. The rabbit asks about safety. Delon says he wants no misunderstandings. The rabbit asks if he is going because of the squirrel and understanding it. He answers yes and asks the squirrel again if people were seen there. He mutters that worry stands as the mother of all virtues. He constructs a tower on the spot to support his mini-master. The rabbit notices his building speed has increased dramatically. Studying the map closely, he follows the squirrel's direction and moves on. A system message states he left the dungeon, entered Death Valley, and the rift. Darren cannot grasp its meaning. The concept of a rift confuses him here. The rabbit mocks him lightly, saying he has no idea what that is. After smacking the rabbit a few times, he demands the nodal explain everything clearly. Advancing through stages increases dungeon count. By stage 4, there are 4 separate dungeons. Since they are separated, neutral spaces exist between them, and these areas are known as rifts. Simply put, the area separating each dungeon is referred to as a rift. Players build camps there, allowing repeated dungeon runs without returning far. Dallin struggles to grasp this, since he never progressed beyond the first stage. The rabbit explains that because of this system, villages can exist in those spaces. This might be the place the squirrel mentioned, and it sounds like a safe zone. The rabbit suddenly reacts, startled by something unseen. He leaps onto Delon, pushing him aside to avoid an incoming threat. The boss is confused, and the rabbit mutters that humans lack awareness. Villages, sometimes called saisons, exist outside standard dungeon rules. In their current dungeon, no such refuge exists at all. A heavy stench spreads through the air, thick and unsettling. A small bunny paw suddenly appears directly in front of him. An undead corpse rises from the soil, making the name Valley of Death feel accurate. The starving squirrel rushes forward, and Delon warns eating that will cause agony. He channels the boar's strength to brace his body defensively. He swings hard, smashing the skull with solid force. He never expected the enemy to fall so easily. However, more reanimated bodies are already emerging nearby. Dallin stays calm after finding one that seems weak. Something shifts, forcing him to reconsider the danger. He looks closer and realizes many skeletons now surround him. The group surges forward, closing distance rapidly. The skeletons move with intent, trying to turn him into one of them. Don blocks an attack using his staff with steady control. He steadies his stance and prepares a counter-strike. He dismisses the threat, saying those numbers mean nothing. The rabbit is already fighting at full intensity as well. He cuts through several enemies using his rabbit strike. Dallin never imagined the rabbit possessed such combat ability. The rabbit urges his boss to observe his true strength. He shatters skulls with joy, hoping more prey appears. Daewon praises him sincerely, knowing praise reduces his own effort. The rabbit shows signs of exhaustion. Collapsing to the ground, he admits reaching his limit, while Dallin criticizes him. He grabs the rabbit by the ears and starts fleeing the area. Behind them, a skeleton winds up, preparing to hurl something fast. It flies toward Dallas as the danger rapidly closes in. It nearly strikes his foot, missing narrowly before crashing into the ground. Another object shoots in and lands right in front of his foot. The young man stumbles after being hit by the speeding attack. He loses balance and drops awkwardly onto the ground. He pushes against the ground, trying to force himself upright. Before he can recover, skeletons have already closed in around him. At the same time, events unfold inside the Rift Village. The old man asks whether the reconnaissance team has already departed. He notices the rookies moving with unusual excitement and energy. A young man unleashes lightning skills with sharp precision. The strike wipes out multiple skeletons at once, pulling Dawn from danger. He asks if the young man is safe, reminding him of his scouting duty. He mentions a nearby village where they can retreat safely. Dallin instantly recognizes the voice and presence of his friend. Emotion overwhelms him, and he begins crying without restraint. Sung also realizes who it is the moment he sees him. Inside the Rift Village, a player asks if what he sees is real. The boy cries while saying that he has finally returned. The young man asks if the one who returned is truly settled. Upon entering the village, he announces that Dallin is with them again. Another player becomes emotional after witnessing the reunion. He starts shouting Dylan's name across the area. The boy jokes that the adult is crying harder than he is. He asks if it is truly his friend, clearly happy he is there. Other players gather, saying a lost companion has come back. He admits he did not expect so many tears, asking why Dalem stayed calm, who replies he already cried enough. The old man approaches after hearing of a new arrival. Players point toward Dallin. Sun steps forward and greets the elderly man respectfully. He explains they encountered him during the reconnaissance mission. The rabbit studies the elder quietly, and Dawn asks if he matters. He says no, though he has heard some rumors about him. The elder walks up to the newcomer, clearly interested in him. Dalvin bows politely and introduces himself with formal respect. The elder moves closer, invading his space and causing discomfort. They once heard of a weak and timid man in the dungeon, expected to fail quickly. Yet he possessed a rare skill known as clarity. At first, the skill seemed disappointing and unimpressive. Over time, its refinement revealed its true value. Within extremely dangerous dungeons, its worth became clear. It allowed him to see enemy weaknesses and understand attack patterns. He could clearly perceive the enemy's power without any distortion. He understood that, before the final dungeon of Stage 4, he was insignificant and entering meant certain death. Realizing this, he abandoned his team, fled alone, erased his past, and built a home inside the rift. The village was founded by its creator, the ruling elder. This elder was known as Chang. Chang stares closely at Don, attempting to sense weakness through his presence. He carefully analyzes the boy from head to toe. Doan, unaware of the reason, feels awkward under the intense gaze. After a tense pause, the elder politely says it is a pleasure to meet him. He adds that the boy is welcome and offers to guide him around. Even so, the elder cannot judge whether the boy poses danger. Only time, skill, and survival will reveal that truth. Whispering to his friend, he comments that the old man feels unsettling. That feeling is shared, as the elder also finds the boy difficult to read. Since they met already, the boy says he will stay later while his friend goes ahead. His friend leaves first, and the boy says farewell, hoping to meet again soon. The rabbit remarks that the reunion was amusing to witness. It did not take long for him to be trained properly, preventing reckless pride. Still, he decides to observe the village for a longer time. Defensive barricades surround the area, strong enough to repel monsters. However, the tents appear fragile, poorly crafted, and low quality. He wonders if it was intentional, but the rabbit confirms it was not. They likely lacked proper materials, which explains the poor construction. He asks if the rabbit discovered anything while scouting. The rabbit reports little, stressing penalties for failing to advance stages. Phase 1 was severe. In the fourth phase, the punishment becomes food scarcity. Without food, materials become impossible to gather. The logic fits perfectly. From this, he assumes these villagers are barely surviving. Someone announces that the elder has summoned everyone together. The villagers quickly gather in response. Among them, he introduces John publicly, embarrassing the young man. He hopes this exposure will reveal John's character or intentions. Observing closely, he notes healthy skin and full cheeks, signs of steady food supply. Ben places a hand on the boy's shoulder, causing a shy reaction, since he joined the group. Ben says there is something to ask. If he plans to stay, he must share the food he possesses. Not all of it is required. Sharing is tradition, and John accepts calmly. He opens his inventory without hesitation. The remaining griffin meat appears, and he asks if it is enough, stirring shock. They are stunned by both the quantity and the fact it came from a griffin. Seeing that sight, the old man felt his legs turn heavy with shock. Unable to believe Zhang hunted the griffin. A griffin lay there, real food placed right before everyone's eyes. Griffin Myra not celebrated openly because food shortages had been crushing them. The old man asked how the griffin was caught, and Zhang replied it was nearby, so he hunted it. The calm way he described the hunt stirred deep admiration across the village. His friend felt proud of Zhang, and the small boy admired him even more. The only one displeased was the old man, consumed by envy and neglect. Several wounds marked the carcass clearly, proving no one could defeat it alone. He asked if John used a trap, and John confirmed it, since they saw the griffin fall. He convinced himself Zhang simply found the body by luck, easing his jealousy. Soon others agreed, and the envious old man relaxed as praise faded from James. Having someone capable of hunting a griffin felt dangerous to his authority. Young's friend called out to the old man. He said they would now complete their reconnaissance duties. This pleased him greatly, though he pretended surprise. The mission mattered greatly, but appearances had to be maintained. No one works alone, and his companion came only to fetch him. He avoided looking cruel, focusing on his single task for the day. He chose to rest with his friend, boosting his image as a kind elder. He accepted the villagers' cheers, while Zhang found the reaction strange. That old man's behavior was starting to bother him deeply. Zhang realized it was attention-seeking, but his friend urged calm. At least now, everyone could talk together in the large space. Zhang saw nothing large, and felt his friend's talent seemed modest. It was not about talent, their help still mattered greatly. He reminded them his friend lacked a blanket and should sleep in her tent. Jotman had grown completely tired of the entire situation. He forced himself to stay calm, reminding himself they lived harsh lives. They lacked basic needs, with no sheets or proper furniture. The area felt cramped and dirty, and he could not endure it longer. His aura shifted, growing heavy, as he asked if the nights felt cold. Understanding the chill, he activated his crafting without hesitation. His friends stood frozen, unable to speak. He declared that cold nights would no longer trouble them. Warmth filled the area, and they asked how he did it, but it was his ability. He explained that using lower output made it manageable. Soon they had beds, sofas, and even a coffee table. That was not all. It was far too early to be amazed by John. He said drinking mandrake tea was proof of maintaining good health. The man cried deeply, moved beyond expectation while drinking it. Meanwhile, the boy stared into his teacup, quietly observing the liquid inside. He told Jinsu that if the tea tasted too bitter, adding 2 more spoonfuls would improve it. Once sweetened, the drink changed completely, drawing others who wanted to taste it. Laughter and excitement echoed softly throughout the interior of the village. Joan remained silent, carefully watching every reaction unfold. Taste and smell awakened memories, and sweetness after such a long time stirred deep feelings. For those trapped there, it recalled the long suffering endured inside that hell. Revisiting those memories brought comfort, easing the weight of endless dungeon hardships. John remembered receiving a small gift long ago from his student. She gave it out of gratitude toward the teacher who guided her well. Only now did he truly recall what that gift had been. It was a simple lollipop given by a young girl. The realization moved everyone present deeply. John understood their emotions because he felt the same, so he stayed silent. The rabbit lost patience, knowing mandrake causes toxins to leave through tears. Joan grew anxious as the rabbit suddenly revealed himself. Within moments, a sword was drawn in response. Tension surged instantly, threatening to erupt into a violent clash. A sharp and dangerous doubt spread among them. They warned the man not to act recklessly and told Zhang to step back. The rabbit begged, calling it a misunderstanding, but Zhang blamed him for breaking invisibility. At that point, there was no way to repair the situation. The rabbit lay pinned in an awkward position. Learning a harsh lesson, they finally learned that the rabbit now served Jung. Beyond earth crafting, they learned the rabbit belonged to him and demanded an explanation. He began from the start, describing the golems, the statue battle, and every event after. Hearing the full story left them completely stunned. They were especially moved by the sorrowful moments he described. In the end, he placed a hand on Zhang's shoulder in a brotherly gesture. He praised Zhang's efforts sincerely, saying he had done well. Those words finally broke his emotional guard. He tried to stay composed, but emotion overwhelmed him. The man cried again, complaining that the tea effects lingered too long. Exhausted, the rabbit apologized repeatedly, regretting everything while fearing for his neck. After some time passed, their anger softened into pity. Lying on the floor, the rabbit felt grateful for the warmth and comfort. The group celebrated John's safety and the rabbit becoming his servant. Chong warned them the surprises were not over yet. What appeared next was Zhang's special pork chop. To mark the moment, he even opened his treasures, revealing soda they never expected. That simple bottle stunned everyone present, leaving them overwhelmed and silent. The boy devoured the pork eagerly, treating it like a prized delicacy. The man ate with desperate intensity, while Jem's friends slowly enjoyed the drink. Each person savored the moment, focused fully on taste and warmth. Even the rabbit lost himself in the rich flavor of the pork chop. It had been a very long time since they last shared such joy. The night passed peacefully, filled with quiet laughter and shared relief. They expressed sincere thanks for the rare and satisfying meal. While praising Zhang's cooking, the boy asked if this was a temple skill. Zhang replied that cooking comes from practice. Good food proves effort. Noticing his friend stand up, he casually asked if he needed the restroom. Lost in thought, he awkwardly asked if intimacy was also possible. Zhang Feiyu clarified he was discussing skills, not that misunderstanding. What he truly wanted to ask was about obtaining the Dragon Destiny title. Sheng reacted with surprise, asking if his friend truly desired it. Donman spoke telepathically, mentioning he had found something unusual, asked if it was an item or monster. The rabbit named it Wither, speaking quietly. The boy wondered if John knew how to cook. What lay before them was undeniable proof of skill and effort. Jung pulled several items from the portal before continuing. He apologized for distraction, saying he enjoyed new food, then returned to the title topic. Alpha asked if they wanted that title as well. He questioned if it was truly possible, since it would help in the dungeon. Alpha responded calmly, explaining the reason behind the question. He stated the skills were real and he would not deceive them. Through whispers and portals, dangers could be avoided and allies rescued. He stressed that he never wanted separation from his companions again. Overcome with emotion, John began crying once more. He admitted this desire was why he sought those abilities. His honesty stirred emotion among all his friends. Zhang asked Alpha if it could happen, and Alpha said it could not. Still moved, Alpha explained conditions tied to Dom Mim were required. Those conditions mattered deeply, but acceptance had strict limits. At this moment, only a limited number of disciples could be added. Hearing this left him deeply disappointed. Alpha added that another possibility still existed. The next morning arrived, marking a new beginning. Villagers gathered together, their expressions brighter than before. The old man observed them, believing everyone was present. Standing before the meal, he prepared himself quietly. He steadies himself, gripping the knife firmly, the ham positioned and ready for use. He makes sharp, practiced motions, deliberately showing control and confidence. The blade moves with purpose, held like a true weapon in his hands. He slices into the griffin carcass cleanly, cutting again and again with obvious experience. Soon, multiple portions of meat lie neatly prepared. The seasoned man finishes his task without hesitation. He looks around and says this should be done properly to show respect. Order matters, and gratitude must be shown to the one who provided the food. The villagers cheer loudly, celebrating the moment. They praise John, saying skill like that remains impressive even with age. Jung watches his knife work closely, wondering if he could handle a griffin. The rabbit explains the skill only applies to carving carcasses. Nothing more. He adds the knife itself is enchanted, holding several enchantments. The ability lies in the blade, not the man. John recalls the effort required before. Nami hopes to obtain a similar knife someday. Even so, the meat is not enough to feed the entire village. With that settled, preparations for trade begin. Smoke rises as fires are lit across the area. The rabbit clearly dislikes the scene. It feels like a celebration, and he hates the unnatural calm. The atmosphere triggers old instincts and heavy thoughts. Meanwhile, the boy calmly handles a brush. They ask if the supply is excessive, since it seems impossible to consume in a lifetime. John asks the rabbit about the others, hearing every tent is cooking. After finishing, he asks for feedback, and Jung says, "It looks good." Looking at Hoyle, he asks if he is ready, joking lightly. They wish him luck, and he warns them to keep expectations low. With that, it becomes John's turn to step in. A large banner is raised, announcing the sale of salt stones. The boy wonders what Hoyle went off to do. The answer is obvious. He went to lure customers as bait. The long-haired one worries since Hoyle never traded this way before. Jong insists skill is unnecessary. He only asked for a small amount. People say the meat tastes good, though bland. Still welcome after so long. Hoyle returns suddenly, agreeing the meat is enjoyable. He adds it only needs a small pinch of salt. Nothing excessive, just enough to enhance flavor. The boy wonders when Hoyle added his contribution. The sight feels familiar, surprising him before he can question supply. The crowd rushes to buy salt, and Jang smiles as it sells quickly. With everyone gathered, curiosity spreads as they ask how he owns so much salt. Currency means nothing here, so they debate what could replace money. The price is set clearly: 1 bowl of salt for 1 second-hand enchanted item. Any enchanted item qualifies, no matter its type. For some, the cost feels steep and difficult to meet. Others grow eager, clearly tempted by the trade. The boy warns again that the item must truly be enchanted. Everyone knows how to obtain enchanted items, unlike the rare salt. In Stage 4, players own unused enchanted gear that remains valuable. Salt is precious, items are scarce, and everyone understands this balance. Tension builds as thoughts churn, needing only a small spark. One person acts impulsively, breaking the hesitation. That single move pushes everyone else to follow. The salt exchange begins without delay. The sale quickly becomes a massive success. The excitement spreads rapidly through the entire village. The old man grows confused hearing salt is being sold. He believes salt should be impossible to obtain here. He watches people gather eagerly around the stand. He sees John collecting enchanted equipment steadily. He mutters that Jang has a strange talent for surprises. The old man says he will also buy some salt. Jung explains he only needs an enchanted item. Then the old man vanishes. His sudden move suggests he plans something bigger. Others assume he intends to purchase all the salt. He claims salt is food and says he can manage it better. While weapons are too valuable, Yang objects, reminding everyone that the old man leads them. As leader, he decides to buy everything at market price using spare equipment. For him, reputation matters more than the salt itself. Jung says selling all the salt will take effort, but agrees. The situation makes Jung question the old man's seriousness. He mutters that the man must be loaded with wealth. Jung protests loudly, doubting the old man can pay, but gets ignored. The old man says the burden will fall on his aging back. He insists he always keeps his word. He firmly repeats that he will buy everything. This is no bluff. He calculates the salt against his items. His ability misses something, and Zhaoling says he will cover the rest. The old man nearly collapses when he asks what the rest is. John apologizes quietly for taking too much. After a long pause, he revealed a statue carved entirely from salt. The old man stared in shock, unable to accept the reality before him. Zhang calmly states it is pure salt, saying if desired, the old man may take it without resistance. He urges him to taste it, leaving the true test whether the old man can still honor his promise. The tension hangs heavy. Failure here would shatter his standing and stain his hard-built reputation. The old man fails to hide his rage and pressure, every muscle tightening under silent humiliation. Whispers spread among the crowd, saying the old man was completely caught unprepared. Guard drops as cold sweat pours. Panic takes over and he cannot even conceal that his clothes are already ruined. Time drags on slowly, each second deepening the discomfort. Back at the camp, the knight favored Zhang. Alpha praises him for acting like the true owner of the temple. Temple resources were gathered. Despite low-tier equipment, the sheer volume made the harvest significant. Salt dominated the gains. Nearly 60% of everything taken came from the elderly group. Man, none of them appeared particularly useful at first glance. The long-haired man tells his companion to inspect the glasses carefully. Gloves stood out slightly, helpful against hot traps, yet John imagines them serving in the kitchen. Kitchen use summed up most items, similar to those gloves they collected without excitement. Useless describes them well. Anything with promise already suffered weakened durability. Compromised items filled the pile, and those intact lacked any real practical value. Use was limited. By accepting everything, they mostly received worthless junk. People complain, but Zhang explains they cannot be blamed for keeping items that protect their lives, since the real aim of the exchange was reaching a greater purpose. Goal centered on growth. They needed more apostles to strengthen the church. The temple preparations were complete. Now Alpha had to fulfill his role. His part begins with Alpha stopping him. Young asks whether additional equipment is needed, but Alpha says he must explain how to use it. Equipment sparks Zhang curiosity. He wonders if Alpha can restore durability. Ability exists, yet that is not the subject Alpha wants to address. About sacrifices, he explains once an item is offered in enchantment forms and can be transferred to another object. But long-haired one quickly understands they could mass-produce enchanted gear, earning Alpha approval. However, Alpha reminds him these outcomes are secondary and not the main focus. Auctions come to mind, yet Alpha says the approach feels pointless. Sense escapes him. He still cannot believe Zhang plans to build a temple. The requirements are clear. Objects, the altar, and people. The rabbit has no idea when the altar appears. There lies the limit. These rules govern creating another temple and gaining more apostles before others notice. Otherwise, the old man may turn into a serious nuisance. But Xiaomi has no intention of building one. So they question where Zhang plans to establish it. The knight presses on around their village. As he stares down the underground stairs, unable to see the end, the tunnel vanishes into darkness. Even that void hides threats he cannot predict below. Ground pulls at his thoughts until the boy tells him to stop drifting and help, knowing he is only pretending concern to avoid work. He complains the work is rough, saying his hands are too big, prompting the long-haired one to inspect them closely. After examining his palms carefully, he nods and says the job will actually be simple to handle. For him, the method is basic. Rub the grains between palms and the hulls fall away with ease. Rice processing surprises him. He wonders how the long-haired one learned this method over time. From Sun he learned it, and the repetitive motion calms him, almost like silent meditation. Hearing that explanation, anyone would assume the long-haired one has an odd personality. Too familiar, the rabbit agrees, saying Jung is complex and once he starts digging his actions are unpredictable. He responds sharply from below, scolding the rabbit who never expected his brother to hear. Boss faces a massive rock, hesitating as he weighs whether to use his tools or not, since the equipment gained with salt could be further enhanced through enchantment. Things change as his blows land. The rock begins yielding under steady strikes. Powerful results follow. His stone-breaking ability relies on two critical steps requiring precise placement of the spike and a solid hammer strike using both tools. Tools help, but switching to a pickaxe makes his work noticeably more efficient. After long effort, he exhales slowly and feels relief seeing wide space cleared, realizing he may have pushed himself too hard. Excited chatter follows as friends finish the rice. Distance makes the meal feel oddly artificial. Cave conditions prompt him to call them down and ask one to prepare the food. The food duties fall to one man, who stays behind and calls for the others. The long-haired one was impressed by John's furniture before. Now his admiration deepens further. Everything shifts when he enters the temple hall and encounters something far more incredible than expected. Disbelief freezing him in place. Seeing a vast plantation shocks him. He thought the wheat given earlier was all there was. He had underestimated it. The truth is his inventory holds plenty, and bare ground felt wasteful. Face to face, they ask how to help. He and the long-haired one harvest while the boy guards for skeletons. Around them, the long-haired one never expected his friend to fear exposed bones. Skeletons unsettle him. He admits it quietly and prefers them far from his precious crops. Wheat matters most, so he immediately starts gathering the grains with focused movements, the long-haired one assisting nearby. Harvest continues smoothly while the boy stays alert, guarding the perimeter as Jog briefly glances sideways. For a moment, he notices another friend standing there with the rabbit holding a large pot filled with water. Food preparation begins. Rice cooks inside and the aroma spreads. Smelled warmth lifts spirits, making everyone working feel genuinely content. Happy John cools the rice gently, blowing softly to lower the heat. It down slowly. The remaining two share the same excitement. Enthusiastic mood settles in. They now have people, materials, and space ready. The temple plan stands complete. Every required preparation now in place. Completed work leaves the boy deeply satisfied with everything achieved. He brushed it off casually, claiming dust hit his eyes. Yet the truth was clear as quiet tears fell. Easily seen. The long-haired one felt joy mixed with pride while watching Jung prove his worth. Abilities on display left the rabbit uneasy. As the only rational one, he felt deep second-hand discomfort. Embarrassment lingered while John formally declared this place as the second temple of Artea, and instantly a massive radiant light poured down from the sky above. From the altar, Alpha advised activating temple defenses to block intruders. Though Jang doubted anyone would come, evade them regardless, he installed a defense, leaving the rabbit visibly startled to hear that Jang pointed toward the trap location. Yet the rabbits only noticed the crops, as rice concealed a hidden pit in the field, plants masking it well for careless wanderers. Distracted targets would fall, though the rabbit mocked it as useless while Jang insisted a trap is still a trap. Is good, in Jang view, while the rabbit focused on replanting rice once the trap presets finished, leaving Yang uncertain whether to keep it or create more. Improvements were mentioned as Alpha suggested assigning a manager for the second temple, making the rabbit believe his chance had finally arrived. Once again, John stared at him and asked why he was acting so smug, explaining he planned to appoint Sung, the long-haired one, as manager of that temple, stunning the young man completely. Surprise spread fast, while the rabbit boiled silently. Furious emotions rose, but Alpha stated such an appointment would not be possible. As the rabbit argued experience mattered, Zhang replied, if a rabbit can manage, then anyone is qualified, yet claims followed that he surpassed other rabbits while the long-haired one was average. Alpha replied, managers must transcend their peers, explaining animals fit best since uniqueness eases meeting strict criteria. He made a loud fuss, declaring himself the only capable choice and demanding to be a manager, making Chang uneasy about granting more authority despite needing more apostles, leaving no alternative as the rabbit became manager of the second. As well, power surged through him, a transcendental rabbit to himself, yet merely a talking rabbit to others. He then announced he deserved a name, shocking his boss. Surprise followed as he finally claimed readiness to possess an identity of his own, asking his boss to grant him a noble and powerful name. Powerful name expectations shattered as he questioned whether the chosen name was a mistake, since a noble image collapsed into something painfully plain. Rabbit. Jung comforted him, saying any name is better than none, and he is a rabbit. After all this reasoning only fueled his anger, realizing nothing truly changed in his life. Meanwhile, Sung and Jin were accepted as disciples of the dragon. In temple authority, this granted shared communication through whispers. Yet the number of apostles has a limit, and Hoyle favored the others due to superior combat experience. Thus, the exhausting search for apostles finally came to an end. Yet elsewhere within the village, someone remained awake. Couldn't sleep as the old man tapped his fingers repeatedly, impatiently while seated alone upon his throne. He pauses in thought, unsure of the feeling rising inside him, yet instinct tells him something is wrong. Anxiety grips him. Based on experience, he concludes his life may already be under threat. In danger crosses his mind. Maybe the griffin meat was tainted, yet the flavor was far too good. Good taste rules that out. Perhaps the salt caused it, but that would have left a sharp bite. Be salty was impossible. His mind runs dry as no other explanation comes to him. Abilities trigger as he turns his power inward, searching his body for the source. Bothering him most, the answer surfaces clearly in his awareness, was John. Nearby, two young men speak calmly about what must be done to kill skeletons. Skeletons mark his first guard duty, with no real field experience to rely on. Experience lacking worries his partner. Guarding beside a rookie places them both in danger, yet there is a clear sign that always shows when enemies may appear. A tombstone rises from the ground. That is the warning signal. They are coming. No one knows why, but when it shows, they must react immediately. Act quickly. Even shattered limbs and broken spells cannot stop them since they are dead. Already dead makes them dangerous, placing defenders at a serious disadvantage. Underestimated foes demand strategy. The defense relies on finding the tombstone and destroy it. Without this knowledge, he would be doomed. Now he strains to see what it looked like, until the young man points toward one that has just appeared. Realization hits him all at once. What is happening chills him, because the number of people nearby is overwhelming. So many threats force him to send the other to warn the old man at once. What is happening echoes as sounds rise underground. Something clearly begins to move. Going on below, the long-haired man insists on heading there as unease grows about it. The old man commands barriers reinforced and warriors readied for battle. His anxiety now makes sense, yet the skeletons seem larger than before. Our bigger confirms his ability. There is no retreat this time. They need to fight. Age aside, there are things he must protect, including the village he treasures deeply. He lives for it, shouting orders for everyone to take shelter. The town braces as skeletons march forward in a rising horde. Hordes meet resistance. The player's barricade stands firm, prepared to clash. To defend it, the first skeleton rushes the front line. Cell mass shatters as the initial skeleton collapses instantly. With ease nearby, another skeleton raises its weapon to strike. To attack, but a second player steps in without hesitation. As well, the skeleton chest is pierced clean through. His weapon flashes as others shout together, ready for war. The brutal work of breaking skeletons begins. Bodies fall apart under relentless force. Mercy is absent as one warrior draws back his spear, aiming at the bald-headed of one skeleton falls. Yet despite being only bones, the fight remains extremely perilous, dangerous as seen from above. The old man silently observes the clash below. Battlefield scenes like this never bring comfort to those forced to watch. Witnessing the end requires the gravestones to be completely destroyed. Yet with the current formation, reaching the main gravestones is impossible. Gravestones remain untouched as fatigue quickly spreads. Among them, the player's movements slow and coordination breaks. Unarmed and drained, human fighters suffer from limited strength and stamina. Advantage belongs to the dead, because skeletons never get tired, making the hope of victory increasingly scarce. The thought of that outcome makes the old man tense and smile bitterly. Whether they have a chance or not no longer matters. That situation demands action without hesitation. One strike shatters a nearby skeleton. Resistance remains their sole path to survival. One more day he scans the field, watching the warriors. One already exhausted receiving hurried support. Skeletons press on as he turns his gaze. The same way, spotting another fighter barely holding on. So much strain shows. A drawn-out battle offers no victory here. Context becomes clear. As time drags on, they feel one thing only, a crushing and relentless. Hence fear spreads. Trembling bodies struggle to move, much harder, suppressing their ability to display their potential. The old man senses unrest among the village residents, realizing he must lift every heart. One step at a time, he draws a deep breath to speak, calling out to every resident of the village. From the void, his voice carries across the chaos. Middle of the battle, many already believe victory is impossible. Yet he urges them to remember this path. Every hardship endured, the courage and persistence that brought them here, along with every moment of warmth shared, had together. That is why they must keep living. Fear fades and exhaustion turns into motivated resolve. Survival means returning in one day to the world they belong to and escaping this hell. Dungeon survival had become routine, yet remembering the goal restores strength. To the weary, he reminds them they must return home, his words urging them to believe they can get out alive. Though doubt lingers, he knows surrender means everything is lost. Out of desperation, they refuse to fall here. The clash surges forward with renewed resolve. Intensified momentum spreads through the fighters. The old man senses a miracle may finally happen now. Zhang admits the speech carried real weight. Speech echoes as the old man turns back, clearly surprised by the boy, because the real miracle had just arrived, a textbook cliché unfolding at the worst moment. Ones like this usually feel embarrassing. Embarrassing for the rabbit, yet no other word fits what stands before them now. Heroes emerge. Exhausted fighters watch in admiration as lightning descends along flashing blades. With the strikes, the weapon radiates fury and power. Strike after strike lands. Even the old man never imagined the long-haired one was that strong. The lightning-bound sword proves terrifying. Weapon alone is not enough. The boy insists. That matters. Telling him to observe closely what he would do next. He shuts his eyes while holding his bow, opening them as yellow energy wraps around his arrow, revealing what truly changes everything, the skill. A woman praises the child, which only irritates him. Child snaps back to focus, suddenly realizing coil was missing. As another fighter suffers an injury from a skeleton's blow, the impact knocking his weapon to the ground, Hoyle scoffs at the dead, trying to steal the light of the living. Stepping toward the skeleton, full of anger, the monster hesitates for a moment, then drives its dagger forward of his stomach. Completely against expectations, expecting no such move, Hoyle was briefly caught. Off guard, the monster grins, thinking it succeeded. It was wrong. Hoyle was merely playing around. One blow shatters the skeleton into scattered pieces. Puzzle fragments remain. The boy wonders how Hoyle still stands after being stabbed. His skill replay makes him lethal on offense. Tank built like him. The old man quietly admits his earlier judgment was foolish. Novice label fades, and Son alone carries overwhelming destructive power. Force. Meanwhile, Jim delivers steady damage from afar, with his bow backed by the old man's physical endurance. Old man finally understands. Together they form a perfectly balanced, unstoppable unit. Team formation complete. Zhang questions fighting outside instead of using the fence. Advantage denied, yet the old man says this choice was best. Auction aside, good quality wood is rare here. The barricade looks solid, yet would not endure long. Hold much pressure, especially with many close combat fighters who must stand before the fence. Zhang claims it is useless, but the old man insists it still has a purpose. Against many enemies, it limits attack angles, though beginners struggle to grasp. But Yang cuts in saying it sounds complicated, when it really is simple enough. His comment leaves the old man visibly outraged, deciding the real issue is needing a better fence. He asks if skeletons can jump, and the old man answers they only march forward, curious now about what John is going to do next. Yet before he understands his answer, shock hits him as John starts building a wall for his family. The village. Skeletons rush to crush it with force. Down, but no matter how hard they try, they cannot do anything, leaving only one task to do. Through a whisper, he checks whether Sung and Jin can hear him, and they confirm immediately. Can hear him. He plans to separate villagers from monsters and need their help. Sung should come to him while the boys stay with the old man. Though finding him among countless people seems difficult, many people vanish as the issue solves itself. Marks appear clearly beneath them on the ground. Sung looks upward at once. Impressed, Jin shares the same reaction to what he sees. The old man wonders if this is really happening. Meanwhile, the elder stands, speechless, suspecting Zhang may be divine as a massive tower rises at the center of the battle. From its height, Zhang activates his mini-map. Countless skeletons appear, and blue dots reveal new apostles. The rabbit arrives exhausted, and Zhang mocks his mediocre management. Though surviving this far was difficult, being killed loomed constantly. Sensing guilt from the Almighty One, Zhang asks what he means by that. Blaming himself, though Jung never expected this chaos. All of this. He did not foresee the temple drawing such attention, and the rabbit questions the link between temple and sky. Skeletons surge as Alpha explains undead. Follow the temple life energy. John asks if he knew this would happen. Sung then scales the tower like lightning of the tower, reaching the top where Zhang praises his agility. Amazed the structure rose so fast, his surprise never faded. Impressed. He had already briefed the others while moving there, separating people from monsters and wondering how they would use the wall. Had just built, the plan stands, but he needs their help, so they quickly discuss things together, after which Silam fully understands. Stood the plan. Zhang then turns to Jin, who still has not realized it. The old man signals him quietly, telling him to prepare himself for what comes next. Closed his eyes as Sung stands atop the tower with arms spread wide. Top of the tower grants vision, yet from experience he knows facing them all alone is hard to manage. Uneasy thoughts rise as he wonders what Jung truly believes. He can win, Zhang answers calmly. Yes, promising victory will come soon. Would see his friend. Sung relaxes, seeing him steady and composed. Asked him to hurry, warning he could be targeted at any moment. Caught by it as well, John asks him to send a signal. With his lightning, pouring all his power into creating something visible. To a beacon, Sung says it is possible, but questions the energy cost. A waste of energy is denied, since it would draw one's attention fully. The elder voice could not reach all. Everyone heard him only partially, but light from above would be seen without exception. Sung help is needed to save the people. Down below, this remains the only way to protect everyone in the village. Such resolve makes the long-haired one smile. He has endured much here, working harder than anyone, with his friends, facing unfair and complex situations that forced him to confront harsh realities. Others once believed he could do nothing more, anything greater, yet seeing John's determination to save all, one inspires him deeply. If that is John's intention, then there is nothing left to wait for. Static lifts his hair as electricity gathers. Electricity crackles. The signal is imminent. Need to be ready. Everything aligns now. Already in position, Ben Sound unleashes his lightning ability. A massive surge of energy crashes down. Thunder roars as a brilliant beacon forms in the sky. Below, people immediately sense the change. The lightning carves the darkness, a radiant line splitting the night. The night sky draws every gaze from the village defenders. One's attention locks onto it. Stunned silence follows briefly. Of time. Then Sung shouts orders, directing everyone toward the wall. Near the fence, some question the rookie while others wonder where the wall came from. Wall origin ignored. Sung repeats for all to move inside as he prepares. To end it all, confusion remains, but some, heard clearly, trusting there must be a plan, they begin to move. People start carrying out the order. Sung stands drained. Having given everything he had, and all that done, it is now Jum's turn to act. Of the plan already underway, he sprints below with urgency, driving every step. With the other two close behind, the old man notices skeletons slowing as if stunned. Lightning may have frightened them. Whatever the cause, John silently appreciates his friend's effort. What his friend achieved matters now. Shin asks what their next move should be. To do next, they must ensure everyone reached safety. Though checking all will be extremely difficult, Jin realizes this was no bluff and Zhang truly values other people, but John corrects him saying this is not heroism. Now everyone there owes him one. Jin refuses to accept that idea. Expecting praise feels strange. Johnny smiles, knowing their pride now belongs to him. Precious lives secured. After the battle, he plans to collect proper equipment as payment. The effort drains him completely and he collapses. Of energy. Sung is unsure if he lost consciousness, but knows he pushed too far. Sure he overdid it. Jan runs in panic, calling for Son as he reaches the tower peak. Terrified, Sung's absence keeps him. Worried about him, realizing he unleashed far too much force, causing brief darkness. Few seconds long, memories return, and he worries about Yang and whether the village is safe at all. Calmed slightly, he forces himself to release tension. Listen carefully. At first the noise makes no sense, but gradually he begins to hear a sound. Jung's name echoes loudly. In unison, Sung questions his ears and Jin urges him to see for himself. Looking down, he laughs openly as Zhang never stopped. Surprising him, villagers below are celebrating loudly, chanting the name of the one who mattered most in saving them. Not a single face lacks joy. Happy with him, the rabbit mutters none of this would happen if they knew him. Like he does. Zhang snaps back, telling him to shut up and threatening never to let him forget it again. His darker side shows briefly as Zhang flashes his manager of a smile, telling everyone to enjoy the victory while it lasts. The old man reaches the tower grumbling about the climb. To climb so high. From above he sees crowds gathered around Young figure. Shame pushes the old man upward despite his age. Feeling embarrassed, Zhang becomes a living legend as people cannot overlook him anymore. From above, some share quiet happiness. Happy with the outcome. Beyond survival, there was even a to use discovered. Despite appearances, it was clearly not a golem. Some still ask what happened while he was away. Unconscious moments pass. The old man struggles to express himself and fails to find proper words. Describing it frustrates Jin, who snaps and says he will explain how everything unfolded. They believed the wall existed only to shield them, protect the people, so they moved along it, checking carefully for anyone still outside after the chaos was safe at last. Jin assumed they could finally rest briefly, but that was not the case. Yang immediately prepared to use a skill, channeling the strength of the horned bull. An unbelievable sight to witness firsthand as he placed bricks taken in his inventory. The process looked deceptively simple to execute. Basic movements produced astonishing results. Results born from full focus and determination. The villagers stood watching everything unfold. Beyond meat supplies, there was also that salt stock. This man was clearly helping them now. One word fits him best. Simple. Incredible. Yet his plan extended past the wall as he asked the rabbit about the placement he requested, telling him to check the map since it was set at the planned location. A difficult task, without being noticed, leaving him to trust. Manager work fully, he avoided battle earlier because he might injure allies. Once the field cleared, he summoned his golem to the battlefield. Soon shapes began emerging from the portal. The sight stunned everyone as skeletons offered no resistance. Could offer any more. Some finally realized Zhang was truly responsible for saving the village. From a distance, the old man watches him closely. The situation now, not favoring resistance. Villagers support Zhang and survival means he could not oppose him. John from above notices of the old man. This world truly follows strange motivations. Smiling broadly, he shouts praise, saying John did an excellent job. As daylight fills the village, find the people awake. Through the streets, he hears soft murmurs. Villagers greet him asking about rest or whisper that Johnny is passing by. Hardship from yesterday lingers, yet people act warmer. The battle dominates every moment of conversation. Even sunfeets cannot divert attention. Talking about John, the rabbit grumbles. It is his fault, though everyone survived and lived. Hoping Sung does not blame himself too harshly. The rabbit adds, Sung has a conscience. Though being reasonable, he still received a few knocks on the head. Alpha asks about collecting equipment while John wonders when Alpha will collect it. He explains the skeletons carry gear fit for sacrifice. John never expected even shattered equipment to qualify without issue. He notes the value remains. Their vital energy is thin, yet still usable for the process he considers. If broken tools still count, the implication clicks, and he prepares to act on it. Answers will come fast. The rabbit is already searching, eager to locate his position. He moves out immediately, yet in that same second, the boy freezes, unsure how to react. Speech fails him, confusion rising as he questions why the old man stands there now. Right before him, the elder avoids his name, choosing instead a stiff title. Your Excellency. The excessive respect feels heavy, dragging an awkward silence. It makes him uneasy. The wall now stands firm thanks to him, yet village life has shifted. Everything feels different. John cannot grasp the reason behind these changes. He keeps explaining. Skeletons gathered outside since yesterday, blocking movement entirely. Leaving has turned risky. Honestly, the settlement faces complete danger. Cut off from all paths now, survival issues rise to the surface. Food becomes the main concern. Scouting outside was normal before skeletons swarmed. Now it is far harder. The rabbit asks the old man his purpose. The elder nearly panics. He fears deeply, but the rabbit says, "It's all right. There's no one here and Jung told him to stop doing." That kind of thing. The old man fails to grasp the strange behavior Jang is doing. Everyone here knows the rabbit well, tied closely to the earliest memories of this place. Their bond suggests companionship formed through shared survival. Zhang is the leader, studying the old man. Zhang senses an unspoken request forming. He prepares himself, ready to hear it through, watching closely. After checking the wall, inspiration strikes the old man. He wonders if building a bridge is possible, tall enough to match the wall height. That way, skeletons could not reach anyone, granting a safe passage outward. For food again. The rabbit said that the old man still knows how to think because his idea isn't bad. Jaum asks the distance to the nearest dungeon, roughly 3 times the village. Village's perimeter. After brief thought, he sees no real obstacle. A bridge could be built, yet he has no desire to act. Not without payment. He suggests going outside to measure, shocking the old man. The rabbit's gaze unsettles him. Outside some flinch, but the elder claims he is Jung's companion after last night. Even walking beside the rabbit no longer hurt Jung. Reputation. The villagers now trust him blindly. From now on, the wall proves solid. Some quietly question the rabbit's role. As his companion, Zhang explains these are precious items he has gathered. So far, every bit of dirt came from his own hands, leaving the old man in surprise. Life inside a dungeon revolves around constant construction, building things. At last, the old man begins to understand. More about him. He never imagined such hardship. But Zhang says it's all right. Driven to begin, John wants to calculate carefully. For the bridge, since he will spend his items, he expects proper compensation. He demands something in return, starting with the equipment abandoned earlier by the police, left behind by skeletons. The suggestion instantly leaves the old man frozen. He stands speechless, since the golems handled nearly everything. He sees no reason to refuse. Any objection, with terms set, there is no delay left. Action must begin. They start gathering supplies, needing help. The old man explains everything to the volunteers. Talk of bridge construction spreads fast through the area. Soon, everyone knows. A direct route would truly help them survive. Very useful for all. Dying in the Purple Land would only turn them into skeletons too. The rabbit said that the body would immediately rot, and even a blade stuck in the ground would rust quickly. That land corrodes and erodes without pause, eroding everything. The old man asks if this matters, but Jung shows interest. In that land, since the wall uses earth, he wonders if stacking another wall is wise. On top of it, the old man insists soil testing comes first. Before the bridge, that step becomes absolute. Zhang stands ready. They must confirm feasibility before moving further. Possible or not, he summons a cube onto the purple soil. He watches closely for any reaction. Something soon happens. The cube begins shifting color. Purple as well, if this holds. Another test remains. He purifies the cube, checking if it returns to its original state. Original state. Even after purification, the cube keeps changing. Shifting colors again, the land itself has turned. Extremely toxic, the rabbit already suspected this truth. A real curse. The land became infertile and reduced a once mighty army to skeletons. The cursed land. As he spoke, Jung said it's working now to the wrath of the gods. Surprise. He only placed a stone slab between the cube and the container. Contaminated soil, but the rabbit said it was just a coincidence. After hitting the rabbit, construction finally begins. Preparations start. Once familiar with production, he learns how to improve efficiency. You climb onto the blocks you already placed. He adds another stone slab, then follows with 2 dirt blocks. You just needed to repeat the process until the bridge is passed. Was completed, astonishing those watching nearby. The observers stare. For John, this task feels far from exhausting. In that world. At the bridge end, he placed a torch for later use. He worked simply because he enjoyed it, not seeking praise. His actions leave the old man slightly confused. After witnessing everything, he becomes completely captivated. Such kindness is rare, especially after his own harsh survival choices. He hopes someday he can repay the favor. Zhang says the knife the old man used to prepare the food was really nice. It is his greatest treasure, perfectly matching the ability to. He freezes completely. His face locking, the instant understanding finally reaches him. Reality crashes in fast. Jung tries hard not to react too openly. He fails to hide it. The old man shouts at him, telling him to focus. John stays confused until the old man orders him to look behind, warning that 2 balls are already there. They fly straight toward him, forcing John to turn fast. He twists around to see what approaches, eyes widening. The objects cut through the air, smashing down as he barely avoids impact. He nearly gets hit. The rabbit cannot tell what they were or how Zhang avoided them. He asks if Raban forgot his boss can track the path of any projectile. Acting instantly, he grabs his manager by the ears, lifting him off the ground to pull him away from danger. He would not survive otherwise. From now on, he must remember his life is saved by Jung. That yellow ball was Jung. It looks familiar. The old man yells again, warning more. Balls are incoming, ready this time. Zhang opens his inventory, searching fast for anything useful. He places blocks directly in front of himself. To block the shots, they perform their protective role perfectly. Without failure, he tells the old man to stay behind him. But the man is already crouched low, with cover secured. He continues explaining calmly. About the flying balls, even the rabbit listens closely, wanting to understand them. Though larger, they strongly resemble grain. The old man says Zhang has sharp eyes. They come from a dungeon entrance trap. Getting hit means injury, at minimum a fracture. If this is happening now, only one outcome makes sense. Those grains are dangerous. The old man warns they are poisonous and can ruin the stomach. Or worse, if the poison is mild, there is only one way. To confirm it, Zhang extends his hand, activating the purification ability. The old man asks if his power works beyond curses too. Zhang chews the poisonous grain, noting its toughness while comparing it to grains he once ate. The old man remarks the attacks have stopped, which proves true, leaving John curious. John asks why the assaults ended. Learning their plans need time to recover. Their grain reserves require replenishment, easing John's tension as his expression hardens. He stares firmly at the rabbit, ordering him to gather every grain despite clear displeasure. The rabbit grumbles, yet eagerly eyes a green grain, while the old man offers extra help. Zhang declines, deciding they should return together since other tasks still await. The bridge now stands complete, stretching firmly across the cursed land. Someone watching mutters that his friend has somehow died yet again. After walking some distance, the old man grows visibly exhausted. John wonders where the grains will be stored, ensuring there is enough space. Seeing massive earth piles, he questions whether Zhang is human or a trained excavator. The sight alone keeps him from approaching any closer. Still, he has no desire to create hostility with Zhou. Zhang asks if the old man is ready to head back. Darkness approaches as the sun sinks lower. Everything was accomplished within a single day, and the bridge stands solid. Suddenly, John senses something unusual nearby. A lightning bolt forms in the distance. It rapidly moves toward their location. They safely return to the village. Relieved, everyone inside remains unharmed. Now it is their turn to rejoin them. Jung asks if anything unexpected occurred. Sohn confirms all equipment left by skeletons has been collected. They now stand inside the underground temple. The equipment's odor fills the space. The stench is so foul they doubt its suitability as a sacrifice. Alpha is pleased since it offers abundant vital energy, allowing Jung to suggest leaving. Someone asks if more work remains, and Jung replies that it always does. The moment arrives to claim payment. At the village center, everyone gathers as John prepares to speak. He begins by thanking everyone present. They surely noticed the new bridge enabling safe passage past the skeleton. Built to endure, it promises lasting value. To construct both wall and bridge, he spent significant resources. Skipping details, he explains his need is urgent. He requires enchanted equipment and stands before them seeking cooperation. He asks for level 2 or higher equipment, shocking the crowd. Though grateful, they know agreeing will not be easy. Ideally, it would be given willingly, otherwise he will be forced to act. He pressed harder than before. The shift felt deliberate, leaving only a heavy pause. Silence locked everyone in place. Moments later, a sword manifested without warning. It hovered right before him, catching Zhang completely off guard. The speed stunned him. The woman explained she owned better gear and only kept that blade from a man. She spoke of lingering attachment. Without him, the night before would have ended everything. She knew this deeply. Carrying that weight, she said her life was owed, asking him to take it despite the difficulty, calling it a form of repayment. She finished speaking and turned to the others. She asked if her choice was right. Almost instantly, equipment began to fall. Gear poured down before him. Another day passed in the village as he kept receiving items. By morning, he stood with his companions, surrounded by the spoils he had gained. They gathered and asked whether they should enter the dungeon without him. Jin refused the idea. They had just reunited. Separation now felt wrong. They promised to protect him. The old man demanded to know the reason. Jung said a mistake would be embarrassing. He would explain once they returned. His smile suggested nothing serious. Still, curiosity lingered about Zhang's plan. A rabbit urged him to grip tighter. Zhang assured them he would meet them at the last ruin. He told them to notify him when they drew close. Not to face it alone. Going alone would be dangerous. He stated firmly he would not do that. Instead, he planned to send the rabbit. The rabbit argued he could find another guide tied to love and life. Such a life could not be killed. All Zhang needed was a portal opened near the ruins. Sung reacted with visible unease. The suggestion left him dissatisfied, though it sounded safe. The method still unsettled him deeply. Dungeons forged strength. He worried about Zhang falling behind. Zhang asked for trust once more, claiming he had his own way forward. He insisted his method would make everything function properly. Sung listened in silence, choosing trust over further persuasion. They departed the village with 10 others, moving steadily toward the dungeon. The rabbit wondered about his boss. Alone again, after only days together. Jung knew they would reunite soon. He questioned the choice to stay behind. Zhang replied that rice held no value. Time had passed since his last meal. Only then did he sense something missing. He opened his inventory to search for the absence. Tori appeared again. It was the cursed soil. Alpha clearly disliked it. Inside the temple, Zhang had already sensed something vital missing. The rabbit named it the Curse of Decay. To Koreans like Jugasu, it was extraordinary. Neither Alpha nor the rabbit understood its nature at all. Every grain collected sat inside the pot. Zhang seemed amused. He enjoyed the process, treating the recipe like a performance. The rabbit asked what it was, questioning whether the grains would remain unchanged. He called it the side dish of the day, speaking casually. After boiling them, fermentation might become possible, using the same soil again. Alpha and the rabbit still showed clear confusion. They failed to grasp it. Seeing the grains made him immediately think of soybean fermentation. The fermentation method puzzled the rabbit, who could not understand eating spoiled food. But Chong explained calmly. He called it fermentation. Even Alpha had never heard of it and asked if it was primitive. Jung said it was inherited, passed down through generations. If successful, it could even create richer flavors. That single promise of better taste was enough to convince the rabbit, believing it must be good. He only warned John to stay alert. He told him to watch closely and focus. Once cooked, the grains needed careful handling. They had to be ground in a mortar, then the dough was shaped firmly. It became a square form. Sunstones were used to dry it fast. He also tied dried grains together, placing them near the sunstones, studying the rope closely. The rabbit wondered if it was truly grass. Jung explained the fungi growing on it would assist the fermentation. During this calm process, the rabbit questioned how Zhang knew all this. With everything arranged, John felt satisfied with his progress. Yet the rabbit mocked it. He said it looked like trash. While being scolded, he asked others to agree. Alpha sided with him, leaving Zhang to sigh at their ignorance of flavor, lost in thought. Zhang remembered the cursed block. Sam was still present. He only needed to find a way to use it to reduce time. It could shorten fermentation greatly. The rabbit saw no need to rush, but Zhang disagreed. He refused to wait days. Using an iron bar, he checked the curse remained. It was still powerful. Seeing this, the rabbit asked about combining it with stones. Zhang doubted it at first, then suddenly formed a promising idea, excited by the thought. He pulled the rabbit into a tight embrace. Even the rabbit doubted his own suggestion, claiming it was spoken without thought. Yet Xiaomei had already produced a block, made with stone powder. By lowering the cursed sand concentration, the idea worked. The rabbit plan succeeded. Blocks with weaker sand allowed fermentation to begin. From there, time moved on quietly. Several days passed. Inside the village, someone reported skeletons nearby. They warned others to prepare. On a rainy day with fewer people, the sand corruption intensified. The situation could turn dangerous. The old man asked about the wall condition. He feared the rain weakened it. It still stood, but had softened noticeably. Due to constant rain, he ordered them to find Jung in case defense was needed. It had been a long time since the last rainfall. Jotun appeared among them, commenting that the old man seemed overwhelmed. His arrival lifted morale slightly. With that hope, they began discussing the situation in detail. Learning skeletons grew more oppressive during rain. This became truly dangerous. As the spreading water increased the threat, the rain weakened their structures. Skeletons grew more active, and the village walls risked collapse. Facing this threat, the old man asked whether any solution already existed. Jung paused to consider the problem carefully. He studied the crowd, then demanded everyone focus. He asked Alpha if a trap could be placed there. Alpha confirmed it was possible, but complex. The setup required manual work, something the old man clearly failed to grasp. Zhang stepped forward and said he would assist. All they needed was softened soil. After planting the seeds along the wall, combined with earlier growth, every step of the plan aligned. He activated the trap. Alpha praised it as Zhang's best work, despite limited plants. The real surprise came as rain caused something else to grow fast. The rabbits cheered, calling them potatoes. Which was correct, though. The old man stayed confused. He had no idea what they meant. Outside, beneath the dark sky, Velotons observed silently. Several were instantly caught by vines. The wall defense proved highly effective. Potatoes struck nearby targets while grain throwers hit distant ones. The display impressed everyone, but the old man focused on Zhang actions. Zhang simply used the moment to prepare a stew. There are moments when surrounding sounds calm the mind. The noise outside now slowly created that feeling. It soothed him deeply, making him relax. The rabbit announced the tent was ready. The old man asked to join. Zhang replied there was no issue, as the bag opened. The old man joked John would complain loudly. He brushed it off. Jung remarked the discomfort of rain felt strangely rustic. Rainfall, burning grains, cracking bones blended into odd harmony. The scene felt poetic, but he ignored that. He only asked if vegetables needed cutting. Zhang told him to focus more seriously. He stressed the most important part. When making juga is the flavor of the paste, which had to be right. The rabbit doubted rotten grains could taste good. The old man questioned if he heard correctly. Zhang told him to wait, just a little longer. Another surprise awaited, one he never expected. He never imagined facing a woman directly, inside a dungeon. Seeing this, he understood Zhang felt no pressure there. Zhang handled countless tasks with ease. It all felt overwhelming, almost unreal. John Reddy wanted to act. He was about to demonstrate his skills. Descending from the wall as someone asked whether all of Zhang's requests were finished. From the outside, it no longer resembled a village at all. Instead, it looked like a castle. The description felt excessive, yet that was exactly how it appeared. A castle of skeletons. As they spoke, he realized the structure stood empty. Only an unfamiliar scent lingered. Then he mentioned John had called everyone to gather and eat together. The meal was nearly ready. He lifted a piece of tofu with chopsticks and placed it carefully onto the front pan. While that cooked, the rabbit worked without pause. He expanded the cabin to shield others from the rain. Unexpected visitors arrived, leading him to question Jiang about it. Below the wall, the crowd began to notice the aroma spreading. Jung called them over and organized the group so he could assist. One by one, they gathered. Soon, many stood beneath the tent. Their excitement was impossible to hide, drool forming as everyone assembled. The moment finally arrived. He hoped they would enjoy the food. The banquet stretched before them. The grains tasted incredible. He never imagined eating tofu inside a dungeon. It was perfectly tender, but the greatest surprise was the jiget. Beyond description, he only wondered how John achieved this. He seemed almost divine. The rabbit failed to grasp the emotion and asked if flavor alone caused such reactions. Zhang said he already ate 3 bowls and the rabbit wanted another serving, knowing it was made by his own hands. He shared everything with those around him, leaving him completely fulfilled. A system notice drew his focus. He earned an achievement for making everyone happy. The recipe tasted better and offered warmth. The reward showed added flavor and cold resistance. People commented it tasted richer and they felt less chilled. Koreans needed rice. He wondered if the resistance stacked over time. The rabbit replied. The effect faded with digestion. He asked if eating was safe without worrying about enemies below. Chong said, "It was safe up there." Alpha added they could not climb the wall as John had predicted. Looking down, he saw skeletons being cut down below. He laughed freely, but the rabbit warned. He was growing overconfident. Once again, a bright flash erupted. Jot felt genuine satisfaction. It truly felt like a day filled with achievements. He was simply eating calmly, not expecting anything unusual to occur. This caught him off guard. After destroying countless skeletons, his power doubled. His efficiency at shattering bones had sharply increased. Cracks spread across the skeleton skull. He placed his hand over it and applied pressure. The skull collapsed instantly, requiring almost no effort at all. The strength he gained was undeniable. The old man confirmed he earned the Skeleton Destroyer title. He indeed possessed it. Yet survival still demanded struggle. After staying so long, gaining experience was natural, explaining his combat skill. Despite limits, John wondered if the effect stacked with weapons. The old man believed so. Nang asked whether it applied universally as well. During routine testing, he used boar bones. It worked. He could even eat the bones like Poku. He asked if the title came from defeating 1,000 skeletons and what came next. After destroying nearly 2,000, no further change appeared, since traps earned it. Perhaps time would reveal delayed results. Alpha proposed testing traps using stored vital energy. Zhang felt it wasteful. Alpha argued temple management improvement mattered, though energy was lacking. There was still not enough to enhance the portal. The old man asked who the rabbit spoke to. He admitted it, but avoided explaining. Instead, he upgraded trap quality following Alpha guidance. Cooldowns shortened. Control precision increased significantly. Before, attacks were random. Now John believed enemies could be targeted. This allowed control over up to 20 plants. The upgraded trap results were catastrophic. Focused strikes caused overwhelming destruction. Even the rabbit stared in disbelief. In the second dungeon fourth phase, snow covered everything. Progress slowed as the cold drained their strength. Jinnist forced himself forward, defeating enemies through sheer effort. He claimed it was training a new skill. Jin thought it came from skeleton battles. It was not a skill, but an achievement reward. This allowed easier bone breaking. Each member's skills differed, as did their practical application in battle. Bones shattered at twice the efficiency. Some realized nearly all living beings possessed bones. Striking precise points drastically amplified damage. Only a seasoned fighter would think this way, and Sun was exactly that. On the far side of the dungeon, the situation shifts. Pressure hangs thick in the air. Sheng realizes the trap draws power from his achievement. Hunting effortlessly feels remarkably efficient. Inside a small cabin, he focuses on a different task entirely. He grips two slender bones, testing their resistance carefully. Both snap in his hands, reduced to fragments. He attempts to restrain his strength, realizing control still demands heavy practice. It becomes time to adjust and improve the remaining traps, watching closely. The squirrel hesitates as if wanting to speak. Its gaze suggests digging a tunnel together might be its idea. John now chews bones casually, mirroring the squirrel behavior. To the squirrel, this confirms Zhang must be some kind of godlike being. He cannot understand why the squirrel stares with such shining admiration. He opens the system interface and reviews every trap currently available. The arrow shooter performs excellently, yet owning only one feels limiting due to its magical nature. While duplication is impossible, repairing damage remains an option. The container proves versatile, capable of boiling water, not just oil. He imagines filling it with stew, creating endless food for everyone. Alpha clarifies that the effect applies only to pure liquids. Even so, the limitation sparks a new idea in his mind. He pauses and asks whether such a method could still function. Several days quietly pass within the village. John awakens suddenly, a whisper speaking directly to him. Rising quickly, he asks if they have reached the ruins. They are not there yet, but his friend urgently needs assistance. Inside the cabin, the air feels tense. He prepares himself without hesitation. The old man rushes through the village with clear urgency. Spotting John, he explains he heard John was searching for him and had questions. John realizes it concerns the location of the second ruins dungeon. Sadly, the old man admits he may not be able to help directly. The dungeon exists, but it cannot be found through normal methods. Zhang struggles to grasp what those words truly mean. The entrance shifts position every time the dungeon resets. Hidden underground, its access point constantly changes location. Given the old man experience, joining John would have been ideal. He explains having cleared it before prevents him from seeing details again. At this point, there is little John can actively do. Then the old man adds that he can still offer guidance, though unable to go himself. He can teach how to defeat the dungeon. This revelation instantly sparks Young deep curiosity. Kamaphorus the rabbit also spoke through the whisper, his voice tense and impatient. He moved toward the group, asking which route he should follow. Frustration showed as he complained that he suffered more than anyone else. He clearly did not want to travel alone under any circumstance. John instructed him to move ahead and open a portal once he located them. If he refused that task, John simply raised one hand in response. The plant resting along the wall reacted immediately. Its focus locked directly onto the defiant rabbit. Faced with that pressure, resistance became pointless. He admitted no one else could handle that role except himself. Remembering past treatment, he muttered that John had once been generous. After a long journey, he finally discovered what he was searching for. Beyond that point, the fog grew thick and heavy. The moment he entered it, the ground turned icy. The biting cold made him question the weather. It did not take long before he located the others, speaking softly through the whisper. He told John to open a portal. Reuniting with his companions, he asked how they were holding up. He immediately noticed the harsh cold surrounding them. Sung replied that he should have warned them to dress warmer. Now, present, he asked what problem they were facing. He suggested warming up before any discussion. Steam rose upward as they gathered inside the modified elephant. The three, exposed to the cold, finally relaxed within the warmth. The silver stones worked remarkably well. making the moment feel unreal. Outside, Zhang said he would keep things brief. While everyone rested, he planned to construct a tower quickly. Having access to the minimap was always extremely helpful. The rabbit proposed placing the portal beneath the tower, asking his boss to dig while he handled the portal. Inside the elephant, they quietly sipped tea as they drank. Zhang asked if the taste was good. It was excellent, reminding them strongly of Korea. However, Sohm had another matter he wished to discuss. He requested another cup of tea, while the rabbit assumed the gathering was only for warmth. Outside, heavy snow continued falling. John received a vague explanation about locating the ruins. Sung suggested his friend might find it. Jung asked about the mysterious lithograph. The old man had mentioned it before, prompting him to investigate. It truly felt strange. He wondered if it connected to the ruins. The rabbit explained it was a keystone. Reacting as they neared the entrance, the closer they got, the stronger the blue glow. For now, it remained dull. Sung explained the stone only glows at night, despite being used as a navigation tool, if its light appears only after dark. Locating the path becomes far more difficult. Still, there was no alternative, since the material was moonstone. It functioned similarly to sunstones, reacting based on proximity. The closer it came to sunstones, the stronger the moonstone glow became. Hearing that, he assumed sunstones guarded the ruin entrance, though the rabbit refused to confirm. Even so, the moonstone showed no reaction to the sunstone they carried. The rabbit explained that was simply not how the mechanism worked. Now understanding the issue, he wondered why they had not contacted him sooner. Sung admitted he never expected the cold to worsen so fast, which did not surprise the rabbit. The climate in that region was always extreme. No matter how prepared someone was, survival remained difficult. Beyond adapting to the environment, dungeon monsters still had to be faced. Meanwhile, they relaxed inside the elephant, eating calmly in steady warmth. The cold resistance effect was proving extremely effective. Even a small squirrel collapsed after overeating. They planned to wait inside until Might Faulty reacted as a keystone. Sung quietly hoped everything would proceed smoothly. Outside, faint footsteps moved across the snow. Several small monsters gathered together, clearly preparing something troublesome. One suddenly began shouting in a threatening tone. Inside the elephant, Jung asked about the strange noise. Sung rose instantly, telling everyone to prepare for combat. They exited the elephant, bundled tightly and fully alert. Zhang told his companions to accept what he was about to give. He tossed them something resembling thick fur coats. Sung wrapped himself inside and thanked him sincerely. The small monsters continued staring without acting. Still, the four remained ready for any sudden move. Studying them closely, Jung felt they looked harmless, almost cute. The rabbit corrected him, saying they were snow gremlins fond of mischief and snowball fights. Sung added their tough look was intentionally misleading. Then the excited swarm rushed forward without hesitation. One of them raised his guard, bracing for impact. These pests clearly had no intention of backing down. Scooping snow from the ground, the first launched an attack. A compact snowball cut through the air. Johnny stood stunned, unable to believe this had become a snowball fight. Sung shouted for everyone to move immediately. He lunged toward Zhang, shielding himself from the incoming snowball. It struck the ground, looking harmless at first, giving no warning of danger. Suddenly, a massive ice stalagmite erupted upward, easily lethal if it hit. They stared back at the frozen spike rising behind them. Someone tried to check on his friend, only managing to ask what just happened. Alpha explained the gremlins used magic, confirming they were artificial creations of witches, being born from magic. They wield it instinctively. John asked why Alpha never said this earlier. As he straightened up, the sky filled with incoming snowballs. They crashed down with terrifying force. A sharp ice spike shattered the upper section of the elephant. Jung struggled to grasp how serious the situation had become. That snow was no joke, even denser than his golem material. Rage exploded when he saw those cruel aqua creatures tear a massive hole in his golem. Others urged calm since these enemies were dangerous. John demanded a plan. A gremlin stepped forward, preparing another snowball. It formed rapidly just before striking the ground. This was their opening, stopping the spell before it fully triggered. He ordered everyone to stay close while Jin covered them. The old man readied himself. The boy steadied his bow. Fueled by anger, the old man rushed the gremlins with his axe. His weapon began to move. He swung it violently above his head, slamming it down with crushing force. The shockwaves surged across the snow toward the enemies. Then realization struck him. Not a single creature stood within his attack range. As he scanned around, 2 ears surfaced from the snow behind him. Shin shouted a warning that danger was at his back. He reacted instantly, narrowly avoiding an ice spike. The small monster grinned, amused by the chaos. A heavy blow smashed its head, cracking the bones holding it together. Sung warned they were hiding beneath the snow, and caution was needed. Along with magic, they could conceal themselves under the surface. Within the snow, they moved without restriction. Combining stealth and lethal attacks made them formidable foes. Still, luck held. None of them had suffered injuries yet. The cold resistance from the food had saved them. Someone looked around, realizing John was missing. He returned apologizing, saying he took too long. A powerful golem entered the battlefield. Alongside it came seed-shooting plants. John stays occupied for a moment, focusing on fine-tuning the golems before the next clash begins, even if the worst outcome meant darkness ahead. He still offered an apology without hesitation. The gremlins stare at these unfamiliar enemies, watching closely as if searching for understanding. Them. This is the exact instant when the ongoing battle finally reaches its conclusion. The rabbit struggles to accept that Foring was added into the golem. Only a solar stone remains. The moment the solar stone touches the already heated floor, a reaction begins immediately. The golem surges with power, its body reacting as if flooded with raw energy. Its offensive strength rises sharply, marking the emergence of the ultra-heat golems. With snow at their disposal, those lower monsters display frightening levels of power. Without any snow to rely on, they become nothing more than fragile and ineffective creatures. Jom commands his golems to melt everything standing along their advancing route. His legion of ultra-golems marches forward steadily, driven by absolute resolve. The centaur slams its hooves down hard, shaking the snowy ground beneath. Behind them, melting snow marks every step of their relentless advance. Some watch quietly as the formation moves closer toward the waiting gremlins. There is nothing this small and useless monster can do at this stage. No snow remains nearby that could be shaped into a weapon. One direct strike would be enough to send it flying away. By melting the snow, their plan to neutralize the enemy works flawlessly. As more snow disappears, the gremlins lose any means to fight back. The gremlins no longer smile as the situation turns against them. Instead, the pressure only fuels their rage even further. Yet their anger is divided. Some of them wearing underwear struggle just to move. Suddenly, the gremlins begin leaping forward in large numbers. They throw themselves toward the nearby snow without hesitation. John notices the movement and assumes they are attempting to escape. A powerful tremor suddenly spreads through the ground beneath them. The unexpected development fills him with growing unease. Sam also fails to understand the situation and becomes tense. A massive leg presses down heavily onto the snow. Standing before them is a creature resembling an ice golem. It is a gigantic melting gremlin, far more lethal and dangerous. Seeing this, he calls his gorillas back, realizing it cannot be friendly. One gorilla moves close, confronting the enemy head-on. It attempts to block the attack with raw strength, while the giant barely reacts. Even with its upgrade, the gorilla struggles to keep up. Steam rises continuously where their bodies collide. John realizes that despite its size, heat remains its weakness. Stogie urges his gorilla to continue fighting without retreat. Still, the battle has already been decided in defeat. The ice golem also demonstrates the ability to wield magic, revealing unexpected combat versatility. This time, sharp spikes erupt directly from its arm, fitting for a body formed entirely of snow. Gremlins swarm across its surface, spreading rapidly over the frozen structure. Jin catches this detail while closely observing the unfolding battle. He steadies himself and prepares to launch another attack. The gorilla is already wounded and can no longer defend effectively. Another heavy blow lands, sending it crashing straight into the ground. The assault continues without pause. as the gremlins surge with rage. It feels as though the flow of battle has completely reversed. Sung proposes that they coordinate and strike together. However, he quickly notices his companion is unfocused. Watching his golems endure such damage unsettles him deeply. The thought of losing yet another golem weighs heavily on him. Jin leans close and whispers something into his ear. Through this, he learns the ice golem is actually formed from gremlins. Realizing the importance, he rushes to relay this discovery to John. That enemy clearly possesses far greater density than his own golem. This density difference is what grants it an edge in combat. That advantage only holds when both sides share similar weight. He now anticipates what happens when overwhelming mass tips the balance. The newly created structure leaves everyone watching completely speechless. It is a golem built to crush anything standing before it. Even the rabbit has never seen one of such immense size. The ice giant senses immediately that its situation has worsened. It resembles a relentless steamroller with no intent to stop. To the old man, the form looks closer to a plain, charging bull. Around him, his companions remain frozen in shock. The rabbit finds the name unimpressive as well. The gorillas push the massive, destructive golem forward. As momentum builds, it obliterates everything along its path. The force generated scales directly with mass, a basic rule of physics. The enraged ice golem braces itself to block the charge. It strains desperately, trying to halt the steamroller. The attempt fails. The sheer mass proves unstoppable. Victory tilts toward John, and his confidence solidifies. The steamroller crashes through the icy gulf without slowing. Its impact wipes out the entire upper body. Only shattered remains persist, exposing the gremlins within. This revelation shocks Zhang, unaware they had merged so completely. With that resolved, Sohm declares it is now his turn to act. He rushes forward, blades crackling as electricity coats every swing with violent force. A massive lightning strike falls from the sky, signaling the gremlins' defeat. After the exhausting fight, they return inside the elephant to recover and breathe. Sung comments that from today's battle, Young's abilities have clearly grown stronger. He agrees, yet remains unsure how to handle the level 2 Andal. Ephim tries to explain the crisis, but the others already understand. Sung senses playfulness, yet continues. He and the old man repeat the same action, recreating it with perfect imitation. Sung corrects them, explaining they misunderstood because he meant something different. Inside the elephant, they keep joking, irritating the rabbit who feels stuck with children. Believing they are lost, he asks to inspect the lithograph for guidance. The lithograph shines intensely, glowing with a deep blue light. Thus, nature demands that everything follows its established laws. They adjust the elephant's direction by tracking changes in the light's brightness. The glow becomes nearly blinding, suggesting they may have reached the correct spot. Outside, they step carefully onto the snow-covered ground. No, the tree standing ahead looks strangely suspicious. As they draw nearer, the light grows even stronger. Jin notices something at the tree's roots, and the object begins to glow. The rabbit urges them closer, explaining a reaction will occur when both parts meet. Sung cautiously moves toward the second piece with measured steps. The brightness overwhelms them, forcing their eyes nearly shut. A system warning announces they are approaching the second ruin. A magic circle suddenly forms beneath their feet. Because it appears so abruptly, they cannot identify it clearly. The light intensifies further, flooding their surroundings. Jiang recognizes it as similar to his portal and believes they are heading to the ruins. Gradually, the overwhelming light begins to fade. Young stands confused, unable to grasp what just occurred. The system reports an error, stating passage through the portal failed. Even the rabbit shows surprise at the unexpected malfunction. Still, it tells its boss to remain positive despite the setback. The small squirrel moves beneath the snow, unseen for a moment. It emerges glowing brightly, as if confirming its plan succeeded. Now it lies calmly, playing in the snow without concern. The rabbit had suspected the passage would fail, because Zhang is an issue. With nothing left to do, he considers staying there, gazing quietly at the stars. The rabbit says he must return to the village or stay and perish. Those are the choices. Wanting solitude, he asks the rabbit to leave him alone for now. What already lies outside remains unclear to everyone. He asks where his boss is heading, but even he does not know. He just wants to walk. Snow begins drifting down at a slow and steady pace, covering the quiet surroundings. Watching him, the rabbit can only think that its boss has completely lost his mind. In such a short span of time, he managed to construct several observation towers. No matter the situation, his skill as a builder remains undeniable. At the top of one tower, a faint flash of light suddenly appears. Jalami has reached level 2 in observation, yet feels useless alone with no targets. The rabbit says it is pointless since everything resets later, telling him to wash his face. Thinking of hot water, he wonders if warmth is possible here. A hot spring sounds ideal. The thought of creating a hot spring refuses to leave his mind. Above him stretches a beautiful star-filled sky in the middle of nowhere. Cold air stings sharply at the tip of his nose. He starts imagining how a hot spring could exist in this frozen place. At that moment, his decision becomes completely clear. Only a hot spring can lift his spirits now. Nothing else matters. That size looks sufficient for what he has in mind. The height of the hot spring pot also feels just right. All that remains is boiling water, so he decides to check his trap. Placing his hands on the pot, he realizes the temperature is just right. When the water reaches this level, it must be poured in and repeated. At last, he removes his clothes and enters the hot tub to bathe. Soaking in warmth amid the cold feels refreshing. Even the squirrel enjoys it. This moment feels like paradise, even though it is far from Earth. Outside, the rabbit tries to understand the heat, saying it must be magic. Jong asks what he is doing. After bathing, the rabbit says it nearly burned him, while Joan feels completely renewed. As they walk, he asks whether Jong plans to return to the village. That is not his intention since it would be unfair, so he whispers to his friend. Elsewhere, they are fighting against ice gremlins without pause. Everyone is fine, yet John wonders where they currently are. The area has shifting walls that slide together, opening paths and sealing others. This phenomenon has happened before during their time in this place. Still, John does not understand what Sin refers to. He then states clearly that the ruins themselves are changing. After that realization, he tries contacting them several more times. He grows worried something happened since they remain silent. Jang feels anxious, but the rabbit reassures him because it knows their location. Finally, he hears Jin calling out to him through the window. Feeling uneasy, he asks if everyone is safe and why the response was delayed. He apologizes, explaining there are monsters there and only now he can relax. Hearing Sung speak, he assumes Yong must be deeply worried. He is worried indeed, but Jin says the situation is not that serious. Everyone was suddenly scattered, each person transported to a different location inside the ruins. The ruins resemble a massive maze, and at fixed intervals the layout shifts and reforms. Jin still does not realize Jong is outside the labyrinth, insisting separation was unavoidable due to conditions. Even so, he believes he is merely lost, not endangered, which was his meaning from the start. Speaking with Sung felt like dealing with a major emergency situation. Shin smiles calmly, saying this kind of emergency happens to be someone's weakness. That weakness comes from getting lost easily, a truth he cannot deny. After finishing the conversation, a sense of relief settles in. Sung acts responsibly, and Jung understands nothing serious happened to his friend. While moving through the snowy paths, the squirrel notices something unusual. A small mound rises from the ground, making him think a gremlin is hiding. Suddenly, a creature bursts from the snow, startling the squirrel badly. For several moments, fear completely overtakes him. Soon after, he regains his composure and calms down. Ahead stand several squirrels, their fur white, unlike his own. John approaches these new companions, assuming the color difference comes from environment. The small squirrel attempts to communicate with them directly. They respond by copying his gestures, forming a strange exchange. John watches the animated interaction, unable to understand anything happening. All the noise torments the rabbit, making it wish to hide underground to escape it. John realizes he can dig underground, and an idea begins forming. He considers that these creatures might know valuable information about the area. He decides to question them about underground monsters and local conditions. To do that, he needs to gain the trust of the small creatures. He offers them a large portion of bone as an incentive. With that settled, the small squirrel handles the negotiation. Zhang asks the rabbit to remain behind with the group. The small creatures then begin discussing among themselves. The negotiation concludes successfully, satisfying both sides. One of them calls to Zhang, who assumes he will be shown a route. With that guide, traveling through the area should become much easier. The path indicated leads beneath the surface rather than above. However, events do not unfold as expected. The squirrel shows useless sights. There is far more scattered junk underground than anticipated. He expected simplicity, but the tunnels resemble a massive anthill. Still, continuing forward makes sense. Since digging is his specialty, the wall ahead breaks. Beyond that opening, something appears that he never expected. A giant ant stands there, and he has no idea why it exists. Not only enormous, the ant radiates an unsettling presence. Yang hesitates, unsure whether he should flee immediately or stay. The rabbit never expected ants down here, confirming his earlier thought that the tunnels resembled an ant nest. They retreat in panic, and the rabbit urges him to deal with the situation quickly. He hesitates, unsure what to do. While Alpha explains these are not normal ants, earning a dry remark from John. They are witch experiments, chimera ants, but that detail holds no value to them right now. Right now, the real issue is facing these monsters without any outside help. Tired of fleeing, he finally decides to stop running and fight. His body begins drawing out the strength inherited from the boy. He faces the first threat directly and delivers a kick toward its head. Zhang watches closely to see the outcome of the strike. Instead, pain shoots through his foot, making the result painfully clear. The rabbit warns that more ants are approaching fast. He realizes they will need to seal the passage. Several ants rush toward them, distance working against him, yet he must halt their advance. He hurls his staff at one ant's head to stop it. The staff rebounds uselessly and crashes into the tunnel wall. Even that fails, and lacking the strength to throw harder. He hesitates again. Still, he pulls additional staffs from his inventory. He plants them around the tunnel, forming a rough circle. While he plans his next move, the rabbit shakes in pure fear. One ant charges forward with ferocity. It suddenly stops right in front of the staff barrier. The plan succeeds, leaving the rabbit stunned and relieved. The staffs block their path since the ants can only move straight ahead. Though simple, the tactic works exactly as intended. Using his abilities further, the rabbit asks what purpose this hole serves. By sealing exits, they might dig new paths, but this hole guides them precisely where he wants. Even so, the rabbit clearly has no idea what his destination is. Inside the tunnel, he sets additional plant-based traps. Every trap points toward the hole, waiting silently. The first ant crawls out through the opening. It is immediately struck hard by the trap. The rabbit marvels at his boss's quick thinking, while he enjoys the small victory. Above ground, the snow squirrel tries speaking to him. He continues onward, hoping John will follow behind. John does follow, deepening the rabbit's despair as they move further through the tunnel. At last, they reach a place that leaves him genuinely surprised. A chest sits there, with equipment scattered nearby, making him wonder who lived here. The rabbit disagrees, saying it still looks like an ant nest disturbed by outsiders. It seems unlikely ants carried equipment, but the rabbit notes they only follow orders. That leads to the thought it was the witch's doing, helping Alpha understand the chimera ants. Locating the witch will be difficult, yet their safety improved, and she is cut off from outside contact. The ants serve more than defense. They also function as collectors of various materials. Being constantly hunted forced endless experiments, solving the mystery, even if John missed Alpha's foresight. The rabbit explains this, reasoning holds meaning. The ruins were the witch's home, and the ants her creation. If they managed to cross the entire tunnel, they would eventually reach its far end. Hearing this, he finally gains clarity and forms a concrete plan to move forward. Near his portal stands a small house positioned close to the end point. Defensive plants surround the structure, clearly prepared to repel intruders. Every trap focuses on a single small opening at the top. The rabbit remains completely confused about what his boss intends to do. He equips enchanted gear designed to enhance his physical attributes. The spear grants piercing power, and the rabbit notes it is a rare item. Safety takes priority. Alpha agrees, since they have gathered significant vital energy. From this point onward, he plans to steadily grow stronger. Hearing this, the rabbit still struggles to grasp what he truly means. John keeps walking deeper through the passage without further explanation. He steels himself, prepared to move beyond the current stage. Caution is required, as ants could be waiting just ahead. Soon enough, their faint sounds echo through the tunnel. Hearing them early allows faster reactions and cleaner movement. With a precise strike, he pierces one ant directly through the head. Advancing slowly, he sharpens his focus and listens closely. The moment another ant nears, he delivers a single decisive blow. This method allows steady progress without delay. He advances quietly, avoiding alarms, disposing of remains with cursed hands. Repeating this process, he pushes onward using the boar's strength. While moving, he eliminates ants efficiently using the planter. Before long, he reaches level 8 through repeated combat. The rabbit asks if he will proceed further. Zhang warns they may reach the ruins, his skills clearly improved. Along the way, he finds additional equipment and asks the rabbit to collect it. As planned, he continues forward, lone ants posing little threat. Nothing manages to slow or interrupt his steady advance. The rabbit suggests using golems instead, questioning the need for such danger. He explains the tunnels are narrow and unstable. One mistake could mean death. He insists on staying positive. Chances to improve skills are rare. That optimism belongs only to the boss. The rabbit remains terrified. The rabbit assumes he should have gained a new skill after piercing so many ants. That is not how combat works. Skill does not form through repetition alone. He jokes that even a rabbit could sing with effort, briefly giving himself hope. That hope vanishes quickly when his boss immediately scolds him. A strange noise echoes from the tunnel they discovered moments earlier, drawing immediate attention. He warns the rabbit to stay alert, sensing an ant moving closer through the passage. Remaining calm, he waits patiently, preparing to finish the enemy in one move. The ant slams its heavy foot into the ground, shaking the tunnel slightly. Its mandibles are far larger than any ordinary ant, signaling a serious threat. The sight alone is enough to fill Jung with fear. This creature is a chimera soldier ant, radiating clear danger. Seeing it, the rabbit urges caution, reminding him they have only faced workers before. He opens his inventory and quickly pulls out an item. A plant-based trap is deployed to reinforce their defenses. He commands the plants to continue firing without pause. The ant's armor proves resilient, and the seeds cause no real damage. Unharmed, the ant stands firm, and he momentarily admires it, frustrating the rabbit who urges focus. He refocuses, knowing he must rely on the boar's strength. Charging forward, he strikes her head, but the weapon fails to pierce the exoskeleton. Even his strongest attack produces no result. The ant spreads its jaws wide, preparing to counterattack. With swift motion, it knocks the weapon from John's grasp. A sharp, heavy sound follows the exchange. The weapon he relied on is now completely broken. He asks the rabbit if it witnessed what just happened. The rabbit confirms it did, then urges him to stop hesitating and retreat. While assessing the broken edge, the rabbit notices his boss has lost focus. The cut surface reveals a hardness capable of piercing metal. He declares he wants those ants, making the rabbit think he has gone mad. John states clearly that he wants all the ant parts. Driven by resolve, he summons several additional traps. He orders the plants to bind the soldier ant, shocking the rabbit. Watching this unfold, the rabbit is overwhelmed by what it sees. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the labyrinth, their companions continue fighting. Sung gathers lightning bolts in rapid succession. He unleashes them, clearing the monsters blocking his advance. Through the whisper, he asks if Jin heard the strike he landed. Once more, the labyrinth begins shifting and rearranging itself. Jin hears him and tells Sung to stay put and not wander. Navigating a labyrinth proves difficult for Sung. Jin tells him to cause chaos so he can locate him. Hearing that, Sung feels far more confident. Vines spread rapidly throughout the tunnel. The soldier ant becomes completely immobilized. After a brief struggle, its head separates cleanly from the body, ending the fight. The body collapses without movement, striking the ground and going completely still. Zhang steps forward, ready to claim what he had long been aiming for. His visible joy grows so strong that even the rabbit starts pitying the ants. Hearing that remark, he immediately asks the rabbit which side it supports. A powerful glow suddenly spreads outward from the end point. He completes the calm quest, successfully clearing the Chimera Ant's cave. The reward revealed afterward proves to be quite unusual. You will receive an egg as the quest completion reward. Resting on his fingertip is an extremely small ant. He discovers he can communicate with it and issue simple commands. It lacks compatibility but remains obedient, and would be stronger if larger. The rabbit comments that for a normal ant it is already huge, then gets bitten while touching it. He quickly realizes the ant has a fierce temperament despite its size. Alpha identifies it as a tremor ant, still in its infant stage. He jokes about it surviving being stepped on, a remark neither Alpha nor the rabbit enjoys. Attempting communication, he mentions pheromones and asks if it knows the witch's location. The rabbit dismisses the idea, saying it is merely a newborn ant. Zhang exits the portal, and when the rabbit asks if he succeeded, he answers yes. He brings the ant along with him to the temple. His concern now is feeding it, briefly considering giving it everything. The temple stores plenty of grain, making it a practical food source. The tiny ant reacts with amazement at the sheer amount of food. Elsewhere, another group of players explores the second dungeon. They complain about the intense cold, forced to keep moving forward. The girl claims they reached the witch's house, though the man sees nothing yet. Then he finally notices what stands directly ahead. What they see are Jung's towers, mistaken at first for the witch's home. It might not be the target, since the keystone shows no reaction. In his view, the structure looks far better than any witch's house. The girl questions his judgment, but the old man recognizes it. A sign announces bathrooms are available and the place can be used for rest. Such a notice feels bizarre to encounter deep inside a dungeon. Without realizing it, John's reputation continues to grow stronger. Someone asks about the others, having already reached the second floor. Jin replies he should not have advanced since he planned to find him first. Even inside the labyrinth, he worries about Zhang and considers returning to the village. However, another issue has already appeared. He is likely standing before the boss's room at this moment. Inside that room, a hooded figure waits silently for him. One of his arms has transformed into an enormous scythe, heavy with killing intent. His other arm radiates dark energy, as if drawn straight from the depths below. The figure standing inside the room is the King of Death. He guards the place where the witch vanished, an immortal being bound to this domain. He urges them to enter quickly, declaring he still has lives left to curse. Jung asks if the rabbit heard it too, and it confirms it was an invitation inside. Sung panics, refusing to let his friend face that place alone. Jin agrees completely and begs him not to step inside. He realizes they think he would enter alone simply because he seems reckless. Even the rabbit questions his lack of retreat, but Yang replies he is still preparing. He expected to find a witch, yet the house name is obscured, resembling a laboratory instead. The rabbit notes there is no monster inside, since whatever waits beyond the door is far worse. The old man once explained the second dungeon boss is the King of Death, impossible to eliminate. Still, there exists a method to deal with him. As a life vessel, Zhang does not understand what that truly means. Richie, the monster's name, possesses a bowl storing life energy, hidden where only he knows. If that vessel is destroyed, Richie can be defeated. The rabbit realizes this object must be located. Understanding the task ahead leaves him deeply unhappy. Meanwhile, John gathers several interesting objects nearby and asks what the rabbit mentioned. The rabbit dismisses it as nothing and helps sort items, choosing to clear his thoughts. Examining the books, Alpha suggests reading them, since witches often keep rare magic texts. One book in particular captures his full attention. It turns out blank, and Alpha says that is unfortunate, different if the owner were a wizard. He cannot understand why Alpha makes him feel uneasy about it. The rabbit explains players pass through here, and leaving dangerous knowledge intact makes no sense. He adds there is no reason for discomfort, since many of his abilities are magical. He promises to give something else and tells him to stop joking. Xiaomi asks how much paper the rabbit uses daily, since even blank pages matter. since they are already there. He decides to collect everything useful, as good wood is rare. After some time, he gathers quite a lot, and Richie says he cannot wait for a chance. The rabbit notices something strange inside the room. One dark floor tile sits higher than the rest, clearly suspicious. They inspect it closely and find the tile is loose. Beneath it lies a hidden space containing a mysterious chest. As he peers inside the chest, curiosity takes hold. It is filled with knives and daggers, and the rabbit expected Richie's life energy there. One blade immediately draws John's attention. Among them, one knife looks different from the rest. The butcher's knife, bearing level 3 slaughter and level 1 vampire. The blade matches perfectly, the same weapon the old man used to slice through the fallen griffin body. That explains his refusal to part with it, even when the rabbit wondered if he would ever hand it over. From deep inside the room, Richie calls out, accusing someone of defiling what he claims as treasure. Some notice the walls have stopped shifting, yet the entire space suddenly begins to shake violently. John catches the change as well, believing the labyrinth has finally reached its final phase. The air keeps dropping in temperature, each breath turning sharper than the last. Sohn quickly connects the signs, sensing the meaning behind the sudden cold. The confrontation with the dungeon boss may have already started. A chilling fog coils around him, spreading through the space like a living presence. John wonders if the owner had been watching all along, and whether the kitchen knife truly holds such value. A suffocating presence erupts from him, pressing down with overwhelming hostility. The rabbit screams in desperation, telling him to be careful. Without warning, an attack was already flying straight toward them. John must evade immediately or take the full force of the strike. He reacts on instinct, opening his inventory without hesitation. In an instant, he drops an earthen cube between himself and the incoming attack. The defense holds briefly, yet the cube is pierced clean through by the impact. It feels unnatural, the cube sliced apart and frozen in the same moment. Richie demands his treasure back, ordering John to throw it into the room. The rabbit pleads with his boss to comply, though the knife still tempts him deeply. Behind them, a frozen mark spreads, sprouting twisted shapes like reaching tentacles. TV realizes in horror that Richie himself is forming within that space. He vows to bring death to all who dare desire what belongs to him. They are struck again, barely escaping as the ground drops away at the edge. He declares himself the immortal king, decreeing death upon every intruder. Seeing him clearly at close range, John feels an unexpected surge of frustration. Richie appears far smaller than imagined, lacking the menace John expected. The furious monster lunges once more, unleashing another relentless assault. The rabbit claims his boss lacks loyalty to stand and fight, but John knows resistance is impossible. At this point, retreat is the only option left to them. Richie once again demands the immediate return of his stolen treasure. John understands the danger of the long-range strikes, yet seeks insight into close combat. To test it, he places multiple earth cubes between himself and the monster. He waits calmly, confident as he observes what the attack will reveal. The test fails instantly, the cubes sliced apart like they never existed. John asks if the rabbit can follow orders precisely, and the rabbit curiously asks what he must do. They exchange quick words while sprinting through the collapsing passage. The rabbit listens intently, absorbing every detail without interruption. After hearing it all, doubt creeps in as he asks whether it is truly possible. John responds that the rabbit simply does not know him well enough yet. Now the rabbit only needs to follow the instructions given earlier without hesitation. Despite the danger surrounding them, his confidence has clearly grown stronger. The strategy feels surprisingly sharp. Provided the core assumption proves correct, the rabbit moves immediately, beginning to carry out the plan step by step. As they shift directions, Richie turns his attention directly toward the rabbit. John notices the distraction instantly and resumes provoking the monster without pause. They needed a moment. Then the treasure would be returned. Or so the rabbit added to lure the portal. John had already given the rabbit 2 very specific instructions. The first command was for him to pass through the portal without delay, then place one of the golems directly in front of it. This had to happen while John still had stamina to escape the monster, whose movements were erratic. Ice littered the ground, and his foot slipped onto a frozen patch. Richie was no fool. His presence there was never accidental. John slid violently and took damage as he hit the ground. The moment he steadied himself, a grim reality became clear. Richie was already above him, prepared to end the battle. The rabbit rushed in, shielding his master and telling him not to fear. He had moved even faster than John anticipated. Every task he was given had already been completed. This setup was about to create the best opening they could hope for. He leapt cleanly off the ostrich with practiced control. He began taunting the monster, calling him a sewer face, claiming nothing would go his way anymore. The insults worked, fragments of the monster's cape tearing loose into the air. John watches the scene with a hint of curiosity. With the plan executed, Richie's true form finally becomes visible. The witch's experiment remains perfectly intact. He stands revealed as the king of all Sinnoh-gremlins. Once again, he demands the immediate return of his treasured item. John can only see the creature's small face as strangely adorable. Despite that, Richie is fully intent on eliminating the intruders. The rabbit screams in fear, warning that the monster is charging. Riding the ostrich, John retreats while dragging the rabbit by the ears. The rabbit questions the escape. But this is clearly a tactical withdrawal. By reaching the portal, they plan to summon their capable subordinates. As John circles around, he positions the monster directly near the portal entrance. John issues the command for the target to be crushed. Richie stands precisely in front of the portal opening. A massive hand bursts through, striking the monster head-on. The power behind Gorilla's strike is overwhelming. The monster is launched into the air, yet begins regaining control mid-flight. Even after taking a heavy impact, his condition remained stable and far from collapsing. The strike proved the golem did not even need to be physically present to deal damage. Enraged, Richie declares his intent to kill them and spread absolute death. A chilling mist slowly pours out from his body, flooding the surrounding space. John braces himself, resisting the freezing wave as it surges forward. Confronted with this pressure, he chooses to deploy another portal. The sudden action sparks curiosity within the monster. Yet instead of waiting, Richie charges ahead with another assault. John is caught off guard by the monster's sudden speed. The scythe moves with clear mastery, controlled with terrifying precision. Its blade swings directly toward the intruders without hesitation. John manages to raise additional cubes in time, reinforcing his defense. Realizing the portal can harm him, Richie reacts instantly. John orders the rabbit to dismount and stall for time so another portal can be prepared. The rabbit asks where to place it, but John insists he decide the spot himself. He tells him to trust his instincts and act with maximum cunning. John makes it clear he fully believes the rabbit can succeed. Encouraged by that trust, the rabbit moves quickly, knowing every second counts. Richie announces that he will end everything now. If he rules the dead, then the chance he is undead cannot be ignored. John recalls everything he has learned from previous encounters. He realizes purification can coat his weapon, if the assumption holds true. Richie steps in aggressively, swinging his scythe down to strike. For John, attempting the counter is what truly matters. For the first time, he strikes back, forcing Richie to evade. His faith in the plan only grows stronger. He presses forward again, landing a clean hit. The monster recoils, a visible mark now etched across its head. Channeling purification, John grips a solid brick in his hand. He hurls it like a projectile, striking Richie once more. The assault continues without pause. Confidence builds, but he fails to notice ice forming behind him. A small squirrel shouts a warning just in time. John narrowly avoids the strike and begins reading Richie's attack rhythm. Now the battlefield shifts, ice spreading beneath his movements. He steadies himself, using his staff as a defensive brace. Extending his hand, he reaches toward the monster. The goal is clear: activate purification through contact. Once triggered, a powerful vortex erupts between them. With Richie's robes obscuring his form, John cannot clearly see where the body ends. He studies their movements carefully, curiosity clearly flashing through his gaze. Jang questions his focus and deliberately provokes him into launching another strike. Richie remains silent, offering no immediate response to the provocation. Moments later, he attacks again. the swing appearing almost intentionally off target. Young realizes in that instant that his staff has already been shattered. Seeing this outcome, Richie smiles, convinced his plan has succeeded. Young remarks that Richie should indeed be smiling, because after everything, his true goal was simply to gain a bit more time. During that window, the rabbit had already finished setting things up. Richie now finds himself encircled by portals on every side. Each portal had been placed with precise and careful positioning. John issues the command for the bee down to commence. Massive hands emerge simultaneously from every direction. Richie finally understands that the situation has turned against him. The pressure mounts as the hands nearly crush him in place. It takes only seconds before one delivers a light tap against his cheek. The others quickly follow, repeating the same mocking gesture. The relentless strikes leave Richie reeling and unsteady. The assault continues, repeating the punishment again and again. From a distance, Zhang calmly evaluates how well the plan is working. The rabbit explains that despite the power, Richie will only fall if the vessel holding his life is destroyed. Yuma agrees, adding they must keep him distracted to locate that object. With that in mind, John selects a particular item from his inventory. He tears the leaves apart and asks the rabbit to assist him. At the center of the portals, Richie continues taking blow after blow. This time, he attempts to mount some form of defense. However, his attention is pulled away by an unexpected sight. Pages from the books around the room now litter the floor. John begins igniting several of them, signaling that it is time to let everything burn. The sight stirs a wave of nostalgia within the rabbit. He had always enjoyed setting things ablaze. The spreading fire melts the ice beneath them, limiting the monster's movement. The dry paper fuels the flames, allowing them to spread rapidly. Watching the rabbit's enthusiasm for this is somewhat embarrassing. As the fire grows, Young confirms this outcome was intentional. He simply did not expect paper alone to cause such an effect. The rabbit uses the oral trap to amplify the flames, fully indulging in pyromania. Richie erupts in rage at what they have done. In response, he summons his cursed spirits. From beneath his cloak, multiple shapes slowly emerge, drifting outward into view. Ethereal beings take form, their presence filling the space with an unnatural stillness. John feels a jolt of fear, convinced he is staring straight at ghosts. Alpha warns him that physical attacks can still affect them, urging careful movement. Magic seems useless, yet when John throws a book and strikes one, even Alpha is stunned. John relies on his aiming ability, landing the hit with almost effortless precision. The rabbit can only stare, amazed by how fortunate his boss seems to be. Flames continue consuming the room, heat and smoke spreading steadily. Richie shouts commands, ordering his spirits to deal with the fire. The rabbit finds the scene amusing, mocking Richie for barking orders in panic. Amid the chaos, Zhang looks for a chance to escape. Richie, however, refuses to let them retreat so easily. The rabbit warns of a slow death if caught, and John reminds him about the oil. The rabbit answers proudly, claiming he only followed orders, trusting Sung can defeat the monster. Still, he admits he has no idea how an immortal enemy can be killed. Zhang reports he is being chased by the boss on the labyrinth's 3rd floor. Richie pursues them relentlessly, fury driving every step. The survivors, Sung saved, complain loudly about the unbearable cold. Sung orders them to head straight to the boss room. They argue the labyrinth surrounds them, yet something is about to break through below. Sung begins focusing his energy, preparing his next move. Zhang feels rising terror, fearing capture before reaching his companion. He forces himself to think fast, searching desperately for an opening. An ant tunnel links to the witch's laboratory, with the boss room at the end. That room had already been set ablaze. From there, fire began spreading throughout the labyrinth. Suddenly, a sharp idea flashes through his mind. He starts picturing the labyrinth as a massive trench. The ceiling layer still appears intact and stable, yet flames roar beneath it, burning like a furnace. He imagines the tunnel functioning like a chimney for the heat. He quickly dismounts from the ostrich. Sung announces he will break through the ground, asking his friend to wait longer. Young tells him not to rush or act only for reassurance. He hesitates, because a better idea has formed. The structure matches his thoughts perfectly, confirming his suspicion. Richie charges wildly, desperate to catch them. The moment arrives to execute the plan. He installs the Ondal system, a traditional floor heating structure. Now the entire floor gains active heating power. This outcome matches his intentions perfectly. Everything unfolded exactly as planned. With this setup, the temperature stays above freezing and water can no longer solidify. On the second floor, the players immediately sense the sudden rise in warmth. Sonia asks what changed, noticing the heat increasing rapidly around him. Shin wonders aloud if the Ondal system was installed. With that active, the gremlins are rendered completely ineffective. The plan succeeds, and he decides to move upward toward the second floor. Smoke already fills the area, signaling that the heat has intensified drastically. John uses purification on his face, forming a mask against toxic combustion fumes. The rabbit and the small squirrel request masks as well. He forms a protective bubble around them, allowing the group to move forward safely. Richie is unquestionably enraged by their actions. The ruined environment no longer favors him, signaling the moment to defeat the boss. He hurls a solar stone straight toward the enemy. The projectile nearly strikes the orc directly on the head. The impact triggers a powerful explosion. John gets lightly scorched by the blast. John tests how much heat Richie's immortality can withstand. Even so, navigating the labyrinth remains difficult, requiring climbing and constant planning. The rabbit struggles to understand what is happening now. Jotman attempts to shatter the unstable ceiling above. He activates his ability, breaking through the stone layer. In little time, a hole opens in the ceiling. Everyone passes through it without injury. Richie refuses to let them escape any further. He chases them relentlessly, intent on carrying out his threats. Above, John has already positioned himself, waiting for the monster. He prepares to drop multiple earth cubes. The mass collapses downward, burying Richie completely. Avoiding that trap was impossible. On the upper floor, the old man unexpectedly encounters John. Neither understands why they are there, yet they cross paths regardless. The situation remains unresolved and feels strangely unsettling. The old man is seen holding hands with a woman. Johnny demands her identity, calling him a traitor while fighting for survival. Yet the old man saved her, leading to this strange outcome. The rabbit warns it is a trap, shocking the old man. She is not human, and if he wants to live, he must leave her immediately. Jung struggles to explain the truth clearly. That woman has no feet at all. She must be a ghost. The realization hits them all at once, leaving everyone momentarily unable to speak. The woman suddenly sheds her disguise, revealing her true form as she lunges to attack. Seeing this betrayal, the old man explodes with rage. Without hesitation, he steps forward, preparing to punish the deceiver. His blow lands with overwhelming force, crushing everything in its path. The monster claims she could have killed him, yet her wounds vanish as she collapses. Meanwhile, John processes the sudden turn of events in silence. The rabbit explains that the old man's first love led them to a vital clue. While he denies it angrily, he identifies a trap that drains energy like she did, suggesting the life vessel is close. John realizes he must gather everyone soon, believing the labyrinth will shift again. To do that efficiently, John quickly formulates a plan, whispering through the system. He says he is on the second floor with the old man, and Sam asks his exact location. Jin is relieved they found the missing man, yet asks how they will regroup. Taking out a mandrake, John tells them to follow the sound it makes. The old man asks what the plant is, and the rabbit casually calls it a mandarin. It is used by witches, but when stepped on, it screams endlessly. John places it on the ground and asks the old man to do the honors. Closing his eyes in regret, the old man feels pity for the small creature. He covers his ears, bracing himself as he prepares to step down. A piercing scream instantly erupts into the air. Several people hear the signal echoing through the labyrinth. At the same time, chaos spreads elsewhere. Richie breaks free and swears to kill that man. Soon after, he also notices the shrill sound. Once more, he summons his ghostly servants. They watch eagerly, waiting to see how the intruder will respond. Richie is convinced this time he will finish him. He vows to destroy anyone blocking his path, his aura turning cold. One of the players hears the strange noise. Discussing it, They admit they have never heard anything like it before. Someone suggests it might be the boss, so they decide to move toward the sound. When the strong advance first, the weak inevitably lag behind. Drawn by the noise, players begin converging from all directions. The mandrake continues screaming without pause. The old man asks how long he must keep stepping on it. John jokes that he should continue until he forgets his first love. Despite the chaos, the area feels strangely calm. As he reflects, the ground beneath him starts to shake. A massive silhouette forms directly ahead. Richie has arrived, standing before them once again. Simply standing before Richie. The old man feels an intense chill spreading through his body. Sensing this, John activates his ability to stabilize the surrounding temperature. Warmth slowly pushes back in, restoring heat toward the center of the area. It feels like two forces clashing, a furnace battling against frozen air. Richie and his ghosts brace themselves, preparing to launch their assault. While blocking the plants, Richie remarks that John is skilled, yet he insists their efforts still fall far short of his own power. The old man steps forward, asking Richie if he truly cannot see him. He follows with a crushing strike that lands squarely on Richie. The impact sends Richie reeling, his head spinning violently. Though split apart, it snaps back into place almost instantly. The sight leaves the old man shaken by what he has witnessed. John quickly reminds him that this monster is immortal. Richie answers back, prepared to return the blow with unwavering force. The old man avoids the worst, barely defending himself in time. The scythe crashes down, shattering the axe hammer under the pressure. The destruction makes the threat painfully clear. He never expected Zhang to face something this overwhelmingly powerful. With the axe useless, he lets it fall to the floor. Equipping knuckle dusters, he tells John to stay back as he activates regeneration and physical strength boost. Empowered, he steps forward, ready to strike. He drives a punch straight into the monster. Dissatisfied, he presses onward, closing the distance. Blow after blow lands without pause. Richie shows visible damage, his form briefly destabilized. Even so, the old man stays firmly in place. Remaining alert, he knows the fight is far from over. He dodges the scythe, though a shallow cut still lands. His wounds regenerate as he charges again. Once more, the exchange turns into a one-sided beatdown. Richie absorbs the strikes without mounting a defense. Suddenly, Richie surges forward, scythe poised to strike. Unexpectedly, the old man grabs the scythe with one hand. With his free hand, he unleashes relentless punches. The assault continues for several intense moments. Eventually, he releases his grip on the scythe. He steps back from the monster. Richie staggers, momentarily destabilized again. Before recovery is possible, the beating resumes. One final punch slams directly into Richie's face. He is hurled through the air violently, his body spinning uncontrollably. After the relentless blows, his face is badly shattered and misshapen. Zhang watches in awe, impressed by the old man's brutal close combat skill. The old man shows no sign of stopping, his assault continuing without pause. Each strike keeps slamming into the monster's face again and again. Richie writhes under the endless punishment, pain building with every hit. The old man declares he will make Richie regret immortality by forcing him to feel pain forever. In response, Richie claims he will activate his trump card. A glowing magic circle suddenly forms beneath the old man. At that moment, he hears a familiar voice calling out to him. The woman he believed he saved earlier appears before him. She says she worried when he vanished, her voice gentle and concerned. She grips his hands tightly, chains wrapping around them without resistance. Stunned by her beauty, he agrees without questioning her intentions. Zhang anticipated this, while the rabbit shouts angrily that the old man is an idiot. Now the responsibility falls entirely on Yang to correct the situation. By accident, the old man steps on the mandrake once more. It erupts into another piercing scream instantly. That sound snaps him back to reality, exposing the woman as a monster. Realizing the truth, he attacks the ghost, shocking everyone watching. Meanwhile, the rabbit notices a pattern. Whenever Richie regains stamina, energy visibly flows. They now need to trace where that energy originates. He identifies Richie's weakness and the altar storing his life energy. fueled by heartbreak. The old man vents his rage on Richie. As he attacks, the others follow the energy flow the rabbit detected. Richie senses their intentions and realizes what they are doing. He gathers his remaining strength, trying to eliminate the old man first. Zhang glances back, curious about what they have uncovered. Richie pursues them relentlessly, refusing to let them escape. He claims this will not ruin anything else. Before he can finish, Sung intercepts him. This time, Richie is clearly in serious danger. John feels exhilarated by his friend's heroic arrival. After endless dead ends, relief finally washes over him. Now driven by anger, John decides Richie will suffer. The monster screams in fear, fully aware of what awaits him. His head is slammed violently into the ground. Sung unleashes a powerful electric shock into him. Richie convulses under the overwhelming pain. While attention shifts, John seizes the moment to continue forward. Following the rabbit closely, they begin tracing a visible stream of flowing energy. The trail continues until the rabbit points firmly at one specific wall. John immediately prepares himself, ready to break through it. He hurls a stake with force, smashing it hard against the surface. Beyond the shattered wall, a dark black sphere is revealed. This hidden object is clearly what Richie had been protecting. Alpha confirms it, identifying the sphere as the vessel holding his life energy. Deeper in the corridor, Sung continues shocking the monster relentlessly. Even while under constant assault, Richie begins to respond and regain awareness. Sung senses a shift, realizing the monster's movements are changing. Richie rages at what the humans have done to him so far. Power surges from him, pushing attackers back, leaving Sung stunned by his immortality. Other players arrive, worried for Sung, and he orders them to stay behind him. Blades are drawn everywhere as Richie prepares to reveal his true name and slaughter them. He declares himself the immortal Lich, king of the ice gremlins, Bahamut, one who transcended death. The players tremble, realizing they are facing a named boss. The Lich grins coldly, standing tall before them. He promises to turn them into his obedient servants. He swears only death awaits them for damaging his body. Jung suddenly appears behind him, calmly asking if he is still alive. The Lich answers confidently, then senses something deeply wrong. Fear overtakes him instantly. His body convulses violently as agony overwhelms him. Trapped spirits begin pouring out from within his form. The old man watches in awe, clearly impressed. Ghost after ghost escapes his collapsing body, until what remains crashes to the floor. Only a shattered, hollow shell is left behind. It slowly crumbles into dust, drained of all life and power. The players stare in confusion, unable to grasp how he died so suddenly. Sung remarks that Yang has done it again, reminding them of the hot springs incident. Jung steps forward, openly admitting he was responsible. With his final strength, Richie admits his anger and sorrow. He explains he accepted the curse to fulfill his master's wish, now rendered meaningless without the vessel. Jung states he did not break the vessel directly. Instead, he sacrificed the entire structure. Richie believes Jung wanted him to suffer until nothing remained. The dungeon clears, and every survivor is fully healed. They celebrate in relief, unaware of the Lich's final words. The trial ends at last. Relief spreads through the group. Smiles appear as tension finally dissolves. Warm restoration surges through the old man, broken strength knitting together inside his body. Sung also relaxes, satisfied that the outcome closed without loss or disaster. They praise Jung for his performance, then question where he discovered the vessel holding Richie's life. A rabbit hops forward, calmly claiming the credit and drawing every gaze toward itself. A cold blue glow rises nearby. Uncertainty spreads as they fear another boss emerging. The sudden radiance overwhelms Jung, forcing him to shield his eyes from the light. In that moment, understanding strikes him and the truth becomes clear. With magic I entered there, and with magic had left. The rabbits explain they at least secured their own exit from that domain. Without the fire path, they would have crawled through narrow, twisting ant tunnels. Alpha remarks that apocalypse driving will be wicked and cheap, leaving John unimpressed. With the dungeon close to resetting, escape is urgent. The rabbit asks what he is doing. Staring at the Lich, Zhang points out that it is still alive. Belich answers that death is near, His mana was low before and now completely gone. Hearing that, Zhang decides he will claim that weapon for himself. The scythe carries level 1 fencing skill, its blade honed sharply to level 3. It would serve perfectly as a tool for harvesting rice in the fields. The rabbit adds it can even slice the rice base, regretting only its small size. In the Lich's grip it seems massive, yet in Zhang's hands it looks tiny. Despite that, the blade remains excellent and sharp, sure to find a proper use. Galich accuses him of daring to steal all his treasures. He threatens a curse, prompting Jiang to activate his purification skill. Afterward, he offers an apology for his actions. He then asks the rabbit whether control like the golems is possible. The reply calls John greedy, though Alpha already understands his intent. Creating an immortal lich is forbidden. Even witches avoid such acts. Zhang asks whether distance from the life source would cause the lich to die. Lich replies that if that occurs, death is inevitable. Zhang questions if emptying it would kill him, asking if he planned endless soul suffering. The orb resembles those on his altar. Alpha explains it serves a similar role. With no altars in this dungeon, all life energy was compressed into one place. He instructs him to fill the orb completely with life energy. He is nearly finished, needing only that to continue existing. Survival is possible, yet the body is already too damaged, even sustained by life. Proper movement would remain impossible. He then asks whether a suitable body would solve the problem. Outside, he stands within one of his towers. Zhang appears to be working on something. The rabbit asks what he is doing there. The truth will surface soon enough when he witnesses the completed outcome with his own eyes. The snowman body already stands prepared, waiting silently for what comes next. The rabbit understands its nature, yet questions why this act keeps repeating. He grips the lich's head, its voice raging for death, refusing to accept humiliation. Zhang regrets reducing him to this state and offers an apology for any offense. Instead of calming down, the lich grows angrier with every passing moment. He insists a being like him should not end this way, claiming pity drove his actions. Those words catch the lich completely off guard. He tries to avert his gaze, disbelief written across his expression. Zhang asks whether the Gremlin King can still command the snow. If it's snow, of course you can use it. With a new body secured, he pledges complete loyalty to his new master. Given that vow, he resolves to endure for the long path ahead. Billick says he's eternally grateful and offers his loyalty for as long as he lives. Facing such devotion, Yang feels genuine joy, pride lifting his smile. Now atop the tower, the rabbit recalls the lich once spoke of cursing them all. The past is dismissed. He hopes for harmony now, calling the rabbit Little Elder. That title irritates him deeply, as he dislikes being labeled an elder. Sharing a master implies hierarchy, and by the rabbit's attire, he assumes a butler role. This assumption only fuels the rabbit's growing irritation. Jung bluntly states it is because he is a slave. The rabbit repeats it, then hastily corrects his own words. He glares angrily, the two now locked in a heated argument over slavery. One benefit is immunity to the lich's damage, easing fears of betrayal. Alpha notes that these effects exceed expectations by far. Felicia's attacks focus on wide areas, immortality removing the need for durability. Now, magic is capable of affecting him directly. In battle, this grants overwhelming offense paired with solid defense. He can even raise a magical army to guard the Temple of Leashes. That is true as long as he exists. His loyalty remains absolute. Alpha warns his energy consumption is extreme, shocking the lich. With matters settled in that location, calm finally returns. Jom considers whether returning to the village is the next step. Far below, within the underground temple, a portal begins to glow. They find themselves already inside it. Portals surpass teleportation, leaving the lich awed by his master's power. Several solar stones line the ceiling above them. He notices his body beginning to melt in that environment. He calls out that his body is melting, the rabbit smiling at this frailty. But the lich says that weakness belongs to the snow, not to him. He asks for a bit more energy, determined to endure using every ounce of strength he has left. Alpha refuses firmly, explaining it is impossible and advises him to stand in the shade. John chats with his companions, telling them they can continue the discussion later. He checks on the lich, noting the melting body and suggesting he stay in the shade. That solution changes nothing, since escape routes are unavailable and movement is impossible. Bilich quietly believes his master shows far too much kindness. With triple the energy, he could stabilize his form under sunlight, yet that would waste power. The Lich feels isolated, sensing no one truly supports him there. John suddenly places a hat gently on his head. He then asks calmly if things feel better now. Watching closely, he asks what kind of mastery created such an item. John crafted it personally, and it fits with flawless precision. It allows free movement. Owning something made by his master fills him with pride. John notices quickly that the Lich responds strongly to praise. Regardless, the pleasant feeling settles deeply and lingers. He realizes equipment can be sacrificed to reinforce another item. As a result, both the Lich's hat and scarf gain heat resistance. Walking happily through the temple, the Lich studies his master's domain. From now on, he handles cleaning duties, a role Alpha finds acceptable. A sudden detail pulls his attention toward the side. Large amounts of grain lie there, prompting him to begin cleaning. The sight triggers Zhang's memory of his aunt. He warns the Lich to be careful with his actions. Unfortunately, his warning comes far too late. The Lich has already collected all the rice present. He explains he shared some rice with his aunt before departing. The Lich then calls his master over to observe something. Together they examine the wheat growing in that area. Movement stirs among the wheat, revealing an ant emerges. It appears to be a chener ant. These creatures are responsible for gathering all the rice. Lich explains it is a slave ant, raised to serve faithfully by instinct. Jung asks what kind of instinct that might be. They were engineered in his former master's laboratory to collect food. Excited, he asks if they can serve as his helpers. Hearing this, the rabbit feels quietly pushed aside, reflecting on the Lich's proposal. The temple is entrusted to him, his actions proving him the right choice. This decision fills the Lich with overwhelming joy. Now, all that remains is obtaining a weapon. John formally presents his new companions, marking the start of their role within the temple. He receives a broom and a wheelbarrow, then repeats his vow of unwavering loyalty. Alpha remarks that his adjustment happened faster than he ever expected. Zhang assures him that he knows he will work diligently in this place. As it is his first day, Jung advises him not to push himself too hard. Watching this exchange, the rabbit's jealousy quietly continues to grow. While cleaning, the Lich keeps glancing toward the rabbit nearby. The rabbit points out water on the floor, warning him not to drop snow while moving. Responding calmly, the Lich says he will dry the water immediately. Even so, he adds that complaints are unnecessary since the rabbit can fly. The rabbit snaps back, saying he dislikes the tone and excessive formality. Hearing that, the Lich agrees to try adjusting his manner of speaking. He admits change is difficult, making the rabbit complain that it sounds stranger now. Ending the exchange, the Lich promises improvement and asks him not to worry. He never expected such a personality, and his servant is becoming increasingly irritating. Worse still, another annoyance soon adds to his frustration. Zhang calls Bahamut over to his side. Bahamut appears instantly, responding without delay. He asks what his master desires at that moment. Zhang offers him a cup, and the Lich forms ice to cool it. Zhang drinks, enjoying the chill in the beverage. Cold cider truly delivers satisfaction at the right moment. The rabbit grows even more irritated by the attention the Lich receives. After making the ice, the Lich prepares to return to work, but Zhang stops him. What follows leaves the Lich visibly surprised. Zhang hands him the scythe, instructing him to use it for cutting rice. Once again, the Lich swears loyalty while Alpha notes their unusual dynamic. With the scythe in hand, the Lich eagerly prepares for harvesting. He works joyfully, moving through the temple with renewed energy. Zhang quietly observes the Lich's happiness as he works. After sustained effort, the task finally reaches completion. His assigned duties have been carried out flawlessly. A vast supply of rice now allows changes to the temple layout. Storage must be arranged, along with paths for ants to travel. With only one ant, harvesting speed remains limited. He suggests making her the queen ant, already eager for that outcome. The rabbit asks about ant eggs, but Jung believes the ant is female. He admits his knowledge of ants is quite limited. Using one hand, he forms a solid block with precision. He mirrors the action, creating another block with his other hand. At last, the task he aimed for reached completion, bringing a quiet sense of fulfillment. He successfully built a mill designed specifically for the golem's use. The rabbit never imagined a working grain mill would exist inside the temple. Thanks to this, they can cook rice properly and even make rice cakes. However, his attention soon catches on something completely unexpected. A sudden craving hits him for a familiar traditional Korean rice cake. He realizes he cannot make it yet, lacking chili peppers in this place. He plans to search the dungeon for substitutes, while the lich wonders about his actions and the rabbit says he will adapt soon. 2 full days pass after everything settles down. Sug and his group finally manage to return safely to the village. After exiting the labyrinth, they discover the entrance to a 3rd dungeon. Unsure whether to proceed or retreat, they ultimately choose to return home. John welcomes them warmly, sensing they faced serious hardships. Jen rushes forward immediately, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Everyone looks visibly dirty and worn from their journey. He tells them to bathe first, then follow him afterward. Back at the temple, the rice fields have already begun growing again. Curious about their destination, they ask, and Zhang says they will see soon. Standing before a door, he announces that they have arrived. He asks whether everyone is ready to relax and enjoy themselves. Inside, clear water flows continuously through the area. Some wonder aloud what this strange place is meant to be. Jung explains he felt bored, so he decided to build all of this. Out of boredom alone, he constructed an entire sauna. The lich notices unfamiliar visitors entering the space. Celine instantly recognizes the boss from the witch's dungeon. Realizing it is his master's brute, the lich apologizes, confusing them by calling him master. Hungry from travel, Iseki prepares rice for everyone, served with shaved ice. Still confused, the lich quickly excuses himself, saying he is on his way. Using his hands, he produces finely shaved ice. A layer of sweet syrup is poured carefully over the ice. Sung watches in stunned silence at everything the snowman accomplishes. This dessert is one Damaser has enjoyed recently, recommending it inside the sauna. Hearing that makes Jin's mouth water instantly. Soon they sink into the heated water, intensely hot yet deeply relaxing. Jung feels relieved everyone is safe, then mentions he needs a favor. Their gazes shift toward Jom, who spoke up moments earlier. He asks him to explain, promising to handle it personally. The old man nods in agreement without hesitation. As the lich approaches, the small squirrel steps closer, sniffing curiously. He has no idea why he is being followed, yet the squirrel keeps sniffing, clearly sensing bones. Bennett suddenly climbs onto his head, clinging there without hesitation. Startled, he asks the rabbit for help removing the squirrel from his head. The rabbit calmly demands a polite request, forcing him to say, "Please." With a single motion, the squirrel hops away and settles onto the rabbit's hand. The lich watches closely, clearly impressed by the rabbit's authority. Reflecting on this, he realizes his standing in the hierarchy is painfully low. It will take time, but he must raise his purification skill to the intermediate level. The others grow curious and want to hear more details about it. His primary ability, purification, remains stuck at the beginner stage. Unlike most skills, it can be trained freely, though progress has been slow. The rabbit explains it works well against undead, becoming stronger with improvement. He witnessed that effect firsthand during fights with the lich and skeletons. However, its range is short and only applies to weapons he holds. Increasing the skill level might expand its effective range as well. The rabbit says if so, he must fight using only that skill. Zhang responds that hunting enemies is unnecessary. This answer leaves the rabbit visibly confused. John then gestures toward his 3 companions. They are now positioned within the field of cursed sand. He needs them to handle skeletons while he purifies the land itself. They agree easily, only asking how long it will take. He answers that it will continue until the skill levels up. The task ahead looks exhausting and time-consuming. Several days pass after they begin the process. Through constant effort from everyone involved, John achieves an impressive outcome. His purification skill finally reaches the intermediate level. The ground trembles violently as a figure rises into the air. The airborne creature bears the shape of a massive lion. It gazes downward, filled with curiosity. Unfamiliar structures confuse him, since he did not build them, making him wonder about a skill. His attention shifts toward observing the labyrinth itself. Inside the boss chamber, several details immediately catch his eye. Only Lixtas' body remains, unmoving, angering him as he checks the life-holding orb. The true soul is gone, meaning the appointed boss has been lost. Without its soul, the lich is nothing more than a shattered puppet. He wonders whether someone forced the lich to expend all its power or used destruction. Regardless, replacing the dungeon boss is now required. This time the dungeon will be entirely different, and that could prove enjoyable. The following morning, Jung lifts his gaze, sensing something unusual in the air. He wonders where the lich went and why ghosts now swarm the area. He planned one last dungeon run before reset, but confusion forces him to investigate first. The rabbit explains the dungeon changed. The boss was replaced. John questions it since the rabbit never tried. All senior managers possess authority to modify traps, monsters, and even entire dungeon structures. Despite that revelation, Zhang only cares about clearing it now. No matter what, the strategy required has shifted completely. John presses for answers, asking how such drastic changes are possible. The rabbit shrugs it off, calling it pure chaos and nothing else. They must capture every ghost while maintaining constant offense. Catching all of them will be extremely exhausting. It becomes worse since the labyrinth shifts constantly and ghosts pass through walls, leaving them disadvantaged. Even so, John believes this is easier than facing the lich. In truth, this situation may work in their favor. The rabbit asks what part of this could possibly be better. Bahudi should seize this chance to test something new. His purification skill has now reached the intermediate stage. He can now activate purification from a distance. Without needing contact, surprised, the rabbit asks if he's going to hit the ghosts. Confident, Jung says that's exactly how he'll do it. Combined with his aiming skill, missing is impossible. The purification projectile forms, fully prepared. He channels focused intent through the tip of his finger. He readies himself to fire as if wielding a pistol. This allows him to strike multiple targets in rapid succession. The rabbit watches in disbelief, shocked by both speed and precision. John proceeds effortlessly, never breaking rhythm. The rabbit tries speaking, but Zhang says he is busy. Unexpectedly, the rabbit starts cheering him on, strange enough to surprise Zhang. Pushing forward, he wants to test how many foes his boss can eliminate. Ghosts are unusual monsters, notoriously hard to counter. Their attacks are simple, draining 1% strength and temperature per contact. Multiple simultaneous attacks become nearly fatal. Passing through objects, flying freely, and ignoring physical damage makes them dangerous. Yet for Zhang, dealing with them poses no real challenge. He glances at the rabbit, asking if he is keeping count. So far he reached 57, and everything proceeds smoothly. He places a mandrake on the ground, telling the rabbit to step on it if ghosts approach. He continues eliminating the remaining ghosts in the area. The moment the mandrakes scream, the ghosts immediately retreat. Now it becomes a waiting game, letting the ghost return so he can finish them safely from afar. The rabbit tries not to look shocked, admitting the plan works, then confirms the count is 83. Hunger sets in, so he plans to stop at 100 and head back, while asking about ghost achievements. During this time, his purification ability advances to intermediate level 2. Ghosts prove to be ideal targets for testing all his abilities. After reaching 100 defeats, no achievement appears. Perhaps it triggered earlier. He decides to eat there and continue, thinking the achievement might unlock soon. He asks the rabbit to step on the mandrake again. The plant releases another piercing scream across the field. With progress steady, he chooses to advance calmly and patiently. Suddenly, something unusual catches his attention on the ground. At first glance, the white powder scattered there makes no sense to him. The rabbit explains it is what remains after a ghost is destroyed. Sheng realizes those remnants are actually ashes. He finds it curious they leave traces, even more so that he missed no shots. Seeing this unfamiliar material, John pauses to consider its value, unsure of its use. He hears the rabbit suggest it might serve ritual purposes. Since monsters leave it behind, it must hold some function. After that remark, The rabbit examines the ashes more closely. Sniffing them causes a sneeze, making Jong suspect inhaling them is risky. The rabbit calls it mere dust, prompting Jung to ask Alpha about ghost powder. Alpha explains it is a magical ingredient, useless to him since he is not a maid. Hearing that, Jung decides to analyze the ghost powder himself. Holding a handful, he activates his earth-shaking ability. The ashes form a cube shape, but the rabbit dismisses it as ordinary dust. Ignoring the comment, he continues gathering more ghost powder. He stores it away, thinking it may prove useful someday. After eating, he resumes eliminating additional ghosts. Eventually, every mandrake he carried gets used up. The rabbit apologizes for using them all, while Jung admits he nearly stepped on each one. He knows he enjoyed it, remembering he collected them from a griffin nest and plans to return for more. By now, the griffin may have already reset. The rabbit asks if he plans to capture the griffin and become a tamer. Bee-traps might assist, but the rabbit warns he is thinking about it the wrong way. With that settled, they head toward the mountains of death. Jong defeats the griffin once more, still receiving no achievement. The rabbit explains achievements cannot repeat or they lose meaning. Jung complains the dungeon is stingy, while the rabbit calls him greedy. He adds that this greed is why Jung is getting fat. After hitting the rabbit, he asks Alpha if excess fat can be sacrificed, and Alpha agrees. The rabbit claims weight loss is easy. Let ghosts attack him, so John decides to return and try. The rabbit stops him, saying that is wrong. Real weight loss requires moving the body. After hitting the rabbit again, John admits he nearly fell for it. His thoughts then drift toward the concept of life energy. He opens his inventory, scanning through stored items carefully. He wonders what would happen if ghost powder absorbed life energy. Alpha warns him not to experiment, reminding him sacrifices are needed to revive Artea. Even so, curiosity wins and he insists on testing it. Infusing life energy turned Bahamut into an ally, making him want to test further. Alpha calls it reckless waste, while the rabbit openly calls him an idiot. John believes ghosts could also be turned into allies. With the Lich gone as boss, an army of ghosts sounds appealing. The rabbit tells him to stop dreaming. Alpha adds it worked only because the Lich had a life vessel. Jong explodes in anger, declaring that as Temple Master, his will stands. Alpha reluctantly agrees, suggesting the experiment happen somewhere safe. They return to the village to proceed carefully. If disaster strikes, villagers can intervene immediately. Alpha begins channeling life energy into the material. All John wants is to obtain a ghost. The cube suddenly lifts and floats above his hands. Both he and Alpha stare in shock. Even the rabbit never expected this outcome. Jung believes the cube is alive, finding the sight incredible. Instead of stopping, it continues rising higher. The rabbit questions why it keeps ascending endlessly. They silently watch as the cube drifts away. It climbs until it vanishes, lost to the sky. Faced with disaster, the rabbit struggles to suppress laughter. He fails, and Jung asks what could possibly be funny. He explains Jang purified the ghost twice, sending it straight to paradise. Alpha notes only levitation remains in the ashes. Grateful no more energy was used. John falls silent, eyes fixed on the sky above. The tiny ghost powder cube is now completely gone. Honestly, he finds the result incredibly cool. Even uncontrolled, watching it float felt amazing. He asks if that same force exists inside the temple lizard statue. Alpha asks if he means the gargoyle. The living stone was carved by the artisan Honor Ardia, left as temple guardian. John wonders if that power could make a statue fly. He imagines combining it with his golems, but the rabbit says they would float forever. Alpha admits he is unsure whether there is any method to bring them back down safely. Even if possible, he doubts it would move very much at all. After hearing this explanation, John pauses, determined to find a solution anyway. He decides to try once more, while Alpha silently hopes it will be the final attempt. The cube begins rising again as life energy flows into it. John grips it firmly, making the rabbit panic, fearing his master might lift off too. Instead, John calmly hands the cube to him. Understanding the risk, he asks why he had to be the one chosen. Since he alone can fly, the task naturally falls to him. That answer is exactly what the rabbit did not want to hear. He starts levitating, and Zhang asks if he actually knows how to fly. The rabbit admits he does not, and John notices the ascent is much slower now. The rabbit only rises to a fixed height before stopping completely. Perhaps the additional weight is limiting his lift, with him suspended. Zhang asks whether he wants to drop the cube. The moment it slips from his hand, the cube instantly resumes floating on its own. Even Alpha finds the behavior intriguing this time. Zhang then tells him to descend and bring the extra weights. The rabbit complains they are too heavy, which is exactly the point. Carrying the load. He struggles upward toward the floating cube. His small paw stretches out, barely close enough to reach it. Once he grabs it, the added weight forces him to sink lower. John's first idea is to create a balloon system, controlling height through weight. Alpha warns the sky is dangerous, and the rabbit agrees, noting griffins could be fatal. Realizing the risks, John accepts that even clever ideas have limits. With that, he returns to pure theory once again. He imagines a larger cube, thinking a ghost inside might allow easier movement. The rabbit asks if this means he plans to create more golems. John says it is not for invention, but simply for enjoyment. To the rabbit, it sounds like pretending wisdom while speaking nonsense. They place the smaller cube inside the larger one, leaving the rest to Alpha. Slowly, the structure begins lifting from the ground. It floats upward, though only slightly. John asks Alpha to add just a bit more energy. This causes the cube to rise even higher. A milestone is reached, the floating stone, hinting at a hidden truth of the world. The world's secrets reveal themselves as something deeply fascinating. This marks his first achievement without any reward, something even the rabbit has never seen. A secret of the world, yet to the rabbit, it makes absolutely no sense. Thinking it over, John retraces every moment, sensing gaps where key details slipped past unnoticed. The rabbit calmly states he was mistaken, then offers an apology toward the dungeon itself. Meanwhile, life in Rift Village continues smoothly, with no visible changes or alarms. Inside his cabin, the old man sits brooding, irritated by people who disturb him merely by existing nearby. To him, that nuisance is John, harmless in action, yet crowding his personal space more each day. He paces the room repeatedly, restlessness growing as boredom tightens its grip. Then he recalls Cell and the hunting team being gone, realizing this window cannot be wasted. Without delay, he bolts out from the cabin, moving with sudden resolve. This time, strengthening himself was no longer optional, it was absolutely necessary. Instead, his path leads him straight into an unforeseen scene. From concealment, he watches Jung hoist an enormous slab of earth effortlessly. He asks the rabbit if Jung resembles a deity. The dull agreement that follows chills him deeply. Zhang jokes lightly, twirling the massive cube, crushing the old man's understanding beyond repair. Zhang feels a realization forming, something finally aligning in his thoughts. With each attempt, he grasps the object's behavior and limits more clearly. Two core traits emerge. As stored energy increases, the object floats higher. With equal energy applied, floating strength shifts depending on the object's weight. By tuning size and energy together, the floating effect can be deliberately capped. The concept is intriguing, yet it carries a notable restriction. The rabbit sees no immediate or practical application for such a method. Zhang urges him to think broader, not locking every idea into combat use. He suggests situations where maintaining a fixed position becomes essential. With that in mind, they head directly into the temple interior. Zhang begins smashing stones methodically, scattering fragments across the space. The snowman wonders why his master suddenly targets the staircase itself. Once more, the rabbit grumbles, irritated by the snowman's manner of speaking. Eventually, every step of the staircase lies completely destroyed. Now only a single test remains before confirming the theory. The snowman realizes the process relies on spiritual energy. He focuses intently, tracking every motion his master makes. From this, he decides the boss is working like an alchemist. The rabbit dismisses that, calling him merely skilled at wasting time. The task proves difficult, demanding precise balance between weight and energy. To the snowman, it mirrors alchemy, reminiscent of techniques his former master used. Still, The rabbit insists Zhang is no alchemist, only experimenting aimlessly. He tells Alpha to memorize the energy needed, since beginnings are hardest and ease follows. Alpha wonders whether all that energy will truly be spent on stairs. Zhang confirms it, since creating nothing would leave everyone bored. The floating staircase stands complete, leaving John quietly impressed. Yume the rabbit also finds the result genuinely impressive. With that, he reaches another milestone, completing floating stairs, his production speed now clearly doubled. The snowman watches the result closely, unable to hide his growing sense of admiration. These modest abilities reveal unexpected depth, proving far more engaging than they first appeared. Curiosity rises as he tests whether life energy can be infused alone, seeking the outcome firsthand. The result leaves his small minions staring in visible awe, clearly impressed. Their earlier caution fades fast, replaced by pure excitement and eager energy. Using floating stones, he constructs a mezzanine inside the temple, expanding the space. He long dreamed of a multi-floor home, now realized, prompting the rabbit to tease him. That careless remark earns him another immediate punishment. Ghost powder drains too quickly, forcing him to gather more while improving purification. He calls Bahamut along, since the area has already been fully cleared. The situation pulls him into a brief moment of deep thought. This place once demanded his life, the same place his former master inhabited. Reflection lingers, weighing heavier than he expected. The rabbit notes that memories remain even now, calling Zhang painfully insensitive. Because of that, he brings up his master once again. Knowing every trap, he insists on leading, while the rabbit finds no one normal here. Within the forest, they approach the entrance of the second dungeon. Through a soft whisper, he begins singing the song. Someone wonders whether Zhang plans to enter the dungeon alone. If so, she urges caution, asking him to avoid unnecessary danger. Jin urges retreat if threatened. Uncle advises waiting if escape fails. All sound protective. They train their abilities, unable to return to already cleared dungeons. Yang explains they never meant to worry him excessively. He promises to speak with them later. Dungeon visits remain his alone. The rabbit recalls a sacrificial child once begging only for water. Watching his master now, he senses something far beyond that past image. That child has undeniably grown stronger. Now, it is the ghosts who bear the cost. As they linger, ice gremlins suddenly emerge nearby. They prepare to repel them, knowing purification has no effect here. The snowman calmly claims responsibility for handling the threat. Armed with scythe and butcher knife from Joan, he advances forward. Terror spreads across the gremlins instantly. Bahamut trembles with excitement, eager to strike. John never imagined the snowman capable of such performance. The small figure moves swiftly, displaying sharp agility. Against him, the gremlins stand no chance. Each precise scythe strike brings unexpected joy as enemies fall. The rabbit decides never to provoke that fellow again. Nearby, he quietly observes his master, studying every move with focused attention. His master cheerfully gathers ghost dust, treating the task like routine labor. Bahamut stands guard during the collection, maintaining watch for any approaching threats. When ghosts appear, their positions shift smoothly, each taking the other's role. In this area, every fragment holds value, nothing is allowed to go unused. Together, he and the snowman function as a perfectly balanced team. Using this coordination, they pass through the tunnel without incident. By the end, the labyrinth stands completely cleared of danger. It almost feels like they oversee the place rather than invade it. After the effort, his purification ability increases yet again. The rabbit calls it nearly cheating, though John has no control over it. Even so, Dee's master benefits greatly from remarkable fortune. Regardless of comments, his progress is built on constant hard work. They press onward to gather more ashes, an approach even the rabbit approves. Zhang now wants to measure how much stronger his purification ability has grown. He can form 3 purification spheres simultaneously without interruption. He predicts 10 spheres at level 10, since he currently stands at level 3. Improved purification quality boosts efficiency during ghost encounters. The rabbit warns future levels will be harder, then notices nearby stairs. The snowman explains they descend to the first basement and advises caution. They cleared the route backward, making the earliest stage the most dangerous. That specific level, the first basement, carries special risk. It bears the name Witch's Garden among dungeon layers. Intrigued, John wonders whether flowers grow within that space. He hopes the garden contains vegetables safe for consumption. Upon arrival, he carefully considers what might be edible. The snowman warns of poisonous fungi that become dangerous if eaten. Malleum purification works there, yet the rabbit says danger is obvious by sight. Indicating another plant, the snowman explains proximity triggers spore release. He keeps questioning everything, greatly irritating the rabbit. After further inspection, disappointment sets in. There is no sunlight at all. Most growths are traps, with only a few safe options. John asks whether the snowman noticed anything edible. One exists, though its appearance feels unsettling. John asks to be shown immediately without delay. They move deeper into the garden, advancing carefully. The air dries out, and the snowman notes plants that absorb moisture. The rabbit urges caution as they proceed. He nearly collides with a cactus hidden ahead. Its spine barely pricks him before he pulls away. The plant standing directly before him immediately draws everyone's attention. It is a cactus, known for draining the blood of those who get too close. This cactus absorbs all nearby moisture, treating bodily fluids no differently. That explains the extreme dryness in the area, as every drop gets consumed. Confronted with this trait, a new idea quietly forms in his mind. He wonders if this matches what Bahamut once mentioned. Recalling his former master ate this cactus. The rabbit recoils in disgust, as anything involving blood makes him nauseous. This image clearly clashes with the person John once knew. John cannot see him any other way, calling the rabbit truly despicable. Even so, they need someone willing to taste the cactus first. The rabbit erupts in protest, declaring he would do anything but that. Still, it must be edible, and the dungeon reset means no blood remains. Bahamut confirms this, stating his master reached the correct conclusion. He says the rabbit has nothing to fear, yet the rabbit urges Bahamut to try instead. Since Bahamut's body is snow, the cactus would drain all his moisture. Because of that, his body cannot approach the plant at all. With mischief in mind, the rabbit suddenly comes up with an idea. He moves closer to several of the plants nearby. One by one, he carefully pulls out a single thorn, holding it. He stares at the snowman with clear malicious intent. He then chases Bahamut with the thorn, driving the snowman into despair. He keeps mocking him about his tone, while Bahamut calls the rabbit rude. Watching this, John struggles to understand Bahamut's fear of a cactus thorn. Deciding to verify things, John prepares to test it himself. He approaches the cactus and repeats the rabbit's action. That small thorn could clearly serve as a needle. He quickly crafts protective gloves, leaving the rabbit confused by the speed. John explains he started earlier, while the rabbit questions wasting effort outside purification. She removes thorns. The rabbit eats the cactus. The first step is done. Next, the cactus must be cut, and he asks for the knife. Carefully, the snowman hands over the butcher's knife. Zhang begins cutting with extreme precision and steady control. His blade soon strikes something hidden inside the cactus. Once removed, its familiar shape immediately captures his curiosity. It strongly resembles a watermelon, even sharing the same scent. Uneasy, the rabbit asks if tasting it is necessary. Zhang insists he will do it himself. The rabbit suspects a trick, but Zhang refuses to risk his subordinates. Saliva gathers as he takes the first bite of the cactus piece. A second bite follows without hesitation. By the third bite, satisfaction is written clearly across his face. Witnessing this scene, the rabbit recoils in disgust as blood slowly seeps from the plant flesh. His former master once ate this plant, praising it as refreshing, making John seem witch-like. The rabbit can no longer watch calmly as his master consumes the sinister plant effortlessly. After finishing that portion, Zhang announces that an even better idea has formed. He slices carefully with the knife, cleanly removing the cactus top in one motion. Holding the hollowed top like a bowl, he pours cider inside. His servants watch silently, confused by the action and uncertain about the liquid. Watermelon works best for punch. From now on, this becomes the watermelon cactus. Inside the flesh, visible seeds are embedded throughout. He lifts one seed and inspects it closely. noticing its size exceeds normal watermelon seeds. The snowman warns him to handle it carefully since it absorbs water rapidly. Planting them at the temple seems easy. Alpha is shocked but admits traps are useful. The sauna already suffers heavy moss growth, which Alpha agrees is problematic. Planting them in the sauna could lower humidity. And Alpha supports the idea. With the plan settled, Zhang opens a portal back to the temple. He orders his gorillas to harvest the cacti and transport them. He asks Bahamut to chill the punch. Bahamut says full freezing is impossible. Bahamut complies anyway, earning praise for being extremely useful. The watermelon punch becomes lightly frozen and ready. The dungeon grants another achievement, boosting flavor and heat resistance. Zhang feels impressed while the rabbit stares in disbelief at another absurd reward. He wonders if others could do this too, and notes eating everything alone feels wasteful. He orders the rabbit to gather the others and guide everyone back to the temple. The rabbit follows his master's command, informs the group, and relays every detail clearly. With that done, everyone agrees returning to the temple is the best choice. Exhausted, they move back at once, yet while crossing the portal, a few suddenly stop. One of them remains behind even after the rest have already returned. The rabbit waits until he notices that Sun never stepped through the portal. He asks calmly whether something is wrong or if Sim has a complaint. Soong looks at the rabbit and admits he still cannot trust him. With little to say, the rabbit tells him to act however he wishes. Still, Soong feels curious, wondering why Sung spared Zhang when he usually kills without hesitation. The rabbit refuses to explain the system restriction, choosing to protect his pride as a guide. Sung grows more suspicious of the rabbit's silence, sensing friendliness without honesty. With allegiances unclear, trusting him under these conditions feels difficult. Sun directly asks the rabbit about his true intentions. The rabbit answers simply, he wants to eat well and live comfortably. Sung presses further, and the rabbit replies that Sung overthinks everything. His desire has never changed, to live richly, eat well, and enjoy luxury. Given the current situation, he already achieved much of that thanks to Zhang cooking. He adds that Sutton is serious and dull, and that they are wasting time there. Sung coldly warns that betraying his friend would mean death, yet the rabbit urges them onward. Back at the temple, John has already finished planting the cacti. Afterward, they ask Alpha to turn the cacti into traps, and he complies. Soon, all of them stand lined up along the corridor. The steam is instantly absorbed, making Zhang wonder if he went too far. Alpha reassures him that the setup should be sufficient. With preparations complete, the others walk up to him. They ask if this matches the witch house traps, and Jim warns the plants once drank blood, now used as temple defenses. They wait calmly, no longer a danger to allies. Jin asks whether this affects dragon apostles, and Alpha confirms it does. Still, they remain unsure how Uncle will be affected, since he is the only one who is not a dragon apostle. Joking lightly, the rabbit says flexing muscles should solve his case. Uncle replies that a cactus is not a mosquito. Confusing the rabbit, Zhang tells him not to worry and summons the floating stairs. To their shock, every cactus begins levitating inside the corridor, with a calm tone. He says it is far too early to be surprised. Even chunks of ground start hovering in midair. As the day passes, they cannot decide which sight shocked them more. Chung's daily life proves unusual, as he wakes early in his bed. He then spends quiet time alone inside the sauna. Lunch passes with warm stew, white rice, tender pork, and sweet watermelon. The rabbit quietly wonders if the pork is salted now. Surrounded by comfort, he pauses, questioning whether this calm moment is the right time to resume work. Returning to the dungeon, he wipes out morgue coasts, his purification power already settled at level 4. As before, he bends down and gathers ghost dust scattered across the dungeon floor. The rabbit keeps watching him non-stop, its small face filled with confusion. Something about his master feels off. Nothing seems quite right anymore. He stays unnervingly calm despite danger. Lingering like this in stage 4 could invite disaster. Zhang explains Bahama is with them, easing his mind, while the snowman gladly guards his master. With that settled, he heads home again, days passing in this simple repeated cycle. Villagers slowly assemble, filling the center of Rift Village with uneasy murmurs. Upon arrival, Young senses trouble and wonders what could have happened here. Fear still clings to their faces, as if they witnessed something deeply disturbing. As the sun lowers, he approaches and asks what caused such panic. The moment he is noticed, shock spreads. Something about him is clearly wrong. A strange number floats above his head, its meaning completely unknown to him. That same day, a guide finally descended into Rift Village. The guide questioned the village growth. Humans rarely cooperate. Survival here made no sense. After so long without interference, perhaps it was time for him to descend again. Purple flames suddenly fall from the sky, striking the heart of the village. The terrifying sight leaves the old man frozen in fear. He asks the elder about their comfort, sensing changed fortune, but the elder firmly denies it. The guide Serpa notices the elder gained weight, stunned by how prosperous the village became. He asks whether the elder forgot the single reason he was still allowed to live there. In an instant, the number 0 appears clearly on his forehead. Serpa warns him never to forget that number. Death could be ordered at any time. He knows this well, fully aware his fate is to eventually replace Serpa. His role was to guide humans through dungeon rules. Instead, he lived among them normally. The other players tremble when they realize his true identity as a guide. Serpa is lazy, yet smart, placing a human to handle humans in his stead. After Joan appeared, dungeon challengers dwindled. The village had grown far too safe. That outcome was inevitable. No one chooses danger without desperation, lacking urgency. Serpa decides to introduce something more exciting. This becomes the Elder's final task, leading everyone back into the dungeon. Some raise weapons against him. Serpa condemns them to death. Panic consumes them. Soon, identical numbers begin forming above every villager's forehead. On one woman's forehead, the number starts shifting, little by little. What was once 30 quietly drops down to 29. John never expected him to act in such a ruthless way. Alpha says he acts like a dragon disciple, calling him a fool, leaving Young silent. Young wonders whether guides are truly allowed to kill people. The rabbit warns of an unknown condition, while Joan doubts a mere guide could orchestrate everything. The rabbit insists only he may call him a mere guide, leaving John questioning his loyalty. Anxiety spreads thickly through the village, weighing on every resident. Survival now hinges on clearing the dungeon within the remaining 29 days. Even knowing the rule, fear continues to tighten around their minds. Zhang attempts to cleanse Sun using his purification ability. The attempt fails completely, making him suspect the curse strength is overwhelming. Purification does not surpass all things. Curses also possess their own hierarchies. This curse is known as the Mark of Sacrifice, the strongest curse in this area. It declares the remaining days before they are offered to the Death Dragon. Even outsiders were marked, proving the curse covers the entire group. John wonders if improving his purification ability could counter it. That might work, but only if the purification surpasses the curse itself. Realistically, raising the ability enough to help seems nearly impossible. Ghost hunting no longer challenges him, making further growth extremely difficult. Sun seeks clarity on the number, and the rabbit calls it an expiration date. It means that in 29 days, our time will be up. Once the countdown ends, they are deemed useless. Sacrifices who abandon dungeon clearing lose purpose and are erased. That man can end their lives any time, and the Elder confirms it. Their sole escape is for everyone to clear the dungeon and advance. For the rabbit, the solution is simple: continue dungeon clearing like before. The Elder agrees, but asks how long such suffering must last. The rabbit confirms winners can teleport anywhere they desire. Those who fall become sacrifices. Victors survive and depart. Given the circumstances, they decide to head toward the third dungeon. Sheng remains behind, claiming village duty, but truly aiming to train purification. He tells Sun the rabbit will accompany them. Portals can be made if danger arises. Stung hesitates to leave his friend alone, while the rabbit mocks the concern. Zhang wishes for their safe return, but the rabbit snaps that he should speak plainly. With that, his plan to strengthen purification begins. He resolves to eliminate every ghost alongside Bahamut. This leads him to clear the dungeon yet again. Everyone struggles now, as the dungeon demands exactly that effort. The third and fourth dungeons connect, forcing immediate transition between them. Serpa proves clever, shocking John when the boss becomes a swarm of ghosts. Even then, John hopes to avoid Serpa, preventing a bounty from forming. Alpha says that hope is futile, since he is no longer a sacrifice. Thick fog surrounds the village of the void. Within the mist, countless skeletons wander aimlessly. Jang stands firm ahead of them, openly telling the enemies to advance straight toward him without hesitation. Everything unfolds according to his intent, creating the perfect setup to repeatedly activate purification. Skeletons crowd the area, providing an endless supply of targets for his chosen method. Attacking from a distance lowers the danger, and Bahamut silently admires his master's refined control. Despite relentless effort, his purification stubbornly remains fixed at level 4. He plans to persist until progress appears, yet circumstances shift suddenly, shrinking his available time. Alpha proposes purifying the toxic clouds drifting beneath the sanctuary as an alternative approach. Acting on that suggestion, he heads directly toward the mountains of death. After arriving, he begins cleansing every poisonous cloud blocking his climb upward. His effective range has expanded far beyond what it once was before. The outcome of this attempt turns out to be unexpectedly intriguing. At last, his purification ability breaks through and reaches level 5. Satisfaction fills him as he wants to continue, but Alpha notes the clouds are gone. Even while maintaining distance, his technique no longer finds valid targets. The purification spheres fade away quickly, leaving the air completely clear. A clear limit reveals itself, showing everything within reach has been exhausted. This limitation frustrates him. Flying freely would remove the need for such methods. That very thought sparks a powerful idea inside his mind. Elsewhere, the guide senses unusual changes. The witch's lair has been cleansed again. He questions why players cleared the dungeon once more. The floor spotless like it was swept. Doubt creeps in as he wonders if they are truly human or something far more dangerous. Yang feels excited, convinced this development will be extremely entertaining. With renewed interest, he prepares several construction blocks before him. From his inventory, he carefully retrieves a single golem core. His curiosity shifts toward imagining what form this new golem will take. Kneeling down, he sketches rough markings on the ground using a simple twig. Using only levitation stones would create a floating body with no real function. Movement and balance must be solved carefully, or the construct will destabilize midair. Alpha explains life energy can be infused into ghost powder, though it cannot be reclaimed. Recovery would only occur if the infused material itself were sacrificed. Zhang begins calculating methods to regulate and redistribute the golem's weight. Through steady planning, the first workable design finally takes shape. Observing the sketch, Bahamut reacts with visible surprise at the concept. His master's drawing skill stands out, and the strange cockroach shape looks impressive. Jung calmly explains that the design is actually meant to represent an octopus. He clearly dislikes the snowman's careless remark. That reaction hints at his fear of possible punishment. He insists his master is a genius born in the wrong era, constantly misunderstood. Zhang cuts him off, telling him to stop the excessive flattery. Determined to fly using an octopus frame, he plans a hollow interior to stay inside. Alpha praises the concept, noting it shields against poison clouds and suppresses the violent winds surrounding them. He explains descent requires adding soil, while ascent only needs removing weight with precise control. The mouth serves as entrance and firing point. Bahamut asks about the holes. Zhang says they mark positions. After hearing this, Bahamut imagines himself acting as the captain of this massive vessel. Zhang clarifies his role, instead centers on operating the engine and maintaining movement. With the blueprint finalized, construction begins without delay or hesitation. He manipulates Earth with steady hands, shaping each section smoothly. During the process, Bahamut regularly brings water to support him. John pauses briefly, cooling himself with a refreshing drink. To help further, Bahamut releases a gentle cold breeze to restore his energy. Once finished, he asks the snowman for an honest opinion. The octopus-shaped construct finally stands complete. Bahamut falls silent for a moment, clearly stunned by how impressive it looks. Inside is warm, tentacles reinforced with potato plants. allowing free directional control. Alpha comments on its massive size after inspecting it carefully. John confirms he still has enough materials to make it airborne. With intent focus, he starts arranging materials around the golem strategically. The moment arrives to inject life energy into the structure. The tentacles tremble briefly as energy flows through them. Slowly, the entire construct begins lifting away from the ground. Seeing the octopus airborne leaves them momentarily stunned. Only one task remains, inserting the golem core to finish it. He constructs a staircase to climb up into the octopus. Completing the final step, he commands the golem to rise. His eyes glow softly as the golem awakens fully. Bahamut declares it could pass as a dungeon boss, congratulating his master sincerely. With creation complete, it is finally time to test its flight. The octopus hovers near the edge of a massive cliff. From inside, John orders Bahamut to begin operating. The first in command announces departure calmly. A controlled breeze is released outside. The force generated pushes the octopus forward steadily. The construct moves at last, leaving Yang exhilarated like a sea captain. At such height, he places blocks inside to reach cloud level. Before long, the octopus drifts extremely close to the clouds. From this position, John can extend his purification ability further. He continues activating it while remaining inside the construct. Faint traces of poison still slip into his nostrils. Feeling drained, he crafts a mask using purification to protect himself. This experience reminds him that caution remains necessary. The flying octopus cut through the sky, steadily dispersing poisonous clouds blocking its path. Alpha remarked that John now shaped stone, soil, and even clouds through constant effort. Considering rest, he decided to seal the air passages using layers of earth. After a short while, a strange weakness crept through his body. The sensation growing inside him was clearly unpleasant and hard to ignore. He asked Alpha about opening a portal there, possible with fixed coordinates, then ordered Bahamut to halt. Moments later, he safely returned to the interior of the octopus. He reinforced the leather lining, improving its ability to absorb external impacts. Traveling inside the octopus now felt smoother. Vibrations reduced significantly. Resting on the floor, he gradually drifted into deep sleep. A crack formed along the hull, allowing poisonous mist to seep inside. Bahamut sealed the opening with ice, careful not to wake his master. Seeing how exhausted he was, Bahamut chose to anchor the vessel alone. He focused on doing so carefully, avoiding sudden movement. He secured the octopus to the cliff and quietly wished his master peaceful rest. Eventually, morning light marked the arrival of a new day. John woke suddenly, surprised by how refreshed he felt. He paused briefly, trying to recall when he had fallen asleep. It had been long since such rest. He wondered if poison caused it and feared dependence. Feeling fully rested, he planned to resume work immediately, though one task came first. He calmly asked where their current position was. Nervous, Bahamut explained docking on the cliff to avoid drifting overnight. In fact, they had already drifted far from their original location. His purification ability remained at intermediate level 5. Today, his goal was simple: make every action count. Dusty resumed purifying the surrounding clouds with steady focus. After working for a while, a thought crossed his mind. Bahamut noticed his silence and asked what troubled him. John realized he believed his spheres only traveled straight, which was incorrect. He gently pressed one with his hand. When released, it curved naturally as if influenced by force, though minor. The discovery filled him with satisfaction. Seeing this, the snowman felt joy, sensing his master's growth in magic. John was startled by the idea that he was actively controlling magic. Bahamut explained magic could behave differently even when using the same form. With that in mind, John tested how much curvature he could achieve. Through repeated attempts, he shaped the next sphere into deeper curves. He referenced baseball techniques, though the snowman understood nothing. Adjusting again, he tried launching at a 90-degree angle. After more practice, he could form smooth semicircles with ease. After some time passed, a dull, throbbing pressure began spreading across his head. Alpha explains he pushed himself too hard, reminding him he is not a mage like Bahamut. Precise control and magic place, heavy strain on the mind and concentration. Bahamut bows deeply, blaming himself, believing his master's body suffered because of him. Zhang dismisses the worry, comparing it to exhaustion after intense exam studying. He searches for clearer words, trying to describe the sensation more accurately. Right now, his only desire is to stop thinking and fall asleep. 2 hours later, he wakes refreshed, greatly pleasing the snowman. The octopus keeps gliding steadily through the open sky. Inside, John continues experimenting with magic control. Shaping a clean half-circle proves unexpectedly difficult. Frustration builds, forcing him to stop before triggering another headache. Bahamut suggests screaming plants as the best remedy for mental recovery. Jung asks if it is the tea ingredient. Bahamut confirms it, recalling witches used it medicinally. Alpha advises against it, but Zhang recalls the taste was decent and ignores the warning. Bahamut explains magic efficiency rises when body and soul align, restoring mental strength. Hearing this, John suddenly craves a cup of that tea. The fire already warms the kettle, water nearing readiness. John slices the mandrake carefully to prepare the brew. Soon enough, the tea is fully prepared. He slowly pours the liquid into a cup. Before drinking, he breathes in the rising aroma. Even the scent alone makes him feel healthier. Alpha remarks it smells unlucky, but John tells him to stay quiet. At last, John drinks the tea he prepared himself. He never imagined sipping tea above the clouds. The moment feels peaceful. One side effect causes impurities to leave the body through tears. Previously, he drank it for flavor. Now he enjoys the relief as the headache fades. With body and mind restored, he feels ready to use magic again. The purification sphere launches smoothly through the air. He completes a flawless half-circle, making Bahamut cheer. Encouraged, he wants to keep drinking tea and practicing. Alpha grows curious about why the angle fascinates him so much. Zhang simply replies that it is fun. His next objective is forming a full circle, and Alpha oddly misses the rabbit's remarks. Meanwhile, the rabbit is traveling with the others, overwhelmed by intense hunger. The players battle dungeon monsters relentlessly. For the rabbit, the entire situation feels painfully boring. Elsewhere, a man desperately screams for help. Every single person had to move carefully here. One mistake could erase them instantly. Losing their torches was absolutely forbidden. Darkness meant immediate danger. This was the third dungeon, known as the Abyssal Ocean. The area was saturated with an overwhelming, oppressive darkness. Though called an ocean, it was sludge-filled, drowned in mud, wrapped in thick black mist. Countless vicious monsters lurked silently within that abyss. The darkness despised light, yet feared it, making torches their only real protection. A tiny spark suddenly landed on one person's hand. Panicking instantly, the coward dropped his torch without hesitation. The flame died the moment it struck the ground. Without light, the rabbit instantly pictured the outcome. That man was already finished. With no torch, his vision vanished completely. Asking for spare torches, he failed to notice a massive creature behind him. Moments later, the sound of chewing echoed through the darkness. A sharp blue glow forced the rabbit to squint. The lightning man was pushing himself harder than ever today. Sung wrapped his body in lightning, tearing through enemies relentlessly. Skilled and focused, he fought with everything he had to conquer the dungeon. His effort earned him the title Knight of the Shining Light. The rabbit knows overusing lightning will quickly drain mental strength. Even so, Sung proves himself incredibly resilient. In the beginning, he could barely generate static sparks. Constant use strengthened his power, unlocking achievements and new abilities. A true genius, backed by effort, the rabbit commits his name to memory. The feeling almost resembles déjà vu. He quickly realizes those thoughts are ridiculous. After all, Sung is just an unemployed idle type. He approaches Sung, warning that reckless use drains mental strength rapidly. Sung asks if the rabbit is worried about him. Sung explains rest allows full recovery thanks to his ability. The rabbit disagrees, saying recovery is incomplete since he is only half whole. Mid-explanation, the rabbit chooses to stop pressing the issue. Still, he agrees with the idea that Zhang remains far too relaxed. That carefree nature is exactly what he respects about his friend. He knows he can never be that relaxed himself, not until the mark on his head is gone. Understanding each other, they suddenly witness something unexpected. A streak of golden light crosses the sky, making Sung doubt his own eyes. Young's efforts pay off. His purification ability reaches level 6. Bahamut offers his congratulations, yet his expression shows there is more unfolding. Young suddenly releases an energy shot straight ahead. He narrows his focus, channeling power through the tip of his finger. The controlled energy sphere completes a full circle under his command. His thoughts immediately turn toward applying this control to the golem. The energy sphere orbits the octopus briefly, fading after a single rotation. Alpha asks about the intention behind that strange action. Young replies it looks cool, and forming the circle caused an instant level increase. Improved skill control clearly accelerates overall progression. It feels like an achievement itself, and only then he notices the rabbit is missing, needing answers. He starts wondering what the rabbit is doing right now. He considers heading toward them to test whether purification works differently. From a window, Bahamut notices something alarming and urgently calls his master. The outside scene feels unnatural and deeply unsettling. There are no clouds at all, yet the surroundings are unnaturally dark. Young wonders if night has fallen, but Bahamut reminds him they just ate lunch. Suspecting a new poison, he fires purification spheres, which vanish as if consumed. Watching them disappear feels like the darkness itself swallowed the light. Bahamut explains this phenomenon is a trace of the abyss. Young did not expect to meet an abyss that devours light. Alpha reacts to the word abyss. This forbidden zone was studied by witches, a chaotic and extremely dangerous area. Zhang dismisses Alpha's description, reminding him mandrakes were labeled dangerous too. Muhammad adds that, as seen before, the abyss consumes life itself. More precisely, it devours empowered light, the magic Zhang used, erasing ability energy. Realizing this, Young concludes the fog can neutralize abilities. Alpha warns they must retreat. Contact with fire would destroy their portals. Understanding the risk, Young orders Bahamut to turn back immediately. Without warning, sharp teeth bite into the flying golem. The sudden attack leaves Zhang frozen in fear. He cannot tell whether those were teeth or claws. Outside, a massive beast attempts to swallow the golem whole. Several creatures join the assault, attacking from all sides. After relentless pressure, one beast breaks into the golem interior. John draws his staff, preparing to defend himself. He swings the staff and strikes the intruding monster. The creature collapses to the ground from a single blow. Vapor rises from its body as it dissolves. Moments later, it transforms into a fish, shocking Young. Confused by a fish in the sky, Bahamut explains they are abyss fish. Hearing that, Young decides they must escape immediately. Bahamut struggles intensely, trying to pull a lodged bone free from the damaged plating. At the same time, John climbs toward the breach torn into the hull. He carefully pushes his head outside, scanning the surroundings to assess the danger. The added weight drags them downward fast, altitude dropping at an alarming rate. If this continues, impact would be lethal, forcing him to consider abandoning the golem. He quickly retreats back into the vessel. He orders Alpha to deploy a portal at their current location. Without fixed coordinates, Alpha explains, opening a portal is impossible. Their only option now is forcing the octopus golem to perform as intended. Once more, he leans out through the opening. This time he grips his staffs, prepared to drive the creatures away. He summons floating stairs into place outside the hull. Stepping onto one, he advances steadily toward the attacking monster. He swings both staffs, striking the nearest creature directly. While maintaining balance, he opens his inventory midair. His hand reaches for additional levitating stones. The monster roars, opening its mouth in rage. Acting instantly, he hurls a stone straight inside. The creature begins floating wildly, completely losing control. The tactic works. Their speed surges sharply, fast enough to overwhelm an ordinary person. Young remains calm, reacting decisively to every sudden shift. This composure was earned after defeating the griffin, a trial of courage. The courage of the Prince of the Skies now steadies him, preserving his resolve. Sheng refuses to allow the monsters to linger any longer. He smashes another attacker aside with a precise staff strike. Most of the creatures scatter and retreat. Only one enemy remains in the sky. Moments later, all threats vanish, leaving the octopus flying alone again. Relief washes over Zhang as he hopes their flight can finally continue. Bahamut praises his master, who repairs the hull using compacted earth. Remaining here is dangerous, and John wants a portal ready immediately. Bahamut promises to correct their course once the sky becomes visible, earning Zhang's praise. The snowman watches closely, trying to understand the method used. He suspects it relies on ordinary fire rather than magic. Observing carefully, he notices the mist recoils from the torchlight. After arranging the torches, more abyssal monsters approach from the darkness. As they near the light, their forms become visible. Zhang watches closely as one suddenly stops moving. Without explanation, it retreats, ignoring the golem entirely. To these creatures, darkness flows like water, forcing them to move on. With a clear plan forming, he calmly ordered Bahamut to retreat into the vessel without hesitation. He raised a sunstone for emphasis, explaining the surroundings would soon turn hostile for him. The sunstone erupted with blinding brilliance, overwhelming the snowman's vision completely. John sealed the sunstone inside a solid cube formed from compacted earth. He now controlled a floating chain of light, powered steadily by multiple sunstones. With 4 beacon-like stones hovering, the octopus became ideal for abyss exploration. Its shape now resembled a glowing jellyfish more than a true octopus. Alpha explains that despite appearances, performance excels, since sunstone light ignores magic. Even the abyss fails to consume this light, leaving Zhang wishing he knew earlier. Alpha responds that ignorance of the abyss is natural. Knowing limits carries no shame. Bahamut thanked his master for sight through windows, then asked about the slap. John felt confused, since he never brought along any slacker. A lone fishtail suddenly shifted within his field of view. He wondered about the fish that had already been purified. Without surrounding darkness, it was only a fish. Nothing extraordinary. Bahamut would ask about abyssal fish, but Zhang had seen only vague similarities. At last, he recalled what it resembled, a massive ant in form. Chauvin. The thought sparked ideas, and Bahamut noticed his distraction. All he considered now was how powerful the flavor of abyssal fish might be. Zhang firmly gripped the butcher's knife, his intent already decided. He planned to eat the sashimi fresh. Alpha advised moving somewhere safer. Zhang refused delay. Survival demanded eating now, his resolve unwavering. Holding a hammer, he briefly considered knocking it unconscious first. A sharp crack suddenly echoed throughout the vessel's interior. With the knife ready, he carefully began stripping away the scales. Next came the methodical process of removing the internal organs. With controlled cuts, he trimmed away excess skin and fat. At last, only the most intriguing step remained unfinished. Bahamut asked about the liquid. Zhang explained it was fermented soy sauce. After arranging the plate, he admired the meal's clean and balanced presentation. Bahamut labeled him an efficient torturer, since the animal was alive throughout. Zhang questioned this, asking about sashimi, but Bahamut could not eat anything. Zhang sighed at this flaw, asking Bahamut to release a gentle cold wind. The Ibtis Ocean is hot and humid, making Bahamut's power extremely valuable. Because he functions like a living air conditioner. He prepared to savor the first slice openly, without restraint. The seasoning impressed him, matching the texture and flavor he expected. Next, he moved on to the piece paired with fermented soy paste. The taste blended well, using limited seasonings. He truly enjoyed it. This insight made him realize he could prepare vinegar to keep ready. He prepared a sealed jar filled with cursed dust, transforming it into a makeshift fermentation vessel. He swapped in dungeon fruits and large amounts of sugar, since those fruits carried extremely intense flavors. By injecting power into the pot, he accelerated fermentation, producing fruit vinegar within moments. He blended it with soy sauce, liked the taste, yet wished for wasabi, considering possible substitutes. Resting in his hands was a piece of watermelon cactus, fresh and firm. With steady motions, he used the knife to scrape away the rough outer layer. Bahamut asked what it was. but Zhang focused only on savoring the quiet moment. A thick green paste clung to the tip of his chopsticks. He finally tasted the mixture he had prepared himself. Life sometimes grants rare fortune, and this was one of those moments. The paste tasted like wasabi. Watermelon cactus wasabi mixed with soy sauce seemed beneficial for the body. At last, he achieved the complete sashimi experience he had wanted. He called out to the rabbit, preparing to flee together. Realizing the rabbit was gone, he felt a brief sense of emptiness. The rabbit suddenly appeared on the ceiling, saying anyone watching would think he was dead. John wanted to know why he came, but Alpha had summoned him, and he was nearby. He could not believe Joan entered that area without knowing it was the third dungeon. Alpha knew others were trapped in darkness, so he spoke separately with the group. The rabbit said now he understood why whispers failed. His master had been eating the entire time. John told him to stop complaining and taste the food as well. He then asked the rabbit's opinion, feeling slightly guilty. Alpha's telepathy faded away, and John, distracted, failed to notice. The rabbit praised the sashimi, but said it was poorly timed since friends were endangered. This agitated John, who demanded why this was mentioned only now. The rabbit tried to minimize it, claiming it was not urgent. Jung could not understand how something dangerous could lack urgency. Even so, he only said John would understand after seeing it himself, agreeing to move. Muhammad already controlled the vessel, and they began their departure. The rabbit waited outside, tapping his foot with impatience. He warned them to follow directions closely. The area was easy to lose oneself in. Thinking back, he felt relieved his master avoided a straight path. In that hazardous farm, constant light was essential. Torch handling mattered greatly. Within darkness, abyssal fish attacked the moment they sensed movement. They were not the only threats hidden within the shadows. One member stepped on something without noticing. The surface felt slimy, instantly triggering movement beneath. Shell-like structures rose slowly from the thick mud. In moments, he was swallowed completely by the mud. This creature was the iron armor oyster, dwelling in absolute darkness. Once it shut itself closed, opening the oyster became impossible. These creatures are extremely lethal, and inside one of them, Sung and the old man remain trapped with no escape. From within the shell, he strikes again and again with all his strength, yet nothing changes. Outside, a woman watches in despair, unable to intervene or save her companion. Her anxiety grows as she desperately hopes Zhang will arrive in time. In the heart of the darkness, a desperate scream echoes, calling out loudly for Jim. Using enhanced vision, he warns that monsters are descending from above, left, and below, right. That warning gives his companions enough time to brace and defend against the incoming threat. Beneath the water's surface, a cat-shaped shadow moves closer in silence. Jin immediately recognizes the sound made by that creature. He identifies it as a shadow cat and urges everyone to stay alert. With a sharp leap, the creature snuffs out the woman's torch in an instant. Of all possible actions, extinguishing the light proves to be the worst outcome. Jin quickly realizes the cat targets only the torches, not the people. Inside the oyster, the old man is utterly drained from endlessly striking the shell. With no options left, Sinam considers using lightning as a last attempt to break free. But releasing such power inside the shell carries severe danger. Focusing his energy, he believes destruction is possible, yet his friend could be harmed. He understands the risk, but doing nothing means death as oxygen continues to fade. Trusting his healing abilities, he asks Sun to attempt breaking the shell. Sion refuses the gamble, choosing instead to wait for Zhang to arrive. The old man argues waiting is unreliable, and sand golems may not open it. Hearing this, several companions fall into uneasy silence. The old man agrees as well, knowing no option is truly safe. They are sealed inside a dead oyster, killed from within, unable to force it open. Some believe John will find a solution, so they choose to wait for him. A sudden radiant light pierces the darkness, overwhelming their vision. One player wonders if that glow belongs to the dungeon boss. As the light draws closer, its source becomes increasingly clear. That brilliant presence is clearly an ally, not an enemy. Jin asks Zhang if he created some kind of golden carriage. Stepping down from the golem, he asks whether his friend is unharmed. The area is now flooded with light, bright as daytime. Moving closer, he gently places his hand on the smaller one's forehead. Without hesitation, he activates his purification ability. Even with strengthened power, the curse remains, and regret follows, though the rabbit notes rewards vary. Zhang prepares to strike him for that remark. When no blow lands, he asks why, and Zhang admits feeling nostalgic, shocking the rabbit. The boy hopes John can resolve the crisis, and John remains confident. Afterward, he wants a full account of everything that occurred before his arrival. Pressing his hand to the ground, he forms another portal. It emerged within absolute darkness, and at a simple command, a golem began stepping out from it. Wanting to protect everyone, a player questioned his identity, while a girl insisted he was no Rift villager and truly extraordinary. He reached the oyster, imprisoning his allies, and started cutting the shell. The material resisted fiercely, forcing him to borrow the boar's strength, pushing the scissors to their limits. Even with that effort, the only result was the complete destruction of his handmade tool. Still, the opening widened, and Teozal asked where such scissors even came from. He replied that he forged them himself, then suggested passing them inside now that space allowed cutting outward. At last, Teozo took hold of the scissors with determination. Unfortunately, on the first swing, the scissors shattered under his monstrous strength. Persisting, regardless, they escaped after breaking 4 pairs of chimera mandible scissors. Once outside, Teozo expressed deep gratitude for being rescued alive. Some whispered that not long ago, Teozo had doubted everything. Embarrassed, he tried to make amends, claiming he always trusted his companions. They regrouped quickly, checking whether everyone had survived unharmed. Now safely outside, someone suggested testing something unusual. Under these conditions, it posed no danger to anyone nearby. Power gathered in his hands, preparing a single devastating strike. Other players stared in disbelief at such power, while the rabbit barely reacted to Sung's talent anymore. Meanwhile, Teozo felt relief that Sun was not convinced to attempt this while trapped. His palm pressed firmly against the oyster shell. The surface cracked instantly, then the entire structure shattered apart. He looked satisfied with the result, while others stood stunned by his strength. The rabbit mocked him as a show-off, saying he should have done that earlier, adding from now on, he would handle oysters himself, even if it meant being trapped alone. John moved toward the shattered remains to inspect the shell fragments. Studying them closely, ideas began forming in his mind. The material clearly resembled metal more than stone. The rabbit approached, asking what foolish thought distracted him now, and whether he planned a shield. Smiling faintly, he asked if the rabbit understood what raiding meant. The power shown by his golems rivaled that of dungeon bosses. Beyond raw strength, they also never experienced exhaustion. On top of that, they could regenerate after taking damage. Still, no matter how tough, Earth remained Earth. Against monsters stronger than Earth itself, their limits became clear. A radon was crafted equipment made from hardened oyster shell. That sparked an idea to offset golem weakness. Armor would greatly raise their defense. Full-plate armor seemed possible, but Alpha corrected the rabbit, saying it would be scales. Watching the argument, Zhang chose not to engage in pointless semantics. The snowman praised his master, calling armored golems a brilliant concept. The rabbit argued Bahamut was slow, claiming armored was the wrong word. John liked the name regardless and decided they would be called armored golems. Studying the oyster, he noticed its resemblance to a mussel, knowing Raidens came from them. He took it as a divine hint, examining the design. The rabbit wondered if the plates would fall off the golems and asked whether each one needed tying. He explained ropes were unnecessary, since the golems would be coated entirely with this material. They were not glued together. Instead, the internal structure naturally bonded the pieces tightly. The rabbit failed to grasp the explanation, and Zhang struggled to clarify it further. He admitted he lacked every answer, yet felt confident this material would serve their purpose well. Seeing the black liquid, the rabbit asked about it, and Zhang said it was ant saliva mixed with oyster shell. With the concept settled, it was time to begin collecting the necessary raw materials. Sung went ahead, shattering oysters using controlled lightning strikes. John focused on locating the oysters scattered around the area. Shortly after, his companion followed to destroy them efficiently. After a long while, the strongest fighter and the best worker finally operated side by side. Together, they successfully destroyed 6 oysters in total. The rabbit cheered loudly, calling Sung the Thunderman, and Sung asked him to stop. Once combat ended, the other players gathered the broken oyster fragments. Everyone contributed, helping wherever their abilities allowed. Watching this, the rabbit remarked they were all skilled specialists, yet now reduced to factory workers. That comment earned him a sudden punch from Yang. The blow sent the rabbit falling straight to the ground. Enraged, he demanded to know why he had been struck. Jiang said this was no time to slack while others worked, telling him to find a task. The rabbit pointed at Bahamut, saying he was not the only one doing nothing. Bahamut replied calmly that lacking hands, he could not assist even if willing. Furious, the rabbit accused him of pretending to be busy to avoid labor. Jung defended Bahamut, noting he was made of snow, but the rabbit argued he wielded a scythe anyway. John was already losing patience with the rabbit. Even so, the rabbit continued acting childish and stubborn. Benny asked whether the rabbit could function as an air conditioner, leaving him speechless. Clarifying, Zhang asked if he could do what Bahamut was capable of. The question angered the rabbit so much he nearly collapsed. Bahamut offered his master a cold cider to help him calm down. While drinking, Jung again asked whether the rabbit could do the same. The rabbit felt abandoned, seeing the snowman closer to John after days apart, losing his favored spot. The realization unsettled him, as he never wanted to be a favorite initially, yet knowing he was not left him deeply dejected. Jiang asked whether he was feeling upset, clearly irritated. The rabbit quickened his pace to distance himself from John. This reaction only made John want to provoke him further. He began pestering the rabbit non-stop, calling out repeatedly. The rabbit claimed he was not upset, merely irritated, exactly how an upset person would act. John considered engraving a symbol on each golem chest, his first thought being a rabbit face. It resembled heroic emblems seen in legends, serving as both a mark of valor and mascot. He turned away saying he would not do it, but the rabbit took the hint and urged him to proceed soon after. The full process of armoring the golems finally began. Oyster shell fragments were hammered into place one after another with steady rhythm. They were coated with a mixture of oyster shell, chimera parts, and saliva to secure bonding. Only a single finishing touch remained missing from the armor. That final detail became the rabbit emblem placed proudly on each golem. John asked the rabbit for his opinion, and the tribute left him completely captivated. Pretending indifference, he said it was decent for something made by John. This marked the completion of John's very first armored golem. Vital sections of the body received proper protection. The armor also aligned flawlessly with the golem's structure. As a result, the golem now carried a far more menacing presence. Everyone paused to admire the finished result of John's craftsmanship. Sung commented that it looked intimidating while clearly appearing powerful. He even asked about past manual experience, though it was purely artistic instinct. A familiar golden glow appeared across John's expression. He gained an achievement for armored golem creation, making armor regenerate as part of the body. The result exceeded expectations, since the armor could now restore itself. The rabbit joked it felt like favoritism, but Jung urged him to admire the masterpiece. The rabbit could not argue, especially with his face displayed in gray diamond form. What puzzled him was that Jung was not a mage, yet continued creating golems. He wondered how it was possible. Suspecting Jung might simply be an anomaly, Alpha calmly stated that there was nothing abnormal about it. Creation originally relied on manual skill alone. Magic was introduced much later. The rabbit asked if early creations were handmade like humans do, and Alpha confirmed. Without magic, life was instead infused directly into those constructs. That act was once believed to fall within the realm of gods. The rabbit appeared shocked by how far the discussion had escalated, starting from golems and already touching on divine matters. At first he disagreed, thinking machines were human-made, and golems should be similar. He asked how Zhang knew this if Alpha only mentioned it now, but Zhang simply believed it. Regardless, discussion ended there. With increased power, it was time to advance. Several days passed as the countdown continued steadily. They needed to clear the dungeon soon, as only 13 days remained. Their attention then shifted toward the old man. He apologized, admitting he could not recall the path due to overwhelming darkness. Progress felt increasingly difficult and uncertain. Still, there was one crucial detail he had not forgotten. They conclude the next destination must be elevated, leaving no other viable option. From what he remembers, their goal lies at the very top of a hill. Reflecting on that clue, Young feels relieved they finally have a solid starting point. With that knowledge, only one path remains, since every other attempt failed. Jin points out that the proposed direction is exactly where they are already moving. Light from the flying octopus spreads outward, revealing the surroundings. They advance steadily, shielded by the vessel's constant glow. Along the route, Sung destroys every oyster encountered. The remaining fragments are collected and delivered directly to John. He begins crafting a second armored golem, working far faster with prior experience. Abyssal fish still pose danger within these depths, yet now, something far more threatening stands among them. That presence is John's armored golem. Its surface is so hard that fish teeth shatter on contact. Because of that, the fish cease to be a serious threat. Standing atop the octopus, he quietly studies his creation's power. The rabbit claims darkness no longer matters, but Zhang notes larger fish would still pose risk. Hearing that, the rabbit hopes John will praise him more. Suddenly, someone shouts that a shadow cat has appeared nearby. Despite reacting quickly, they fail to capture it. The creature darts straight toward the flying octopus. Its paws brush directly against a sunstone. That brief contact instantly triggers an unusual reaction. The shadow cat successfully extinguishes the sunstone's light. One of the girls manages to grab the animal. For a brief moment, she restrains the feline. However, it slips free and escapes her grasp. Zheng remarks how unexpected it was. Never imagining such creatures could snuff sunstones. Seeing his shadow cat, the ghost warns everyone to stay alert during sleep, prompting questions. He explains it is an abyss remnant, a being that devours light and causes dreadful nightmares. The rabbit jokes that now even rest offers no peace. The young man asks how to eliminate it, but learns it likely cannot be killed. Moments later, the rabbit warns that another one is nearby. He rushes forward, attempting to scare it away from the tentacles. Watching this, the protagonist praises him, saying he found his talent and orders him to catch cats. After some time, the boy begins wondering about a strange pattern. The shadow cats only appear near the tentacles. He recalls none appeared while flying, slowly grasping the situation. The cats approach, only using shadows cast when tentacles touch ground. Realizing this, the octopus takes flight again, solving the problem. The rabbit collapses to the ground, drained after relentlessly chasing shadow cats away for so long. Despite that, they soon realize one feline still remains aboard the flying octopus. They notice it struggles to move properly there, overwhelmed by the intense lighting. Watching it closely, John wonders whether taming such a creature might be possible. Suddenly, fear spreads through the group as a disturbing scene unfolds before them. Undead figures begin advancing slowly from the surrounding darkness. One boy freezes, recognizing a familiar face among the zombies. It resembles his mother, and in the next moment, the woman lunges forward. An old man shouts for everyone to avoid eye contact at all costs. As panic settles, he starts noticing several of those figures. They resemble former allies he lost long ago. The man explains that these undead forms are lingering memories from the past that remain bound to this land. Realizing this, he understands they have reached the Hill of Nightmares. This location is known as a historical ruin tied to the third phase. A young man questions how illusions can be touched physically. The old man warns them carefully, saying those visions can strike back. He adds that progressing further will be difficult due to constant hallucinations. The rabbit returns, warning them to stay alert since shadow cats inhabit the area. As a boy notes their growing numbers, the hare explains these creatures devour light, create nightmares, and the black mist exposes them clearly. He asks what would happen if both threats attacked together. The old man replies that accumulated nightmares would torment them endlessly, much like illusions. Afterward, he focuses his mind, resisting the pull of those visions. He explains the area must be cleansed quickly, as prolonged exposure shatters emotions. A young man asks where their point of entry will be. Before an answer comes, the undead suddenly become active. One lunges forward, attempting to strike the old man with a spear, but he narrowly avoids the blow. He warns that eliminating these ghosts must come first. Soon after, one zombie begins using magic. A boy questions why illusions can wield abilities. The rabbit says he does not care for these monsters. His true target is the Shadow Castle. The group and the rabbit coordinate smoothly, each fulfilling their roles. Yet one person remains quietly focused on his own objective. He pushes aside outside chaos, concentrating fully on his goal, pouring everything into creating the armored golem. He trusts Sung and the others to handle the threats. Driven by that trust, the group advances steadily forward. Eventually, they encounter a massive structure looming ahead. All participants stare at the construction, once hidden in darkness, now revealed. A knight studies the structure and compares its shape to a massive shell. The blue-haired boy approaches his leader, asking if this was what he meant before. When he spoke of entering with fear, the old man turns back, fully certain they must go. To die, now standing before the historical ruins, the leader's memories resurface. He explains the place is saturated with countless haunting phenomena. To reach the summit, they must face all of it, and upon entry, hundreds of cats will rush them, erasing all light. Someone remarks there is no reason to fear with Jung present, but doubt follows. They quickly realize the golem is far too large to enter the shell with them. The protagonist stands close to the woman beside him, both struck by the scale. Their expressions freeze, overwhelmed by the immense size before them. Still, he notices the entrance itself is surprisingly narrow. He asks if the inside is larger, suggesting using a portal, but the leader says it mirrors the witch's space. Hearing that, the young man admits the situation will be complicated. He orders an attempt to break the shell walls. In response, several monsters appear to carry out his command. Someone wonders when the boy managed to create those creatures. The summoned beings immediately begin attacking the structure. Watching this, the group worries that destroying everything might fail the dungeon. Jong smiles calmly, saying there must be a way even if it breaks. Soon, the young man notices something troubling. Despite the assault, not a single mark appears on the structure. The protagonist compares it to shells forged from iron. He then wonders if such a material could even be crafted. Growing impatient, the rabbit tells everyone to stop stalling and move. Jang asks the leader what awaits at the tower's peak. The old man trembles and answers that the Queen of Darkness waits there. The fourth-floor guide calls the place her castle, yet they chose to name it the Prison of Infinite Spirals. He explains the interior consists entirely of spiraling staircases. Along the ascent, endless illusions will appear. At times, loved ones may emerge and attempt to kill them. Even knowing they were illusions, he says the torment haunted him for life. The group falls into silence after hearing his account. The rabbit warns that pushing forward like this will shatter minds and humanity. Yang strikes the animal, telling him to be quiet since he was not helping. He urges everyone to forget the fear and focus solely on reaching the top. Then the boy begins outlining his idea. His plan is to climb the castle using the octopus golem. Once at the top, they will open a hole to enter. The group looks at the protagonist critically, sensing it sounded too simple. Someone points out that since the octopus can fly, perhaps the other golems could be adapted similarly. Jung answers that he considered it, but rejected the idea since abyssal fish fill the area and climbing is safer. Even if they stall midway, having solid ground to grip offers reassurance. After that, the rabbit asks what will be done with the previously summoned golems. The boy explains he will embed floating stones, allowing them to climb once their weight is reduced. He then asks Alpha to inject a bit of life energy, aiming to lighten them rather than force flight. He begins attaching floating stones to each arm of the golem with care. However, the centaur must remain behind, as its body is unsuited for climbing. Jong informs the group they must fight while relying on the golems for support. He smiles grimly, saying it will be easy since they are already cornered. Despite desperation, the fighters agree to give everything they have. The protagonist asks whether Sung can open an entrance using his power. Sung believes he can, just as the boy draws his sword. He strikes the structure wall, channeling his abilities into the blow. John feels relieved when he sees the attack pierce through. He notes it matches the Armor Gorilla version 3 in its standard form. After confirming that, the boy declares they are ready to proceed. Using the octopus golem, they begin climbing the outer shelf. While ascending, the soldiers battle flying fish relentlessly. A young man charges forward during the chaos. He cuts a creature apart, saved from falling by a summoned gorilla. As they climb higher, he remarks that the surroundings grow darker. Sung adds that the number of abyssal fish is also increasing. Without the light emitted by the golem, they would be overwhelmed, with no retreat possible. The group continues fighting past the halfway point. At that stage, only 2 outcomes remain: death by devouring or falling, making cooperation an absolute necessity. The protagonist then reveals that beds are built inside the golem. The women praise them, noting the material feels surprisingly soft. The boy explains it comes from level 2 impact absorption. This allows the number of resting beds to increase to 5, enabling the group to split into 3 rotating shifts. They alternate between fighting, resting, and returning refreshed. Soon after, Jung prepares several dishes using the fish meat. As they eat, morale rises and smiles return. Alongside the food, he serves screaming plant tea to calm minds. The team wonders aloud if they have entered paradise. Bahamut then approaches his master and asks how long he plans to keep the cat in his shadow, drawing attention to its presence. Curious, the boy wonders if the snow doll has nightmares, then notes it never sleeps. The solar stones surrounding Bahama lock the cat in place, sealing its form and blocking any shift. From the shadows, Jung urges his companion to endure a bit longer, promising a refill of snow later. The protagonist then checks if the shadow creature is being fed, and the small doll calmly answers yes. After that, he scatters a few fragments of solar stone across the ground, turning the glowing pieces into simple food for the shadow cat. The feline slowly emerges from Bahamut's shadow and begins to eat without fear. Watching the tiny creature chew, the young man quietly plans how he might tame it. Alpha appears, warning that shadow cats are dangerous beings, and the boy jokes that Alpha makes fear sound appealing. Jerry. Once that is said, Jung turns to his companion and asks him to keep working on controlling the creature, since taming it would make up for his own weakness and balance his flaws. The protagonist then smiles and tells Bahamut to stay positive after noticing the small creature looks impressed. He admits he was foolish to think the boy placed all that burden on him alone. Purpose. Realizing the truth, he chooses to move forward without hesitation. He keeps pushing on, determined until the shadow feline becomes his servant. At the same time, the rabbit flies above the battlefield, searching for more cats. Finding none, he decides to head inside the golem instead. He asks what the protagonist is doing, and receives the answer that it is something important. Important. The rodent grows curious about what could matter so much right now. Important. Jung hands out dishes to those taking a short rest. Nearby, he gently places a blanket over someone lying on a bed. Seeing this, the rabbit wonders if that truly counts as something important. He says the protagonist would be more useful fighting instead of making others feel comfortable. The boy responds that it is not his fault people enjoy his cooking. The animal adds that teammates might fear the golem stopping if something happens to him. Jung replies that even if he wanted to fight, this task comes first. When questioned, he says he is training his floating stare ability because he assumes it will be useful for absorbing power. The boy adds he is also testing different materials during this process and explains that he found a way to add vital energy afterward as well. The rabbit says he does not know why all this is being explained, but as long as his friend is happy, it is fine. Problem. Before leaving, the animal hears the boy say it is time to go and help. Once outside, near Shell, the rodent reports that they are almost at the top now. The protagonist stands and asks if the task was done. His companion answers, yes, but warns him to step outside and look for himself. The wall the octopus golem is climbing begins to tilt, nearly turning completely vertical. Alpha advises retreat as the area grows dangerous. The rabbit agrees, noticing the abyssal fish moving off course. Path. Right then, a creature quietly approaches from behind the protagonist. He survives thanks to Hoyle, who swiftly removes the monster's head and ends the threat. The man explains he used an abyssal fishbone weapon. Admitting it proved far more effective than he originally expected. Jung then summons floating stairs to move his allies upward, stating the summit is near. From a distance, a hidden creature questions who could wield such an ability. It then reacts with shock upon noticing several sections of land forming and drifting through the air. Soon after the group finally arrives at the tower's peak, Sung says he'll open an entrance immediately, and the protagonist tells everyone to step back if they do not want to be hit. The boy fires his electric shot ability, tearing open a hole in the tower and making him wonder if this is truly the end. Inside, they discover a statue shaped like a woman standing silently. The old man explains it must be destroyed to clear the dungeon. He reveals the goddess statue is the final boss. More precisely, her shadow is the Queen of Darkness. Bahamut notices something unusual and fixes the statue with a serious gaze. The protagonist asks if something is wrong. A snow doll suddenly cries, saying the statue resembles his former master. Everyone reacts in shock, suspecting the witch. The doll adds that if this truly depicts her, then he already knows who the Queen of Darkness is. Before he can explain further, a violent explosion interrupts the moment. The boy turns to Sung and asks what happened. Sung explains he struck a wall while trying to open another hole. The group is warned that entering the dungeon through chance is impossible. Cheating. The rabbit adds that such a barrier was inevitable. He explains a guide would never allow participants an easy alternate path. Looking upward, they spot the creature that had been observing them earlier. The old man identifies the being as Serpent, repeating the name with caution. The monster remarks that the participants are unusually intriguing this time. He grows irritated, never expecting anyone to attempt entry from the opposite side. This creature is revealed as the Phase 4 guide named Serpa, who bears a strong resemblance to a lion in form. The rabbit explains a paramedic monster had already installed the barrier, and without Serpa they would have entered successfully. John wonders if that means entry from above is impossible. His companion replies only he could, since he is marked as an error. Even so, the protagonist refuses to go alone, choosing to hide his identity. Alpha reassures the boy, saying there is no need to fear Serpa. He explains that despite his appearance, Serpa remains a mage. The rodent recalls the lion's limitation that stops him from killing everyone, likely tied to a numeric mark. Noting the failed curse proves the boy will not fall easily. The boy asks for his opinion on continuing the plan. The animal replies that failure would only waste vital energy, yet admits that he still supports the idea and wonders how Serpa will react if it succeeds. Serpa becomes furious and says they must receive a penalty for cheating. Moments later, a purple glow ignites on every forehead, spreading unease through the group. The light settles into visible numbers etched onto each participant. Despair quickly overwhelms everyone as the meaning of the mark sinks in. Instinctively, her gaze locks onto a single figure among them, the one who had always brought relief through overwhelming reinforcements and delivered rare calm inside the merciless dungeon until now. Zhang begins doubting whether he can still live up to those expectations. The protagonist closes his eyes, steadying his breath in silence. He then calls everyone together, announcing they will activate Plan B. The participants freeze in shock upon hearing there is another option. Sav says acting is better than waiting, and the boy adds his companion will play a critical role. Serpa watches closely, questioning the identity of that human. He is startled to see a participant who managed to overturn his curse. After hearing the strategy, several members fall silent. Someone asks what role the companion is meant to take. Smiling calmly, the young man refuses to reveal it, saying failure would be embarrassing. He then draws both of his weapons with firm resolve. Turning serious, he asks if the protagonist believes they can stall that creature. The boy answers that provoking what the guide hates most gives them a chance. Sutton states the monster blocked their path by raising a barrier at the last moment. He decides to destroy it, as massive electric power surges violently from his blades, drawing every eye. The boy warns the others to retreat so they are not harmed. A warning message appears again, stating entry cannot be achieved cheaply. Seong is thrown back by the force, yet he immediately charges forward again, declaring it will not be enough to stop him. Someone says attacking the barrier like that invites death and ruin. The boy unleashes his ability, Thunder Ray, without hesitation. The creature grows irritated and commands him to stop attacking the barrier. It demands to know if he truly intends to die here. Diomi Mandova says the focus is on him, daring the enemy to stop him. Fuzhong seizes the moment and begins descending the tower without delay. The participants shout in confusion, asking why they are abandoning Sung. The protagonist responds with confidence, acting like the lead of the story. He tells them not to worry, explaining they are withdrawing from the fight. Meanwhile, the boy continues hammering the barrier with electric strikes. Serpa advances aggressively, ordering him to stop at once. That command fails, as the young man calmly evades each attack with ease, wearing a relaxed expression. The boy says his opponent lacks fundamentals, relying only on curses. Hearing those words, the creature erupts with rage, its hostility instantly spiking toward the group. Before it can act on that anger, the tower suddenly begins to tremble violently, interrupting everything in motion. Inside the octopus golem, everyone freezes, unable to accept the scene unfolding. The massive structure starts tilting and jolting as if losing all balance. Nong quickly begins summoning floating stairs, reacting as the situation spirals. Earlier, the boy had instructed the rabbit to help arrange floating stones on the first floor. After completing the task, the animal doubted reality as the entire tower appeared to be floating, yet the protagonist orders more stones placed below. The old man questions what the boy is attempting with such a reckless setup. Zhang explains that Serpa's magic is bound to the structure itself, meaning both the guide and tower can fall together in one strike. Immediately after, the boy burns vital energy to summon more floating stairs. Someone laughs, claiming no guide would calmly allow such chaos to unfold. The monster once again flies into uncontrollable fury. The young man calmly tells the creature to surrender, stating the victory is secured. The dungeon condition required destroying the goddess statue, which had already been shattered by the repeated impacts caused by collapsing ruins. The structure that grew by feeding on pain and despair drawn from the participants crashes into the sea, entirely due to the protagonist's actions. As the tower falls, the participants finally begin to cheer. Their celebration grows when they notice the numbers etched on their foreheads have vanished completely. The boys announce that all curses have now been lifted. Zhang expresses relief, saying they can finally relax again. With that, the boy's floating stair ability evolves to level 5, improving speed and efficiency. The protagonist grows excited as his boy, or strength ability, also advances to level 9. After the chaos settles, the rabbit admits he never expected the plan to succeed. Realizing his doubt was misplaced, watching from afar, the old man wonders who could clear a dungeon this way. He begins to grasp the unease he felt upon first meeting the young man. Serpa remains fixed on the collapsed structure before him, a sight he has never witnessed in his long existence. His fury slowly twists into confusion, then erupts into wild laughter, transforming into taunting madness. The guide approaches the group, admitting he never imagined such an outcome. The boy states the dungeon is complete and asks why the creature does not leave. Serpa answers that leaving is impossible, explaining his interest lies with a lunatic among them. He adds that watching such a lost soul was an unexpected source of enjoyment. The protagonist begins to question whether the guide already knows his true identity. The guide recalls Baboon's story about a lost soul on the first floor who plunged the dungeon into chaos. He approaches John, saying that if he is that soul, the curse failing on him makes sense. Before the guide can act, the boy freezes in place. His two companions step forward, warning the beast not to move any closer. Serpa asks whether the protagonist is the leader of their group. Before an answer comes, Sung steps in and claims that role. Payan adds that the one who fed everyone was their commander. Other participants quickly support the boys, voicing their agreement. One by one, people position themselves in front of the boy, declaring Serpa must go through them to reach him. The old man watches quietly, realizing his reputation is already shattered. The creature tells the humans to calm down, reminding them they cannot oppose a guide. He asks if he was lying when speaking to the rabbit. Then he remarks that he has seen many strange things, never imagining a banished guide would still wander freely, joking about calling the rodent a goat. John wonders aloud if his friend is a ghost. Receiving the answer that he is closer to a spirit, he adds that if he counts as a ghost, then Serna must be one as well. Hearing this, the young man starts walking toward the beast. The guide laughs, saying this is what a true leader looks like in action. The boy calmly begins preparing his purification ability. Serna recognizes the skill, boasting that a mere participant cannot harm him. When the shot finally fires, the guide jerks back as part of his mane vanishes, leaving him shocked at being struck. He questions how this happened, believing his level far surpasses the young man. Jung continues firing purification shots without pause. The protagonist states he is not just a participant. He explains he is also an administrator, meaning he and Serpa stand on equal footing. After speaking, the boy fires again, making the guide grow tense as he claims dodging will be enough. Instead, the young man bends the attack's path and strikes the lion directly with precision. John comments that he has been practicing curved shots. Serpa argues that it makes no sense for the protagonist to be an administrator. The rabbit joins in, stating that he too is an administrator. Hearing this, the beast erupts in rage, questioning how Trashlight became a guide. Alpha appears, stating that the strongest administrator is the one who owns the temple. Hearing that truth, the monster freezes in fear, its confidence collapsing instantly. The group learns they are capable of overwhelming and driving back dungeon guides. Realizing this, Sung channels electricity through his body and calls out for Kaling's support as the man uses the raw strength of his arms to hurl his companions straight ahead. With that momentum, the boy lands a clean strike on Serpa. He declares the battle has only just begun. The beast raises his claw, preparing a brutal counter, but the archer fires immediately, shielding his allies from harm. Canyon lands a sharp shot directly on the monster, who erupts in rage and begins summoning dark forces, shadows, commanding them to wipe out the humans. Unshaken, Sung says that will never stop him and cuts through the darkness using electric flicker, shocking the creature as his shadows fall effortlessly. Moments later, a surge of electricity crashes into the beast. Watching his team fight, the protagonist laughs, saying everything is going exactly as planned. Enraged, Serpa casts a curse at the protagonist. Suddenly, someone appears behind the guide, drawing attention away, striking while the enemy is distracted. John follows up, striking the monster with purification energy. The archer keeps pace, releasing a blazing arrow. Even after enduring multiple attacks, the guide remains standing. Sung declares he will finish the enemy himself. Serpa interrupts, asking if the young man has forgotten something. Since the dungeon was already cleared, the boy asks what he means, prompting the guide to remind him what follows dungeon completion. A strange symbol forms beneath the young man's feet. It spreads beneath the other participants as well, excluding the protagonist. Serpa explains that whoever clears a dungeon is automatically transferred to the next one. In an instant, everyone disappears, leaving Jung behind. He looks around, confused about where the others went. The rabbit notes he is still present, but the boy says that offers little comfort. He decides to return to his altar quickly, realizing his injuries are worse than expected. The rabbit remarks that the opponent seemed ready to retreat, reminding him the guide is a mage and advising long-range attacks. Hearing that, Jung prepares to fire his purification shots. Jung pours relentless attacks onto the lion's back, refusing to give him space to recover. After enduring the blows, the beast steadies himself and summons darkness, bringing several shadow cats into existence. The young man responds instantly, stepping onto his floating stairs. Suspended in midair, the boy taunts the cats with calm confidence. Serpa stares in disbelief, questioning what that human truly is. He then chooses to open the dungeon portal, forming a massive rift behind his body. The rabbit remarks that he expected the enemy to search for an escape before stepping through. Serpa laughs and declares that one day he will destroy them all. The boy immediately orders his forces to drag the creature back. In response, several gorilla golems burst out from the portal, forcing the lion outward as they shove him back inside the battlefield. The monster is stunned, wondering how mere golems can even touch him. Jung suggests it may be because they possess vital energy within. In truth, the young man only intended for his subordinates to erase the portal, yet the result exceeded expectations. The protagonist then commands his soldiers to finish Serpa without mercy. At once, a gorilla unleashes a heavy chain of punches on the enemy. Serpa refuses to endure it quietly. He slashes the golem's face with his claws, though it remains standing. The summoned golem shrugs off the damage and smashes a blow into the beast's abdomen. Immediately after, another gorilla grabs Serpa and slams him violently into the ground. Even then, all the golems swarm together, attacking him simultaneously. Long after the fierce struggle finally ends, John asks where Sam was sent during the chaos. Despite his wounds, the creature laughs bitterly and curses the protagonist. The boy decides it is time to purify the lion completely. Afterward, he remarks that the enemy met a gentler end than his ominous aura suggested. The rabbit admits he never expected to witness a guide being annihilated. With the mission complete, the boy receives the administrator's relic and wonders what it is. The protagonist notices a message addressed to Hyung. Jung reports Serpa's defeat and asks if his companion gained any reward, but hears that he received nothing. The rabbit explains that this is likely because his friend is not an administrator. He adds that administrators eliminating one another is an inevitable outcome. The boy asks why they would seek to kill each other. The animal answers that ambition drives it, since magic without limits leads toward effective immortality. After that, the rabbit urges them to leave the area at once, because John must assume control as administrator of the third dungeon. The boy reaches out and takes hold of a bell. The item stays completely silent, leaving him confused as he wonders what purpose it serves. His companion teases him for owning a temple yet not knowing the bell's use, and the boy answers that constant nagging only drains his motivation. The rabbit then explains that an administrator's relic works as a signal, and that every guide is required to carry one of those items, revealing that his own relic takes the form of a top hat. The protagonist asks how it is used, and his companion admits he has no idea, wearing it only to look charming. Soon after, the ground starts shaking, and they question what is happening. The system announces that the dungeon is undergoing a reset. The boy finds this strange without an administrator present, while the rabbit notes an automatic system must exist. While flying aboard the octopus golem, Zhang remarks that installing such a system would require immense magic. Moments later, the pair notices the floating stairs have vanished. The animal explaining it is because they were not connected to the ground, adding the dungeon functions like a massive trap. The boy agreeing it follows the same logic as a resetting trap, which is why only the floor gets reset. He then wonders if the floating stones will remain forever, and his companion answers, probably. Zhang finds that ideal, imagining permanent observation towers built from floating stones and lasting mini-maps forever. But the rabbit warns that doing so would only attract cats to consume the light again. Watching from a distance, Bahamut remarks that it feels like everyone has forgotten about his existence. Admitting the thought makes him sad, after which the rabbit asks about the snow doll, who replies he was carrying out his master's task, which involved watching over the shadow cat alongside the protagonist. The protagonist congratulates him, noting the assignment could not have been easy. Seeing the bell in the boy's hand, Bahamut reacts with visible surprise and asks in a sorrowful tone whether Serpent is dead. The boy asks if his companion knows the item, and he explains he once served as the witch's butler, adding that the bell belonged to his former mistress. Hearing this, the young man concludes the bell must have belonged to the witch. Long ago, there lived a witch who devoted herself to forbidden magical research. At her side stayed a small gremlin butler who managed the household. The woman gently wipes dust from her servant's face after cleaning, filling the creature with quiet happiness. There was also a black cat that spent most of its time asleep. Day after day, its routine was nothing but eating and resting, and observing its mistress while she conducted her research. That lazy feline was named Surbar. Bahamut continues, saying that over time the cat gained the ability to use magic, causing the small monster's companions to react with disbelief. He adds that cats naturally imitate their owners closely. After discovering her pet could wield magic, the witch felt great joy and gifted him that collar, which is now the bell resting at his feet. He says that once the cat grows stronger, the bell will become extremely useful. Soon after, the protagonist feels uneasy, troubled by ending the life of a speaking cat. The rabbit responds calmly, saying the creature was closer to a lion's lingering ghost. Bahamut then asks if he may continue sharing his story. He clarifies that his path and Serba's ambitions were never the same. He explains that after his death, he remained to guard his mistress's home, while the cat lost his memories and drifted as a wandering spirit. Even so, his feelings for the witch endured, which led death itself to leave that land under Serpa's control. Jung asks if that decision was tied to the woman's statue there, and his companion confirms that is exactly the reason. Realizing the cat was exploited, Jung mutters that the cursed dragon spares no one. Right after, Bahamut explains that Serpa then became a guide, gaining immense magic, and that was when the collar's true value appeared. He reveals the collar grants authority over shadows, leaving the boy visibly impressed. Alpha recalls rumors that witches studied forbidden shadow-based secret arts. The boy asks what that implies, and Bahamut explains that the art can embed memories into shadows and give them physical form. With only a few shadow cats, people may relive bad memories or nightmares, but when the number grows, those memories manifest and attack physically. However, Bahamut says his mistress never intended harm. She sought to revive happy or meaningful memories instead. Jung remarks that such research carried a surprisingly gentle purpose. The rabbit interrupts, telling them to stop reminiscing and focus on the collar. The boy suggests the item must contain hidden functions. He tries stretching it to wear it, but his companion says it was made for a cat and will never fit him. Yet the young man recalls Serpa was a massive lion, leading the rabbit to suggest a conditional seal, making the protagonist wonder if purification can undo it. The rabbit warns that he is placing too much faith in that ability, explaining that to effect it, he would need to receive her blessing as well. John responds that the woman is already dead. The rabbit counters that she is dead, yet not entirely gone. The young man asks if he means the statue and the goddess. The animal agrees, confident the statue will aid them somehow. The protagonist concludes they must climb the tower once more. He adds that since they are ascending, they should retrieve the altar to speed things up. To begin, Jang summons several floating stairs leading upward. Then the boy starts spreading chimera ant saliva across the ground. The rabbit says at that pace it is pointless, and he replies, the outcome matters more than speed. Regardless, they succeed in entering the dungeon, receiving a warning that entry was made through improvised means. Ignoring the notice, the protagonist presses forward. As they drift ahead, multiple ghosts observe them silently. At last, they arrive before the statue. The boy notes the sculpture looks too beautiful to be a witch, resembling a ghost instead. Goddess. Bahamut says his master was truly kind, his voice heavy with respect. He adds that Serpa once looked at her with the same emotions he feels now. After that, the protagonist pulls out the collar he kept, noticing it had begun to move on its own. The rabbit asks why that is happening, when suddenly a massive shadow forms in front of them, drawn in like a ghost pulled by a magnet toward the collar. Moments later, the shadow squeezes into the narrow chamber bell, and the strange ringing immediately stops. The rabbit comments that his friend now resembles a monarch of darkness. A system window appears, revealing the item's name as the witch's dark bracelet. The protagonist then asks why the bell went silent. The rabbit explains that similar items exist and they only ring when their power activates. With that, the surrounding shadows begin to fade away. Jamie wonders why they lost interest, and his friend explains they were created by the bracelet, so they no longer see him as a threat. After that, the boys suggest heading down the stairs. And just as predicted, The shadows completely ignore the protagonist, even reverting back into their cat forms. The boy wonders if he can command the feline, and his friend urges him to try. The young man grips the bracelet tightly and orders the cat to come to him. Instead, his attempt only frightens the animals into retreat. The boy wonders if they fled because of his current level. The cat Bahamut had been watching remains close to the protagonist. Jong gently pets the cat, asking if the bracelet allows him to touch her. Immediately after, the cat dives into the boy's shadow. The young man jolts back in shock as Bahamut tells him to stay behind, prompting the realization that his shadow has gained its own existence. The ghost explains that it is a shadow, servant created through magic. After that, the protagonist begins interacting with his shadow, noting that it behaves timidly. Soon, the shadow lets out a soft meow, and the boy realizes its form changed, but it remains a cat. Bahamut adds that dark creatures were born from the witch's experiments. The augur's shadow is a rare, high-tier magic few can wield. The witch replaced enchanted shadows and memories, the spell's core, with dark creatures instead. Among them, cats naturally gather nightmare memories, making them ideal vessels. The rabbit asks what purpose a shadow servant could serve. Bahamut answers that it can do anything, moving exactly as the protagonist does. The young man freezes in surprise when he learns the servant can mirror every motion he makes with eerie accuracy. The rabbit then remarks that the shadow lacks combat value since its master has no fighting background. Soon after, the servant begins shifting the soil beneath it with clumsy yet deliberate motions. That sight makes the rabbit laugh since it had already been fooling around with dirt earlier. It adds that the scene strangely resembles how its master usually behaves. Jang asks the shadow to use an ability, and Bahamut explains it cannot use magic and can only imitate movements. Meanwhile, the rabbit keeps laughing while the shadow continues its strange routine. It keeps playing until it finally shapes the earth into a compact ball. Seeing this result, the protagonist stays quiet and observes closely. Inside, he realizes the outcome is actually far more impressive than expected. He then calls the others over and asks them to look as well. The rabbit finally understands what it is seeing. It thinks the shadow behaves like another version of Luninic, younger, and notes that the earth ball was crafted extremely well. On a different day, the protagonist collapses onto the ground after sculpting a gorilla golem and says he desperately needs more manpower. Yet he knows accepting help would take too long to teach his techniques and admits he wishes for a copy of himself. Returning to the present, the boy finds that wish unexpectedly fulfilled. Soon after, John calls his incomplete armor golem and works to finish it with his servant. The young man starts hammering steadily as he focuses on his task. His shadow stands nearby and watches without making a sound. Noticing the stare, the boy realizes the shadow is studying him closely. He asks if it wants to give it a try. Before the servant begins, the protagonist thinks watching it work would be harmless. That thought changes almost immediately. His feeling shifts into genuine amazement. The shadow copies every movement exactly as its master does. Seeing this, the boy says they will definitely find a use for the servant. Later, Zhang asks how much energy it has, and Bahamut replies, the servant never tires and never eats. However, if it takes damage, its power leaves his body and its strength collapses. The boy recalls Serpa shadows being resilient. The ghost adds that the man was an exceptional mage and surely used another spell to reinforce them. The boy wonders if the shadow magic was intentionally designed to not require defense. Then the rabbit says that means the ability is weak since his friend is not a mage. Annoyed, the young man tells them to stop mocking mages because he cannot endure it anymore. Immediately after, Bahamut says defense is not a major issue. He then strikes the servant with a fairly weak blow. The impact causes it to completely fall apart on the spot. A cat comes out of the shadow. A shadowy stain slips in and hides within the protagonist's shadow without resistance. The ghost explains that dark creatures do not truly perish once destroyed. Hearing this, the boy asks if that means they can be reused endlessly. The young man then asks where to obtain more collars to create extra servants. Bahamut explains the limit depends on mage capacity, provided enough material exists. Zhang asks if they should proceed. Then something unexpected appears. Stage 4 of the altar from the third dungeon they recently secured. The boy suggests exploiting the new altar to construct a proper temple. Inside the grand temple, the protagonist presents an offering to the purple orb, which immediately begins changing color, turning burning yellow, the young man said. Serpa clearly possessed an enormous reserve of life energy. John places the crystal ball atop the claimed altar, successfully transferring ownership. The rabbit feels delighted since more altars raise the guide class level. Counting everything the boy owns, there are now 3 total, making him wonder about triple upgrades. He then recalls this also allows increasing dragon apostles, since strength in numbers matters. However, Alpha states that technically they are not allies. The young man asks what that statement actually means. Alpha explains that only those willing to sacrifice everything should become apostles. The boy smiles and says that means he must make true friends. His companion asks if he hurt himself, and he answers it is basically the same idea. The rabbit comments that this is an extremely cruel mission for an exile, yet the protagonist insists he has many friends. Soon after, John receives a message asking about their location. The boy realizes it came from someone, and the rabbit explains his friend's dungeon is in chaos due to lacking an administrator. The protagonist values keeping promises. He then says repeated messages might disrupt his friend's focus. He suddenly shouts that it is time to start working. John retrieves his super servant and decides to launch a large-scale project. The boy says it will become the best shadow cat farm, and Alpha asks if he abandoned plans to build a temple. The young man explains he needed floating stones and sunstones, but he recently used up most of those resources. Suddenly, a griffin appears behind the group without warning. It is quickly dealt with and drops without resistance. The boy wonders briefly if skinning it is worth the effort. After that, he calls his servant closer, then hands his knife to his wife, but the blade begins turning completely dark in her grasp. Impressed, the boy takes it back and asks if it was consumed by the sheep. The blade slowly returns to normal, and the rabbit suggests the servant may recognize it as a weapon. Right after that, the protagonist tells his assistant to observe closely and copy everything he does. Without studying or training, the servant silently binds itself to his intent. It instantly mirrors the master's movements, and with Nike effect, its skinning speed rises sharply. The man insists he must be certain about building a shadow cat farm, while his friend says it sounds like slavery. Half joking, the boy asks whether the griffin nest counts as the first dungeon. His companion replies that technically the forest beneath the cliff qualifies instead. The second dungeon was the witch's home. The third, the abyssal ocean. Zhang says the fourth remains unknown. That makes him realize an unclaimed altar is nearby, and he states more altars are always better. Before doing anything else, he decides to gather several spectral stones. A system message appears, announcing a conquest achievement for clearing the first dungeon. The rabbit comments that someone must have just completed the first dungeon. Within stage 4 of the first dungeon lies a simple forest to the right of the Mountain of Death. Rich in game and plants, ideal for hunting, making it a valuable resource zone. Because of this, the area once served as supply grounds for a nearby village. Yet this forest is no longer simple or safe, since it borders directly against a towering mountain, filled with mysterious caves that shelter many beasts and monsters, where participants must locate the final ruin hidden among them. A fighter launches fireballs at a creature with relentless pressure, eventually bringing down the boss of the first dungeon. Onlookers react with shock that it was actually defeated. A man named Seek appears, saying dungeons like these always strain the nerves. He adds it would have been easier without useless people blocking his way. The participants grow irritated until a boy orders them to stay quiet. He says if they have complaints, they should prove them with fists. A sharp voice commands everyone to stop causing trouble. It is Suayon, stating all of them will receive the reward, and declaring she will not allow Siak to go any further. Conflicts like this often occur among dungeon participants, and when the reward holds great value, tensions rise even faster. Right after that, the boy orders his subordinates to skin the monster. He then turns and walks toward the garage. saying if she does not want him taking everything again, they should move faster next time. Sue-Ann responds by making a rude gesture toward the boy. Soon after, strange markings appear beneath the participants. Someone tells them to load as much meat as possible before teleportation begins. The dungeon then resets, and they find themselves facing a tunnel, and the protagonist asks whether that was the correct place. The rabbit says he is certain, explaining he sensed a stream of mana leaking from a nearby magic portal. John asks if his companion can truly sense such things, and the rabbit replies he is a high-class being. As they move through the corridor, the young man wonders if the torches exist because this place is a ruin. Soon after, the pair encounters a collapsed section blocking part of the path ahead. The rabbit inspects the scene and calmly comments on what he observes. He explains that half the people only watched while the rest fought, leaving the boy surprised at his companion's sharp investigation skills. The animal shrugs and says patterns like this become obvious after countless battles. The boy continues walking, thinking the altar matters most, yet feels uneasy about participants fighting others. And after moving further, they finally arrive at the altar. The protagonist immediately starts prying the stone free from its base. He orders the gorilla golems to carry it, since the reset is almost ready. But suddenly a thunderous roar echoes through the group, revealing the boss of the first dungeon, the two-headed ogre. The participants freeze in fear at the sight of the massive beast. The rabbit warns Jung to stay alert, noting a griffin is strong, but an ogre is far more so. As the creature nearly lands a crushing blow on the protagonist, he narrowly avoids it with a well-timed dodge. The boy immediately decides to deploy a party portal, but the ogre charges straight forward, managing to completely shatter the portal moments after it appears. The rabbit explains the boss has magic resistance, allowing it to destroy abilities through raw force. The protagonist strikes the creature face, complaining he should have been warned sooner. The monster continues its relentless advance, forcing the boy into a corner with no room to retreat. Realizing he is trapped, Zhang notes the boss shows frightening intelligence. The rabbit asks what to do, warning that golem combat might collapse the cave from shockwaves. The young man slowly scans the entire chamber for options, spotting the torches lining the walls. He pauses. He asks the rabbit whether having two heads gives the boss double the field of vision. His companion answers that all of its senses are likely enhanced. The boy says plunging the area into darkness should frighten the creature twice as much. Benny orders every torch to be extinguished immediately. A shadow cat begins to emerge silently, moving along the walls to snuff them out one by one. Jung orders the golems to restrain the ogre carefully to avoid injury, saying their grip will not interfere with the plan. However, the gorilla fails to hold the raging creature. The boy wonders if his golem is weaker, and his companion replies, it is obvious given one is a stage 1 boss and the other comes from stage 4. The gorilla golems coordinate their movements and rush the ogre together with crushing force. After a tense struggle, they finally succeed in locking the monster in place. Witnessing this turn, the surrounding group bursts with visible excitement and relief. The boss thrashes violently, struggling non-stop in an attempt to escape. The rabbit notes that in this restrained state, the creature cannot release its full power. He adds that, without the golem armor, the situation would have ended terribly for them. After that remark, he warns that if the struggle continues, the cave will eventually collapse under the pressure. The boy replies that he is aware of the risk, but finished all preparations just in time. A shadow cat snuffs out the final torch, plunging the entire area into deep darkness. The protagonist lifts his bracelet and activates shadow arts without hesitation, causing the feline to pause. Before transforming fully into the boy's obedient servant, John hands his knife to the servant, asking if it still remembers how to skin. The shadow accepts the weapon, which turns black and sharp once more. The young man explains the enemy differs from the griffin, but can be cut using remembered motions. Immediately after, the servant steps directly in front of the restrained monster and unleashes a continuous barrage of precise slashing movements. The rabbit comments it looks excessive, while his friend replies no meat was ever taken gently. The animal asks if bear meat tastes good, and Zhang says they will soon know. the ogre suddenly attempts to strike at the shadow servant, which disperses instantly to avoid being hit, then reforms directly in front of the stunned creature. After some time, the protagonist activates a crystal ball, casting light across the battlefield. Revealing the monster had already been separated into multiple pieces, the boy states the servant proved extremely useful, perfectly copying every demonstrated action. He adds that it even skinned the hide without further instruction. The boy smiles, thinking clothing made from it would grant strong magic resistance. The rabbit agrees clothing is reasonable, though it would not last forever. He then explains the servant's weakness lies in physical attacks. As one hit destroys its body, Zhang responds calmly, believing efficiency will rise once their numbers increase. The rabbit admits the shadow is an excellent butcher despite its many flaws. The boy imagines commanding countless servants, ruling as an emperor of the night. His companion interrupts, pointing out he lacks sufficient stats for that vision. The young man says it would be better if the item had an ability instead of a simple option. His companion explains that is the role of master craftsman during item creation. The boy recalls the witch created a powerful item by placing it in a cat she raised, unsure if planned or affection-driven. He then says he must complete the cat farm as soon as possible. Right after, he wonders why the dungeon has not ended despite the boss being defeated. The rabbit assumes more of those creatures exist, since they passed several caves along the route. Zhang suggests turning back now, since the altar has already been secured. The animal asks if he plans to visit the witch home, and the boy answers he is heading to stage 1 for another golem. Soon after, the protagonist sets up a portal and steps through it while carrying the altar. Watching this, the rabbit comments that if his friend keeps moving at this pace, he might eventually surpass Baboon. Inside the grand sanctuary, Bahamut wonders how such a filthy and foul-smelling place could exist. A squirrel climbs onto a pile of bones scattered across the floor and calmly starts gnawing on them. Rose asks how terrible the environment must be to end up in such a state. He then remarks that his master clearly does not care much about cleanliness, since the area is covered in mud, puddles, and even thick spider webs. Enon says he has finally understood the mission that was assigned to him. After that, Bahamut grabs his broom and begins cleaning the sanctuary with determination. He also uses water flowing from his body to make the task easier. Moments later, a portal opens inside the room, and John steps out, announcing that he has returned. He is met with a space that is now completely clean. His companion explains that he took responsibility for cleaning the area. Suddenly, golems start emerging from the portal, instantly making a mess again. Bahamut gets the feeling that his master has returned with even more golems than before. The rabbit shows up to explain the situation to his friend. After hearing this, the ghost wonders if the mud monsters increase in number every month. The boy realizes they did increase, but believes it is because Bedmoon is absent. Lowering demand. At present, the group consists of 4 gorillas and 4 armored centaurs, along with an ostrich, an octopus golem, and an elephant from which the boy removed the core. The rabbit asks if his friend is trying to build a zoo. Right after, the young man admits he is out of ideas and decides to help clean. His companion immediately tries to avoid the chore, but the protagonist grabs him by the ears and says he will help as well. The animal claims he will take care of the boy's pets since they matter too. Seeing that weak excuse, John comments that he is not even good at lying. The rabbit lies down on a shelf hoping he will not be found, staying still for a while. During that time, he starts thinking about how they have not seen Batman. Then he senses his presence somewhere in stage 1. However, that thought fades away as sleep quickly takes over. The protagonist spots his companion napping while hidden on a shelf, completely avoiding responsibility. He then uses the boar strength to drag him out and force him back to work. Outside the sanctuary, the group discovers anchovies already dried by natural conditions. The boy instructs a golem to keep fanning them carefully and evenly. The rabbit asks why he is bothering with fish, and the boy explains he wants to grind them into powder for a soup that tastes very good. Soon after, the squirrel resting on the young man's shoulder begins climbing down his body. It suddenly panics after noticing a cat lurking within the shadows. Benjong comments that maybe he should create a fishing spot while building the Sky Temple, adding that he should write it down since there is too much to handle. He then starts writing a list on paper of everything that still needs to be done. He adds that assigning specific people to specific tasks might be more efficient. He asks Bahamut if the servants can fight ghosts, and he replies, yes. The protagonist says that might be a great opportunity to teach his shadow how to fight. The rabbit bursts into laughter and says he cannot imagine his friend teaching anyone. The boy strikes him lightly to stop the mocking remarks. After that, he asks the animal to complete a task, but the rabbit says he is busy, and the young man asks with suspicion since his friend is always idle. The rabbit replies that he needs to observe what Batmoon is doing, sensing that Batmoon is planning something. Having suffered under the moon influence for a long time, the animal understands its temperament and decides to investigate. At stage 1, though he adds the protagonist does not need to worry since he will return soon. Zhao Mingturn asks if the rabbit is simply lying to escape work. The animal grows irritated and asks if the boy knows Baboon will be his greatest rival someday. The young man becomes curious and asks what caused such rivalry, realizing he spoke too much. The animal grows visibly nervous. Alpha asks if he meant Baboon might interfere with Artea resurrection, and the rabbit confirms it, and the boy allows him to head to stage 1, asking him to be careful. With the task approved, the protagonist asks Bahamut if he can go to the abyssal ocean with a gun, which he accepts, only requesting a bit more life, energy, and Alpha approves the request since he helped clean the Great Temple. Then John checks his notes and realizes only cleaning the Great Temple remains. Bahamut says the place is nearly clean, but the skeletons were too large for him to move. The protagonist decides to leave that remaining task to the golems. However, he wonders whether their massive hands can handle such work. The boy equips the gorillas with specially made cleaning fingers. Feeling disgusted, the rabbit complains, and his friend explains it is only temporary. The golems then begin removing the large bones from the area. Afterward, the young man tells everyone to follow their assignments and report regularly. Bahamut points out there is no way to contact him, so the protagonist appoints the ghost as manager. The road explains that reaching such a position equals breaking free from one's predetermined fate. Hearing this, Bahamut finally understands the emotions Serpa once carried. It becomes obvious that he has transformed into something entirely different. He states calmly that he is no longer undead nor a gremlin. Instead, he feels like an ice spirit. Bahamut tells his master that he is fully merged with snow. Jang asks if his companion now feels similar to Alpha, and Alpha explains the snowman holds a role close to his, devoted entirely to the life dragon. Earthia, the boy wonders if this happened because the ghost offered his soul, and after that, Alpha explains his friend is no longer bound by undead limitations, and that his current existence has completely changed. Seeing Bahamut's new state, the rabbit feels relieved, believing this outcome is far better. The snowman says his former self that relied only on brute power is gone, and now his soul and strength are devoted entirely to the earth. Earthia. Jung grows tired of discussion and tells everyone to return to work. Already, within the abyssal ocean, new participants battle against hostile fish and question why floating stones surround the area. Soon after, a portal opens nearby, and Bahamut emerges riding atop a golem. At first, people assume the new manager is an enemy, but the snowman focuses instead on digging up shells. Bahamut does not become obsessed with power, but instead gains authority. The participants wonder if he might be the dungeon boss. Noticing they share the same race as his master, the snowman decides the best option is to assist them. He begins firing snow toward the group. Unsure if it poses danger, he remains in a defensive stance. After that, all he does is wait. As the snow reshapes itself into countless miniature Bahamuts, the snowman tells them to follow him so they can reach the ruins. But they hesitate, and Bahamut asks if they prefer his help or wandering endless darkness. One man says they are not in any position to argue, and accept him as their savior. The snowman replies that gratitude should be shown by sharing where shells were found. Along the way, confused participants ask if that is all he wanted. After receiving the information, Bahamut leaves. At the temple, the protagonist says stage 1 is finally complete. Complete. This time, he successfully molded a golem as large as Hoyt, since many times before he could not use golems due to their size. However, one final adjustment remains to perfect it. While he works with the overskinned materials, he obtained Alpha S the boy continues his work, planning to place the interior golem inside the witch home, but realizes ghosts could pass through walls and damage the core. To prevent that outcome, he decides to wrap the golem with the skin so specters cannot pass through. After that, he wonders how to conceal the seams properly. He immediately starts adjusting the skin to hide every joint and gap. Joing subconsciously applies blind spot stitching techniques he once used on teddy bears. He fully covers the golem in skin, giving it the appearance of a bear. And the young man comments that it looks surprisingly cute. Alpha mocks him, saying a guardian should appear terrifying to defend the sanctuary. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist decides to craft clothes for himself as well. He wonders what it feels like to enter a dungeon that has already been cleared, noting that only one person could answer that: John, who smiles and says it was fun since he kept getting eaten. The bear golem crushes several remaining giant ants, while supporting plans assist from the side. The boy uses the moment to teach his servant additional techniques. He advises finding the salivary gland immediately after opening the incision. Head, allowing easier removal of fangs and skin, separately. Then he leaves the shadow to finish the ants alone. Shortly after, the boy receives a new skill, and after checking it, he comments that it is quite good and similar to the boar strength. He adds that he must show it to the others. Rabbit, upon hearing this, looks shocked, and the boy says that reaction was exactly what he expected. The rabbit explains no one was supposed to clear the ant nest 3 times. He adds the antennas could be useful in combat, though seeing the boy use them would feel strange. After considering it, the protagonist decides to equip them and see the result. Once equipped, sonar waves ripple through the surroundings. The boy senses his perception sharpening, clearly feeling his golem presence behind him. His awareness expands far beyond normal limits, but after 10 seconds, the antennas vanish, and the boy notes the duration may increase with evolution. Right after, he heads to the witch home and encounters ghosts drifting through the air. They rush toward him, however, they are repelled the moment they touch his body. Smiling, Jung says that tactic no longer works. He praises the overskin, calling it extremely useful, causing the ghosts to retreat. After that, the protagonist comments that most people risk their lives to clear that place, but for him it has become nothing more than a farm. After conquering the witch home, Alpha reports that materials for constructing the sanctuary are nearly finished. In stage 1, the rabbit moves through the air wearing a noticeably sorrowful expression. It soon encounters several frogs gathered in a tight circle around a boar, as one of them suddenly charges and strikes the pig. Watching this, the rabbit remarks that this is why the ecosystem became distorted, since enchanted equipment was handed out to monsters without restraint. Moments later, one amphibian betrays another companion and kills him to seize his magical weapon, which the animal finds intriguing since such weak creatures somehow grew stronger this way. Nearby, a participant threatens another person who desperately begs for mercy. The man claims he was once a normal businessman, now swinging a sword in an unfamiliar world. He asks if anyone truly believes mercy still exists here. The rabbit sighs deeply, realizing monsters are not the only ones who lost their sanity. The businessman then charges toward the surrounding participants. Before he can act, the animal appears directly in front of him and calmly asks him to stop, saying he does not want to witness scenes like this. The boy asks why the rabbit is speaking like a human, but the rabbit says that does not matter and they should focus on completing the dungeon, asking if they truly do not want to return home. Crying. The man asks if returning to their former lives is really possible. The animal is shocked, since they seem to have never heard this before. The businessman explains that they genuinely did not know. The rabbit then asks if they were unaware that clearing the dungeon allows them to go home. They answer that no one ever told them. Hearing this, the animal realizes Batmoon has been neglecting participants and withholding even basic information. Afterward, he asks where the rest of the people are. In Rift Village, the protagonist receives new information. That baboon has lost interest in Stage 1 ever since the altar appeared. The boy is confused, since Batmoon would also lose if all participants died early, and the rabbit says he thought the same and chose to wait for a reset and a new game. He then discovers that Babmoon has been distributing enchanted items to participants. Jog asks whether this approach was meant to raise the participants' overall chances of surviving longer. The animal replies that most production class members lost their weapons, causing their survival rate to steadily decline. The young man adds that combatants will soon face food shortages without production skills, leading the rabbit to manage Stage 1. The boy then asks what his companion would do if he happened to meet Babmoon. His friend answers that there has been no trace of Babmoon, even though a new game has already started. The animal coldly remarks that his former master was nothing more than an overly ambitious fool. In a cursed land scattered with skeletons and remnants of fallen warriors, Jung focuses on shaping and constructing an entirely new terrain. The young man mutters that fatigue is finally starting to catch up with him. Looking downward, he notices his servant continuing the work without pause. A sense of pride fills him as he feels satisfied with the results of his teaching. Shortly after, something unfamiliar catches his eye beside a moving shadow. He asks Bahamut what that faintly shining object might be. The ghost answers that it appears to be a plant originating from the abyss. The boy realizes its shape strongly resembles strands of seaweed. He then boasts confidently about being an excellent cook of seaweed soup. His thoughts drift to how strange it is for seaweed to grow in that ocean. Deciding quickly, he orders Bahamut to head there and gather as much seaweed as possible. Soon after, the ghost returns carrying shells that contain the harvested plant. While inspecting them, the protagonist notices another unfamiliar type of seaweed. He remarks that he knew there had to be different species present. He spreads all the plants out under the sun, carefully laying them flat to dry. Afterward, he roasts them over fire and lightly coats them with perilla oil. Finally, he mixes them with rice and soy sauce, placing everything neatly into bowls. Seeing this, the rabbit asks whether a new menu has been added. Surprised, the boy asks why he returned so quickly, and the animal says hunger forced him back. He explains he finished his task and decided returning was the best option. Gong comments that the timing is good, since he really needed some assistance. The boy then asks if the rabbit plans to eat, reminding him that only workers get fed. He orders the animal to start preparing the seaweed immediately. When touching it, the rabbit complains about the awful texture, and the boy jokes about eating it on his birthday. Jung seizes the moment and asks when the rabbit was born as a companion. He says that for beings like them, that moment is no different from rebirth. The young man declares today is the rabbit's birthday and congratulates him, while the animal questions the reason. Soon after, he tells his companion to start cutting the seaweed into evenly sized medium pieces. He also instructs him to prepare a small detox plan alongside it. With no steak available, Kaboan decides to use Ogre Man instead. Jung breathes in deeply, saying he loves the rich smell of the food. He adds that they should finish it by adding a bit of salt and sauce. At last the meal is finished, marking another quiet achievement for the protagonist. Watching this, the rabbit asks what his companion had been doing. Bahamut remarks that, as expected, his master shows alchemy talent, noting abyss materials were common in witch experiments. The young man replies he does not know about that, only that seaweed soup usually relaxes his body. Soon after, the rabbit explains that excessive bleeding caused most participant deaths. He adds that drinking this soup would double blood recovery. The boy shows little interest in theory and simply decides to taste his soup. After the first bite, the flavor leaves him completely stunned. Seeing that reaction, the rabbit grows curious and wants to try it himself. The animal reacts the same way, saying the taste alone made his heart feel healed. The site where John built the third sanctuary lay near the border of Rift Village and the Ocean of the Abyss. Collecting shadow cats would work better at the Dark Witch Tower. However, the darkness there is deep and extremely dangerous. For that reason, the young man chose a bright area, planning to move the sanctuary later. Soon after, he explains that floating stone construction allows a few golems to enter. Enough, after which the rabbit flies as high as possible. From above, he wonders what form the structure will take. John answers that it will resemble an inverted P, pyramid, and Alpha praises the idea as perfect for a mobile sanctuary. He adds that Earthia's glory could spread worldwide, while the boy says he will keep the cats inside, leaving them inside the pyramid so none can escape. The companions begin praising the young man for his clever plan. The rabbit jokes that he just wants a penthouse in his backyard. Young admits he always dreamed of a penthouse, then suggests adding a vegetable garden. Once they decide on the proper size, the backyard forms instantly, and the boy asks about placing the altar at the center, then proceeds to install it there. He declares the land the third sanctuary of the Dragon of Life of Earth. The new temple receives the name Sanctuary of the Skies. Asked about traps, the young man suggests starting with beans instead. The rabbit proposes placing them on the sides for close-range attacks. The boy rejects that idea, saying they would wilt quickly without sunlight. Bahamut suggests dungeon potatoes to block climbers if planted on slopes. The young man strongly approves of his companion's suggestion. The rabbit asks why place so many traps if none will work. That night, the group finally rests and sleeps peacefully. Peace holds briefly, then shatters without warning. As invaders arrive, the protagonist asks their location, and Alpha answers Rift Village Base. Days earlier, participants who subdued the beast forest were sent to that village entrance. The girl and her group fight and defeat several skeletons. The unfamiliar scenery leaves everyone uneasy, their minds racing as they question what kind of place surrounds them now. Before anyone can settle, additional skeletons advance from the darkness, tightening the pressure on the group. Soyan orders the others to hold the line, while a companion remarks the enemies feel weaker than expected, even with that confidence. The skeletons continue advancing without pause, showing no sign of stopping. The girl urges the team to search for shelter, sensing the fight will only grow worse. She commands the tankers to draw monster attention, while others protect the production class members. Following her orders, the participants push on, clashing repeatedly with the relentless creatures. Soon, they discover a massive clay wall and decide climbing it is their best escape. From the top, the group looks down, watching the skeletons gather below them. One boy mutters that the wall itself looks incredible in scale and presence. He adds that its height feels intentional, as if designed for this exact situation. Su Ayum steadies her breath, says they will regroup there, and checks if anyone fell behind. Thankfully, everyone made it safely, with no injuries slowing the group down. Shortly after, the girl asks about signs of the sex group. A companion says they were sent elsewhere. She considers that outcome ideal, realizing they avoided a pointless and exhausting conflict. Attention soon shifts as the group grows curious about where the bridge ahead might lead. Suyun notes the sun is setting, deciding they will camp there overnight and keep watch. Without warning, lights along the bridge activate, glowing brightly in the darkness. Resembling a highway, the sight prompts the girl to ask whether they should follow it. At dawn, the group moves out together, choosing to walk along the illuminated bridge. A village enclosed by an enormous wall appears ahead, looming over their path. One boy wonders aloud if the place matches an old historical rumor. The girl replies that it resembles a skeleton castle far more than a legend. From the top of the wall, a figure becomes visible, looking down at them. He mocks their late arrival, saying he expected her here since supplies exist nowhere else nearby. Spotting strange plants on the structure, the girl questions whether they are dungeon potatoes. She quickly decides securing that rune as well would be the smartest move. She orders her companions to begin searching for any possible entrance. Siak stops her, saying that plan will not help them. He explains any entrance would already be crawling with skeletons inside. Sue considers whether climbing the wall is their only remaining option. She notes fighters could manage, but the production class would fail without his help. She adds that success depends entirely on avoiding outside interference. At that moment, the boy launches fire blasts toward the group, forcing them to react. In response, the girl chooses to activate her Imperial Spear art. The attack lands, yet the wall remains completely undamaged. The boy comments calmly, noting her move was not bad. He adds that she overlooked something important. Without hesitation, Seat moves in, attempting to strike her directly. She reacts instantly, blocking the attack and keeping herself unharmed. Seeing the close call, The girl realizes 1 second slower and the outcome would have turned dangerous. The boy then asks whether his opponent plans to play with her fingers again this time. The girl answers they have no intention of retreating, smiling. The boy says that is perfect. He immediately presses forward, continuing to strike his opponent with relentless attacks. While evading the blows, the girl admits his ability is extremely irritating to deal with. Wingsock ability carries the name Paramount, marking it as something troublesome. At its core, it is a long-range power, capable of tracking its chosen target. The fire lacks raw strength, yet inside a dungeon without medicine, it threatens everyone. Soon after, the boy says he cannot stay longer, claiming urgent matters await inside the walls. Hearing that, Suin questions where he thinks he is heading. Her companion grows curious about what could be hidden inside to cause such urgency. However, the girl ignores that curiosity, stating her only goal is entering the village. Contrary to what the girl and her guild assumed, Siak was far from relaxed. In truth, his group arrived an hour earlier. The boy grew impatient after finding emptiness inside. He reflects that no matter his lead, Suan power cannot be taken lightly. That thought leads him to suspect something valuable might exist inside the tent. Before the dungeon invasion, every tent had already been dismantled. At Jung Tent, the group steps inside cautiously. Seahawk discovers a staircase descending toward an underground passage. Inside the corridors, tension thickens as shadows stretch ahead. Boyd urges the production class members forward, pushing them to move faster. The boy wonders if monsters here possess abilities that weaken or numb senses. Shortly after, one subordinate returns, carrying 20 torches. He says he will hand out 2 torches to each person. Siak reacts instantly, kicking the man aside without restraint. He declares everyone gets 1 torch only. The remaining stay with him. A man approaches the masked boy, urging him to calm down, saying this is not new. Ben suggests it would be wiser for him to quit something else instead. After that exchange, the boy declares he will head down personally. He orders the tanks to move first as they descend. While going down the stairs, the boy decides to stay alert if anything unfolds. The front participant warns that light is leaking through a door ahead. Siak responds that this is a dungeon, ordering them forward without lowering guard. In dungeon invasions, ignoring his orders makes no sense. His cold judgment saves lives. Upon reaching the door, the man freezes in place, shocked. He calls out that his boss needs to see this. When Siak looks ahead, the view steals his breath. What appears before the boy is something he has never witnessed. Even so, Siak chooses to withdraw instead of advancing. He refuses to lower his guard, suspecting everything could be a trap. Immediately after that moment, the boy activates fire magic, but his subordinates quickly urge restraint. Hearing them object, the boy turns back and asks what they think they are doing. The participants explain this area is a pure rice field that can be used as food. They stress that the rice must be harvested right away before anything ruins it. Siak then asks if anyone in the guild has a skill suited for harvesting. The group grows tense, realizing their leader has no idea how harvesting works. The boy orders the production class to handle it while he surveys the surroundings. He warns the exploration team to stay alert and signal immediately if they discover anything. Watching the production group, he briefly considers them useless for sitting idle. That thought is foolish, since harvesting rice demands intense labor and experience. Without proper tools, the task becomes far harder and far more exhausting. Siak quickly orders everyone involved to speed up the harvesting process. One member mutters in frustration, feeling their boss underestimates the difficulty. Shortly after, another man approaches the boy with urgency. He reports that he believes he has found a storage area nearby. Another member adds that he discovered what looks like a sauna. This strange find sparks curiosity about why such a place exists here. As they head there, a companion spots cacti and wonders what kind of ruin this is. When they arrive, the scene feels surreal, like something out of a song. Someone mentions a snowman, and Siak comments that it could be possible. Turning around, he suddenly comes face to face with Bob. Bahamut appears and violently forces the pair out using his powers. He declares he will show no mercy to those who invade his master town. His tone makes clear that trespassers are not welcome under any condition. He then notices the boy's dirty boots and frowns in clear irritation. Angrily, he asks how they dare enter the temple wearing filthy shoes. He threatens to throw them out immediately for such disrespect. Without hesitation, he decides to summon the gorilla guardian. Seok comments calmly that he already expected this outcome. He adds that no dungeon exists without monsters waiting inside. Soon, the subordinates rush in after sensing the disturbance, seeing the scene. The boy orders the tanks forward while others stay behind him. Without delay, he launches a flame attack straight at the golem. The attack lands cleanly, giving him an opening to press forward. He continues attacking relentlessly, refusing to give the enemy space. He commands the tanks to block the opponent from closing the distance. Bahamut smiles and asks if they are simply playing with fireworks. He realizes facing that ability directly would place him at a disadvantage. Still, such attacks prove useless against the golem heavy armor. The gorilla charges toward the group, but fails to strike anyone. Siak sneers, asking if they truly believed they could act freely inside this place. Without waiting, he launches a fireball straight at his opponent. The attack lands cleanly, yet the impact quickly proves meaningless. Because of the heavy armor, the creature takes no visible damage at all. The boy shows brief shock, realizing the golem truly possesses reinforced armor. Even so, confidence remains after clearing stage 1, and he casts another fireball. He declares that he understands everything about gods, including their flaws, limits, and hidden weaknesses. With that claim, he turns his attack toward the entire group. A strike connects with a leg, completely shattering it. The sudden collapse sends Bahamut off balance. His servant is also knocked down by the impact. Seahawk immediately orders his allies to seize the opening. He tells them to search for the core and destroy the enemy. The participants rush in, striking the fallen enemy repeatedly. This tactic follows the boy's usual combat pattern. However, it only succeeds against a single gorilla. Seeing the numbers, fear hits the boy as his method fails against an army. For the moment, the situation turns against them. Oxygen suggests retreating back to ground level. Suddenly, Bahamut appears behind him, asking where he thought he was going. Laughing darkly, he says no one escapes after entering this place. He states the boy has two choices: serve his master or die. The boy wonders if defeating the snowman is required to clear the dungeon. Benny fires another fireball in desperation. A shadow cat appears instantly, shielding its companion from the attack. The sight leaves the boy frozen in complete shock. His subordinates stare in disbelief as the feline blocks their leader magic. A voice echoes behind them, remarking that the scene looks entertaining. The rabbit appears, saying he enjoyed watching the fight, but not anymore. Bahamut tells him there is no need to intervene. But the rabbit says spilled blood is unpleasant. The snowman insists something must be done. The animal responds that his friend simply enjoys cutting others. Seahawk questions why the guide is even present there. Moments later, the rabbit recognizes the group leader. Stage 1 left deep trauma on every participant. The boy suffers the most from that experience. Zhang arrives, asking if the two already know each other. Siak asks about the identity of that boy. The rabbit replies that the young man is again being overly aggressive toward outsiders. After observing the scene, the protagonist remarks that the opponent clearly feels like a villain. The animal explains that when the boy first arrived, he was nothing but an idiot. He adds that, without others present, the boy would have been eliminated long ago. Zhang then asks why they would even want to kill him. The rabbit explains it was because the boy was unbearable and hated people like that. Hearing this, Siak starts wondering how the boy could speak so casually with her. He glances at the guide, then decides finding an escape route is the safest option. He asks the rabbit to let them leave, promising they will cause no trouble. The animal replies that it is not his decision, and they should ask the owner instead. CF asks whether the owner is the snowman he fought earlier. The protagonist calmly confirms that it is him. Learning this, the boys stare in shock at the ordinary-looking temple owner. The group begins whispering that the boy is the only one in control. Their chatter makes the young man visibly uncomfortable. Bahamut approaches his master, offering to eliminate the vermin personally. The boy questions why he would kill such magnificent people. His companions exchange confused looks at that statement. The protagonist then approaches the guild leader and asks about free magic targeting. The boy answers yes, puzzled by the sudden question. Zhang follows up by making a temporary job offer. During the Sanctuary of the Sky's construction, the boy had been thinking deeply. He considered the secondary purpose of housing shadow cats and who would manage them. Because they lack defined forms, paying them fairly remained a serious problem. On top of that, the felines are extremely easy to frighten. After long consideration, the protagonist decided fire traps were the solution. That method proved inefficient and drained too much energy. Seahawk Arrival solved that issue, since his pyromania is efficient and controllable. Next, John introduces himself directly. The boy listens, yet remains completely silent. Siak begins sweating under the pressure of the sudden turn. He wonders who this person really is. He also questions why the boy looks at him like a child. After that, the protagonist states he will not punish them for invading his temple and proposes a deal. Bahamut suggests enslaving them for labor. His master refuses, saying they are people and he only needs short-term production help. At that moment, Shak finally understands why the boy expressions felt unsettling. He realizes he might be asked to work in production. Siak then considers exploiting the boy-lowered guard. He thinks about killing him, knowing the golems and snowmen would disappear. Without them, those men would no longer pose any threat. In that instant, he makes the choice and launches an attack without hesitation. The rabbit and his companion freeze, stunned by what unfolds before their eyes. Despite the blow, the boy remains unharmed, protected by the mask he wears. He comments that armor crafted from a two-headed ogre performs exceptionally well. The production class members gather around, visibly impressed by the result. They praise the maker, saying only perfect hands could create something so refined. Jung smiles calmly, admitting he never expected anyone to value such craftsmanship. The route approaches, asking if they plan to keep chatting, snapping him back to reality. He states plainly that the guild leader attempted to attack him. With steady steps, he walks straight toward the leader. Once close enough, he asks which class the leader believes he belongs to. He asks who is more accustomed to seeing blood, the production class or the fighters standing on the front lines. Fear grips Siak as he senses how dangerous the man before him truly is. For fighters, work ends once the prey is taken down. For production class members, monsters must be skinned and dissected. At times, their entire bodies end up drenched in blood. Under John's cold stare, silence presses heavily. A chill runs straight down the guild leader's spine. Still, the protagonist explains he needs the boy help and is not narrow-minded. Smiling lightly, he says Shuk only needs to take one slap to settle things. The leader struggles to understand the young man's intentions. He claims power must be used to put others in their place. With that, he activates the power of the boar. Jung calmly tells him to stay still. Warning movement could break something. A single strike ends the fight, leaving the boy completely defeated. After the battle concludes, the village opens its gates to everyone. Sue Yeon and her group enter the area soon after. At the center, a lively market quickly takes shape. The rabbit oversees commerce, trading food for enchanted equipment. A man approaches him, requesting food to eat. The rabbit replies, "This is no charity. Food requires items in exchange." The offer proves tempting, and many participants decide to trade. A companion asks Soyeon if she wants to trade. She answers she will just look. When the rabbit spots the girl, his reaction changes instantly. Abbott grows excited and gives her meat free of charge. Soon after, the young woman asks why he left with the protagonist. The rabbit hands over more food, asking her to forget the past. Suyeon earns his favor for her combat skill and open-minded nature, a worthy person. Afterward, the rabbit casually asks about the girl boyfriend. She answers calmly, saying he had already died, ending the topic without hesitation. The rabbit casually adds that they were actually quite cute as well. The guide clearly fails to read the mood forming around them. Even so, his talent for business remains undeniable. Not long after, the group rides through the air atop the octopus. That flight brings them directly to the Sanctuary of the Sky. Seout remarks that the place feels strangely familiar. He says it resembles a farm, mostly due to the visible plantations. Once they land, the surroundings finally settle into view. At that moment, The boy asks where they are. Bahamut appears behind him, saying this is hell, the place where he would die. He adds that in the past, he would have turned him into a spirit and tortured him forever for harming his master. Jung tells his companion to stop intimidating them since they are already leaving. The boy asks where they plan to go, noting they just got off the octopus. In response, several golems suddenly appear nearby. They react instantly after hearing their master call out. The golems begin lifting the lower section of the structure. Seeing it move, the protagonist grows visibly excited. Soon after, a fiend from the abyss emerges nearby. Seeing that, Sip decides to use fire magic. The spell fails completely, confusing him, as Bahamut hits his head and tells him to stay quiet. Jung once again tells his companion to stop harassing a new ally. He then approaches Siak and asks if he sees what is above them. Looking up, Siak notices a massive structure overhead. He studies the shell tower, curious about its nature. The protagonist explains it is the ruin of a dungeon he deeply loves. He adds that many shadow cats dwell there, including the one that follows his companion closely. The boy reacts in shock, realizing that Feline nullified his ability earlier. The young man explains the new colleague role is to lure those creatures out. Siet asks how he is supposed to manage that task. The boy answers that he should begin by using his fire parasite ability. Right after, the protagonist explains how the cats were once used to chase him. He says they react strongly to light, though it will not be easy. Near the tower, Jung tells his companion to act more delicately. He explains it is not enough to just lead them. Intent must be stronger. Siak grows irritated by the boy constant shouting. Smiling, the boy asks if his companion is already tired. Irritated, Siak lies and says he is actually enjoying himself. Sometime later, Siak applies ointment to his wounds. Joan steps closer and asks what that strange substance was, clearly curious about its effect. The man explains it is a healing item crafted by the production class using medicinal skills. Hearing that, the boy feels impressed that people exist who can create something so useful. He then tells Bahamut that he plans to jump over to the village next. Inside Rift Village, a man is questioned about how he managed to make the hemostatic cream. The young man comments honestly that he found the item extremely impressive. Grateful for the praise, the creator explains he made the ointment using an herb found in the forest. He adds that his herb collecting ability lets him instantly sense when one is nearby. Jung asks whether that means anyone could make such an ointment. The man replies that, with the right ingredients, anyone can make it. He then decides to show the specific herb used to create the item. Once he sees it clearly, the protagonist reacts in surprise. He asks whether that herb is actually a chili pepper. The man confirms it is and says every production class member should carry one. Dungeon peppers boost blood clotting, though the pain during use is severe. The young man looks shocked after realizing how valuable those peppers are. The man warns that eating it causes severe stomach pain since it resembles a poisonous herb. Jung asks whether it tastes like an ordinary pepper. The man explains larger peppers are spicier, and toxicity also increases. The boy replies toxins are not an issue for him. He activates purification without hesitation. After that, he decides to eat the pepper. He reacts in amazement, impressed by the unexpected flavor. Immediately after, he asks where those peppers were found. The man explains they were everywhere during Stage 2. Hearing that, the boy understands why he missed them after skipping stages. The man says he still has some left and asks if the protagonist wants them. The boy thanks him for the seeds, saying he can start a plantation. Afterward, the protagonist summons sorcerer food. He explains it is a gesture of gratitude. He also gives a whetstone and a torch. The boy adds a better piece of armor as well. The man refuses at first, saying he only gave a single pepper. Yang replies that with this, he can prepare fried pork. Several days later at the shell tower, progress becomes visible. Thanks to steady efforts, shadow cats are gradually captured. However, capturing them does not mean they can serve darkness yet. These creatures consume light and generate nightmares by nature. They can only work once properly fed and stabilized. Alpha says drained magic is manageable, and the boy replies the process is merely troublesome. Almost immediately, another shadow servant takes form beside the first, its presence cold and obedient. He wonders how long sealing the rest into the basement will take, since crafting one already consumed time, while his partner urges him to calm down. Soon after, Sadok reports he has already caught 60 cats, confident that maintaining this pace will reach 100. The man grows intrigued, unable to understand why the young boy remains so upbeat. That thought unsettles Siak, as he suddenly realizes manual labor is far more enjoyable than expected. The protagonist quietly observes, watching as his repeated sermons begin to show results. He admits that controlling one amazed him, yet the speed achieved by the two together feels unreal. The efficiency seems reliable, pushing him to consider other possible uses for them. Curiosity follows, as he starts wondering if copying memories from others is possible. The rabbit reminds his partner that his shadow art level is still only 1. Zhang replies that Serpa could likely use it too, leaving the animal openly astonished. Soon after, the young man explains he has alternative plans, even if they might fail. In a distant Rift village, a man receives a request to head there. His task is to teach villagers how to properly use a bow. The boy states clearly that proper instruction will not come cheaply. People begin whispering, asking if anyone present actually knows how to handle one. Bow usage seems rare, making John wonder if nobody here can wield that equipment. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the uncertainty. Wei-on steps forward, explaining it is not her main weapon, yet she is the best archer. There. Romance inside dungeons is nothing unusual. Hearts racing under danger often transform tension into emotion. Suyung stands out as a beautiful girl with striking, graceful hair. Yang appears beside her, friendly in nature, his body clearly well-trained. Two young people, both in their prime, focused on training together. Onlookers murmur that the two look perfect, side by side. The rabbit reflects that since ancient times, life always seems stunning from a distance, yet up close, it has consistently revealed itself as chaos. With clear irritation, the girl asks if something is wrong with the protagonist's body. She commands him to put more power into his arms without hesitation. The boy answers that he is already giving everything he has. Afterward, the girl releases her shot. An arrow flies cleanly, and she says it was nothing complicated. The crowd watches the archery lesson with visible enjoyment. Time passes as the protagonist continues struggling to strike the target. The rabbit asks if using a bow is truly that difficult, and the girl replies she learned after being shown once. She adds that rumors say the boy can see targets clearly, prompting the animal to ask his partner, Hell, whether the arrow will land true or not, and he calmly replies, yes. Sue Hyun then suggests he try aiming at something entirely different. The routine collapses at last when his friend begins abandoning the training. And she explains she is only being realistic, while the animal remarks the only real thing is how poorly he uses his body. Afterward, the boy fires a shot at his companion, stating he will continue practicing a little longer. Sometime later, the rabbit asks calmly whether the boy has shown any improvement at all. Suyun answers without hesitation that his posture remains incorrect and unstable. The guide steps closer, advising him to build a bow trap instead of brute practice, while Alpha threatens lethal retaliation. Camp rules forbid such traps, as they are restricted strictly to sanctuary defense. Jognon declares he will continue training alongside his team without distraction. Bow practice resumes, with his sole requirement being to strike the target. Target practice shifts, as he tries to learn from the feeling itself. Despite effort, every shot continues to miss its mark. The rabbit laughs lightly, remarking that some things simply cannot succeed when attempted alone, and his words carry truth. The image of someone giving everything they have can be enough to stir another person's heart. Suyun explains that how he sets the arrow before release is already meaningful, because when a single factor changes, the outcome must also change. She then instructs him to find a stance that grants stable footing. The girl points out that each shot uses a different posture, preventing any solid foundation. If he aligns perfectly while pulling to his chin, then next time he must pull with the same force again. One small motion sends the arrow down an entirely different trajectory. She stresses that proper position always comes first. Aiming follows later. Word spreads, and the boy finally grasps her meaning. He realizes that once the basics settle, Everything else will follow. Easy progress follows, as the rabbit asks about his potential. And Suyeon says repetition is required. The amulet smiles softly, claiming repetition has always been the boy's strength. Soon after, an arrow finally strikes the target squarely. Through steady persistence and effort, the boy achieves what he had been striving for. Suyeon asks about the shadows beside him, and the animal explains their link to his obsession with the bow. Later, the protagonist offers the girls food as payment for their instruction. He adds that he taught his servants how to shoot. Soon after, the rabbit suggests taming another cat. But before they depart, leave. The girl stops him, saying she has something important to share. Inside a shell tower, Jung battles a shadow resembling Soyeon in form. He narrowly avoids each incoming strike. Watching this, the rabbit warns his companion will die if this continues. Just before taking another hit, the young man braces himself. He immediately commands his summoned servants to surround him and stand guard. After being struck by the incoming arrows, the shadow retreats back into its core form. Several days earlier, the boy receives crucial information delivered by an imperial lance. The girl explains she will assist him, noting her compatibility with the shadow worker ability. Feeling discouraged, the boy wonders if his companion intended for him to repeat all that training again. There existed entities capable of simulating real combat, located within the Sky Sanctuary. More precisely, they were cat illusions, and thanks to Siak, their use became possible. These feline illusions manifest their opponent's greatest fear during combat. At that time, the protagonist's greatest fear happened to be his own teacher. Standing on the ground, the boy admits mastering proper archery posture was already difficult. Posture aside, he adds that handling the spear feels far worse. While sipping water, the girl tells him calmly to slow down. She then remarks that his abilities resemble those of a summoner in game logic. She adds that regardless of servant strength, his death would end everything instantly. Smiling lightly, the boy asks her not to worry, promising he will give his best. The girl then tells her companion to take a short rest. The rabbit remarks that the girl's presence strongly reminds him of Sohn. Hearing this, Alpha reports that Joan received a new message from his ally. The protagonist quickly asks if everything is all right, if there is any issue. Sung replies that all is fine, only the team is exhausted, then starts explaining the fourth dungeon situation due to limited time. The stage guide named Moon had appeared there repeatedly. They questioned what he was doing on that stage with his companion. They said they were unsure, but one detail deeply troubled them. That detail was the guide holding a massive cube in his hand. The cube allowed him to control the fourth dungeon, as if all monsters obeyed him. Immediately, the rabbit says he believes it is an altar. The boy asks how such an altar could fit in one hand. The animal replies it must have been shrunk with magic, the only way to control a dungeon. Because Bamoon had long envied other dungeons, likely noticed Serpa's death, and chose to act. The rabbit then reflects on how he somehow never realized this sooner. The young man states he owns the first two altars, while the witch's home lacks even one. However, his companion warns the fourth dungeon is likely lost, since taking the item by force is difficult. Alpha adds that their only remaining choice is to eliminate Baboon. The rabbit analyzes the situation, concluding they suffered a severe setback. He adds that the guide possessing the altar means he never intended to manage the dungeon. He could freely alter monster spawns and trigger traps at will. Baboon planned revenge on everyone before claiming the dungeon, seeking vital energy by killing all participants. Sung then tells his companions not to worry too much, since the guide had already fled. He explains that he and his team barely managed to land several solid hits against him. The protagonist shows little surprise, since his friend was essentially the one who defeated him, Serpa. Sung admits the fight was brutal, and because of it, the fourth dungeon began, collapsing. His companions then urge everyone to retreat immediately. Leave. Before departing, the boy warns his allies to stay wary, since Batmoon still holds that cube. Soon after, Swayan rushes in, pushing her student forward to assist her. Train within the beast forest, where the guide now lies severely wounded, injured. He questions how a mere human could possibly level up, choosing to retreat for now, yet vowing to burn every one of them. Realizing his location in the beast forest, he recalls this was where everything unraveled. Kong, days earlier. Baboon entered the first dungeon to seize control after it lost its guide. However, he never expected the dungeon to lack its altar, forcing him to change his strategy instantly, choosing instead to hunt down the altars and reverse order. Failing to locate the item in the first dungeon, he assumes the second altar vanished as well. He then decides to head straight for the fourth. With that decision, the scene ends. He succeeds in taking the fourth dungeon altar, only to face Sung and his brother. Group, a massive bear appears, glaring at the monkey before charging straight at him. Yet with one decisive strike, the guide knocks it down and casts a magic spell, claiming it would aid him. Moments later, he states he has advanced enough to gain the chance to alter. A heavy presence spreads across the entire forest. Eventually, he discovers a magic circle etched into the ground. He realizes the circle is connected to Serpa. The moment he touches the circle, he learns it was the hidden refuge of the former guide, and he chooses to enter the portal to uncover what kind of treasures Serpa concealed, hiding, but Baboon recoils in fear at what he finds. Because the space is a chamber, filled entirely with statues of the Dark Witch. The monkey rages, smashing the figures, declaring Serpa's death was more than deserved for failing to conquer his own past. He then notices a purple stone resting on the floor. He wonders if this stone represents the curse of the mark. Inside a shell tower, the scene shifts abruptly. The protagonist feels worn down, exhaustion building after endless repetitive training sessions. With the spear in hand, the boy recalls advice his companion once shared, replaying it clearly. He questions why that memory surfaced now, as the rabbit suggests quitting, saying talent would have granted a skill already. Bahamut tells his master that true martial arts demand complete harmony between body and soul. Joel. Soon after, John collapses onto the ground, muttering that he wishes everyone would stay quiet. The rabbit asks if he truly believes he can meet Suan's demand with such an attitude. The young man recalls her command to strike 1,000 times while maintaining that stance. The boy suddenly stands, declaring he intends to change his approach entirely. Fun replaces frustration as he says he will start moving freely. He grips his spear, announcing he will play with it instead of forcing focus. His companion watches in confusion, unsure how this approach works. The protagonist explains he uses the same method from school when he could not concentrate. Curious, the animal asks if he trained martial arts at school, and he replies he only spun his pencil. Jongmin decides to stop attacking, calmly spinning the spear within his grasp. Excited, the rabbit asks whether he can spin a shield as well. The young man decides to test the idea to see if it works. Can. Even then, the animal persists, urging him to try using both hands. He smoothly succeeds, spinning the weapon with ease. Right after, his control becomes even more stable. He even tests the motion playfully against the rabbit. At that moment, the boy earns the achievement Spin Master. So AM returns and asks what strange training her student is performing. She quickly realizes the movement could prove highly effective in real combat. The girl then offers advice on applying the spinning motion during battle. As the protagonist shifts into defense, he follows by launching precise thrusting attacks. Through this, the young man shapes the Imperial Spear style into something uniquely his. So AM praises his progress, noting how much stronger he has become. Before, Young thanks her sincerely, saying none of it was possible without a great teacher. The group then begins staring at the woman with confusion, because a strange number is visible on her forehead. In the beast forest, Baboon realizes the purple stone is the gem cursing anyone who stepped into corrupted lands. He wonders if Serpo is attempting to empower his master. With that, the guide explains that over time, the cursed will die, their vital energy drained. In the Rift Village at the same moment, the rabbit flies above the area, surveying everything below. After landing, the protagonist asks what he discovered. Out. The animal explains someone turned the village back into a dungeon. He wonders what that implies, since the dungeon's automatic system has activated. Alpha explains that someone activated the altar to declare the entire area as the Death Dragon's territory. The boy wonders if this means Serpa returned, but the rabbit answers that, even alive, Stage 4 still lacks an altar. Jiangmin quickly concludes the one behind this declaration must be Baboon. While guild members begin questioning the meaning of the numbers on their foreheads, the rabbit bluntly states that those numbers signify their deaths. Hearing the guide's explanation, panic spreads uncontrollably among the participants. In contrast, the protagonist keeps his composure, standing firm despite the tension. One man asks what they should do, and the animal replies that clearing the dungeon within 29 days ensures survival. Anxiety rises as people realize they have no idea what the next dungeon contains. Soon after, the rabbit leans in, whispering that the boy should stop sending others through the portal, warning that constant assistance like that prevents growth, leaving them weaker instead of stronger. However, the boy signals his companion, stating he does not care about them. John then steps forward, announcing the group has two choices: the quick and easy route or the slow and exhausting one, asking which they will choose. A man asks whether there is any drawback to the easier option. The young man explains it causes less suffering since it is faster, prompting someone to remark that choosing the easy path also means losing certain opportunities. Stuayon adds that even surviving now would cost them future growth. The girl reminds them of the tight schedule, stating the faster option fits the situation. She then asks for her guild members' opinions. They answer that they will follow her decision, after which she asks what Siak thinks, and the boy replies that they deserve it. Agreed. Hearing this, the girl becomes visibly irritated. The protagonist briefly considers forcing his companion to move with them when Seahawk stands, demanding to speak. He calls it nonsense to obsess over urgency and critical time limits, questioning how they plan to evolve and clear dungeons while hiding behind excuses. He believes Jung would not act this way without expecting something in return. He then asks the protagonist what the fast option actually was. The boy explains they would use a portal to reach historical ruins, cutting travel time greatly. Seahawk recalls the boy mentioning earlier that the giant shell was a ruin, and Suyin states there is no reason to refuse. However, the protagonist adds that the offer would not be free, making it clear he intends to charge her a fee. The girl asks if enchanted items would be acceptable payment. The boy answers that payment will be the participants themselves, since he needs manpower. He speaks about manpower, then calmly adds that Baboon will arrive there very soon. He continues, stating their goal is to overthrow the government itself. Hearing those words, shock spreads instantly across the entire group. Siak asks directly if the boy truly plans to hunt Baboon. Jang answers that it sounds insane, yet the curse cannot end without killing him. The boy admits it is the most unhinged idea he has ever heard. Even so, the words linger, tightening the air with heavy tension. Suina points out that moments ago, her companion strongly hated that plan. He wonders how he could refuse a chance to ruin the guide's life. The CX Guild members grow excited and choose to stand with their community. The girl notes this is the first time everyone fully agrees. Staying with the participants, the protagonist decides to share the location. He explains the plan, sketching diagrams directly onto the ground. Suan stares and asks if what she sees is actually real. Alpha explains they reached a stage requiring new dragon apostles, enabled by the third sanctuary. From what he sees, 3 individuals already meet the necessary conditions. As the number of apostles and sanctuaries grows, their odds of confronting the death dragon rise as well. The boy reflects that assigning followers is useful, especially for communication. During battles, he then asks who exactly met the conditions. Alpha pauses briefly, then states the chosen ones are Suyon and Siuk, along with Minjin. The rabbit tilts his head, asking who that final name belongs to. The man who helped with the peppers steps forward, revealing it was him. The girl asks if he is sure about the plan name, and the boy says it fits perfectly. He calls the 3 forward, announcing he will appoint them as dragon apostles. Meanwhile, baboons. Level rises as the number of dungeons increases. This makes the guide far more dangerous than before. Overwhelmed by hunger, he decides to hunt humans for food. The monkey mutters that despite ruling the dungeon, he feels no connection to it. While traveling, the guide discovers a bridge standing alone on the road, in the middle of nowhere. He wonders where it leads. Moon then appears near Rift Village, though the group is already watching from the tower above. As he crosses the walls, the guide grows distracted. He feels disappointed, since the exterior looked less impressive than expected. He declares he will devour the humans and reduce the place to ruins as he begins moving forward. He imagines a coliseum where humans battle monsters, convinced it would be far more engaging. Still, before anything else, he knows he must eliminate that. Tent, the protagonist, observes the entire scene from underground camouflage, remaining completely concealed. He remarks to the rabbit that the monkey resembles a final boss more than a normal enemy. The animal replies that the moon once appeared, that large, believing that as the guide's level rises, his body must also grow. CF then asks the protagonist whether they should move forward with the plan, but he answers that the timing is still wrong. Right moment. Yet Baboon begins ripping apart the tent and discovers a portal embedded in the ground. Immediately, the young man signals his allies to advance. Forward. Steve activates his magic, declaring he will reduce the enemy into dust. The boy follows by launching fireballs at the target. John remarks they gained the advantage, calling the first stage of the plan a success. Yet Baboon remains completely unharmed by the assault. The protagonist orders Siak to harass the guide long enough to allow an escape, and the boy unleashes multiple fire balls, striking the monkey again when the flames show. Independent movement. The guide realizes it is a special skill. He quickly identifies Siak as the source of the attacks. Baboon erupts in rage. Enraged, he smashes the ground with overwhelming force. Demanding to know where the participant was. The boy is stunned by such monstrous power, wondering if this is what a god can unleash. Despite that fear, he still desires to face his opponent directly. Ignoring consequences, he presses on relentlessly, firing again once his location is exposed. Realizing this, the monkey's fury intensifies. He prepares to charge straight toward him. Bahamut reacts first, unleashing his ice ability. Baboon slips across the frozen ground. Zhang signals Soyeon and her team to act. The group begins pulling the ropes, connected deep beneath the village center. The girl is shocked that the protagonist built those towers so quickly and altered the terrain so efficiently. Soon after, she asks when to move, and he says he will signal them. Until then, the ropes remain hidden underground. Stiak grows curious, trying to understand the real purpose behind those hidden ropes. Want to do. John says the guide will be their guest, so he plans to give him a gift, prompting the girl to ask Master Sifty what that gift actually was. Balls. The young man explains the enemy will lose consciousness from the impact. Shock. He grabs one of the spheres and hurls it straight through the ropes. Baboon becomes irritated after realizing the participants hid inside the towers, mocking their belief that such cheap tricks could function as traps. Perhaps upon punching the sphere, it shatters completely. Apart, the monkey wonders why the object released oil. Across his body, Sihyuk yells, ordering everyone to throw the remaining stones at once. Balls, as they are thrown, a massive river of oil spreads through the crater at the village center. Village, forming a slick pool beneath him. Porch. The rabbit declares the moment to shine has come. The animal recalls the suffering he once endured at their hands, and says those memories were deeply humiliating. Merely recalling them fills him with rage. After that, he tosses a torch toward the flowing oil, igniting the monkey in burning flames. The first phase of the plan was luring the guide into the pit and enraging him. The second phase involved coating him completely in oil. Every step so far existed to enable the final phase. Then the protagonist commands his planted traps to fire. The boy, who had stored his strength until this moment, concentrates on controlling the prepared P-traps. Earlier, the skeleton destroyer effect he applied to the traps, strikes Baboon with heavy force. The guide grows furious, realizing he can no longer escape by flying. Soon after, the monkey endures another attack from behind. Jung admits he is not skilled with weapons, but he excels at battlefield control. The group watches everything unfold from atop the towers. Suyeon mutters that what she is witnessing feels unreal. The guide searches desperately for a way to extinguish the flames. He then reaches for his cue, planning to activate his rain bath ability. After that, everything grows tense as the next move approaches. The sky gradually darkens, heavy clouds rolling in and swallowing the remaining light. Raindrops begin falling steadily, soaking the battlefield and shifting the situation. The rabbit mutters that this is bad, since the rain could extinguish the spreading flames. John calmly asks whether his companion understands. What happens when water collides directly with burning oil? He adds that Baboon has just committed a massive mistake. Moments later, as raindrops strike the pool of oil, violent explosions erupt across the area. When the rain finally stops, the group discovers the guide lying motionless on the ground. Even so, the battered beast forces himself upright. He growls that the experience felt like being cooked alive. The boy dryly remarks he named the plant roasted baboon with peas. He adds that cooking happens to be what production class excels at. The monkey laughs mockingly, asking how a mere production class member planned to cook him. John wonders aloud how the guide still has strength left to laugh. The guide suddenly realizes it was the young man who killed Serpa. He declares the boy is no production class member, but a wandering lost soul. He then tells the rabbit that joining the boy was a mistake. The animal replies that the guide talks far too much for someone nearing death. Baboon erupts in anger, furious that he faces an end despite being immortal. He curses both his fate and the rabbit's future. The rabbit asks why he is being cursed, since he was not the one who orchestrated everything. The guide replies that ignorance itself is the sin, even if he cannot explain why. He then asks whether the rabbit is content being the only one who forgot everything. The animal dismisses Baboon's words as meaningless nonsense. The guide's body then completely transforms into solid stone. It shatters apart moments later. The rabbit, utterly confused, wonders why all those words vanished without explanation. A system message appears, announcing the protagonist killed a dungeon guide through power and overwhelming knowledge. The animal grows angry over the monkey's death, because he cannot remember when he forgot anything. John says it was likely unimportant, noting Serpa also rambled before disappearing. The rabbit suggests it might relate to his birth, recalling how he was always just an animal. Suddenly, blood trickles from the boy's nose. He mutters that he may have pushed himself too far. Without warning, the boy collapses and loses consciousness. Suyeon explains that controlling so many peasants drained a heavy unseen price. She adds that Seahawk also suffered badly after pushing his power too far. At the tower summit, guild members stand frozen, unsure of their next move. Their leader had collapsed without warning, leaving panic hanging in the air. The girl smiles softly, telling everyone they truly fought well. Days later, the cursed baboon effect remained active even after his death. The rabbit feels uneasy, noticing the rain refuses to stop falling. He reasons that an automatic dungeon system fits better than a lingering curse. Those stranded in Rift Village shelter inside the protagonist's underground sanctuary. John finally wakes up, confused, asking how long he had been unconscious. The rabbit walks in, explaining he had slept for 2 full days. Soon after, Suyeon rushes inside, eager to see her partner awake. She says she is relieved to see him fine after everything that happened. She admits the others had begun worrying more with each passing hour. The boy wonders aloud what they would have done if he slept longer. The rabbit scolds him gently, saying softness helps nothing before transport. Jung states they can afford rest, since 27 days still remain. Before leaving, the girl reminds the protagonist to take better care. The boy asks about Bamoon's memory. Hearing it is priceless knowledge. The rabbit mentions the fire only extinguished not long ago. He adds that, after the chaos, he recovered something very specific. Jang freezes in shock upon seeing the altar of the 4th dungeon. Alpha calls it a victory, noting they now possess 3 altars. The protagonist wonders if the item will keep its size, likely unchanged. Moments later, The cube begins to glow with a steady light. Alpha explains he analyzed the magic, sensing Batmum's traces inside. He reveals stored coordinates that can guide them to the 4th dungeon. The rabbit lights up, realizing this could lead them to Sung. His excitement fades fast, knowing Sung may vanish again once found. The boy agrees silently, recalling how brief their last meeting was. Alpha suddenly speaks up, saying he has formed a plan. He suggests giving the altar to Sun to track him through it. The boy agrees cautiously, noting they must decode direction first. Outside, the rain continues, though its strength has clearly weakened. The protagonist encounters a hooded figure beneath the falling rain. It turns out to be Sia, warning that he discovered something. He reveals the purple stone the monkey carried, likely its memory. Moments later, the object shatters completely without warning. Inside appears a small statue of a girl embracing a rabbit. Rabbit. The young man wonders if this counted as a reward. Alpha explains that the object still carries faint remnants of a lingering curse within it. He adds it never belonged to the guide, stating the sculpture represents corruption cast over Rift Village. The rabbit reacts quickly, asking if that means the item originally belonged to Serpa. A young man immediately requests that the information be verified more carefully. Once checked, the object is confirmed to be an old wooden sculpture. After studying the details, the boy feels its importance, but Alpha says it was already fully consumed and worthless. The rabbit vents his frustration, saying with 10 durability points it could enter the upgrade system. John notes the totem looks fine externally despite being completely broken inside. Alpha suspects the magic was forcefully extracted, likely destroying the power bound to the sculpture. The rabbit suggests Baboon probably stripped the curse directly from the sculpture. He believes it was transferred into the dungeon's automatic system, explaining why the item broke. Even so, the rabbit still asks the protagonist to hand it over. John grows curious and asks why, and the animal points to the girl's toy. He explains the plush resembles him perfectly, even wearing a tie, prompting comments about its craftsmanship. The rabbit agrees proudly, saying his companion could sculpt one of him too. After that exchange, the young man passes the object to his companion. CF asks calmly whether he should continue searching the area. The boy begins wondering if another sculpture exists somewhere. He considers Moon too, since the previous piece belonged to Sir. He then says he would greatly appreciate his friend continuing the search. Soon after, Seahawk quietly walks away into the room. As rain falls, the rabbit remarks that the boy's behavior seems highly suspicious. He calls him a scoundrel, strong only when facing the weak. The protagonist replies that such people are easy to read, but the rabbit urges caution. He warns that without laws, the weak are stabbed and the strong are trampled. That harsh truth is why Sun stands apart from everyone else. Lost in thought with rain echoing outside, the boy asks about Seahawk's former job. The rabbit replies he heard rumors that Seahawk worked as an office employee. Suddenly, Bahamut appears, delighted that his master has awakened safely. He asks about the fever, saying he placed ice cubes on his head. Noticing the sculpture, the ghost questions it, and the rabbit claims ownership. Bahamut immediately grows angry upon hearing that. He demands to know where his companion obtained the item. Zhang warns him that continued behavior like this will earn a timeout. Hearing that threat, the snowman quickly settles down. Bahamut then explains the skull's origin in a quieter tone. He says the witch created it while reminiscing about her happiest days. The protagonist remarks that the girl possessed impressive crafting talent. He adds that a dull life often drives people to leave lasting marks. After discussing it, the group assumes the cat figure represented Serpa. Bahamut explains he is not sealed inside the item, because it was made before they met. He adds that the rabbit held in her arms was simply her most treasured toy. The young man grows silent, his gaze locked onto the strange object. His companion notices and asks what exactly he is staring at. Zhang voices a thought, suggesting the animal might actually be that toy. The rabbit rejects the idea, saying he could not be a toy and might even be the witch herself. Hearing that comparison, Bahamut flares up, clearly angered on his master's behalf. While tensions rise, Airy the sculpture sits quietly between them. The boy reflects briefly, feeling the object strangely mirrors his own route. He smiles lightly and asks everyone to calm down and make peace. Suaden spots him outside in the rain and worries, asking if he needs a raincoat. The boy answers casually that he already owns several raincoats. In the end, the girl stays with him and gets splashed with mud. Jung admits he has been too busy since waking to manage the area. The girl wonders if the boy plans to craft an umbrella. He answers that an umbrella would be too troublesome to make. Instead, he decides they should construct a proper roof. After some time passes, a massive structure begins forming above. A giant roof fully covers the tent village from the rain. Siak stares at the sight, completely speechless. The entire structure is built from floating stone. Solar stones are embedded throughout, illuminating the village. The protagonist feels content, warmed by the artificial glow. Rainwater slides off the roof, forming heavy flowing streams below. The impact carves the ground, shaping a natural defensive moat. Alpha warns of leaks due to the earth roof, but the boy already planned ahead. Soon after, he installs traps across the entire structure. This makes repairs easier while reducing vital energy consumption. He explains sections can be removed to irrigate only chosen areas. The rabbit asks if he is planning to grow crops again. Jung replies that the underground sanctuary situation needed re-evaluation. He considered using this chance to move the rice field upward. The rabbit still fails to grasp his companion's intention. After observing longer, the boy notes the ground has already settled. Suan arrives shortly after, handing something to the protagonist. It is a key, and she says she found it once the ground dried. The young man immediately decides to check its stored information. The data reveals it belonged to Beb Moon. Zhang wonders aloud if this could be the guide's memory. He grows curious, thinking about how the item might be used. The girl suggests it might function like an inventory skill, activating only when a keyword is spoken. The protagonist replies that her guess aligns closely with his own thoughts. He then asks the key to reveal the magic it contains. Nothing happens, yet he refuses to stop and raises his voice while trying again. When the second attempt also fails without response, John grows annoyed and hurls the item down onto the ground. At that moment, Alpha finishes analyzing the magic and explains that the key is an artifact opening a subspace, meant for doors. He adds that it reveals a hidden environment known only to Baboon, making the boy cheer about storage. Alpha follows by saying his companion cannot use the key since he is not a mage. Hearing this, the boy collapses onto the ground in shock. The rabbit mutters that the monkey never changes, and of course his signature item was storage. The protagonist asks why guides cannot use it, and the rabbit explains they hate intrusions. Zhang reacts in surprise, asking if everyone owns storage, and learns even the rabbit does. The boy wonders why Beb Moon never used it, and hears portals drain massive magic. He then recalls Bahamut as a mage who might understand more. Instead, the snowman bows low and offers an apology. He explains his teleportation relies on ice and snow elements. Because of that, he sadly admits he cannot use the key. The boy remarks that the battle seemed to bring few rewards. Then he recalls needing a door for the key and wonders if creating one works. The rabbit listens, completely lost by his companion's explanation. Zhang explains that opening a space with magic allows repeated entry. He adds he will turn the curse magic he cannot use against itself. Alpha supports the idea and states clearly that creating a structure matching the key might succeed. He adds the protagonist must first synchronize with himself. The key and the magic circle coordinates must align before activation. Once the sequence triggers, the subspace should appear. The boy lights up, seeing proof his plan actually worked. Bahamut praises him, saying he expected nothing less. Alpha asks if he is confident building it, and the boy answers cautiously. He says with small adjustments, creating a lock should be possible. Growing excited, he adds that the task itself sounds enjoyable. After some time, coordinates from the mini-altar stabilize. The analysis process finally reaches completion. Alpha explains the arrow now points toward the fourth dungeon. John decides not to leave yet, needing to resolve several matters. Immediately after, the protagonist gathers all participants together. He sets a portal behind him, declaring it was time to depart. Inside the witch's residence, the atmosphere tightens as preparations reach their final moment. The rabbit guides the final participant through the glowing portal without hesitation. Stabane admits she feels uneasy, unsure if advancing this way is truly wise. The guide warns the guild members to stay alert and never lower their guard. He states clearly that clearing the dungeon requires eliminating every remaining monster. With a sly tone, the rabbit asks if everyone fully understands his command. Tension spreads as the group nervously answers yes in unison. The boy quietly explains only half remained, since he already exorcised the specters. The rabbit leans in, whispering for him not to interrupt the performance. Ignoring that, the boy lightly strikes his companion on the head. Recovering quickly, the animal tells the group they were lucky, as the dungeon felt easier. Hearing that explanation, relief visibly spreads among the exhausted members. Sui and Bose step forward, thanking the protagonist for everything he did. Others follow, expressing gratitude for rest, shelter, and the supplies received. John grows embarrassed, insisting he did nothing worth such praise. Before leaving, the girl asks him not to stop training despite the distance. She hands him a spear, urging him to use it for practice. She explains its durability is low, making it unsuitable for real combat. The rabbit notices the spear carries a skill that returns it to the user. Zhang thanks her, and Suyeon admits it came from stage 3 and is weak. Soon after, the protagonist says his farewells to the entire group. Among them, only Seahawk remains completely silent. The rabbit remarks how difficult the boy is, even during goodbyes, and hears a calm reply. Even so, the boy sincerely thanks Seahawk for all his assistance. The words catch Seahawk off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a pause, he finally shows a faint reaction. A small smile appears as Zhang declares his next goal, the 4th dungeon. Flames suddenly pass between the two, drifting softly through the air. They form a glowing path that leads directly toward the portal. The boy immediately understands it as a silent sign of gratitude. From Siuk, marking the quiet end of a long journey. Yet every ending signals the start of another unfolding adventure. The dungeons persist, and their cycles of reset never truly stop. Afterward, the protectionist gathers his resolve once more. He finally chooses to follow the arrow's direction. The rabbit jokes that the arrow points straight into an endless void. For that remark, he gets smacked, and Bahamut warns him to speak carefully. The boy responds calmly, saying that void fuels his ambition. Massive golems begin lifting and transporting the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the young man sits alone, quietly resting in a corner. The guide asks what he is doing, and he answers that he plans to forge something. He adds that all he really needs is an anvil and a brazier. The rabbit looks confused by everything but agrees without protest. He then comments that the real issue in that area was the ability to summon thistlefish. As the creatures suddenly attack the structure, Shamrai says calmly and opens his inventory without hesitation. He summons 2 shadow servants, each holding a bow. In perfect coordination, the 3 move as one unit. Together, they release volleys of arrows toward the fish. The protagonist orders them to intercept any monsters that appear. Watching this, the guide feels shocked by how skilled and efficient it looks. The boy explains he already has a brazier, simulating fire with a solar stone. He says the only remaining task is creating the anvil, and when asked why, he explains forging starts with shaping iron. He adds that they will need to return to the Mountains of Death to gather materials. Upon arrival, Du remarks that the atmosphere there feels surprisingly pleasant. The rabbit asks what exactly they came there to do. The boy replies he noticed some catacombs that might contain resources. Suddenly, rats scatter across the ground, startling the group. The gorilla carrying them simply walks over the rodents without slowing. John laughs, saying it feels like returning home after a successful mission. When they reach the cave, the protagonist immediately surveys the area. He finds plenty of limestone, though his real goal was gypsum. His companions grow curious about how he knows all this. He replies these were useless topics he studied for the NM. The rabbit notes there is no gypsum and asks what they will do instead. The protagonist answers they will mine limestone for alternative uses. Soon after, the group discovers deposits of cement. He explains cement was used far earlier than believed, like in ancient pyramids. Then the boy hands a pickaxe to the rabbit. He tells him he will need to help with the labor. The rabbit, Jum, and the shadow servants begin working together. They mine the limestone spread throughout the cave. As they work, the protagonist places signs along the paths. The guide asks why all of this preparation is necessary. His companion explains caves are easy to get lost in, making signs vital. He adds that this will save him effort in the future. Soon after, the pair reaches an area filled with foul smells. There, they discover a large pile of rat droppings. The boy remarks that they were fortunate, recognizing unexpected value in what they found. He explains that everything discovered there can still serve as effective fertilizer. After speaking, the protagonist carefully places another sign to mark the spot. Young notes they uncovered many different materials within the area. He adds that this discovery means their exploration cannot stop yet. Du then moves forward, pressing deeper into the surrounding darkness. As they proceed, the group unexpectedly reaches an old cemetery. Alpha explains the site was shaped to honor those who sacrificed themselves for Earthia. He reveals the Mountains of Death are Earthia's grave, where a dragon exiled her after defeat. He concludes by stating the land itself stands as a remnant of her loss. Right after, the protagonist quietly asks if his companion's grave lies there. Alpha answers that it does not, explaining he was both the first and last apostle. He says he protected Earthia until the final moment, sacrificing himself, then asks why it mattered. The protagonist admits it troubles him that Alpha has no body and cannot share meals. He adds that he wanted to leave flowers or something meaningful in Alpha's place. The rabbit laughs softly, commenting on how deeply the boy cares for others. Alpha responds with gratitude, thanking him sincerely for his kindness. Benjamin finally asks what everyone thinks about heading back now.